The silvery blue-haired girl sneered to herself. It's true that Ji Chongdeng is one of the 13 members of royalty. However, he isn't even a Class 5 creation master, so how can we work together? Right before she left, a thought struck the girl and she asked in he, "This large whale fall rightfully belongs to the island's owner. Prove to me that you're the island's owner, and I'll leave immediately." And he was stunned. The Sea Bliss clan was the island's owner, and they had just finished a blood-packed ultimate fight against Connected Beast Park. Even if he wanted to bring people from the Sea Bliss clan over to buy the island from them, there was not enough time. It would take a day at the very least to bring a member of the Sea Bliss clan all the way from the royal capital. One day was enough for this girl to collect the Whale Falls resources. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Anhe's expression, but at the same time, fury flared up within her. "You're not even the owner of the island. Why did you waste so much time bickering with me to the point of mentioning breaking the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors? I'm not going to fight for Raging Waves City's resources. Even if I do, only the owner of the island has the right to negotiate with me and judge if I'm breaking the agreement." The girl's anger only rose to a fervor. Her expression darkened as she thought about how he mocked the first Emperor Cutlass clan and used the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors to pressure her. She thought, "If I slap him, I'm sure Long Lamplight won't be able to find me as long as I dive deep enough underwater and make sure not to injure this brat too much." The girl thrust her 2 horns forward, and 2 dark blue pillars of water immediately shot toward the elderly man behind Anhe. When the elderly man shielded against the pillar of water, the girl swung her arm and landed a deafening slap squarely across Anhe's face. She felt all her anger shooting out of her with that one slap. "Why are you spouting all this nonsense when you're not even the owner of the island?" shrieked the girl. And he was knocked off his feet by the slap and fell to the ground. He sat dumbfounded on the ground for a moment as he felt the stinging sensation on his cheek. Unquenchable rage bubbled up within him. After the elderly man deflected the pillar of water, he saw the girl slapping Anhe. He immediately moved between Anhe and the girl and summoned his fae in a fit of anger. A sheep with flames bursting from each of its feet and 2 curved horns growing from its head appeared in front of the old man. There seemed to be a mist of mystical quality surrounding it. The sheep kicked one of its feet and sent 2 balls of fire shooting toward the girl. The 2 Sea King experts behind the girl unleashed their immortal bodies and received the fiery attacks. The elderly man looked at the silvery blue-haired girl and said coldly, "You should have slapped anywhere but his face. By slapping young Lord He's face, you've essentially slapped Lord Long Lamplight. You must be craving death." Just as both sides were about to engage in combat, a young man's voice said from a distance away, "Who gave you the right to destroy my fish farm and the island's terrain? If you want to fight, go do it in the sea. But before that, you need to calculate how much payment I'm owed as compensation for the damage done to the island." This voice belonged to Lin Yuan. On the way there, Lin Yuan had contemplated deeply before finally deciding to take off Sky City's mask and participate in this fight as the disciple of the Moon Empress. Qi Hong had already returned to the royal capital, so it did not matter what identity Lin Yuan used. After all, it was very unlikely that Anhe would leak this incident. But even if he did, it would not prove anything. Moreover, Lin Yuan was going to use his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to settle the issue between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. Once Qi Hong found out about the matter, he might even assume that the Moon Empress disciple had beaten Sky City's city lord to the punch. Lin Yuan held proof from the Raging Waves guard captain that he was the owner of the Whale Fall. From here on out, regardless of a fight with Anhe or the Sea Clan experts, Lin Yuan held the most legitimate claim. The mother of Bloodbath and Lu Jia also removed their masks when they found out that Lin Yuan planned on participating in this fight as the disciple of the Moon Empress. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jia put on the standard mask of the spirit guards. He had no intention of leaking the fact that he was the disciple of the chief guard of the spirit guards. Lin Yuan's eyes were not idle while he spoke as he used true data to check on the cow-like fae that was even larger than the island, as well as the purple cocoon erected on the island. Fae name, Country Governor Ku-A. Fae species, Perissodactylus/Baron. Fae grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Earth, Fey quality. Fantasy V. Abilities. Regret Mountain. Gather the strength of the mountain before charging towards the target. Regret Mountain 9 Tremors. The target of Regret Mountain will feel 9 times the tremors due to earth elements entering the body. The 9 times of tremors will not multiply each other, but when 2 of them touch each other, it will result in an explosion. Roar of the mountain. The roar will call out to all the surrounding earth elements and bring them together to form a towering mountain. Stubborn drought dried up land. Use earth elements to absorb the surrounding elements. The remaining elemental energy will act as a catalyst for the earth element and enable it to become tougher. Mountain Sturdy Guard. Sacrifice a designated mountain and use it to surround a target to help the target defend against physical and elemental damage. Ley Line Change. Inject all the earth elements in the body into the ground to activate the ley lines and change the shape of the earth. By strengthening the earth elements using the ley lines, the earth elements will become even more active. Exclusive skill. Crushing Ground Curtain. When the noise from a target is heard, its direction can be used to create a karma line. The karma line can be used to discern if the target is good or evil. If deemed good, the country governor Kuei will gain an increase in defense. If deemed bad, the country governor Kuei will gain an increase in attacking power. Only one target can be checked at a time, and the increase in ability is unrelated to the target's power. Earth's Forbidden Fruit. Command the gathered earth elemental energy within the ley lines to produce a forbidden fruit. When the forbidden fruit is eaten, the eater's body will temporarily become one with the earth. Fey name. Sudden Hibernating Wetland Dragon, Fey species. Scaled Insect / Partial Horn, Fey grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fey type. Water / Earth, Fey quality. Fantasy 4. Abilities. Flowing Rock. Temper and harden earth elements. It can be manipulated into various shapes to launch attacks. Repel Gravity Stone. The changes in the earth elemental energy will allow the stone to have gravitational and repelling powers that can be controlled. Sudden Hibernation Statue. Produce a stone statue with similar power to the main body. The stone statue can absorb earth elemental energy to heal its wounds. Change between water and earth. After swallowing water elements and earth elements, the water and earth elements in the surroundings can be interchanged. Release Dragon Body. The energy can be activated in an instant and collected in the dragon horns to be released in full force in an instant. Hibernation Change Revival. When dealt a deadly blow, it can be transferred to the Sudden Hibernation Statue. When the Sudden Hibernation Statue shatters, the main body will receive the vitality from the attack that the Sudden Hibernation Statue received. Exclusive skill. Weak Insect Body. When transformed into the insect form, earth-covering dormant insect, it will stock up on energy to become a cocoon for some time. The energy stored within the insect body will perfectly combine with the main body. The insect body can accommodate twice the amount of energy of the main body. Gravity Body. Position oneself as the center of gravity or repelling. In its gravitational state, it can attract surrounding things. In its repelling state, it can repel everything away. Lin Yuan did not check on these 2 Fays just out of habit. He discovered that they had the weakest auras of all the Fays present, which meant that they were likely to be in his phase. Checking on them would allow Lin Yuan to gain information on an he. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as an he turned out to be stronger than Lin Yuan expected. It was no wonder that an he was able to send Gu Lang packing. If Zhongzhe's Fiery Sky Ho had not purified its bloodline and gained the top-grade Red Plum Falling Fire, Zhongzhe might not be in his match either. The country governor Kuei was a purely Earth-type Fae with the Baron bloodline and was extremely skilled at controlling the ground. Lin Yuan's shiny had only just reached bronze grade, and its abilities had not surfaced yet. As such, it could not be compared to the country governor Kuei. If the country governor Kuei and the Fiery Sky Ho were compared, both Regret Mountain 9 Tremors and Strange Fire 8 Refinement were strikingly similar. Although the country governor Kuei's Regret Mountain 9 Tremors' effects could not be stacked like Strange Fire 8 Refinement, it would be able to damage targets using explosions. When paired with Regret Mountain, Lin Yuan could not accurately estimate the might that Regret Mountain 9 Tremors would be able to generate. These two abilities were enough for the country governor Kuei to challenge a level higher than its own. The towering mountain on the island was a result of the country governor Kuei using Roar of the Mountain. Stubborn drought dried-up land would allow the country governor Kuei to remain unshakable no matter what environment it was in. It would be able to turn other elements into earth elements and manipulate the environment to its will. In this aspect, it was stronger than the fiery Sky-Ho and Shiny as they could not fully adapt to their environment. In an environment without fire element, the fiery Sky-Ho's power would be limited. Without wind, Shiny would not be able to manipulate wind elements to attack its target. However, the strength of phase with the Baron bloodline was not only dependent on their environment adaptability. For example, the undefined nature of Shiny's characteristics would allow it to copy the exclusive skills and triggered abilities of any other Fae. The country governor Kuei would not be able to compare to this. If Lin Yuan wanted to, Shiny could copy the country governor Kuei's crushing ground curtain and Earth's forbidden fruit. The country governor Kuei could not only adapt to its environment, but stubborn drought dried up land and ley line change would be able to benefit other Earth-type Faes. Even so, for ley line change, which could guide and change ley lines, the source sand would not be able to do this. The earth element's active state would be amplified, and any earth-type ability would be improved by several times. Mountain's sturdy guard would sacrifice a mountain to enable the country governor Kuei to protect itself and its friends. Moreover, Roar of the Mountains could easily produce more mountains. This would enable Mountain's sturdy guard to be an even greater defensive asset. Crushing ground curtain would be able to tell good from evil and was a mind-reading ability. It would allow he to use karma to tell if a stranger was good or evil. Additionally, it would strengthen both the country governor Kuei's defense and attack power. When used on a powerful target, 20% of the attack and defense power was a significant amount. Lin Yuan did not have much to say about Earth's forbidden fruit. It was the strongest exclusive skill that Lin Yuan had seen from an Earth-type Fae. When Earth's forbidden fruit was used, the country governor Kuei would be able to loudly declare that it was one with the Earth. Frankly, it was not just the might of the country governor Kuei that made Lin Yuan impressed by He's power, but the compatibility of the country governor Kuei and the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. The sudden hibernating wetland dragon was both Earth and Water type, and it could also use gravitational and repelling abilities. The country governor Kuei was capable of both attack and defense, while the sudden hibernating wetland dragon was a perfect cannon. Sudden hibernation statue would allow the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to create an entity with the same amount of combat power that it possessed. Hibernation change revival would allow the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to use sudden hibernation statue to reduce the damage it received. After the sudden hibernation statue was broken, the sudden hibernating wetland dragon would be able to regain some vitality as well. As such, the sudden hibernation statue would not only be able to assist the sudden hibernating wetland dragon but also act as its shield and first aid kit. Change between water and earth would allow the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to be more agile during battle. Release Dragon Body was an ability that the sudden hibernating wetland dragon could use to release all its power at once. Lin Yuan had never seen a Fae that could use both gravitational and repelling power, and he wondered if they were strong aids. Nonetheless, abilities that could attract anything or repel anything would definitely not be weak. The only flaw about the sudden hibernating wetland dragon was that weak insect body's earth-covering dormant insect needed to turn into a cocoon for some time before it could transform into the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. During this time, the sudden hibernating wetland dragon would be like a still target. However, this was also what made the sudden hibernating wetland dragon powerful. Once the sudden hibernating wetland dragon emerged, the earth-covering dormant insects stored up energy would enable the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's power to multiply. The sudden hibernating wetland dragon was undoubtedly a Fae that could fight above its level. It was both water and earth type, and it had the ability to change water elements into earth elements and vice versa. The sudden hibernating wetland dragon was only Fantasy 4. It was likely that he came to fight for the whale fall due to the island whale embryo that was being formed, as well as to use the large number of nutrients from the whale fall to push the sudden hibernating wetland dragon from Fantasy 4 to Fantasy V. Lin Yuan started to do his own calculations. Given the sudden hibernating wetland dragon and the country governor Kuei, Lin Yuan's contracted phase were well and truly outmatched. In order to defeat an he, Lin Yuan would need to use the sacred sword-wielding queen's sword skills. After checking on the sudden hibernating wetland dragon and country governor Kuei, Lin Yuan did not check on the other phase present. Shadow sensed that all the other phase were at least immortal level. Lin Yuan could not use true data to check on immortal phase. If he forced his way through, the target would realize that he was checking on them. After Lin Yuan spoke, the stunned silvery blue-haired girl's team and his team snapped their heads toward Lin Yuan. However, their expressions were completely different. And his expression turned from fury to elation while the silvery blue-haired girl furrowed her brow deeply, and her aura became even more austere. The elderly man behind he took one look at Lin Yuan before turning to the girl with silvery blue hair and shouting, "Flame-footed light smoke beast, unleash your immortal body. Even if I can't take you down, I'll make sure to take down the 2C King experts behind you. Let's see how you continue to expand the territory without your arms." The lamb with light green flames adorning its feet let out a deafening roar. Soon after, the island was blanketed in heavy fog. Balls of light green flame danced around within the fog. A middle-aged man covered with fey features appeared out of thin air. He had the horns of a sheep, hoofs and a tail flicking behind him. He was also wearing armor, had the eyes and hair of a beast, and a body like glass. This was enough to prove that the flame-footed light smoke beast was Immortal 9. After the flame-footed light smoke beast unleashed its immortal body, the swirling fog swallowed up the silvery blue-haired girl and the two middle-aged women behind her. When the silvery blue-haired girl saw the light green flames within the fog, she knew that there was no time for her to dodge. Even if she managed it, her two subordinates behind her would not be able to make it. Even if the two middle-aged women did not die from the attack, they would still be injured grievously. Their powers were already evenly matched. But after the attack, escaping would be impossible. The silvery blue-haired girl screamed, "If the two of you can't sustain the damage, don't force yourself. Quickly unleash your immortal bodies and hide underneath my tail." The girl's body and horns started to glow with a faint blue light. She tossed her head, and she instantly took on more fish characteristics. Her legs fused together, and bright silver scales grew all over them. Although her legs did not turn into a fish's tail, it was still more beautiful than a mermaid's tail, and a silver fin grew out of her back. The silver fin had the same golden line running down it that was on the silvery blue-haired girl's horn. As the three fins on the girl's body swayed in the water, she seemed to become the center of the sea. The sea abruptly changed from dark blue to black. The black seawater formed a giant wave that was large enough to sweep over the mountain on the island. However, it rushed toward the fog and light green flames instead. The golden lines on the girl's fins lit up when the black seawater made contact with the fog and light green flames. She pointed ahead of her and shouted, "Ink Sea Deep Abyss, Nether Water Emperor Decree." The elderly man's murderous thirst had already been sparked when he was slapped. Hence, he immediately used a lethal move when he ordered the flame-footed light smoke beast to activate its immortal body. It was clear that he was not holding back in the slightest. With such an attack, the silvery blue-haired girl and the two Sea King experts behind her did not even have time to react. However, from the moment Sun Jiang from the Five the Arch-Soldiers saw Lin Yuan, he recognized who Lin Yuan was. Sun Jiang had been Five the Arch-Soldiers' representative and attended the Guard Yi banquet. Lin Yuan and Zhong Zhe's battle on the martial arts stage had been spectacular at the Guard Yi banquet. As a result, despite no one knowing that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he was already able to steal all of their attention. Lin Yuan clinched not only the champion of the martial component martial arts stage but also the arts component, which no one had been able to witness. There was a young man wearing the standard Spirit Guard's mask standing behind the Moon Empress disciple. Judging by his figure and aura, he was likely Night Leaning Moon's disciple. Since two other disciples of members of royalty had arrived on the island, and Lin Yuan even declared the island to be his, it seemed that his chances of obtaining it were becoming slimmer and slimmer. While Sun Jiang's mind was still reeling, Zhang Chang could not help but say, "Brat, do you have any proof from Raging Wave City which states that you're the island's owner?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't have any right to tell you to stop. However, none of you seem to have any intention of stopping. You even started crossing swords." Zhang Cheng was delighted to hear what Lin Yuan said, while Sun Jiang's fear reached a fever pitch. Sun Jiang anxiously yanked Zhang Cheng to the side. Only those who had attended the Guard Yi banquet had been able to witness the appearance of the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye's disciples. There had been no Star Web reporters at the Guard Yi banquet. Even if there were, none of them would have dared to take pictures at such an event. If a picture from any of them circulated around and sparked the ire of the members of royalty, it would only result in a disaster. Hence, most members of the factions had only heard the name Lin Yuan but did not know what he looked like. It was only because Lin Yuan had also been chosen as a challenger at the All-Star match that allowed the members of the factions put the name to a face. Sun Jiang remembered that he had talked about this to Zhang Cheng. But apparently, Zhang Cheng had not watched the recording of this year's All-Star match. If he had, he would definitely have recognized Lin Yuan. If he had recognized Lin Yuan, he would not have spoken to Lin Yuan before and he had the chance to. After Zhang Cheng was yanked forcefully by Sun Jiang, he immediately turned to look questioningly at Sun Jiang. When Zhang Cheng saw the looks that Sun Jiang was throwing at him, he wondered if Sun Jiang had gone mad. Zhang Cheng had been feeling hurt ever since and he glared at him for waking him up. Zhang Cheng had wanted to use this chance to change in his opinion of him. Hence, he ignored the looks that Sun Jiang was sending him and turned to call out to Lin Yuan. "Young lord, he wants this island. You better hand him the proof now. Once young lord he settles the matter, he'll make sure to reward you too." Sun Jiang chided himself for only yanking Zhang Cheng aside and not clapping a hand over his mouth as well. Nothing good ever came from the words that spilled out of Zhang Cheng's mouth. "This is the Moon Empress disciple. You're just the head of a top faction. What right do you have to speak to the Moon Empress disciple in such a way? Even if young lord he is Lord Long Lamplight's disciple, he had no right to say that to the disciple of another member of royalty." Since there was no way to take back what Zhang Cheng said, Sun Jiang decided to let he know who Lin Yuan was. Given Sun Jiang's understanding of he was too far removed from current affairs to recognize the Moon Empress disciple. Just as Sun Jiang was about to tell he who Lin Yuan was, the young man on the giant butterfly coldly snapped. "Why do I have to hand it over just because young lord he wants it? I didn't know he deserves that much respect." Sun Jiang gulped and rushed to whisper into his ear. "Young lord this person is Lin Yuan. He's the Moon Empress disciple. The person behind him in the standard spirit guard's mask is most likely Night Leaning Moon's disciple." It was necessary for he to know who Lin Yuan was before Zhang Cheng's instigation caused an actual fight to break out. It was likely that Lin Yuan's words caused his already bubbling anger to spike. The situation would be unsalvageable once Lin Yuan and he started crossing swords. But Sun Jiang could not take a neutral stance on the matter as a Thear-class expert who left the Bright Light building to start his own faction. Nonetheless, there was no point in worrying as it would eventually come down to what Lin Yuan and he decided to do. Zhang Cheng was enraged when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Sun Jiang immediately slapped his hand over Zhang Cheng's mouth to prevent him from saying anything else. If Zhang Cheng said something disrespectful at this moment and the Moon Empress disciple decided to pursue the matter, Zhang Cheng would land in hot water. And his eyes flashed when he heard what Sun Jiang said. He took a deep breath and said to the elderly man who was currently fighting with the silvery blue-haired girl, "Grandfather Gu, stop for now." And he turned his gaze onto Lin Yuan, but not before glancing at Lu Jie and saying, "I'm sorry. My uncle only said those disrespectful things because he doesn't know who the two of you are. I hope you won't take it to heart." Zhang Cheng was immediately stupefied. He had no idea why he was apologizing. The person who had spoken had not shown he any respect at all, yet he was now apologizing to him. In contrast to the ignorant Zhang Cheng, Sun Jiang felt warmth wash over him, and he had been filled with anger ever since he had been slapped. Yet, he was still willing to speak up on behalf of Zhang Cheng. This proved that he sincerely regarded Zhang Cheng as his senior and not just a servant, even though Zhang Cheng had never done anything in particular to please he. Lin Yuan did not continue his haughty demeanor after he heard Anhe's apology. However, he was still extremely displeased by the island he saw before him. The Sea Bliss clan had put a lot of effort into renovating the island, but it had been completely destroyed by the fight between Anhe and the Sea Clan experts. Lin Yuan would need to rebuild everything in order to develop the island again. All the angelfish of bliss that the Sea Bliss clan had been breeding had escaped. I appreciate your apology. Calculate the cost of the damages caused and leave the island. Everything will be fine if we pursue our own developments without cutting into each other. It's fine if we fight fairly for resources in a public territory. But if you fight for resources in territory that belongs to someone else, you're no better than a robber. Young Lord He, I'm sure you're aware of this. And He's expression darkened, but he did not say anything else. The elderly man frowned as he looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. He was Anhe's path protector and followed Anhe wherever he went. Since Anhe had not attended the Guard-Yi banquet, the elderly man also had no clue who Lin Yuan was. Moreover, Long Lamplight had forced Anhe to go out to train after the Guard-Yi banquet. As such, the elderly man also had no means of learning who the Moon Empress disciple was from others. Anhe took a step forward and asked, "Can I confirm that you're the Moon Empress disciple while you are Chief Guard-Yi's disciple?" Both Lin Yuan and Lu Jie nodded to confirm their identities. Lin Yuan had removed Sky City's mask to take over the island as the Moon Empress disciple in order to have this interaction with Anhe. And he would respect the disciples of members of royalty but not the heads of factions. From his interactions with Zhongzhe and Gulang, Lin Yuan could tell how little they cared about factions. Once Lin Yuan and Lu Jie nodded, the elderly man and Zhang Cheng immediately looked at them in a different light. The elderly man looked at Lin Yuan with new emotions in his gaze. If this was the disciple of any other member of royalty, and he would just brush them off. And he also had not held back against Gulang, who was the disciple of a Class 5 creation master. However, this was the Moon Empress disciple, and he had no choice but to show some respect. It seemed that he would have no choice but to let go of the whale fall. The elderly man was able to maintain his composure after learning of Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's identity. However, Zhang Cheng was frozen with shock. After the shock passed, fear gripped Zhang Cheng. But when he remembered the way and he had apologized on his behalf, Zhang Cheng felt warmth seep in alongside his nervousness. And he reached out his hand to Lin Yuan and said, "Let me see the proof from Raging Wave City." Lin Yuan placed the signed document by the Raging Waves guard captain into Anhe's hand. When Anhe saw the Raging Waves City's city lord's stamp and date on the document, he returned the document to Lin Yuan and said, "You can calculate the cost of the losses. I won't skimp on the compensation." The document that Lin Yuan had served Anhe was a lesson for Anhe to teach him to proceed from the root upward. Once someone else grabbed the roots before him, all his efforts would go to waste. Although Anhe had decided to let the whale fall go, he was still indignant to see it slip from his fingers. And he turned his head and shot a sharp look at the silvery blue-haired girl before saying, "I don't want the whale fall anymore. Now, we need to settle the matter between us." The silvery blue-haired girl ignored Anhe and said to Lin Yuan, "So you're the Moon Empress disciple? What an honor. My name is Silver Umber Black. I started clashing against them because I wanted to protect this whale fall for you. It's thanks to my guidance that this whale fall landed here. They blamed me for not allowing them to take the whale fall. You can't ignore this." The silvery blue-haired girl's words made Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitch. A group of whale species fays would swim around for at least 3 years to find their final resting place before their life ended. Since the silvery blue-haired girl was a member of the first Emperor Cutlass clan, she had the ability to guide the whale to a destination. But even if you did guide the occurrence of this whale fall, what does that have to do with me? I've only been the owner of this island for 3 days. It was even more ridiculous for the girl to say that she was stopping Anhe from harvesting the whale fall. It was obvious that she was here to harvest the whale fall herself and had only clashed with Anhe because they were fighting over this resource. When Lin Yuan saw the handprint on Anhe's face, he guessed the reason Anhe was still pursuing the matter despite the benefits being taken out of the equation. If Anhe chose to let the matter go after being slapped, he would be no different from a saint. When Lin Yuan did not reply to Silver Umber Black, it blinked. Silver Umber Black had already been forced out of possession of the whale fall before it slapped and he. She had only gone ahead with it to vent her anger. She knew that and he would definitely go after her for doing so. But she had the ability to slap him as a mature member of the first Emperor Cutlass clan. As long as it hid, Long Lamplight would not be able to find it even if he drained the sea. Without the whale fall, Silver Umber Black would not care less about this unflourishing piece of the sea. However, Lin Yuan's arrival had solved Silver Umber Black's problem to a certain extent. Additionally, his aura and appearance were very pleasing to Silver Umber Black, and it was dying to talk to him more. The elderly man, Zhang Cheng, and Sun Zhang's expressions turned terrifyingly stormy when they heard what Silver Umber Black said. Just as the elderly man was about to order the flame-footed lightsmoke beast to attack Silver Umber Black, Silver Umber Black said to Lin Yuan, "My sea territory is the region outside Raging Wave City. From one end to another it spans about 10,000 leagues of sea. If you help me, I can let you pick and choose from the resources within this area. We might be able to mutually benefit and start working together." He said that his master's name is Ji Chongdeng and that he would like to work with me. "I'm not interested in the Radiance Federation's members of royalty who aren't creation masters. Thus, I'm willing to work with you." Before Lin Yuan could reply, and he exploded with anger. He could not only sense the flattery toward Lin Yuan in Silver Umber Black's tone but also a hint of derision for Enhe's master. When Enhe thought about his master's circumstance, he could no longer hold back. He immediately turned and said to Lin Yuan, "I heard you were the champion of the martial arts stage at the Guard Yi banquet. You must be powerful. I know you badly want to trade with this woman from the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. Let's have a fight. If I lose, I'll forget all about this woman and what she did. If you lose, you don't have to do anything. I only hope you remember that all 13 members of royalty hold equal status. The Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch aren't ranked any higher than the other 10 members of royalty." Lin Yuan was stunned and could not figure out why Enhe was issuing him a challenge to fight all of a sudden. But judging from what Silver Umber Black said and Enhe's reaction, he felt that Enhe was simple-minded. He never hid his displeasure and preferred to make his feelings known. Lin Yuan could tell that Enhe despised anyone thinking that the Class 5 Creation Masters were above the other members of royalty. Perhaps this was the reason he always sought out fault with Gu Lang and Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang only disliked Enhe, but they did not resent him. All 13 members of royalty had an equal duty to uphold the Radiance Federation's glory and stability. All of them had necessary and vital roles. Although the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch were all Class 5 Creation Masters and the other members of royalty often sought them out to evolve their phase, they actually had no difference in rank once they became members of royalty. Lin Yuan loved his master the most, but he also had the utmost respect for the other 12 members of royalty. However, and he was right in that Silver Umber Black's words had piqued Lin Yuan's interest. Lin Yuan was interested in developing the resources in these 10,000 leagues of sea. He walked over to Enhe, whose brow was stubbornly furrowed, and said, "I haven't met Long Lamplight before, but since he's also a member of royalty like my master, they are equally important to the Radiance Federation. The sea clans are made up of phase and are used to seeing things from a phase perspective. However, we are human. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang do too." The obstinance in Enhe's brow made Lin Yuan guess that this was the reason for the rift between Enhe and Zhongzhe and Gu Lang. If Enhe did not already hold such views, he would not have been so triggered by Silver Umber Black's words. Lin Yuan's words gave Enhe pause, and he pursed his lips and looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes. When he saw the genuine sincerity in Lin Yuan's eyes, there was an instant that he felt as though he could see an extremely pure soul through them. However, losing himself in Lin Yuan's eyes only made Enhe press his lips even harder together, and he felt his ears grow hot. He hurriedly changed the subject by producing a ball of rainbow light and saying to Lin Yuan, "I would still like to have that fight with you. If you win, I shall give you this uncontracted sacred source life form." Lin Yuan looked at the ball of rainbow light in He's hand and asked, "What about me?" And he pointed at the purple cocoon next to him and said, "My sudden hibernating wetland dragon needs this whale fall to evolve from Fantasy 4 to Fantasy V. If I win, I hope you'll allow me to use the whale fall to evolve the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. It will require less than 10% of the whale fall's resources to evolve it." Lin Yuan shook his head and produced another ball of rainbow light as he said, "I also have use for the whale fall. Hence, I cannot allow you to use its resources. I won't take advantage of you, so I'll also stake an uncontracted sacred source lifeform." Lu Jie, the kill food sky butterfly, and the mother of Bloodbath did not find anything unusual about the betting stake, as Lin Yuan often gave out sacred source lifeforms for people in the mansion for them to contract. The elderly man behind and he also did not think much of it. However, Zhang Cheng and Sun Jiang were not that composed. This was a sacred source lifeform. Sacred source lifeforms were the stuff of Zhang Cheng and Sun Jiang's dreams. Neither of them had contracted a sacred source lifeform and wanted a sacred source lifeform of their own badly. However, the being present that wanted the sacred source lifeform the most was not Zhang Cheng or Sun Jiang, but Silver Umber Black. Silver Umber Black was an abandoned member of the first Emperor Cutlass clan who had been given a barren piece of the sea. Hence, despite having gained immortal power, Silver Umber Black had also yet to contract a sacred source lifeform. Silver Umber Black was willing to come to this territory because it wanted to see if a Class 5 Waterworld dimensional rift would open here. Since Silver Umber Black had reached Immortal level, it could easily obtain sacred source lifeforms from a Class 5 Waterworld dimensional rift. Unfortunately, Class 5 Waterworld dimensional rifts were too rare, and Silver Umber Black had never encountered one. Meanwhile, the despicable Shark On from the first Emperor Shark clan had recently encountered a Class 5 Waterworld dimensional rift in its territory. Silver Umber Black was practically green with envy over this. Silver Umber Black had thought about going over to Shark On's territory to steal the sacred source lifeform from within the Class 5 Waterworld dimensional rift. However, Silver Umber Black knew that it would not be able to defeat Shark On. If Shark On came to Silver Umber Black's territory, it would have to turn a blind eye to it. After all, Shark On had reached Sovereign 9/Immortal 8. Moreover, Shark On had a sacred source lifeform. Recently, a twinge of danger had been tugging at Silver Umber Black. It instinctively felt that it was linked to Shark On. Now, the sacred source lifeform that it was dying to obtain was being used as a betting chip. This made sacred source lifeforms seem less valuable than they actually were. And he nodded silently as he agreed with what Lin Yuan said. He felt extremely downtrodden. The whale fall produced the purest water elements. It produced even purer water elements than the defined life pearls. It was about as pure as the water elements of over-the-rail coral pearls. There were almost no over-the-rail coral pearls available on the market. It seemed that he would need another whale fall or ask his master to ask the Bamboo Monarch or Chef Supreme for a favor in order to evolve the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. And he did not want to trouble his master. Thus, he decided to use his own ability to gather water type over the rail coral pearls or search for another large whale fall. It's not fair for us to fight now. My sudden hibernating wetland dragon has entered its cocoon state for a long time and will break out any time. I shall give you time to prepare before we begin the fight. Lin Yuan gently shook his head and replied, I don't need to prepare. Let's start now. Lin Yuan did not investigate like he did with Zhongzhe when they fought during the martial component of the martial arts stage. The sacred sword-wielding queen's silhouette immediately appeared behind him. He had checked on Zhongzhe because he was unaware of what phase Zhongzhe possessed. But now that he had summoned all his phase, there was no need for Lin Yuan to look into him. Both the country governor Kuei and the sudden hibernating wetland dragon had outstanding combat and survival abilities. The best option for Lin Yuan would be to use all his power right from the outset to knock the wind out of He. When He heard Lin Yuan say that they should start the battle now, he thought Lin Yuan was looking down on him. But when he saw Lin Yuan activate his sacred source life form without hesitation, he knew that this assumption was wrong. If Lin Yuan truly underestimated He would not have summoned his sacred source life form. and he immediately went into battle mode. However, he did not want to take advantage of Lin Yuan and decided that he would not use his sacred source lifeform during the fight. At that moment, and he saw the woman's silhouette behind Lin Yuan shift. The woman pressed her hands together and gently hugged Lin Yuan. Once the woman's arms closed around Lin Yuan, the silhouette transformed into a magnificent sword. The image of a woman was carved onto the sword's scabbard. Even the scabbard struggled to hide the gleaming razor-sharp sword in the sacred sword form. Lin Yuan had already drawn the sword and sent numerous black crows flying out from it. The black crows flew out from the blade of the sacred sword. Each of them was wrapped in the murderous aura of the dark night. It was as though the dark crows were draining the life of countless life forms in the dead of night. There were 28 crows that flew out of the blade and soared toward he. Lin Yuan's attack caught he off guard. He did not expect Lin Yuan to continue attacking with his sacred source lifeform instead of summoning a fae. However, it only took a moment for he to recover from his shock, as he realized that he could sense a hint of dark-type world power from the black crows that flew out of Lin Yuan's sword. This dark-type world power caused he's demeanor to change. He had not expected Lin Yuan to be so powerful at such a young age. When he had first heard his master mention that the Moon Empress disciple had held down Zhongzhe at the Gargi banquet and became the champion of the martial arts stage, he had not thought much of it. This was because he had asked about Lin Yuan's age and learned that he was only around 18 years old. The disciples of members of royalty all had similar power, and it was not Fey grades of qualities that held them back but Spirit Chi professional rank. Spirit Chi professional rank and promotion were largely related to age. There was a large gap between the 18-year-old Lin Yuan and 23-year-old Zhongzhe's Spirit Chi professional rank. Even if Lin Yuan used the Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen to roll grades so that he could own Diamond/Fantasy phase, he could not ignore the vast canyon of difference between the amount of spiritual power wielded by a C-rank Spirit Chi professional and a Pinnacle B-rank Spirit Chi professional. And he had assumed that the Moon Empress disciple had been able to become champion of the martial arts stage because the Moon Empress had made a prior arrangement with Chef Supreme to allow Lin Yuan to win and gain the Order of Radiant Light. After all disciples of members of royalty were destined to compete to become a Radiance envoy. But now, he realized that he had been sorely wrong. Although Lin Yuan's attack only contained wisps of world power, it was enough to stand toe-to-toe with Zhongzhe or even defeat Zhongzhe. And he anxiously shouted, "Country Governor Kuei, use Roar of the Mountain, ley line change, stubborn drought dried up land, and Earth's forbidden fruit. Next, use Mountain's sturdy guard to sacrifice the mountain and defend against the crows." And he shouted to the sudden hibernating wetland dragon that had emerged from the purple cocoon. "Sudden hibernating wetland dragon, use change between water and earth. Change all the water elements in the sea into earth elements. Next, use sudden hibernation statue and use repel gravity stone on the mountains summoned by the country governor Kuei." As of that moment, he used the country governor Kuei and sudden hibernating wetland dragon's most powerful moves. The country governor Kuei leaped up into the air and let out a roar. Almost 70 towering mountains rose from the island and decimated the geographical topography of the island. There was no longer any space on the island to even stand. The elderly man behind he shattered one of the mountains to give Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, Sun Jiang, Silver Umber Black, and Zhang Cheng a place to watch the battle. These skyscraping peaks could not hold back the 28 crows as they could easily weave between the mountains. But from the country governor Kuei and sudden hibernating wetland dragon's true data, Lin Yuan knew the country governor Kuei depended on these mountains as its method of defense. Lin Yuan ordered the 28 crows to attack every mountain. Under the attack of the small crows, the 2,000-meter-tall mountains crumbled like paper. The crows started to destroy the mountains one by one. And he did not panic but knitted his brow tightly. He was filled with confusion. When he previously ordered the country governor Kuei to use Roar of the Mountains, no mountains rose from the sea. He had assumed that it was because this area of the sea was too deep and that the country governor Kuei had not used all of its power. But now, the country governor Kuei had clearly used its full power. So why had no mountains risen from the sea? This was too strange. Given the earth elements in this area of the sea, the country governor Kuei could not use its power to its full extent. When they first arrived on the island, Lu Jie had already snapped his fingers twice at the insect queen. They were signals for the insect queen to control the grounding Lewis to use calcified layer harden and aura separation to lock down the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, it was likely that the earth elements on the seabed could have been reached by the country governor Kuei and led to mountains being summoned out of them. Due to ley line change being used, the earth elements of the entire island became many times more active. The country governor Kuei started out with one leg, but now it had grown a second leg that was formed completely out of earth elements. It broke out into a run and charged toward the earth's forbidden fruit that had appeared nearby. When the country governor Kuei swallowed the forbidden fruit, and he shouted at the country governor Kuei again, "Country governor Kuei, use roar of the mountains continuously." Soon, several mountains tunneled out of the island's ground. The mountains that the crows had not destroyed were pushed out of the way by the new mountains. Once the mountains were pushed aside, they started to glow with a muddy yellow light. Soon, the mountains turned into shadows that stacked atop the country governor Kuei's body. Although there were almost 100 mountains enveloping the country governor Kuei, even more followed. Numerous mountains also flew toward the sword in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan activated Blackie's spirit essence explosion and launched his arm toward the ground at his feet and the mountains that had emerged. Blackie was only Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye. As such, even if the country governor Kuei were only an ordinary Fae, Blackie would not be able to defeat it. Moreover, the country governor Kuei had the Baron bloodline. However, Spirit Essence Explosion's power depended not only on Blackie's power but also on the purity of the Spirit Chi being used. The higher the purity of Spirit Chi, the more powerful Spirit Essence Explosion would be. Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi was even purer than that of Class 5 Creation Masters. It was even possible that he produced the purest Spirit Chi in the world. The power generated by the accumulation of Spirit Chi shattered the mountains in front of Lin Yuan. He repeatedly swung his right fist toward the mountains around him. None of the mountains could stand up to the might of his fist. While Lin Yuan was smashing down the mountains, he sensed immense repulsion force from the mountains in front of him. This repulsive force prevented Lin Yuan's fist from contacting the mountains. However, this was no issue for Lin Yuan, as he only needed to kick up a rock and use Spirit Essence Explosion on the stone. The stone would become the contact point on which the repulsion force would focus. Next, he could continue to slam his fist down on the mountain. Given Lin Yuan's skill, these were just insignificant tricks. All the earth elements on the island had been activated to their maximum extent. As the sudden hibernating wetland dragon continued to change the water elements into earth elements, the island slowly started to grow larger. The 28 crows had reached the country governor Kuei and were flying around it. The attack from each crow destroyed at least 10 of the mountain shadows around the country governor Kuei and added a withering icon on the outermost shadow. Each time a withering icon was applied, a crow would disappear. The icons would not vanish once the mountain shadow it was applied on had been broken but moved down to the layer of mountain shadow below it. When 14 crows disappeared, the 4 withering icons produced the withering effect that caused the layers of mountain shadows atop the country governor Kuei to decay. The decaying mountains were like the sorrow of the earth, splattering the decaying dust everywhere. And he was astonished by this and hurriedly ordered the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's sudden hibernation statue to block the 14 crows. He also ordered the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to use hibernation change revival to gain as much vitality from the main body as possible. Additionally, he ordered the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to use gravity body and exert the strongest repulsion power. He also ordered the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to use release dragon body to gather all the energy in the body in the dragon horns. This was to prepare for a final attack once the crows destroyed the sudden hibernation statue. It was clear from Inhe's method that he meant to sacrifice the sudden hibernating wetland dragon and use it as a shield to protect the country governor Kuei. And he was not wrong, as the Diamond X/Fantasy V country governor Kuei was stronger than the Diamond X/Fantasy 4 sudden hibernating wetland dragon on all fronts. Although the sudden hibernating wetland dragon was more skilled at offense than the country governor Kuei, the country governor Kuei's Regret Mountain and Regret Mountain 9 tremors could produce an effect equal to the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's attacking power. However, and he had obviously underestimated the power of the remaining 14 crows of Night Crow Wither attack. One of the crows crashed against the sudden hibernation statue and broke it into pieces. Meanwhile, the sudden hibernating wetland dragon was putting all its effort into using gravity body. The repulsion force exploded with the sudden hibernating wetland dragon at its center and pushed away everything around the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. The repulsion force was so strong that it even pushed the ground 3 meters down. It was undeniable that the strong repulsion force affected the remaining 13 crows. But after sacrificing 3 crows, the sudden hibernation statue was completely obliterated. The remaining 10 crows immediately soared toward the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. The sudden hibernating wetland dragon did not immediately release the energy stored in its horns. Rather, it used the vitality obtained from the sudden hibernation statue to prepare for the crow's attack. When 4 of the crows crashed into the sudden hibernating wetland dragon, it finally released the accumulated energy. A terrifying white light swallowed the 5 crows, resulting in a violent explosion. The grievously injured sudden hibernating wetland dragon fell from the air onto the ground that it had pressed downward. 3 crows flew out of the smoky aftermath of the explosion. They should have continued flying toward the sudden hibernating wetland dragon. But Lin Yuan and He were only sparring, and there was no right to take the life of the opponent's Fae. The crows were completely under Lin Yuan's control, and he decided to let the sudden hibernating wetland dragon live. And he hastily raised his hand and summoned a 20-meter-long and 10-meter-tall lizard. A thick crystallized armor covered the dark yellow lizard's back, evidence of its powerful defensive ability. However, and he did not issue any orders to the lizard other than commanding it to use its body to protect the country governor Kuei from the 3 crows. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He was only left with half of his spirit chi after using spirit essence explosion so many times. As a C-rank spirit chi professional, it was a fact that he lacked the spiritual power to fight a B-rank spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan quietly used Blackie's spirit injection on himself before striding toward the country governor Kuei with his right fist raised. The 3 crows attacked the lizard Fae that He summoned, and 2 of them were enough to injure the large lizard seriously. Just as the 3rd crow was about to attack the lizard, it changed its direction and charged toward He instead. And he anxiously asked the country governor Kuei to defend him. At that moment, Lin Yuan had neared and planted his right fist viciously onto the lizard's back. Next, Lin Yuan leaped into the air and directed most of his spirit chi into his right fist. He swung his fist again toward the country governor Kuei that was desperately trying to defend against the last crow. After the punch, Lin Yuan flipped and landed behind He. When his feet touched the ground again, his left elbow deftly moved and stopped at the point right above He's temple acupoint. The wind that followed the swift movement of Lin Yuan's elbow brushed against the stray hair on He's forehead, and He's entire body broke out in sweat. The giant lizard Fae collapsed on the ground after Lin Yuan struck it. Although Lin Yuan had exerted significant force when he punched the country governor Kuei, its injuries were not serious. The final blow would still have to be delivered by the last dark blow. Although the country governor Kuei still had the means to fight, and he had already lost the fight because Lin Yuan was poised to take his life using his temple acupoint. Once He regained his senses, he felt Lin Yuan emanating a breathtakingly chilling aura, and he had come across many spirit chi professionals, but this was the first time he was encountering a spirit chi professional that fought like Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked like a wild Fae in human skin. Since the battle had been decided, and he opened his hand and tossed the ball of rainbow light to Lin Yuan as he said with a heavy tone, "You win this time. However, you might not have won if we used our sacred source life forms." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and received the sacred source life form as he replied, "Unless you're able to defend against world power, you would still have lost even if you used your sacred source life form." Lin Yuan walked over to Lu Jie, the kill food sky butterfly, and the mother of bloodbath with the sacred source life form in hand. After thinking for a moment, he tossed the sacred source life form to the kill food sky butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was stunned by Lin Yuan's action. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not stand on ceremony and delightedly accepted it. It felt as though it had married into wealth. Moreover, its husband was so attractive that it would never become sick of looking at it. More importantly, the father of this family treated it almost too well. Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath were already used to Lin Yuan's generosity in gifting sacred source lifeforms to the people in the mansion. However, Silver Umber Black's eyes bulged out of their sockets. It wanted the sacred source lifeform so badly. Why did an insect species Fae that only recently evolved to creation breed deserve to gain a sacred source lifeform? How was it worthy? I am a Sea Emperor. Why haven't I been able to find a sacred source lifeform to contract even though such a long time has passed since I evolved to immortal breed? The jealous Silver Umber Black reared the fins on its head and slapped its tail on the ground to vent its displeasure. The elderly man, Sun Jiang, and Zhang Cheng stared at Lin Yuan with solemn gazes that also contained disbelief. This was not the first time Sun Jiang saw Lin Yuan fight. However, he was still filled with the same shocked admiration over Lin Yuan's fighting style. Sun Jiang also realized that the 28 crows Lin Yuan used had become much stronger than they were when he used them against Zhongzhe. Apparently, this dazzling young man had improved in such a short span of time. What a prodigy! Sun Jiang was not the only one who had noticed that Night Crow Wither attack had become stronger. Lin Yuan, who wielded the sword, had naturally noticed this as well. Lin Yuan had not used the golden pearls that the pure land of bliss had formed from the creation world ley lines, and he also had not instructed the sacred sword-wielding queen to strengthen the dark death world. Yet Night Crow Wither attack had become stronger. The only change that took place was that the sacred sword-wielding queen had evolved from 2 stars to 3 stars a month ago. It seemed that the increase in the sacred sword-wielding queen stars would also strengthen the sacred sword's sword skills significantly. Night Crow Wither attack had only been about as strong as a pinnacle Myth 2 Fae during the battle with Zhongzhe. But now it was as strong as a Myth 3 Fae. And his face flushed when he heard what Lin Yuan said. If the sudden hibernating wetland dragon, country governor Kuei, and flowing mud diamond lizard had not been injured so seriously, he would demand a rematch to prove that he was right. This attack is clearly your secret weapon. I don't believe you'll be able to produce another attack of this power. The elderly man arrived behind Anhe. When he saw Anhe's expression, he gently patted Anhe's shoulder to comfort him. And he glanced at the elderly man before looking at Lin Yuan and growling, "Grandfather, estimate the damages done to the island. Let's pay and leave." An awkward expression came over the elderly man's face. After the fight between you and Lin Yuan, this island has become desolate. Any Star Web reporter who comes here to film the view on the island will probably starve to death. When the elderly man thought about what the island looked like when they arrived, he felt that it would be better for Anhe to compensate with another island. But when he saw Anhe's expression, he decided not to speak his mind. He was Anhe's path protector. With Silver Umber Black present, the elderly man could not leave Anhe's side. As such, he waved his hand and summoned 2 sheep that were in a near-death state. After the elderly man instructed the sheep, they dashed off toward opposite ends of the island to gauge the damage done to the island. And he noticed Silver Umber Black's smug expression, and his eyes flashed with anger. The elderly man also looked at Silver Umber Black with a gaze of malevolence. However, Silver Umber Black could not care less. Silver Umber Black said to the 2 Sea King experts next to it, "The 2 of you don't have to be so nervous. The disciple of a member of royalty represents that member of royalty's reputation. He cannot go back on his word after losing." The 2 Sea King experts knew that Silver Umber Black had said that for Anhe's ears. Hence, they complied with Silver Umber Black and responded to her accordingly. Anhe's blood boiled when he heard what Silver Umber Black said. However, he did not rebuke Silver Umber Black. Eventually, he sneered and shouted at Silver Umber Black, "You have to pay for the damages done to this island too. What are you so smug about?" Silver Umber Black haughtily replied, "It's just the resources on this island. I can pay up easily. It's no problem at all. I'm going to work with the Moon Empress disciple soon." and he almost exploded in anger. However, he was aware of the situation. Since there was nothing he could say against Silver Umber Black, nor could he attack physically after losing his stake, he chose to ignore Silver Umber Black. Lin Yuan looked at the delighted kill food sky butterfly and thought, I wonder if the sacred source life form will be suited to the kill food sky butterfly. Lin Yuan had learned exactly how sacred source life forms came about from his adventures in the marsh world. Rather than giving the kill food sky butterfly a random sacred source life form now, it may be better to kill a specific apostle with a totem suitable to the kill food sky butterfly's law world. However, it would not be easy to kill an apostle with below-average faith power that had unleashed its source sacred body. Apostles had many types of abilities, and there was no guarantee that the ones Lin Yuan encountered would be suitable for the kill food sky butterfly. Moreover, it would not be a good thing to drag out the matter of the kill food sky butterfly's sacred source lifeform. Amongst the Thearch class powers in Sky City, the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had already gained sacred source lifeforms. It was inevitable for the kill food sky butterfly to worry if it went without one for too long. However, he would definitely go to the marsh world to seek out his future sacred source lifeforms. Morbius had fallen into another deep slumber due to the strange seed. Lin Yuan knew that the sacred sword-wielding queen was formed from the fusion of two sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan wondered if Morbius would be able to combine another two sacred source lifeforms together after it awoke. Suddenly, a solid wave of vitality and the aura of water elements rose from the bottom of the sea. 13 whale calls ripped through the air. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as these were the characteristic sounds the island whale embryos made during their formation phase. Their cries were the strongest when they had just been formed. The island whale embryos would continue to release cries every few hours. This was why human spirit chi professionals could discover the island whale embryos in the sea. If not for this characteristic, finding them in the vast sea would be a near impossible task. If that happened, the island whales would be 10 times more valuable than they currently were. Lin Yuan took out a gold-green oxygen sea anemone as he prepared to dive underwater to survey the whale fall for himself. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan preparing to dive underwater, it suddenly remembered the danger that Lin Yuan had encountered when he went underwater outside of the Indigo Azure City. The Mother of Bloodbath's expression changed, and it reached out a hand to block Lin Yuan as it said, Lin Yuan, let me go down to take a look first. You can come once I've ascertained that there aren't any dangers down there. Silver Umber Black was walking over to Lin Yuan when it heard what the Mother of Bloodbath said. This area of the sea is at the Radiance Federation's border. The Sea Clans are usually careful when it comes to this area because of the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. Moreover, my territory encompasses 200 leagues of the sea in this area. Hence, it's impossible for there to be any dangers in this area of the sea. You can go down directly. I'll accompany you to see if I can help in any way, said Silver Umber Black. The Mother of Bloodbath ignored Silver Umber Black and flew off where the island whale cries came from. Just as the Mother of Bloodbath was flying through the air above the surface of the sea and was preparing to dive into the water, a long black thorn shot out of the water. The black thorn was so swift that the Mother of Bloodbath had no time to react at all, and it pierced cleanly into the Mother of Bloodbath. The black thorn should have pierced through the Mother of Bloodbath's body. Yet, it was stopped by something within its body. At that moment, the black thorn seemed to bloom as more than 1,000 more spikes sprouted from the first thorn and turned the Mother of Bloodbath into a mangled pincushion from the inside out. This happened so suddenly that the invisible demon was unable to react, and even the elderly man behind his reaction skills failed him. By the time the flame-footed light smoke beast's reaction caught up to it, the black thorn had already punctured the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan saw red when he saw the Mother of Bloodbath's current state. The elderly man glanced at he before he grit his teeth together and ordered the flame-footed light smoke beast to carry the falling Mother of Bloodbath back to the island. When the flame-footed light smoke beast made contact with the Mother of Bloodbath's body, 2 black thorns shot out of the dark red sea. The flame-footed light smoke beast's power had reached pinnacle Immortal, unlike the Mother of Bloodbath that had only reached myth breed. Moreover, the incident had only just occurred, so the flame-footed light smoke beast was on high alert. Thus, when the two thorns appeared, the flame-footed light smoke beast kicked its feet and sent balls of light green flames flying toward the black thorns. When the flame-footed light smoke beast brought the mother of bloodbath back to the island, two of the balls of light green flames that were grappling with the black thorns had been extinguished. But after the light green balls of flame were extinguished, the burning black thorns did not vanish. Rather, a small portion of them could still be seen above the surface of the water. The flame-footed light smoke beast gently placed the mother of bloodbath on the island before saying solemnly to the elderly man, "Elder Gu, the fae producing the two black thorns is stronger than me." A woman dressed in a dark red robe rose out of the water. Once she was fully out of the water and floating in the air, she shook out her dark red robe to reveal two slender yet strong legs. The woman's shoes were high-heeled, and it looked as though a shark's tail formed them. However, the curve of her shoe was much sharper angle than a shark's tail. She looked at the people on the island with narrowed eyes until her gaze landed on the elderly man and the flame-footed light smoke beast. The woman stretched as she lazily played with one of the black thorns with the menacing expression of a hunter. 7 Sea King experts were behind her, all wearing the same dark red robe. They also shared her aura. It was clear that they were from the same clan as the woman. Silver Umber Black had broken out in cold sweat when it saw the black thorns that shot out of the sea. It was extremely familiar with the black thorns and even had experience fleeing from them. Silver Umber Black bellowed with terror in its eyes. "Shark on? What are you doing here?" The woman in the dark red robe did not even spare Silver Umber Black a glance as she drawled, "Naturally, I came to kill you. You're a member of the first Emperor Cutlass clan that has only recently reached adulthood. What gives you the right to enjoy the benefits of this large whale fall? Don't think I didn't notice you sneakily guiding 3 old whales over from my territory. I didn't expect you to stoop as low as to start consorting with humans after I almost killed you at the Class 5 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. These humans sure are unlucky. Now that they've met you, they're going to die too." Silver Umber Black started to tremble as it knew that Shark On was serious about its murderous intent. Shark On had not killed Silver Umber Black yet because Shark On had already planned to do so when it came to collecting the whale fall. As Silver Umber Black looked at the people on the island, specifically the pensive and the furious Lin Yuan kneeling in front of the mother of bloodbath, and the masked Lu Jie with both grief and carnage radiating from him, it decided to use the might of the 3 disciples of members of royalty to try and scare off Shark On. As long as Shark On left, Silver Umber Black would take the 2 Sea King experts under it and flee for their lives. The sea was so boundless that it would be impossible for Shark On to find them as long they hid in earnest. As such, Silver Umber Black fiercely shrieked, "Do you know who you just attacked? Are you trying to break the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and start a war?" Shark On shot Silver Umber Black a look of derision and replied, "The first Emperor Cutlass clan is now one of the lesser 5 clans. It's no wonder that the members have become short-sighted. In the entire world, 30% of it is land which is cohabited by humans and faes. The remaining 70% is the sea, which is under the jurisdiction of the sea clans. The sea clans have no use for the land's resources. The agreement only exists because the sea clans don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. As long as I have the ability to take down everybody here and prevent the information from leaking, who will find out that I'm the perpetrator? If the Radiance Federation decides to pursue the matter, they should come after you as the most likely target, given that your territory is closest to them. But if you're dead and the whale fall is gone, they'll assume that you're guilty and on the run. When that happens, the first Emperor Cutlass clan will be chased out as punishment for your actions." Silver Umber Black took a deep breath. It had not expected Shark On to be trying to bring about the downfall of the entire first Emperor Cutlass clan as well. If Lin Yuan and Inhe's group had not been fighting with Silver Umber Black over the whale fall's resources, Silver Umber Black might have encountered the black thorns when it went underwater to check on the formation of the whale fall. If that had happened, it would not be the Moon Empress disciples Myth-breed Fae that the black thorns had pierced, but Silver Umber Black. Silver Umber Black had only just come of age and did not want to die yet. It thought about Inhe, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie's status before glancing at the elderly man behind and he. Silver Umber Black gathered its courage and shouted, "Shark on! You're only Immortal 8. This human elderly man's fey is at pinnacle immortal. Although you have an advantage in the sea, you won't be able to catch the old man if he makes a run for it. When that happens, the people from the Radiance Federation will realize that you're behind all of it. Even if I die, you won't be able to use me as your scapegoat." Shark On's expression of menacing amusement intensified as it replied, "Silver Umber Black, do you think I'm as dumb as you? Coincidentally, I reached Immortal 9 not long ago and gained my immortal body." A few dark red aquatic plants that resembled tentacles squirmed their way out of Shark On's hand. Shark On flipped its hand over, and the aquatic plants dripped into the sea like blood. From the moment that Shark On rose from the Sea Emperors immediately released their pinnacle immortal aura. Shark On softly said, "Weave and drink, crimson tentacle algae." Suddenly, red algae shot out of the sea and grew to almost 10,000 meters tall. The twisting tentacle-like crimson tentacle algae weaved together until they formed a cage that trapped this area of the sea. It was as though they had formed a giant theater where the red waves were performing the play of tragedy that was about to unfold. The red algae cage sealed this area of the sea off, and its aura was completely cut off from the rest of the world. The elderly man's face fell. Even if he used all the power within him, he had no confidence in safely delivering an he from a pinnacle immortal sea emperor. Moreover, this pinnacle immortal sea emperor had already unleashed its sacred source lifeform. The elderly man also had a sacred source lifeform. He might not be a creation master, but he could use his 6 stars sacred source lifeform to sense how many stars this immortal expert's sacred source lifeform had. Unfortunately, the elderly man anxiously realized that compared with the aura of his sacred source lifeform, the crimson tentacle algae was slightly stronger. This meant that the crimson tentacle algae was at least pinnacle 6 stars. Shark On was stronger than the elderly man while they were in the sea, and its sacred source lifeform was also more powerful than the elderly man's sacred source lifeform. The odds were stacked too unfavorably against them, and there was no point in trying to use brute force. The elderly man looked at the playful Shark On and sneered. "Looking at you, you're probably a member of the first Emperor Shark clan. Given your power, you must be one of their more powerful experts. So, you must know the truth about the agreement that the other sea clans might not know about. What you said completely differs from what the leader of the first Emperor Shark clan said when it signed the agreement. The person standing before you is young Lord He. He's Long Lamplight's disciple. If you leave quickly now, I can pretend nothing happened today." Shark On's expression changed, and it stared at Silver Umber Black. It did not understand how Silver Umber Black had suddenly come to be in the company of the disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Shark On frowned slightly as it weighed the costs and benefits of its future actions. Meanwhile, Shadow had left Lin Yuan's shadow. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Shadow surrounded the Mother of Bloodbath. Their eyes were so red that it seemed that blood would drip from them at any moment. From the moment the flame-footed light smoke beast brought the Mother of Bloodbath back to the island, Lin Yuan rested his hand on the Mother of Bloodbath's wrist. He circulated his spiritual power to use spirit chi to sense the Mother of Bloodbath's condition. The deeper he searched, the more terrified he became. Lin Yuan realized that the black thorns had almost ripped the Mother of Bloodbath to shreds from the inside out. He was a creation master and had seen more than his fair share of fays in a near-dead state. However, this was the first time he was coming across such serious injuries. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's body was nothing more than a mutilated pile of flesh. The Mother of Bloodbath was now well and truly on its deathbed, and death was knocking right on its door. Lin Yuan desperately unlocked his vitality imprint. The burgeoning vitality flowed from Lin Yuan's palm into the Mother of Bloodbath's wrist and to the rest of its body. However, despite a wave of vitality being injected into its body, the Mother of Bloodbath's condition did not take a turn for the better, and the Mother of Bloodbath's root vitality continued to slip away. The injection of vitality did fill the Mother of Bloodbath with strength. The Mother of Bloodbath tried to talk, but It realized that it did not have the strength to verbalize words. It looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes. Usually, its eyes were filled with cold sharpness. But now, its gaze was soft and filled with lonely reluctance. In order to speak, the mother of Bloodbath removed its human form and reverted to its fey body. It now looked like the bristly red crystal spider that Lin Yuan had encountered in the beginning. The mother of Bloodbath struggled to lift its legs to pluck out the thorn lodged in its throat. It said weakly with that strange yet pleasant voice Lin Yuan had grown accustomed to hearing, "Lin Yuan, I finally feel like I'm your path protector." Lin Yuan's eyes clouded over with tears. Every person's greatest fear was the death of their loved ones. This especially applied to someone like Lin Yuan, who could produce any resource he needed and was regarded as the cream of the crop of his generation. He had healed the roots of countless fays. Yet, severed limbs growth, which he had always counted on, was useless now. He had even activated the vitality imprint. Helplessness gripped Lin Yuan's heart. Is the mother of Bloodbath really going to leave me today? Is it going to leave the return from Faraway Mansion and Sky City to head to the Netherworld? The mist in Lin Yuan's eyes turned into droplets of tears as his sorrow became more apparent. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yuan, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly yanked the Blood Brew grapevine out of the diamond fey storage box and anxiously said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Mother of Bloodbath, your roots are injured and need blood energy to heal them. Quickly, absorb the blood energy inside the Blood Brew grapevine." The mother of Bloodbath looked at the Diamond X/Legend Blood Brew grapevine in Lin Yuan's hand. It thought about the Platinum 3/Elite Blood Brew grapevine that Lin Yuan traded for in Indigo Azure City all that time ago. The mother of Bloodbath knew how much Lin Yuan had sacrificed to nurture the Blood Brew grapevine and why Lin Yuan had been able to provide it with Blood Brew grapes in bunches. It smiled innocently at the anxious Lin Yuan. At that moment, all of its confusing emotions cleared up. The mother of Bloodbath opened its mouth but did not reveal the revelation that had just come across it. It used to be ignorant of these feelings. But now that it was aware, it also knew that some emotions were meant to be kept to oneself. When the mother of Bloodbath sensed its condition, it knew that it was not as simple of a matter as damaged roots. Even if it absorbed the pure blood energy from the Blood Brew grapevine now, it would be futile. The Blood Brew grapevine was a heaven and earth fey and was flourishing under Lin Yuan's care. There was no need to drag the Blood Brew grapevine down with it when it was destined to walk through death's door. When the mother of Bloodbath did not absorb the Blood Brew grapevine, Lin Yuan became even more distraught. He immediately crushed all the spirit chi crystals in his possession and directed the spirit chi into the mother of Bloodbath's body. The mother of Bloodbath felt its spirit pulse. Lin Yuan had lost all control of his emotions and screeched, "Mother of Bloodbath, your only hope now is to activate your Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. I don't want you to die. I want you to live." The blood energy inside all the C-Clan experts here will become the key that unlocks your transformation into the Sky Sundial Jade Spider. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and looked straight at Shark On, who was still deep in thought. He punctuated each word with frigid hostility as he growled, "I want you to die." While Lin Yuan was standing, the mother of Bloodbath's gentle gaze fell on the image of his back. When Lin Yuan told it that he did not want it to die, the will to fight to live ignited within the mother of Bloodbath. After so much pure spirit chi had flowed into the mother of Bloodbath's body, it could circulate the pure spirit chi to make contact with the restricted area it had never dared to touch in the past. This restricted area was the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline buried in its body. Meanwhile, Shark On continued to contemplate the best course of action. Should it go ahead with its plan to kill everyone and push the blame onto Silver Umber Black and the First Emperor Cutlass clan? Or was it better for it to back off and pretend like nothing happened, just as the elderly man had said? Shark On was afraid that Long Lamplight would come after it if it retreated and returned to its territory. Additionally, if the Radiance Federation brought up the agreement, the First Emperor Shark Clan's position as one of the top 3-8 clans of Sea Emperors would be jeopardized. As such, Shark On's murderous intent became stronger. It was currently fully leaning toward killing everyone present. What Lin Yuan had said to it set off its murderous intent. which exploded and made everyone present seem insignificant. Who cared if some of them were the disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty? Shark On ferociously smacked its lips together and beamed. You think you have what it takes to kill me? Take a good look at yourself first. You're lucky. Thanks to your looks, I've decided not to kill you. I shall lock you up at the bottom of the sea where you'll play with my crimson tentacle algae every day and night. Shark On waved behind its body, and the Sea King experts behind it raised the black thorns in their hands to prepare to attack. Ever since Lin Yuan said that he wanted to kill Shark On, a bad feeling came over Guan. He knew that the situation was becoming worse. Guan decided to strike first by summoning another pinnacle immortal Fae. Even if he had to sacrifice the lives of two of his Faes, he would guarantee that Lin Yuan and he made it out alive. Normally, as He's path protector, Guan only needed to ensure He's safety. If it was a matter of the status as the disciple of a member of royalty, Guan should take He, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie with him. In fact, taking another person on top of He would increase the risk. However, he decided to include Lin Yuan because he did not want the misunderstanding between the Moon Empress and Long Lamplight to deepen due to Lin Yuan's death. If that happened, Long Lamplight would truly never be able to show his face to the Moon Empress again. But before Guan could summon his other pinnacle immortal Fae, he saw Lin Yuan's entire aura change. 12 amber pillars of water shot out of Lin Yuan's feet and intertwined around Lin Yuan. In the meantime, Lin Yuan had transformed into an elemental state. He now had a slender and graceful tail and long hair that resembled waves. At that moment, he was just like the extinct mermaid from the legends. Just as Guan was about to investigate what was the change that had taken place in Lin Yuan, a white-haired young man in white armor appeared in front of Lin Yuan. This was not the first time Whitespeak saw Lin Yuan in his elemental mermaid state. Previously, Lin Yuan had transformed abruptly. His overflowing faith power and the fact that he had turned White Pavilion into an apostle had convinced Whitespeak that he was a dictator. Later, Whitespeak received the Dictator's Prize from Lin Yuan. This made Whitespeak realize how big the benefits one could receive if one became the subordinate of a dictator. At first, Whitespeak had wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side. But eventually, Lin Yuan had instructed it to take over the Scorpion's territory. In the time that Whitespeak had taken over the territory, it had split its time between continuously increasing its power and maintaining the territory to prevent any strong life form from coming near and disturbing Lin Yuan in the nearby base. As a result, Whitespeak had even killed a Class 11 dimensional life form. With the Dictator's Prize in hand, Whitespeak's ability to store faith power had improved by 10%. Whitespeak had never dared to dream of such ability in the past. If Whitespeak could continue to receive the Dictator's Prize from Lin Yuan, it would be able to store up 100 years' worth of faith power in only 90 years. With the help of the Dictator's Prize, Whitespeak felt that its faith power would be able to evolve from higher average to below strong. It would gain a new faith ability called Faith Seed when that happened. Once the Faith Seed sprouted and bore fruit, Whitespeak would be able to break past the apostle level to reach the dictator level. After personally experiencing the benefits of Faith Water, Whitespeak decided to stay by Lin Yuan's side and gain as much of his favor as possible. This decision did not come about solely because Lin Yuan had not despised Whitespeak's background as the marsh crocodile, but also because Whitespeak could see a bright future for itself if it continued to follow Lin Yuan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Whitespeak to make a name for itself in Marsh East Circle. Alas, Whitespeak had not been able to find the right time to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Not long ago, a strange person that had clearly died but was being manipulated by a foreign parasite had come to fetch Whitespeak. He had said that Lin Yuan needed Whitespeak and to wait at a specific position. At that moment, Whitespeak knew that the time to gain Lin Yuan's favor had come. Although this was not the first time Whitespeak was seeing Lin Yuan in an elemental mermaid state, seeing it again still filled Whitespeak with the same amount of marvel. But when Whitespeak sensed the overwhelming faith power swirling around Lin Yuan and saw his murderous gaze, Whitespeak's chest panched. It knew that Lin Yuan was angry. After sensing this, Whitespeak let rage take over it, and its aura exploded. It wondered which the stupidly brave person had dared to anger its dictator. White Speak knelt before Lin Yuan. As it was faced with Lin Yuan in his dictator's body, it did not exhibit a shred of the pride of an expert. White Speak said in an unusually calm tone, "I'm here. Please give me an order." When Lin Yuan first transformed into an elemental mermaid, all the people present first looked at him with shock, then with mesmerization. One of them included the mother of Bloodbath that was directing the spirit chi in its body to activate the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. This was not surprising as Lin Yuan had never used faith application in the main world, so this was the first time Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath was seeing it. Besides White Speak, the only person who had seen Lin Yuan in this state was the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Silver Umber Black had been gripped with fear that Shark On would suddenly take its life. But now that it was seeing Lin Yuan in his elemental mermaid state, it remembered the legend its mother had told it when it was young. The legend told of mermaids whose hair was made of waves and bodies were made of water. These mermaids had features beautiful enough to steal the hearts of every creature in the sea and voices that could calm the sea itself. After Silver Umber Black grew up and came to understand the nature of the sea, it realized that legends were only legends and that mermaids did not truly exist. Silver Umber Black had even gone to ask its mother only to receive a reply that this was one of the legends of the sea. But now, as Silver Umber Black was looking at Lin Yuan, it felt that it was looking at a legend that had come to life. Shark On looked at Lin Yuan with concentrated greed and longing. Before the people present could adjust to the shock of Lin Yuan's transformation, White Speak's appearance swept all of them off their feet. This especially applied to Gu En, who had 2 pinnacle immortal phase. From the moment that White Speak appeared, Gu En noticed that White Speak was just as strong as him. If Lin Yuan had a pinnacle immortal expert, combined with Gu En's 2 pinnacle immortal phase, they were more than capable of safely fleeing within he, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie in tow. When White Speak appeared, Silver Umber Black and Shark On's expressions changed in opposite directions. Silver Umber Black's countenance was overtaken by elation while a grim look came over Shark On. If only another ordinary pinnacle immortal Fae had appeared, Shark On would not be this nervous. It was easy for a Sea Emperor to kill 3 terrestrial immortal Faes. But now that White Speak had appeared, Shark On realized that its power to control the sea was no longer unparalleled, as this white-haired young man that Lin Yuan summoned had the same power over water. It was apparent that this white-haired young man was an aquatic fae. Shark On hurriedly held up its hands with its palms facing up, and both water and blood energy erupted from its body. It immediately used its immortal body, and the silhouette of a giant shark appeared behind Shark On. The shark's body was entirely red, and black thorns protruded from its gills and fins. When the silhouette of the shark moved, the entire sea became activated, and even the smallest wave rose to a height of 10 meters. A skyscraping tsunami rolled up almost immediately. Without Gu En's protection, the tsunami would probably have destroyed the entire island. Just as Shark On was about to strike first, a bone-chilling voice called out, "White Speak, go and kill all the life forms in the air above the island. Once you're done, drag their bodies over to me." Before White Speak could even reply, Lin Yuan opened the shrine in the depths of his soul and activated all the faith power in his body. Lin Yuan noticed that his faith power had tripled after a mere few days. Apparently, the commotion caused by the blood-packed ultimate fight between the Sea Bliss clan and Connected Beast Park had enabled Lin Yuan to reap significant benefits. Lin Yuan injected the faith power into the water around him. He intentionally instructed Dark Blue to use the water to separate the faith power. With the immense amount of faith power within the water, the twirling ribbons of water shone with deep amber. Using his tail, Lin Yuan swung the 12 deep amber pillars at White Speak's body. When the enormous amount of water entered White Speak's body, White Speak immediately felt a change in its totem. At that moment, White Speak was beyond surprised. Although White Speak had never seen any other dictator, Dictator Everything had once arrived at the Palace of Everything in Marsh East Circle and spread its might and glory. According to the information given by the Apostle at Marsh East Circle, White Speak came to understand the power of a dictator. It found out that dictators could change into their dictators' bodies and give apostles the dictator's prize. However, Whitespeak had never heard of a dictator being able to evolve the faith power in an apostle. A thought crossed Whitespeak's mind. But this was enough to set its excitement alight. Could Lin Yuan be more than a dictator, something that was only the stuff of legends? At this point, Whitespeak decided not to think about it any further. Could not be certain if this idea was right or wrong. Perhaps it was just Lin Yuan's natural skill as a dictator to be able to inject faith power into apostles. But regardless, Whitespeak just needed to stick by Lin Yuan's side and ensure that Lin Yuan remained comfortable. Whitespeak took a deep breath and said with a wild yet respectful tone, "Your wish is my command." Whitespeak leaped into the air. Instead of dodging the incoming thorns shot by the Sea King experts under Shark On, Whitespeak transformed into a 3,000-meter-long giant white crocodile. When the black thorns pierced Whitespeak, its body turned into soft white clay and sucked the black thorns in. Finally, Whitespeak swung its tail, and the black spikes sprouted from the back of its tail. Whitespeak swung its tail again and ferociously slammed into the theater weaved by the crimson tentacle algae. Under Whitespeak's full-force attack, a large hole appeared in the wall of the theater. Shark On's expression changed when it saw that the crimson tentacle algae was injured. It could not give Whitespeak another chance to hurt the crimson tentacle algae again. The crimson tentacle algae was not a combat-type Fae and could not withstand much damage. The crimson tentacle algae's first ability was to separate aura. Its second ability was to absorb the vitality of all the near-dead creatures within the cage into the crimson tentacle algae. Eventually, the crimson tentacle algae would temper the vitality and transfer it back into its contractor to increase its contractor's power. Shark On was able to evolve to Immortal 9 so quickly because of the crimson tentacle algae. Shark On had caged this area because it was afraid the news would get out and wanted to use the energy within Gu-En and Silver Umber Black to increase its power further. Even if it could not break through to Eternal, it would also be satisfied with stabilizing its quality. Shark On fiercely ordered the Sea King experts, "Unlock your immortal bodies and kill the people on the island." Next, Shark On directed its aura toward Whitespeak. 3 black thorns shot out of Shark On's hand and turned into 3 black sharks. The 3 black sharks crossed until they resembled 2 pairs of scissors and charged toward Whitespeak. Shark On looked at Gu-En, who had summoned another pinnacle immortal Fae and was currently controlling 2 pinnacle immortal Faes, the helpless people on the island and the Sea King experts that Gu-En's Faes had injured. A wicked glare appeared in Shark On's eye as it was certain that the battle's conclusion was all but set. People who can't help are just useless. If you're of no use in a battle, at least try to help in another way. Shark On slowed down in its charge toward Whitespeak until it came to a stop. It touched the red skin on its forehead and pushed in with its nail until blood was flowing freely down its face. Then, Shark On started to sing loudly. While Shark On was singing, the Sea King experts grappling with Gu-En halted in midair, and terrified expressions came over their faces. Before the Sea King experts even had the chance to beg for mercy, Shark On shrieked, "Shark Glutton Imprint, return!" The immortal bodies of the Sea King experts started to quickly shrivel up until they eventually turned into balls of flesh. These balls of flesh were condensed forms of the Sea King experts' energies. A fountain of blood spurted from the balls of flesh and sailed straight into Shark On's body. Shark On's aura started to rise when the blood entered its body. Shark On started to guffaw with laughter as it felt the change in its power. "I used to be Immortal 9, but now that I'm Pinnacle Immortal 9, no one below Eternal can hope to beat me." Shark On's words caused Gu-En's expression to change. On the other hand, Whitespeak, who was lightly injured after forcefully consuming the 3 thorns, looked more stubborn than ever. "Stupid woman, your laughter is so unpleasant to the ear. I ate 3 of your thorns without putting up any defense. But it seems that their attacks aren't anything impressive. Even my muscles are still intact. If you're only capable of this, you should quickly lie down and wait for me to crush you." Lin Yuan frowned when Shark On used its ability or exclusive skill to end the Sea King experts that had accompanied it. When he saw the faint sunlight shining out of the Mother of Bloodbath's body, Lin Yuan knew that it was starting to trigger the sky sundial jade spider in its body. The mother of Bloodbath badly needed a large amount of blood energy at this moment. Usually, Lin Yuan would be completely helpless against such injuries. But the idea that struck him was tied to the types of the Seeking experts behind Shark On. As a member of the first Emperor Shark clan, Shark On was both blood and water type. Blood type phase had more blood energy than ordinary phase. But this also made it easier for them to absorb phase of the same type. Hence, Lin Yuan's idea was to take the lives of the Seeking experts behind Shark On and use them as steps that the mother of Bloodbath could tread on until it unlocked its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. If they were not blood type phase, the mother of Bloodbath would not be able to absorb them. The blood energy within the Seeking experts was currently gathered within Shark On's body, and continuing to fight would cause the amount of blood energy within Shark On to fall. This was bad news for the mother of Bloodbath. It was possible that the amount of blood energy would fall to a point that it would not be enough to help the mother of Bloodbath fully unlock its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. As such, Lin Yuan anxiously yelled to White Speak, "White Speak! End the battle quickly. Use your strongest attack and end this." White Speak's expression turned solemn, and it stopped wasting time saying useless things to Shark On. Its 3,000-meter-long body shone with a sacred light, and the totem above its left eye started to spin until it became a black hole. Now that White Speak was in its source sacred body form, it appeared midair. Instead of immediately attacking White Speak, it excitedly tested out the faith power that Lin Yuan had injected into its body. The large amount of faith power gathered at the black hole, and something that seemed to be beating like a heart emerged from the black hole. Previously, White Speak and Shark On's auras had been equally matched. But now White Speak had the upper hand. Plumes of clouds enveloped White Speak and turned into images of giant crocodile heads. It seemed as though these menacing crocodile heads were about to swallow everything in the world. Shark On's expression looked the most displeased that it had ever been when it sensed White Speak's aura. Shark On felt an indescribable pressure from White Speak's aura, to the point that it wanted to flee immediately. However, there was no reason for Shark On to back down now. There was a disciple of a member of royalty present. If Shark On left now, the Radiance Federation would find out about everything that transpired today. Shan On was attacking an area of the sea that was within the Radiance Federation's territory in order to steal the whalefall. If this incident was made public, it would definitely be taken as Shark On trying to break the agreement. Silver Umber Black was still alive. Although it was ostracized by the First Emperor Cutlass clan and the First Emperor Cutlass clan was no longer as powerful as they used to be, Silver Umber Black was still a member of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and was acknowledged to be a Sea Emperor. If Silver Umber Black accused Shark On, the Radiance Federation would definitely take up the matter with the Sea clans. At that point, even if Shark On tried to escape, the First Emperor Shark clan would have to pay for its actions. The sea was so vast and so full of resources that fights broke out everywhere. The sea was never peaceful. Naturally, the fights between the top 3 clans were more violent than those between the bottom 5. The First Emperor Shark clan had always been the second-ranked clan, with the First Emperor Ray clan trailing closely behind. If the Radiance Federation came to seek justice, the First Emperor Shark clan would have to bear all of the consequences. If that happened, the First Emperor Ray clan could use the opportunity to attack First Emperor Shark clan and push them down from the 2nd position to the 3rd position, so that the First Emperor Ray clan could pull themselves up from the 3rd position to 2nd place. The ranking of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors was linked to the sea resources they received. If Shark On caused the First Emperor Shark clan to drop in rank, it would be hated by the entire clan. Shark On was the younger sister of the leader of the First Emperor Shark clan and was considered to be a princess. It was afraid that it would be reduced from being respected by every member of the First Emperor Shark clan to a street rat. Additionally, the Crimson Tentacle algae was done weaving the theater. It needed time both to build and take down the theater. If Shark On escaped now, it would have no choice but to abandon the Crimson Tentacle algae. Sacred source lifeforms were precious to both spirit chi professionals and fays. No matter what happened, Shark On was unwilling to forsake the Crimson Tentacle algae. A maniacal look came over Shark On's face as it felt the pressure pressing down on it. At that moment, Shark On used its strongest move. Dark red color accumulated in Shark On's mouth, and a dark red giant shark was spewed out of Shark On's mouth. The giant shark seemed to carry the aura of a bloody sea as it rode the waves and made a beeline for White Speak. When White Speak saw the blood-colored giant shark, it bellowed, "I've been waiting for you to show your hand." White Speak stood its ground. When the dark red shark neared, White Speak reached out and grabbed it before stuffing it into its mouth. When White Speak swallowed the dark red shark, a cloud of red mist rose from its body. Rivulets of blood flowed out of the White Speak's orifices. Evidently, swallowing the shark had injured White Speak significantly. Under Shark On's astonished gaze, White Speak suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of red and white light shot out and barreled through the air toward Shark On. Even though Shark On tried to dodge, the beam still landed squarely on its body. White Speak's sacred ability was replay, and it needed to swallow an opponent's attack in order to combine its attack with its opponent's attack and send it back to its opponent. This opponent's attack would act as the guide to navigate the attack. Normally, when White Speak was faced with an opponent of equal strength, it would not swallow its opponent's attack as it could easily injure it. But since Lin Yuan had ordered it to end the fight as soon as possible, White Speak threw all caution to the wind. After being attacked by White Speak, Shark On vomited a fountain of blood and collapsed. Although Shark On was heavily injured, it was not dead. It was not easy to kill a pinnacle immortal sea emperor. At the same moment that Shark On fell, White Speak flashed itself next to Shark On. As an apostle that lived in the perilous marsh world, White Speak always lived its life on the edge. Hence, it was not used to upholding any martial morals when it came to the way it treated its enemies. White Speak always went with the most extreme method. If it could kill its enemy, it would go ahead and do so. White Speak's totem swirled, and the crocodile within the totem spat out 12 flares of sacred light. The 12 flares of sacred light hit the most important joints on Shark On's body and shattered them. Before this attack, Shark On still had 1 ounce of fighting spirit left within it. But now that all its joints had been wrecked and it could no longer move, Shark On had been truly defeated by White Speak. White Speak reached down and grabbed Shark On. It squeezed Shark On's head forcefully. As Shark On felt death creeping up upon it, it could no longer hold back as it screeched, "You can't kill me! I'm the younger sister of the leader of the first Emperor Shark clan. I'm the first princess of the first Emperor Shark clan. Does the Radiance Federation want to start a war with the Sea Clans?" Guen sternly hissed at Shark On. "You're the one who disregarded the agreement. If you cared about the agreement, why would you enter the Radiance Federation's territory of the sea and attack mercilessly? By mentioning the agreement made by the royalty of the Radiance Federation and the Sea Clans now, are you treating it as a joke? Moreover, you just tried to kill disciples of the members of royalty. What right do you have to bring up status now?" Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath, who was painfully struggling to trigger its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. He swept his fishtail and ordered White Speak, "White Speak, don't waste time talking to her. Just kill her." Lin Yuan glared sharply at Shark On. Just as White Speak was about to end Shark On's life, Lin Yuan sneered, "This doesn't end with your death. If the mother of Bloodbath dies today, I will do everything in my power to ensure that the entire First Emperor Shark clan dies along with it. Even if the mother of Bloodbath lives, the First Emperor Shark clan must pay the price for spilling its blood. From today onward, the First Emperor Shark clan has made an eternal enemy of me." Lin Yuan's voice was resounding and brimming with resolution. With the final shreds of Shark On's consciousness, its soul shivered. Before it could form a single thought, it drew its final breath. Meanwhile, the rest of the people present started to take in Lin Yuan's words. Lu Jie, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and White Speak were on the same side as Lin Yuan and always deferred to him as the decision-maker. As such, it was their goal to achieve his will. Guen knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and understood that everything he said carried unimaginable power. It did not matter if the Moon Empress would help Lin Yuan destroy the first Emperor Shark clan after the heavily injured spider species Fei died, or if Lin Yuan even had the means to bring down the first Emperor Shark clan. Regardless, the grudge between Lin Yuan and the first Emperor Shark clan had been formed. Lin Yuan had said that even if the spider species Fei lived, he was still ready to grind the first Emperor Shark clan to dust. He had won the martial arts stage and obtained an Order of Radiant Light. Given the amount of power he had at his young age, it was clear that he was even more talented than Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Enhe. With this talent, it would only take him 2 years before he pulled ahead of Zhongzhe, Gulang, and Enhe. As long as no accident befell him in the next 2 years, it was all but certain that he would become a Radiance Envoy. As for now, Lin Yuan's power could not represent the entire Radiance Federation. It could only represent the Radiant Moon Palace at the very most. But once he became a Radiance Envoy, his words would represent the will of the entire Radiance Federation. It was possible that what Lin Yuan said today would lead to a war between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. While Guan was mulling, and he said, "I will make sure to inform my master of how a member of the first Emperor Shark clan tried to kill us today. Since the first Emperor Shark clan openly tried to break the agreement, the Sea clans have to pay for this." Guan clapped a hand over his mouth. Just from the words they said, the difference between Enhe and Lin Yuan was blatant. Enhe always mentioned Long Lamplight and the entire Radiance Federation, whereas Lin Yuan only included himself. Clearly, Lin Yuan was much more independent than Enhe. Whenever Enhe met with any trouble, he preferred to seek help from Long Lamplight. On the other hand, Lin Yuan handled all his problems on his own, even if he had to face the entire first Emperor Shark clan. But this difference in the way they spoke about the same matter made it clear who had better character. It seemed that Enhe not only lost to Lin Yuan in power but also in character. Silver Umber Black had been delighted to witness Shark On's death, as it meant that Silver Umber Black no longer had to worry about being hunted down and killed. However, Shark On's death also meant that Silver Umber Black needed to testify on behalf of the Radiance Federation in order for the Radiance Federation to spare its life. But if it testified that Shark On had broken the agreement, it was not only the first Emperor Shark clan that would have to suffer the consequences, but all the Sea clans would be branded with the accusation of being treacherous. 3 disciples of members of royalty had almost died during the fight with Shark On. There was no way that the Radiance Federation would take this lying down. It seemed that right after escaping the scythe that had been hanging over its head for some time, Silver Umber Black would be forced to betray the Sea clans. Nonetheless, it would be more beneficial for it to testify on behalf of the Radiance Federation. Regardless of whether testifying on behalf of the Radiance Federation was right or wrong or how much Silver Umber Black would gain from it, the Sea clan's standpoint would definitely lead to the conclusion that it was in the wrong. As such, Silver Umber Black knew that if it wanted to continue developing or living, it would need to cling to the Radiance Federation with all its might. If it failed, the first Emperor Shark clan would be the first to knock on Silver Umber Black's door to force it to give up its life to avenge Shark On. Silver Umber Black thought about the treatment and ostracization it suffered at the hands of the first Emperor Cutlass clan before thinking about the decaying state of the Sea clan's internal affairs. Silver Umber Black could not help but clench its fists. A daring and even crazy idea formed in its head. The vast sea was filled with Sea Emperors, and there had to be at least 1,000 within the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. There were much more Sea Emperors in the sea than there were members of royalty in the terrestrial federations. This was the sea's secret weapon. However, the Sea clans had never banded together to face an issue together. If the 8 clans of Sea Emperors had teamed up, they would not have had to sign the agreement with the Radiance Federation. Since the Sea clans were splintering from the inside out, the Sea Emperors could rise and carry the Sea clans to a new age of prosperity. This idea became tangible in Silver Umber Black's mind and took root. Lin Yuan had not considered the repercussions or his identity as the Moon Empress disciple when he said what he said. The words had come purely from his heart. From the moment that the black thorns turned the mother of Bloodbath into a porcupine, a vicious aura rose from Lin Yuan like it never had before. The battle with Shark On allowed Lin Yuan to understand that when a person reached a certain level of strength, they would be able to break any rule or agreement. This was the reason Shark On had the gall to ignore and break the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. Lin Yuan now understood the true meaning behind priding oneself by martial. Since this world prided itself on martial, There was nothing wrong with him seeking revenge without holding back. At that moment, Lin Yuan's perspective shifted. White Speak kept Lin Yuan's order in mind. After killing Shark On, it hurriedly carried Shark On's body back to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked up Shark On's body without hesitation and tossed it to the struggling Mother of Bloodbath as he said, "Mother of Bloodbath, the members of the first Emperor Shark clan are both blood and water-type phase. Try and absorb the blood energy within Shark On's body. Let me know if you need spirit chi. You have to hold on, overcome this, and live." At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath was being tortured by the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline to the point that it could not produce a word. In fact, its mind had already descended into a blurry state. The Mother of Bloodbath sensed the colossal amount of blood energy within Shark On. The blood energy was just what the Mother of Bloodbath needed at that moment. When it made contact with Shark On's body, it tried to use one of its legs to pierce Shark On's body. However, Shark On was still a pinnacle immortal fae, and although it was dead, the myth-breed Mother of Bloodbath was still unable to pierce Shark On's skin. The Mother of Bloodbath managed to sense the hole that White Speak's sacred light had shot through Shark On's body. Its legs entered the hole and swiftly absorbed the blood energy within Shark On's body. Now that Silver Umber Black understood its circumstances, it furtively glanced at Lin Yuan and noticed his expression was even more solemn. Lin Yuan no longer needed White Speak. He noticed that White Speak had been eyeing and he and Lu Jie. In the dimensional worlds, apostles were only able to maintain human form in their source sacred body form. As long as White Speak was not dim, it would notice that the situation was not right. Lin Yuan did not want White Speak to continue to remain in the main world as he was afraid that White Speak would discover something that led to it becoming doubtful of Lin Yuan's identity as a dictator. He retracted the faith power he had injected into White Speak and removed faith application. Lin Yuan said, "White Speak, stay here for a while." He took out the jeweled cave golden toad and stored White Speak within it instead of returning White Speak to the dimensional world through the spirit lock spatial zone. This was because Lin Yuan still did not fully trust White Speak. Although White Speak had already passed through the spirit lock spatial zone on its way here, the spirit lock spatial zone was too important for Lin Yuan to allow White Speak to pass through it again. When White Speak heard what Lin Yuan said, it nodded and said to Lin Yuan with disappointment and respect, "Call me anytime you need me. I will carry out any order you give me." White Speak had indeed realized that something was off. It had already sensed that it was now in a new world because this world's laws and basic energy systems were completely different from that of the Marsh world. It had realized this during the fight against Shark On. White Speak was naturally suspicious but did not start to doubt Lin Yuan's identity. Rather, it placed Lin Yuan on an even higher pedestal after it was brought to a new world. It assumed that the dictator it had chosen to follow was in the midst of conquering a new world. When Lin Yuan injected the large amount of faith power into White Speak's body, White Speak had felt that its dictator was the strongest person in the world. Previously, White Speak's faith power was at higher average. But after Lin Yuan injected the faith power into it, it had reached a higher level. Lin Yuan couldn't be anything but a dictator with all that power. Even if Lin Yuan was not a dictator, White Speak would assume that he was a being higher than dictator. But given that Lin Yuan was asking it to return now, it was obvious that he did not trust it. White Speak knew that if it could not gain Lin Yuan's trust, he would never come to rely on it. However, White Speak had spent all its life living a solitary existence in the Marsh world. As such, it did not know how to begin currying favor with a person, much less a dictator. White Speak felt that it needed to ask its favored believers how they came up with ways to gain its favor when it returned to the Marsh world. It would then apply the methods to gain favor with its dictator. White Speak had crossed paths with Shadow and felt that it was leaps and bounds stronger than Shadow. So why did Shadow get to stay by Lord Dictator's side while White Speak did not? White Speak decided it was because it was not as skilled at bootlicking as Shadow. When White Speak entered the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that the glowing dots supplied by White Speak in the shrine had multiplied significantly. The dots were shining brightly and had grown larger on top of increasing in quantity. This set Lin Yuan at ease, as it meant that White Speak's loyalty and faith in him had increased. He now knew that he could trust White Speak in the future. However, Lin Yuan was confused about the reason behind this, as he had not done anything to lead to it. He sighed to himself about how strange faith was. Regardless, Lin Yuan did not expect White Speak to resolve to become Lin Yuan's obedient puppy after carefully sizing him up. It seemed that the Mother of Bloodbath did not need any martial force to aid it in unlocking its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. It would all solely depend on the Mother of Bloodbath. The most that Lin Yuan could do would be to provide it with blood energy and pure spirit chi. After Shark-On died, the crimson tentacle algae started to shrivel slowly, and it could no longer maintain the red theater it had weaved. Since the crimson tentacle algae started to shrivel without dying, it meant that there was no marrow contract between Shark-On and the crimson tentacle algae. They had only formed a normal contract. This was good. If the blood energy within Shark-On was insufficient for the Mother of Bloodbath, the blood energy in the 6 stars crimson tentacle algae in a near-dead state would be the perfect supplement for the Mother of Bloodbath. However, it was this reason that made Lin Yuan even more nervous. He was more afraid of the risks he would not be able to handle than he was the risks he was already handling. From the results of true data, Lin Yuan knew that the crimson tentacle algae was only a pinnacle 6 stars sacred source lifeform. It was one step from reaching 7 stars and growing from its adolescent stage to the mature stage. The pinnacle 6 stars crimson tentacle algae had even more blood energy in its body than the blood and water-type Shark-On. The presence of the crimson tentacle algae would ensure that the Mother of Bloodbath had enough blood energy to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. This allowed the tightly wounded Lin Yuan to relax slightly. But before the shriveling crimson tentacle algae could fall from the sky, ribbons of sunlight descended from the heavens. The ribbons of sunlight cascaded down. The sun was setting, but the ribbons of light filled the space with so much light that it was no different from high noon. The ribbons of sunlight burned up the air and caused it to start twisting. As the air twisted, it burned into a red afterglow that flowed and looked like red armor draped over the sun. The chains of sunlight scattered all over the Mother of Bloodbath and turned its red crystal body with a layer of orange jade. The black thorns that were stuck firmly within the Mother of Bloodbath's body started to turn to dust under the chains of sunlight. The chains of sunlight seemed to be healing the Mother of Bloodbath's injuries. Yet, the Mother of Bloodbath let out a blood-curdling howl. At that moment, it felt as though its organs were on fire, and every cell in its body was a spirit being hauled to hell by grim reapers. The sunlight chains rapidly awakened the Mother of Bloodbath's Sky Sundial Jade Spider's bloodline. The Mother of Bloodbath's original bloodline was that of the blood-red bird-catching spider. However, the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's bloodline was like an empress, while the blood-red bird-catching spider bloodline, which was the most elite bloodline amongst spider species phase, seemed plebeian by comparison. It had no choice but to submit to the Sky Sundial Jade Sundial bloodline. Now that the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline was awake and entering the Mother of Bloodbath's body, the Mother of Bloodbath's burning sensation was intensifying. Previously, the pain caused black thorns had been graded as 1, while the pain experienced by the Mother of Bloodbath at that moment was graded as 100. The clash of the two bloodlines within its body and the burning caused by the chains of sunlight caused the Mother of Bloodbath's consciousness to fade away slowly. It was in so much agony that it begged to be killed 100 times instead. As a spider species fae that lived a hard life that was constantly in danger from the moment it was born, the Mother of Bloodbath's will was strong. But even the strongest beings had a limit when it came to pain. The amount of pain being experienced was the key point. Just as the Mother of Bloodbath was about to black out, a voice said from the deepest part of its soul, "I don't want you to die. I want you to live." This voice reverberated in the Mother of Bloodbath's soul until the image of a young man took shape in its mind. When the pain reached a peak, a willpower that was even stronger than the pain exploded from within the Mother of Bloodbath's soul. The Mother of Bloodbath opened its eyes and struggled to return to human form as it leaped into the air. It broke through the ribbons of sunlight and headed straight for the sun. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's gaze was overtaken by sharp resolution. There was not a shred of fear or hesitation. This sudden occurrence startled everyone present besides Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. The two of them were the only ones who knew that the mother of Bloodbath had the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. With one of the three most elite bloodlines amongst the butterfly species phase, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly could sense the aura coming from within the mother of Bloodbath. Its eyes widened, and the words Heavenly Family Fae came crashing down in its mind. It would never have expected the Fae it had almost killed when it was the Kill Food Worm to turn out to have such an elite bloodline. It was a Heavenly Family Fae. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was well aware of what Heavenly Family Faes represented. The terrifying legendary Heavenly Family Cottage supported every Heavenly Family Fae. The Heavenly Family Cottage held equal power as the three major federations, Epic Secret Collective and Tower Cannon. However, the Heavenly Family Cottage had not surfaced in many years. From the moment it became Lin Yuan's subordinate, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had wondered why the mother of Bloodbath was worthy of becoming the Moon Empress Disciple's path protector. To put it in a negative way, if Lin Yuan used the power he produced in the fight within there was no way the mother of Bloodbath would be able to defeat him. No matter how strong the mother of Bloodbath became at its current level, it would not be able to compare to Duan He's Purple Demon. Purple Demon was the multi-headed sea demon and was accepted as being unrivaled at whatever grade it was at. But now, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly finally understood why the mother of Bloodbath was worthy. If this had all been arranged by the Moon Empress, she had planted a major move with respect to the big picture. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had always noted the way Lin Yuan helped the mother of Bloodbath. Despite only being Myth 2, Lin Yuan had already given it a sacred source lifeform. This was an honor that no other myth breed Fae could enjoy. The mother of Bloodbath usually used blood brew grapes to increase its power. Any other blood-type Fae would be green with envy if they heard of this. Even Shark-On, the princess of the first Emperor Shark clan, had not consumed blood-type spiritual ingredients at the same rate that the mother of Bloodbath did. After spending time with Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly knew how deep the bond ran between them. Even if the Path Protector contract did not exist between the mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan, they would still be inseparable. From a certain angle, the mother of Bloodbath allowed Lin Yuan to be linked to the renowned faction that was Heavenly Family Cottage. And he, Guan, Sun Jiang, Zhang Cheng, Silver Umber Black, and Silver Umber Black's two Sea King experts were staring at the mother of Bloodbath in astonishment. Eventually, Guan was the first to come to his senses. He looked between Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath, but he still could not figure out how a Fae awakening its Heavenly Family Fae bloodline had come to be by the Moon Empress disciple's side. This Heavenly Family Fae was of the spider species and was affiliated with the sun. Could it be the descendant of that spider species Heavenly Family Fae from the lava-filled place north of the Radiance Federation? A few months ago, the Azure Federation had dispatched a team to attend the Radiance 100 sequence selection. A week ago, before Long Lamplight left, the Freedom Federation had also dispatched a team to the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation and the Radiance Federation had never seen eye to eye. As such, they had to have an ulterior motive for sending the Freedom envoys to the Radiance Federation. As a result, the Radiance Federation had become a hub. However, now that a Heavenly Family Fae was interacting with the sun within the Radiance Federation, it was likely that Heavenly Family Cottage would immediately send a team to the Radiance Federation. It was even possible that they would use this messy circumstance and other hidden factions to make a move on the Radiance Federation. The Radiance 100 sequence would take place in a month, and the royal capital would probably be the center of an earth-shattering event. There was only one sun in the main world, and the entire main world would feel the effects of anything that happened to the sun. Above an island, a red-haired and red-eyed young man was looking at the strange sun activity with tear-filled eyes. The red-haired and red-eyed young man was not alone. The blue-haired young girl who had ordered the sea to swallow the island and the well-built man dressed in fishnets frozen in the sky also looked overjoyed when they sensed the sun's strange activity. The two of them had quickly killed everyone within Tower Cannon's secret base before following the red-haired and red-eyed young man. At that moment, the two of them were so emotionally overwhelmed that they did not even know how to congratulate Blood New Moon. All they could do was stare at Blood New Moon, who had a steady stream of tears flowing down his face. The tears eventually slipped down his face and fell down to the island. All these years, Blood New Moon had not stopped thinking about Jade Sundial for a moment. Ever since Jade Sundial died, the only thing that motivated Blood New Moon was revenge. Although everyone around him had comforted him by telling him that his and Jade Sundial's child was still alive, Blood New Moon knew they were only trying to comfort him. Yet that child was still alive. Moreover, that child was currently activating the sun to unlock its bloodline. This was the best news. When Blue Lotus and White Phoenix managed to compose themselves and were about to celebrate with Blood New Moon, they saw him smile warmly. They had never seen such a warm smile appear on his face before. Suddenly, Blood New Moon broke out into uproarious laughter as he announced, "My child is still alive. She's still alive. Jade Sundial and my child is still alive." Blood New Moon continuously repeated this line. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix slowly noticed the warmness in Blood New Moon's eyes being replaced by hope. Blood New Moon pulled Blue Lotus and White Phoenix over and said to them ecstatically, "Our child is still alive. She must have suffered so much hardship all these years." Blood New Moon could not help but blame himself. If he had immediately gone to the Radiance Federation to search for their child after awakening in Heavenly Fae Cottage, he could have saved their child from some of the hardship. White Phoenix and Blue Lotus were happy for Jade Sundial, who they respected, and Blood New Moon. However, Blood New Moon did not seem like a father but a child. Blue Lotus flipped over her hand and tossed a persimmon to Blood New Moon as she said with a smile, "The strange sun activity is in the direction of the Radiance Federation. That's the same direction that we're headed. It should take us a month to reach the Radiance Federation if we travel at maximum speed. After a month, you'll be able to see yours and sister Jade Sundial's child." As opposed to Blue Lotus optimism, White Phoenix's brow was deeply furrowed. Heavenly Family Fays were at their weakest when they were unlocking their bloodline. At such a time, Fays and humans would try to attack them. If they were close, one of their own could rush over to help. But now that they were so far from Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child while it was unlocking its bloodline, White Phoenix wondered if the child would really be able to make it out unscathed. Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial's child had half-blood red bird-catching spider and half-sky sundial jade spider bloodline in its body. Even Blood New Moon had almost lost his life. Eventually, Purple Love had to step in and give up half its tail to help Blood New Moon transform his bloodline. Blood New Moon quickly quieted down after his abrupt euphoria. Now that he was calm, this issue also dawned on him. Jade Sundial had been targeted by Fifth Page Truth when she was pregnant and eventually lost her life. It would be difficult for his daughter to avoid being attacked by others while she was unlocking her Heavenly Family Fae bloodline. He was powerful, yet he was too far away to do anything. It would not help even if he now charged to the Radiance Federation at full speed. It would take only an hour for the event to come to an end. The sense of helplessness and worry weighed down heavily on Blood New Moon and gnawed at his heart. He had been powerless when his wife had been attacked. Rather, he had had to be protected by her. Now that his daughter was in danger and he had gained power, he was too far away to help. These two different kinds of helplessness squeezed and pulled at Blood New Moon's heart. He felt like both a useless husband and father. Suddenly, Blood New Moon noticed that the chains of sunlight descending from the sun had darkened. The darkened chains of sunlight caused Blood New Moon's heart to skip a beat. He had also experienced this when he awakened his Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. As such, he knew the link between the sunlight's ribbons and the bloodline's awakening. The chains of sunlight represented the relationship between the sun and the Heavenly Family Fae that was supposed to subjugate the sun. The darkening of the chain meant that the link was weakening. Is my daughter in a very bad state? Could she have run into some trouble? On the island outside of Raging Wave City, Lin Yuan assessed the mother of Bloodbath's condition before releasing White Speak from the jeweled cave Golden Toad. The mother of Bloodbath absolutely could not be disturbed at this moment. Lin Yuan needed to be careful of both Silver Umber Black and even Guen. He needed to be on guard in case they did anything that affected the mother of Bloodbath's transformation. And he regained his senses and immediately instructed Guen, Grandfather Gu, Lin Yuan's subordinate, will protect the sea outside of the Radiance Federation. You can forget about me and protect the area in Raging Wave City's direction. Don't allow anyone from there to come to this island. If anyone insists on coming, you can kill them after exhausting all other methods of persuading them to leave. Next, he said to Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Sun, each of you head toward the opposite ends of the island. You have to prevent any phase above myth breed from emerging from the sea and stop any light-type fish species phase from coming up to the surface to absorb the light energy. Otherwise, the energy in the ribbons of sunlight could dissipate. Guen hesitated slightly when he received Enhe's order. But when he saw the determined expression on Enhe's face, he led his two Fays and leaped into the air to head toward Raging Wave City. While he was flying, Guen thought, if anyone comes to cause trouble now, Lin Yuan will probably go insane. He declared that he would kill a Sea Emperor from the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and even decided to wholly crush the first Emperor Shark clan, all for the sake of his subordinate. If anyone comes to the island now to disturb the spider species Fey, unlocking its heavenly family Fey bloodline above the island, Lin Yuan will probably wipe their faction off the face of the earth. When Lin Yuan heard what Enhe said, he said to Enhe with gratitude, Enhe, thank you so much. And he felt his ears grow hot as he waved his hand and said, It's nothing. You don't need to thank me. My country governor Kuei's injuries aren't serious. I'll use it to help guard one of the sides of the island. And he jumped into the air and grabbed onto the country governor Kuei's long horns to swing himself onto its back. The country governor Kuei carried Enhe toward the other islands. Lin Yuan did not have time to stand on ceremony with Enhe, but he made sure that he would remember what Enhe was doing for the rest of his life. As he sensed the mother of Bloodbath's condition, he found it was not in a good state. Even its aura was starting to weaken. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said weakly, Lin Yuan, I've used up all the pure spirit chi you transferred into my body. I badly need a large amount of pure spirit chi and blood energy. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie, and the two of them leaped into action. Lu Jie immediately ordered the dimensional light moth to spit out the insect queen to produce an army of hurricane owlet moths. Next, Lu Jie summoned a new insect species Carcinoma Fey. If anyone from Golden Edge City saw the insect species Carcinoma Fey that Lu Jie summoned, they would immediately start to tremble in fear. The insect species Carcinoma Fey that Lu Jie summoned was their nightmare, the sawtooth devour ant. If Chef Supreme had not produced the soldier ration radish during the disaster, 2/3 of the people in Golden Edge City would have died. Lu Jie ordered the sawtooth devour ant to use its strong jaw to chew up the crimson tentacle algae's body and split it into pieces that the Diamond X hurricane owlet moths would be able to carry. The hurricane owlet moths would then act as suicide deliverers as they would carry the pieces of the crimson tentacle algae to the mother of Bloodbath before destroying themselves. While Lu Jie was busy with this, Lin Yuan was not idle either. He entered the spirit lock spatial zone and plucked out all the spirit mouth peonies buds. Next, he used his powerful resistance to fire elements and used the wings made of day and night spirit silver to fly to the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan was no different from a moth making a beeline to a flame. However, he was smarter than a mere moth. He stopped flying the moment the wings started to melt. From where he was, he injected the remaining vitality in the vitality imprint into the mother of Bloodbath while tossing the spirit mouth peonies full of spirit chi toward the mother of Bloodbath. When the large amount of blood energy and spirit chi entered the mother of Bloodbath's body, the strips of sunlight lit up again. At that point, Lin Yuan had done all that he could, and the rest was up to the mother of Bloodbath. The sky sundial jade spider bloodline became increasingly active as the sunlight fed energy into the mother of Bloodbath's body. One of the mother of Bloodbath's eyes started to turn orange while the other was red. Slowly, the red crystal armor on the mother of Bloodbath's body started to sublime. A long orange-red skirt appeared on the mother of Bloodbath's body, and a crown formed from light appeared on its head. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath resembled a sun goddess that was carrying all the radiance of the sun. Just as the mother of Bloodbath's condition started to improve, more chains of light fell from the sky. All of a sudden, The myth 3 world cleansing materialized and snaked along the blazing sky. Although there were no clouds in sight, it was somehow apparent that thunderclouds were forming. 3 chains of sunlight simultaneously landed on the mother of bloodbath, drawing a strangled cry of excruciation out of it. Half of the mother of bloodbath's body turned to ashes a moment later. The mother of bloodbath said with a strained and hoarse voice, "Lin Yuan, enough spirit chi. I need to cool down desperately now. I think I'm at the most important point in unlocking the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. I need to hold on for a minute and ensure that my body doesn't become destroyed by the 3 belts of sunlight. If I can do that, I will be able to overcome the myth 3 world cleansing. The world grace will then descend." Lin Yuan immediately knew what he could do for the mother of bloodbath. The kill food sky butterfly was guarding the ground. Given that it was sovereign eye/creation eye, it was perfectly capable of helping the mother of bloodbath overcome the world cleansing without the mother of bloodbath having to sustain any injury. All the mother of bloodbath needed to do was sit tight and wait for the world grace to arrive. However, the kill food sky butterfly was unable to bring down the temperature. But they were currently in the middle of the ocean, and seawater was the best instrument for decreasing temperature. An even better method would be to turn the seawater into ice, as it would allow the temperature to drop at a quicker rate. At that moment, Lin Yuan was glad that he had instructed the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the vast SeaWorld crystal, and that he had used Night Crow Wither attack instead of the new sword skill attack of the Sea Leaping Whale in the fight with He. If he had used attack of the Sea Leaping Whale, he would have no way of helping the mother of bloodbath decrease the temperature of the ribbons of sunlight. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and the sacred sword appeared in his hand once again. But this time, the sacred sword swirled with the light blue aura of a fusion of water and ice instead of the purple aura of a dark night. He swung the sword, and a roiling wave could be heard around the island. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and flew down to the surface of the water to activate attack of the Sea Leaping Whale, which gathered the power of the sea. Blue waves kicked up below Lin Yuan's feet seemed to be gauging the size of the water. The seas a distance away from Raging Wave City were wide and lacked any ocean ridges or large islands. When the waves split apart, a resounding whale cry could be heard coming from the bottom of the sea. Along with the cry of the whale embryo, this whale cry was longer and more drawn out. The island whale embryo's cry was the cry of a young whale, while the whale cry coming from below Lin Yuan was the roar of an enormous whale when it was at its strongest. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes, the might of the seawater kicked up a gust that caused his clothes to billow. When Lin Yuan swung his blade toward the mother of bloodbath, 2 2,000-meter-tall waves rose from 2 directions. The 2 giant waves were so strong that they seemed to be able to crush everything in their path. But instead of continuing to roll, the 2 whales stopped 5 meters away from the mother of bloodbath and solidified into 2,000-meter-tall waves of ice. The freezing air surrounding the mountains of ice eased the mother of bloodbath's burning sensation. The ribbons of sunlight continuously melted the ice and generated even more vapors of frost that cooled down the heat caused by the sunlight again. Once the ice fully melted, Lin Yuan waved the sword, and another huge wave turned to ice when it stopped 5 meters away from the mother of bloodbath. As the master of the sacred sword, he was shocked by the scale of attack of the Sea Leaping Whale in the sea. He suddenly felt that he would be able to challenge creation breed phase. Lin Yuan did not instruct the whale in the water to surface. The waves generated by the giant whale underwater were enough to produce large mountains of ice to solve the mother of bloodbath's high-temperature problem. Although the mother of bloodbath's condition was worse for wear, it would not be reduced to ashes by the ribbons of sunlight. The mother of bloodbath used the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline in its body to absorb the energy within the ribbons of sunlight. But the more energy the mother of bloodbath absorbed, the more doubtful it became. As far as its knowledge went, the sun's energy was mainly composed of light and heat. Yet, it found that it could only absorb the light-type energy during its transformation. The fire-type energy quickly slipped away when it entered the mother of bloodbath's body. This meant that the mother of bloodbath could only absorb the light element from the sunlight. The fire element seemed to be incompatible with the mother of bloodbath's body. It was futile no matter how hard it tried to hold on to the fire elemental energy. This did not fit with the legend of the sky sundial jade spider or the mother of Bloodbath's memory of its bloodline. With no one to guide it, the mother of Bloodbath, who had always trudged its way through life on its own, had no idea what was happening. Just as the mother of Bloodbath was about to drown in a river of confusion, it looked at Lin Yuan, who was standing directly underneath it to protect it. An unspeakable sense of comfort and warmth washed over the mother of Bloodbath. These uncontrollable emotions enlightened the mother of Bloodbath about what it wanted to do for the rest of its life. Since it had a goal, it could not die during the awakening of its sky sundial jade spider bloodline. Since the giant waves could help with the mother of Bloodbath's situation, Lin Yuan did not summon the giant whale out of the water. He was terrified that an accident would happen out of the blue. What if more ribbons of sunlight descended? I need to be able to reduce the temperature immediately. If a fourth ribbon of sunlight descends, the mother of Bloodbath's body will likely burn up into ashes. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. As time went on, Lin Yuan realized that the mother of Bloodbath's body would not be reduced to ashes while the ribbons of sunlight berated it even without Lin Yuan's help. This meant that the sky sundial jade spider bloodline in its body was growing and that its body was able to handle more and more. But before Lin Yuan could let out a breath of relief, the sun seemed to go out of control, and 6 more beautiful ribbons of sunlight descended. The 6 new ribbons of sunlight combined with the original ribbons of sunlight to form a canopy. This scene made Lin Yuan's soul leave his body. Why did I have to jinx it? What was I thinking? The mother of Bloodbath had only just managed to handle 3 ribbons of sunlight. Now that there were another 6, there was no way it could hold on. Just as the 6 ribbons of sunlight swarmed around the mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan raised his sword. At the same moment that Lin Yuan raised the light blue sword, the giant whale in the sea released another roar, and a whale that seemed large enough to cover the sky rose from the sea. This giant whale was more than 3 times larger than an island whale, and it leaped over the mother of Bloodbath's head. When the giant whale reached the point above the mother of Bloodbath's head, it suddenly turned to ice. The frigid air released by the enormous whale caused the warm air above the sea to freeze. The large wave caused by the giant whale's splashing tail created a cave of ice around the mother of Bloodbath. Alas, the 6 ribbons of sunlight were the true might of the natural world. Although the attack of the sea-leaping whale could summon creation breed-level power, it could not win against the 6 ribbons of sunlight. The 6 ribbons of sunlight combined with the original 3 and formed a large pillar of light. The pillar of light started to spin and immediately melted the giant whale. Before the melted giant whale could splatter all over the mother of Bloodbath, it evaporated. Lin Yuan had already produced his strongest attack. Now that the attack of the sea-leaping whale had been overcome, Lin Yuan had no other way to lower the mother of Bloodbath's temperature. Lin Yuan screamed the mother of Bloodbath's name just to see it holding up a wooden tablet containing the moonlight's chilling coldness. The mother of Bloodbath threw the wooden tablet at the pillar of light. The attack of the sea-leaping whale had given the mother of Bloodbath some respite. During this time, the mother of Bloodbath suddenly thought about the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet that the Moon Empress had given it. At that time, the Moon Empress had only said that the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet would be able to help it successfully overcome Myth 3 to evolve to creation breed. It had not wanted to use the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet during its evolution from Myth 2 to Myth 3. Moreover, Lin Yuan had gained creation and even immortal power. As such, the mother of Bloodbath had assumed that it would have no need for the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet as Shadow, Endless Summer, or the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be able to help it overcome the trial of world creation. The mother of Bloodbath was using the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet now because it had reached the pits of despair, and the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet was the only thing the mother of Bloodbath had that would be able to help. The wood crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet was small and intricate. It was covered with faint swirls of moonlight. This tablet released gossamer tissues of moonlight. A moon smaller than the sun appeared in the sky, and ribbons of moonbeams descended. The ribbons of moonbeams descended from the moon and crashed into the pillar of sunlight. The pillar of sunlight caught every ribbon of moonbeam and was split back into the 9 strips of sunlight. Soon after, The moonbeams cascaded over the mother of bloodbath and covered it with a blanket of moonbeams. The ribbons of moonbeams and sunlight were stuck in a stalemate, so that only 5 ribbons of sunlight remained on the mother of bloodbath's body. Moreover, the moonbeam blanket covering the mother of bloodbath's body blocked the 5 chains of sunlight. Under such conditions, the mother of bloodbath could absorb the chains of light energy without worry. The arrival of the moon stunned every person watching the sun's strange activity and filled them with 1,000 different emotions. When Lin Yuan saw this, he immediately knew that the Moon Empress had given the mother of bloodbath the tablet it was using. He had thought that he was going to lose the mother of bloodbath. But at the same moment he saw the moonbeams being released from the tablet, he heaved a breath of relief. The chains of moonbeams had saved Lin Yuan many times in the Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift outside of the royal capital. Today, they were going to save someone that he cared about. Apparently, no matter where he was, his master was there with him. Although she was currently locked up for training, she had still taken care to make preparations for those around him. Meanwhile, numerous spirit chi professionals had gathered in Raging Wave City. Since they had managed to arrive at such short notice, they were all the big shots of Raging Wave City. Wang Su, the Raging Wave's guard captain, was one of them. His face was currently twisted with anger as he continuously cursed the city lord of Sky City to himself. Sky City's city lord, what the hell are you up to? The shores of Raging Wave City had suddenly changed half an hour ago, and the smallest waves crashing onto the harbor were 30 meters. There was also no shortage of waves that reached 200 meters. Regardless of how strong or tall Raging Wave City's walls were, they could not stand against the continuous impact from the giant waves. Luckily, the Spirit Guards had led the Raging Waves Guard to set up a defensive line of phase outside of Raging Wave City to defend against the waves. This ensured that Raging Wave City's walls did not sustain overly heavy damage. Nonetheless, Wang Su could not take it. If the city lord found out that Wang Su had allowed Sky City to go ahead after finding out that they were intentionally going to start trouble, the city lord would probably report his mistake to Cicada Song. As the Raging Waves guard captain, almost allowing Raging Wave City to become swallowed by a tsunami would warrant 6 months in the sin cleansing pool. Guen shook his head at the furious Wang Su who had brought up Cicada Song. He knew that Wang Su was a decent person. Hence, he did not want to do anything to Wang Su, nor could he allow Wang Su to disturb the situation. Guen sighed and said to the enraged Wang Su, "You said that the spirit guards have stepped in to defend the outside of Raging Wave City. They are smarter than you and know where to be and where not to be. You should use your brain to think about what kind of person could activate the spirit guards and order them around." Guen looked at the other people around him with a hostile expression and said in a less than friendly tone, "Everyone, I'm sure you have figured out the reason behind the sun's strange activity. I have warned all of you once. If you take another step forward, I will not show mercy." Guen did not instruct his Fae to release its aura while he was speaking, as he was afraid of interfering with the transformation of the spider species Fae into a heavenly family Fae. In spite of this and the fact that they could not see his true power, the malevolent aura radiating from him was enough to send shivers up their backs. Guen was an He's path protector who Long Lamplight had assigned to protect an He since he was young. And he was an introvert and rarely left the comfort of 4 walls. As such, Guen had not shown his face in public for almost 20 years. Additionally, Guen had always worn a cloak when he worked under Long Lamplight. Hence, he did not stand out at all when he removed his cloak and traveled around the Radiance Federation. The people present had only heard of Guen being uncloaked in rumors but had never heard of what he looked like or what his name was. The people present exchanged glances and collectively decided to use brute force. At this moment, the moon appeared in the sky and wiped out the idea of preying on the heavenly family Fae from the minds of these greedy people. Since the Moon Empress was helping the heavenly family Fae, it meant that this matter was important to her. Who would dare to play tug-of-war with the Moon Empress? The people who had decided to employ brute force shared glances with each other again before hurriedly turning to slink back to where they had come from. At that moment, the moon and sun were equally matched. It was as though the moon had angered the sun as it released several hundred more ribbons of sunlight. By this time, The mother of Bloodbath had become accustomed to the energy of the 5 ribbons of sunlight. When the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet sensed the hundreds of ribbons of sunlight, it charged toward them. This caused cracks to appear in the tablet. Red light shone through the cracks in the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet. The red cracks sped up the rate at which the cracks spread along the tablet. A red moon emerged when the crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet broke into 2 pieces. Along with the rising of the red moon came hundreds of rays of red moonbeams. The red moonbeams intertwined with the hundreds of ribbons of sunlight. The red moon rose until it was alongside the main world's moon. The might of the 2 moons kept the sun down. When the other people saw this, they did not know how to feel about it. However, Shadow that had left Lin Yuan's shadow when he was using attack of the sea-leaping whale was so shocked that its jaw almost hit the ground. Wasn't this the red moon that had disappeared from the abyssal world? The loss of this red moon had caused the abyssal world to lose its sense of the passing of time. But now Shadow was seeing it here. Shadow was very familiar with the moonbeams that had descended from the moon, as these moonbeams had captured it in the first place. It knew that the person who had captured it was Lin Yuan's master. Did Lord Dictator's master steal the moon from my world? This is too horrifically astonishing. 100 dark green trees and 1,000 chirping birds. Faint light dispersed throughout the blossoming branches of the trees. A shallow pond of red carp. A cliff covered with lush grass. This place was the epitome of a carefree paradise. This place had many different geographical formations and was full of natural energy. Rainy weather, snowy weather, clear weather, cloudy weather, sunny weather, and dark night coexisted. It was as though this paradise would become the entire natural environment when it was expanded. 13 extraordinary figures stood next to a middle-aged woman dressed in purple fur with 12 foxtails. The woman held a crystal ball and was looking up at the sun and 2 moons hanging in the sky. Her previous look of sorrow and anxiousness had been replaced by gratitude and nostalgia. She sighed softly and said, "Our heavenly family cottage owes the Radiance Federation too large of a favor. I can't believe the Moon Empress stepped in to save Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child." It was as though the woman was looking at that young girl who insisted on taking the sacred cry moon beast. Now, that girl had grown up to become a member of royalty who could protect a federation. After the splatter of so much blood, that young girl had long repaid the favor she owed. Now, it was the Heavenly Family Cottage's turn to owe that young girl a favor. Ever since Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and White Phoenix went out on their mission, Purple Love had decided that the Heavenly Family Cottage would fight with Tower Cannon to the end. The Heavenly Family Cottage had not engaged in earthly matters or caused any trouble for close to a millennium. However, the 5th page of Tower Cannon had secretly killed a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Now, the Heavenly Family Cottage had discovered her child because it was awakening its bloodline. If Jade Sundial's power had not been diminished due to her pregnancy, there was no way that 5th page Truth would have dared to engage her. Purple Love looked pained yet happy when she saw the moonbeams entangled with the sunlight. She took out a tangerine handkerchief and held it up. The sun glowed with a gentle light. The 4 corners of the handkerchief reached out as though to hug something. It was unknown if the handkerchief wanted to hug the sun or the tortured mother of Bloodbath. When Purple Love took out the handkerchief, the 13 figures behind her started crying. A delicate young girl with light yellow hair gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. She was wearing an elegant light yellow dress that had a pair of flowers pressed onto the hem. The girl's hand was too small, and so many tears were flowing down her face that one of the tears slid down her face and landed on her dress. The girl's tear looked like a dewdrop on her dress as it trickled down the forest of flowers on her dress. The young girl looked like a veritable celestial being. Yet, she was not the most eye-catching being amongst the 13 figures. At that moment, a chilling yet concerned voice sounded beside the light yellow-haired girl. "Pear Drop, why are you always crying? You cry every time what happened to Sister Jade Sundial is mentioned. It would be fine if this was any other time. But now, it's a tremendously joyful occasion for Sister Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child has been found. Why are you crying?" Pear Drop was crying out of sadness. But now, She started sobbing even harder as she wailed, "Wish ice? I can't help it." The crying pear drop let out an uncontrollable hiccup amidst her weeping. Continue reading on 0NMYB0XN0VEL. Calm as she looked at pear drop, the short-haired woman with purple leather armor shook her head in vexation. "Wish ice? You are an idiot?" Wish ice had been pining after pear drop for at least 4 centuries but had never confessed his feelings. Instead, he treated her more meanly than the others did. Was this a dumb trick to hide his feelings? The short-haired woman with purple leather armor felt anxious on Wish Ice's behalf. If Wish Ice continued along this trajectory, not only would he be unable to get Pear Drop to return his feelings, but Pear Drop might even end up resenting him. The short-haired woman with purple leather armor gently patted Pear Drop's back to help with the hiccups and said sternly to Wish Ice, "Pear Drop's true body is the plum drop pear flower. So, obviously, she cries like the falling of pear flowers." Wish Ice scoffed and turned his head as he chided himself. I want to wipe Pear Drop's tears so badly. Since she's this sad, why doesn't she come to me to use my shoulder? I've already made my intentions so obvious. Why can't you feel it? I told you not to cry so that you'll think of coming to lean on my shoulder. If I use my chilly aura to freeze your tears, you won't be able to cry anymore. What a stupid woman. Pear Drop knew that today was a joyous occasion and that crying would affect her companion's emotions. She fought back her tears while saying to the short-haired woman with purple leather armor, "Thank you, Sister Ochre dear." The 13 people beside Purple Love were the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage who had not been sent out on missions yet. The 13 members of Heavenly Family Cottage had their gazes fixated on the sun as they waited for the sun to form an eternal link to Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child, as that would mean that it had truly unlocked its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. At that moment, a 9-tailed fox tunneled out of the irises beside Purple Love. It nuzzled Purple Love and asked, "Auntie Purple, the celestial phenomenon is a clear sign that the Moon Empress from the Radiance Federation is helping Auntie Jade Sundial and Uncle Blood New Moon's child. So, why did you say that there are others who are also helping Sister Bloodlove?" When the small fox mentioned the name Bloodlove, Purple Love's eyes misted over. Time had passed, and her friend had passed. Purple Love looked at the tangerine handkerchief as though the bright, kind-eyed, lovely, and quiet girl was still there. Jade Sundial was the second member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. This ranking did not represent her power but her age. It could be said that the Heavenly Family Cottage had been built from the ground up by Purple Love and Jade Sundial. They performed the parental roles in the Heavenly Family Cottage, and parents could never talk about their problems to their children. Thus, no one knew better than Purple Love how badly Jade Sundial had wanted a child. No one knew better than Purple Love how much effort Jade Sundial had put into bearing a child. Jade Sundial and Purple Love were looking down from a lofty peak together at that time. Jade Sundial turned and said to Purple Love with a smile, "Sister Purple, you're my most treasured friend. No matter what last name my child comes to have, its name will be Love. It'll represent our sisterly relationship and my hopes for the little tyke." When Purple Love remembered this, she almost collapsed. But to maintain her parental role, she forcefully slammed a lid over her emotions and stroked the fox beside her as she said, "Little say, if that member of royalty from the Radiance Federation didn't help to keep the sun at bay, the 9 belts of sunlight that descended would have been like a comfortable spring to a fae with the active Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, but a lethal blow to one without the active Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Blood Love would have been reduced into ashes." The small fox shook its tail and made a mental note of what Purple Love said. Suddenly, a thought struck the little fox, and it asked Purple Love anxiously, "Auntie Purple, we Heavenly Family fays are fays that come from nature itself. Since both Sister Bloodlove and Uncle Blood New Moon have the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, will everything still be okay? Uncle Blood New Moon talks about Auntie Jade Sundial and Sister Bloodlove every day. Is it possible that he'll—" The little fox snapped its jaw shut at this moment. The members of the Heavenly Family Cottage behind the fox frowned. They all knew Blood New Moon well, and the situation that Little Say brought up was not unlikely. Blood New Moon would be over the moon to know that his child was still alive and be more than ready to give up everything for his daughter. Blood New Moon had awakened his Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and combined it with his blood-red bird-catching spider bloodline. Now, he was the acknowledged 17th member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. They had all formed deep bonds with Blood New Moon and did not want him to sacrifice himself. The younger members were beside themselves with worry, but the older members were not ruffled at all. It was clear that the older members knew more. Okardir was one of the older members. She quickly calculated the time and said, "Sister Purple Love, judging from the time, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon can't be in the Radiance Federation now even if they had rushed without stopping. Moreover, Blood New Moon left brimming with hate for Tower Cannon. Sister Jade Sundial had watched Blue Lotus and White Phoenix grow up. Hence, they're carrying just as much resentment as Blood New Moon. After causing significant trouble for Tower Cannon during their journey, there's no way they will make it to the Radiance Federation in time. Nonetheless, there's no point in us sitting around and worrying." Pear Drop is starting to cry again. "Sister Purple Love, why don't you tell them about Sister Blood Jade Sundial so that they won't be so worried?" Purple Love sighed softly. Every time this matter was brought up, Purple Love felt as though the wound was being viciously ripped open anew. But since Okardir had spoken up, and looking at the worried expressions of the rest, Purple Love took a deep breath and said, "Wish Ice, I remember that you went around excitedly telling everyone that you became stronger when you barely beat Jade Sundial once during a spar." Wish Ice immediately lowered his head. He was not ashamed but thinking about how Jade Sundial had kindly taken care of him like a warm and matronly older sister. Purple Love went on to say, "Jade Sundial and I had always compared our power. In the beginning, we were equally matched in every fight." She paused and continued before the rest could react. "Jade Sundial isn't like the rest of you. All of you only absorb one type of energy from the environment, but Jade Sundial can absorb two types of energy from the sun." As Jade Sundial continued to absorb the two types of energy from the sun, she slowly realized that they were extremely different despite coming from the same source. Light can produce heat and more. Heat can produce fire, which can obscure or generate light. Light and heat are interlinked, and Jade Sundial realized that they can't be progressed together. Heat comes from fire, but light has far more potential than heat. Hence, Jade Sundial chose fire and locked light's potential in her bloodline to save it for her child. So, although it seems that Blood New Moon and Blood Love each have half of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, Blood New Moon actually took the fire portion of the bloodline while Blood Love inherited the light portion. By splitting the bloodline, Jade Sundial created the opportunity for the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline to exist in two entities. "All of you stay here for now. Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus won't be able to repay such a colossal favor to the Radiance Federation. I'll personally visit the Radiance Federation to visit the Moon Empress and that member of royalty. Before my return, Okardir will be in charge of our Heavenly Family Cottage, and all decisions will go through her. At this point, our Heavenly Family Cottage cannot rest until Tower Cannon is destroyed. For now, try not to leave on your own in case Tower Cannon ambushes you." Purple Love narrowed her eyes. She had found Tower Cannon's base because of Jade Sundial. At that time, Purple Love had already sustained a serious injury but still shot 3 purple crystal curses into First Page Fate. Even if First Page Fate had not died, he would still have been more seriously injured than her. However, that day had not caused any repercussions. It was as though First Page Fate's injuries were not an urgent matter to Tower Cannon. Additionally, Purple Love had crossed swords with all 8 pages in her fit of rage, and they were all weaker than her. To her memory, they were First Page Crimson, Second Page Warbler Candle, and Third Page Violet Light Green 3 centuries ago. But now they were First Page Fate, Second Page Revival, and Third Page Eternal Sin. Tower Cannon was completely different from 3 centuries ago. Even if First Page Crimson and Third Page Violet Light Green had died, Second Page Warbler Candle was so wicked that there was no way she would have died. 300 years would be nothing to Second Page Warbler Candle. Purple Love felt that everything was strange about Tower Cannon now. This was why she made sure to pass on words of advice before she left. As Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and White Phoenix stood above the island and looked up at the sun, they felt as though they were riding on a roller coaster. When the roller coaster was going down, they felt like they were going to throw up at any moment. The only thing more painful than being separated from one's lover was being separated from one's child. Blood New Moon already knew what it was like to be apart from his lover forever. Even now, he dreamed of Jade Sundial every night. Yet now, he had to suffer the agony of being separated from his child. No matter what happened, Blood New Moon could not allow the child he just found out was alive to die in the process of awakening her bloodline. Jade Sundial had told Blood New Moon about the uniqueness of her bloodline. This was why Blood New Moon had not ended his life when he found out his daughter was still alive and was awakening her Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. After Blood New Moon unlocked his Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, his power was a level lower than that of Blue Lotus and White Phoenix. But if he was intent on ending his life, they would be unable to stop him. He had experienced the awakening of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Both he and his child had the blood-red bird-catching spider bloodline. He would be the best guide if he was by his child's side now. Moreover, Blood New Moon could sacrifice himself at the right time to give his child the heat portion of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Although this would kill him and his child's potential would be impacted by the fusion of heat and light portions of the bloodline, at least his daughter would live. Hundreds of ribbons of sunlight would fall after 9, and Blood New Moon felt a renewed sense of helplessness and deep despair. It was as though he was reliving the day he lost Jade Sundial. It was this distress that led Blood New Moon to be grateful to the Moon Empress when he saw the 2 moons in the sky next to the sun. Before White Phoenix and Blue Lotus could say anything, he placed his hand on their shoulders and said, "Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, let's continue rushing. We need to reach the Radiance Federation as soon as possible because I'm dying to see her." Blood New Moon spoke with conviction, but his voice broke when he said the word, her. Although he was a father, he could not be sure if his child was a son or a daughter. As such, he said with a strained voice, "How much hardship do you think that child has suffered ever since she was born? Do you think she resents me for not searching for her and allowing her to wander around alone? Do you think she blames me for not fulfilling my responsibility as a father?" Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were at a loss for words. Blood New Moon was right that this was a problem. The child was completely ignorant and did not even have a concept of what parents were. Before she reached diamond grade, the clashing bloodlines in her body would cause her to be weak, and she must have experienced significant suffering in her life until now. If Blood New Moon suddenly appeared in front of the child and claimed to be her father, would she truly accept him? He had feelings for her, but he was no different from a stranger to her. Although Blue Lotus and White Phoenix shared this sentiment, they could not tell it to Blood New Moon. Blood New Moon had just managed to calm down, and telling him such a thing right now might kill him. Eventually, Blue Lotus said softly, "Blood New Moon, kinship comes from the bloodline. No matter what happened in the past, she will be able to accept you once you 2 meet. White Phoenix and I will tell her about how much she had a mother who greatly looked forward to her birth and split her bloodline into 2 for her. We'll also tell her about how delighted her father was when he found out she was still alive. Blood New Moon, since God allowed the 2 of you to reunite, you will have more than enough time together." Blue Lotus paused and looked enviously up at the 2 moons before continuing. "The Radiance Federation's Moon Empress has become so powerful. What is that purple moon? Since the Moon Empress is the one who's saving Little Love, I'm sure Little Love won't be in any danger in the Radiance Federation. Don't worry, Blood New Moon. We'll go and see the Moon Empress when we arrive at the Radiance Federation. We can see if Sacred Cry is doing well too." Blood New Moon nodded but did not say anything else. The 3 of them used their power to speed toward the Radiance Federation. They abandoned their plan to attack Tower Cannon's secret bases along the way. The Moon Empress used ribbons of moonlight to keep the sunlight at bay, thereby saving Blood New Moon's child. If he confirmed that his child was still alive when he arrived at the Radiance Federation, he was willing to do anything to repay the Moon Empress. Even if she wanted him to do something that threatened his life, he would not bat an eye. Nonetheless, he still hoped that he could live and spend the rest of his life with his child. His child had already lost her mother, but she could still receive more love than any other fae had ever received. Meanwhile, the blazing sunlight had not stopped. In the spirit guard's land in the royal capital of the Radiance Federation, a woman with her face covered by a veil and dressed in a long black dress was standing on a swaying metal bridge. Her eyes were fixed on the 2 moons in the sky, and her gaze was brimming with austerity and concern. There was also clear worry in her eyes. The air around her fluctuated, and the sky darkened momentarily. It was as though the sun had turned into an eternal night for a split second. At that moment, a solemn voice said from beside her, "Chief Guard, we just received word from Raging Waves City." Young Liege did not tell Elder Lu what he and Lord Lin Yuan were going to do on the island, but Elder Lu guessed that they could be going to collect something from the island. But the sea a distance away from Raging Waves City started behaving strangely, and huge waves appeared that threatened the safety of Raging Waves City. When the Raging Waves Guard went to check on the situation, they were blocked. According to the Raging Waves captain's description, Elder Lu is sure that the person who blocked them was Gu En. Zhuo Ming paused to check Night Leaning Moon's expression before continuing. Night Leaning Moon retracted her aura after hearing what Zhuo Ming said. However, the worry and solemnness in her gaze did not lighten in the slightest. A moment later, Night Leaning Moon said to Zhuo Ming, "If something like this happens again, Elder Lu doesn't have to check with the higher-ups. Little Jie can have the final say on everything. Let him do whatever he wants. I heard that Ji Chongding's youngest disciple, and he doesn't play well with the other disciples of the members of royalty, and always picks a fight with any he meets. A fight will definitely break out if little Jie is alone with an he on the island. If they can't resolve their differences after the fight, it's possible that it will escalate to war. However, Xie's disciple is there too. Ji Chongding wants to be on Xie's good side so badly that there's no way and he will touch Lin Yuan. I'm sure Ji Chongding made sure his disciples knew of such trivial matters. You can tell Elder Lu not to worry about little Jie, and ask him to return from Raging Wave City as soon as possible." Night Leaning Moon's tone changed to one that was deeper. She looked at Zhuo Ming from the corner of her eye and said with a slight tremor in her voice, "Zhuo Ming, how is the matter that I asked you to look into?" Zhuo Ming hesitated momentarily as he observed Night Leaning Moon's demeanor. Eventually, he said, "Chief Guard, I went to ask Cicada Song about this, but he sent me away without seeing me. Then I went to see the elderly man as per your instructions. When he found out why I was there, he did not invite me to stay for tea and a round of chess like he usually does. Instead, he sighed and said that he was sleepy. Soon, he lay down on the chair and dozed off. He did not say anything else. The matter that Night Leaning Moon had asked him to investigate concerned the Moon Empress and was extremely sensitive. Technically, Night Leaning Moon did not have the right to meddle in this matter. Usually, regardless of whether the matter was credible, Cicada Song and that old man would have rushed to Night Leaning Moon in a frenzy to ask her if she had heard anything and why she was investigating this matter. Yet, when they found out that she was trying to dig up information on the matter, they used dodge tactics rather than asking more or denying it outright. The unspoken meaning behind this result was clear. Zhuo Ming felt a shiver run up his back when he thought about the deep and long friendship between Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress. He knew that Night Leaning Moon had to have confirmed her past decade of doubts and guesses based on Cicada Song and the old man's attitudes. Night Leaning Moon closed her eyes that resembled the starry skies. When she opened her eyes again, all life in her gaze had gone still. Her body started shaking like a leaf, and she clenched her fists so tightly that the grinding of the bones in her hands was audible. She thought about how cautious the Moon Empress had become in the past decade and how it was as though she had lost her original outrageously brave spirit. She had even started to plan out every step of the way for Lin Yuan after accepting him as her disciple. It was as though she was preparing for her after-death affairs. She behaved completely differently from the person in Night Leaning Moon's memory. The Moon Empress in Night Leaning Moon had heavenly grace and handled matters decisively. Even if she wanted to shelter her disciple, she would also want him to use his means to forge a future for himself. The root of the Moon Empress' uncharacteristic behavior could be traced back to the fight with the Freedom Federation a decade ago. The circumstances of the confrontation had been sealed in the imperial court. When Night-Leaning Moon learned of this, she used the excuse of providing key information from the spirit guards to read the sealed scroll. During the fight a decade ago, she had been leading her subordinates to take down the carcinoma phase that had been causing trouble everywhere in the Radiance Federation. Thus, she was not clearly aware of what had happened during the fight. But after she read the scroll, she realized that its contents appeared coherent, but too many important details had been glossed over. This should not be happening, as the scroll was supposed to record the truth. All the signs pointed at the scroll having been tampered with. It was a fact that the Moon Empress had used one attack to take down 3 of the Freedom Federation's top experts while sustaining a heavy attack on her own. Night-Leaning Moon had even gone to visit the injured Moon Empress. However, the Moon Empress had denied her visit and left Night-Leaning Moon feeling extremely confused. This confusion had continued to grow over the years. In the past year, Night-Leaning Moon had managed to see more of the truth after piecing together information from her own investigation. Asking Zhuoming to go and see Cicada Song and the elderly man had been the final test. A gust of wind blew by the metal bridge, causing it to sway. But in spite of the swaying bridge, Night-Leaning Moon's body remained as straight as a board. She glanced up at the sky before lowering her head and asking, "Zhuoming, is Xiedan leading the envoys from the Freedom Federation?" All of Zhuoming's hair stood on end. He had been by Night-Leaning Moon's side for almost 40 years, and he felt he knew her well. Night-Leaning Moon was extremely cold and righteous. However, people like this would go hysterical when they snapped. The members of royalty were the first to find out about the envoys from the Freedom Federation, and Zhuoming had heard the news from Night-Leaning Moon. He read between the lines of what Night-Leaning Moon asked and mustered his courage to reply, "Chief Guard. The person leading the team from the Freedom Federation is Xiedan." Zhuoming asked experimentally, "Chief Guard, if you want to verify the matter regarding the Moon Empress, why don't you ask her yourself? Or you can ask Cicada Song or that old man yourself too." Night-Leaning Moon gently shook her head and replied, "Xie is so proud that asking her anything now will be like touching a sore spot for her. Zhuoming, go to my treasure vault and take out every precious item that can prolong lifespans and send all of them to Mystic Moon in the Radiant Moon Palace. He can decide what to do with them. I will be staying in the Imperial Court for some time. You and Yuzha can handle everything in the Spirit Guards as per usual." Night-Leaning Moon's image disappeared from the metal bridge. As the ribbons of sunlight and moonbeams continued to keep each other in check, the 9 ribbons of sunlight that the moonbeams had not blocked started to grow brighter. Slowly, the tangerine belts of sunlight were replaced by white light. The blinding white light abruptly took over the tangerine color around the Mother of Bloodbath. The white light shone from within the Mother of Bloodbath's body, and the tangerine light slowly faded away. The Mother of Bloodbath's orange dress slowly became ivory. The thousands of spots of light on the dress added a royal aura to the Mother of Bloodbath. It was as though they were celebrating the birth of a fae that was beloved by the sun. Lin Yuan watched as the Mother of Bloodbath's menacing aura slowly waned and became gentler. It now seemed like a gentle yet cold beauty. However, Lin Yuan knew that this was only on the surface. The evolution of a fae's bloodline would change their appearance and aura, not their personality. Hence, the Mother of Bloodbath would retain its exact previous personality. Lin Yuan had relaxed from the moment he saw the light from the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet, as he knew that the moon would protect the Mother of Bloodbath from all external influence. The Mother of Bloodbath only needed to rely on its own abilities to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Next, the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet had cracked, and a red moon had risen in the sky. This allowed Lin Yuan to witness how powerful the Moon Empress was. Currently, the Moon Empress was not fighting against a person but the sky. Yet, she was still able to stand her ground. The 2 moons were able to sustain the hundreds of belts of sunlight without any problem. When Lin Yuan saw the red moon, he sensed through shadow that it was the moon that had disappeared from the abyssal world. Although the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift that opened in the Radiance Federation was not open to the public yet, the Moon Empress must have gone in many times. Evidently, the Moon Empress had captured the red moon from the abyssal world and made it part of her power. Lin Yuan thought about the light green moon that hung in the marsh world at night. If the Moon Empress could steal the red moon from the abyssal world, she would have no problem stealing the light green moon from the marsh world. Lin Yuan mentally subbed his hands together as he considered bringing the Moon Empress to the marsh world, so that she could use its light green moon to increase her power. Then she would be able to wield 3 moons simultaneously. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought about the last question and answer session where he had asked the Moon Empress about Heavenly Family phase. She had told him not to worry because she would always have his back. Now he finally knew what she meant. Lin Yuan had always been worried about 2 things when it came to the Mother of Bloodbath's awakening of its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Firstly, he was worried about whether it would be successful. But the Moon Empress had given the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet to the Mother of Bloodbath. This took all the worry off of Lin Yuan's shoulders. Additionally, Lin Yuan was worried that news of him having a Heavenly Family Fae would cause serious consequences when it was found out, could potentially jeopardize the safety of Lu Jie, Wen Yu, Chu Xi, and the rest. After all, Heavenly Family Faes were of utmost importance, and it was hard for them to avoid being targeted even if they had secure and powerful support. But now, it was clear that he had been overly worried as the 2 moons were a message to the entire world that the Moon Empress was involved with this Heavenly Family Fae. This would cleanly solve all of Lin Yuan's problems. No matter what faction or person had arrived at the Radiance Federation with the intention of targeting the Heavenly Family Fae, they would have to go through the Moon Empress first. It seemed that the Moon Empress had made all the preparations for Lin Yuan in advance without him knowing. And he was currently instructing the country governor Kuei with a flurry of emotions within him. They were chasing away all the aquatic lifeforms that the quiet floating hat insect had not already blocked. Lu Jie ordered the insect queen to order the quiet floating hat insect and grounding louse to continuously produce young that would eventually commit suicide. The death of numerous grounding lice would turn its secretions into wind that would explode from the bottom of the sea. The country governor Kuei could already sense the earth elements from the bottom of the sea. When he noticed this, he dove underwater to check on the situation. Although he was an introvert, he had impressive sight. When he saw the calcified secretions that had turned into wind at the bottom of the sea, the grounding louse immediately came to his mind. And he had not attended the Gargi banquet and did not even know who Lin Yuan was. As such, he regarded it as bad luck that he was unaware of Lin Yuan's methods. However, this discovery made him indignant. If the grounding louse's secretions had not calcified and blocked the earth elements at the bottom of the sea, the country governor Qiu would have been able to summon mountains that were thousands of meters tall from the bottom of the sea. They would have greatly increased the country governor Kuei's defensive power. And he would have been able to use the country governor Kuei as a shield to defend against Lin Yuan's crows. If that had happened, victory could have been his. Lin Yuan claimed that he would have been able to reproduce that attack. However, and he would only believe it if he saw it. With the amount of power that Lin Yuan held at his age, he might not even be human. If he could reproduce that attack, the other disciples of members of royalty that were around Lin Yuan's age would have essentially wasted their lives by not doing what he had been doing. And he was angrily huffing away when what he saw next almost took his breath away. Every wave summoned by Lin Yuan's sword would have destroyed at least 100 of the country governor Kuei's mountains. The giant whale that had leaped out of the ocean had truly startled he and allowed him to accept his defeat. If Lin Yuan had used that attack from the beginning, the country governor Kuei would have died instantly. And he stared at Lin Yuan with a completely different attitude than what he felt when the fight between him and Lin Yuan had just ended. He had hoped to use the power he gained from the past 2 years of hard work to put Lin Yuan in his place during the Radiance Envoy selection. But now, he only hoped that his effort would allow him to keep up as close to Lin Yuan as possible. At that moment, the sun goddess-like mother of Bloodbath's eyes snapped open. The next thing it would do would be the most important choice of its life. The mother of Bloodbath had already absorbed enough light energy from the sun. It would then absorb the world grace from the world cleansing. There was nothing stopping it from becoming a Heavenly Family Fae. Currently, the mother of Bloodbath still had its blood-red bird-catching spider bloodline along with its sky sundial jade spider bloodline. It would now have to decide how they could coexist in its body. The percentage dominance that each of the bloodlines held would decide the direction of the Mother of Bloodbath's future transformations. While the Mother of Bloodbath was thinking, Shadow had dispelled the myth 3 world cleansing, and the world grace had already formed in the hole in the sky. The Mother of Bloodbath had grown up without its parents and had had to watch every move it made as it grew up in the savage wild. Its life had only improved when it evolved to gold grade and could hide from danger on Endless Summer's body. Before the Mother of Bloodbath had reached diamond grade, it had seen countless families living in Endless Summer's boughs. Due to predators, some Fey parents had to desperately fight for survival. The Mother of Bloodbath had learned from this that some parents were even willing to give up their lives to protect their children. The Mother of Bloodbath had longed for family, but it could not be obtained through yearning. But now, the Mother of Bloodbath could tangibly sense its parents through the Sky Sundial Jade Spider and Blood-Red Birdcatching Spider bloodline. As such, the Mother of Bloodbath would rather suppress both bloodlines so that they each took up 50% of dominance. Now that it had made its decision, the Mother of Bloodbath jumped into the air and made a beeline for the world grace in the hole in the sky. At that moment, several red gems appeared in the white crown on the Mother of Bloodbath's head. Soon, several large blood-colored patterns appeared on the Mother of Bloodbath's white dress. The contrast of red and white gave the Mother of Bloodbath's gentle aura a more sultry edge. As Lin Yuan looked at the Mother of Bloodbath's one white and one red eye, he felt its beauty could hypnotize the soul. Suddenly, 3 red water blood snakes appeared from behind the Mother of Bloodbath. They had the hornless dragon bloodline that the Mother of Bloodbath's evolution had activated. The same patterns that were on the Mother of Bloodbath's dress were also all over the red water blood snakes' bodies. However, their heads were still dark red like they used to be. When the red water blood snake danced around, the 9 belts of sunlight rapidly solidified in the Mother of Bloodbath's hand and turned into a bristled spike. This bristled spike was a weapon formed from the Mother of Bloodbath's own body. The Mother of Bloodbath was a murderous Fey, and its external blood bone allowed it to have elevated combat skills. Now, the bristled spike formed from body weaponization raised the Mother of Bloodbath's attacking power and allowed it to have a specialty. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Mother of Bloodbath. Fey name: Mother of Bloodbath, Fey species. Tarantulas/Calycerata, Fey grade. Suzerain, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Natural light/blood, Fey quality. Myth 3. Abilities: Execution Sting. Through the 8-sharp Calycery, the blood and light energy will be injected into the target to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Sunluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of Light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporary controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core which can overload the attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of Dawn's Light. Take in energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Exclusive skill. Desire Spider Form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed Spider Shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External blood bone. The Calycery will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Lin Yuan realized that the Mother of Bloodbath's abilities had changed completely. This was because it was no longer an ordinary fae but a heavenly family fae. Hence, it would be considered bullying to compare its true data to that of other faes. Endless Summer had encountered a huge opportunity when it gained 3 tree cores and combined with the sky-covering Weeping Willow bloodline. Yet, it still could not be compared to the Mother of Bloodbath. The only heavenly family fae that Lin Yuan had encountered was Gray. Gray's cloud morph was special and could not be perceived from an ordinary standpoint. But from its absorption of weather, it had proved the strength of heavenly family faes to Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath's true data did not pale compared to Gray's true data. On the one hand, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded by the might of heavenly family faes. But on the other hand, he knew that the Mother of Bloodbath's future would be one where it soared with flying colors. Lin Yuan had checked the Mother of Bloodbath's true data on the way to Indigo Azure City. Hence, the memory of its original true data was etched deeply in his mind. The Mother of Bloodbath's original abilities and exclusive skill all surrounded the manipulation of blood energy. But now, it could also control light energy. Before it unlocked its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, the Mother of Bloodbath's normal ability Execution Sting used all 8 of its sharp caliceri to inject blood energy into a target, after which it would be able to control the flow of the target's blood. After it unlocked its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and light energy was added, Execution Sting could also purify targets. Previously, due to the low number of contracted phase and the low grade of the phase, the Spirit Chi professionals relied on the phase bodies or elemental attacks in combat. As such, their combat and attacking styles were simpler. However, after Spirit Chi professionals grew and started to contract a higher number and more powerful phase, their combat styles relied more on matching main phase. Such combat styles would usually come with great benefits to the main phase that would significantly increase their strength. It was even possible that the main phase would be able to fight above their grade. Execution Sting's effect of purifying a target would break the mold of many phase working together for one combat style. This seemingly simple ability could turn the tables at key moments and secure victory. The Mother of Bloodbath's elite ability Sunluo Eyes now had the ability to look through targets. The Mother of Bloodbath's main combat style focused on piercing its targets. By being able to see through a target, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to choose the right place to attack its target that would cause the greatest damage. 8-direction blood could change the blood in a target's body to injure it. It could also force blood out of the orifices in the target's body. But now, 8-direction blood had been replaced by Funeral of Light. Funeral of Light could use light energy to control a target's soul after killing the target. Once the light energy dried up the target's soul, the target would become completely malleable and fall under the Mother of Bloodbath's control. Funeral of Light was stronger than 8-direction blood from any angle. When the Mother of Bloodbath used Funeral of Light, it would be able to take control of every target it killed when it was faced with multiple enemies. As the battle progressed, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to form an army. Funeral of Light would use another method to make up for the Mother of Bloodbath's lack of group attack abilities. Spider form attachment could now control targets using light energy after the small spiders that formed were shattered. This allowed spider form attachment to become an ability that combined attack, defense, and control. Blood control had also changed significantly. Previously, it could temporarily manipulate a target by controlling their blood. But now, it could activate the sun to release ribbons of sunlight that could restrain or attack targets. This increased the Mother of Bloodbath's elemental effects and allowed it to handle any kind of battleground. Blood Embrace had also changed completely into Hug of Dawn's Light. Blood Embrace ingested blood energy to use it to heal the Mother of Bloodbath. It would allow the Mother of Bloodbath to absorb blood energy to increase its power quickly. But now, Hug of Dawn's Light would allow the Mother of Bloodbath to absorb the sun's energy. When used in conjunction with Desire Spider form, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to store the remnants of light energy as hair. This would allow the Mother of Bloodbath to increase its grade as quickly as when it consumed blood brew grapes. The Mother of Bloodbath would not have to worry about going bald as long as the sun was around. Rather, it might have to worry about whether its neck could hold up its overly heavy head. Concealed Spider Shadow was largely similar to its original state as it still stopped blood flow in the Mother of Bloodbath's body. But now, the mother of Bloodbath could use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. This would enable the mother of Bloodbath to change from a killer to a scout. As for external bloodbone, the only change was that when the external bloodbone pierced a target's body, it could choose to eliminate all the dark-type curses of negative soul effects from the target. This essentially added a healing ability for the mother of Bloodbath. Being pierced by the external bloodbone and bitten by the red water blood snakes was no different. Among all the healing abilities and exclusive skills Lin Yuan had come across, external bloodbone was the most vicious. After awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline, the mother of Bloodbath became so strong that it shocked Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan was checking the mother of Bloodbath's abilities and exclusive skills, it flew over to his side. The mother of Bloodbath's sharp eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, but it did not say a word. Just as Lin Yuan was about to congratulate the mother of Bloodbath for successfully transforming into a heavenly family Fey, the mother of Bloodbath wrapped him in an embrace. It hugged Lin Yuan tightly as though it was holding a precious treasure. Lin Yuan was taken off guard by the mother of Bloodbath's hug. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath whispered into Lin Yuan's ear, "Thank you." The mother of Bloodbath suddenly jumped away from Lin Yuan as a blush spread across its face. The flush elevated the mother of Bloodbath's beauty even more. It was embarrassed by its sudden loss of control. It did not understand why it had hugged Lin Yuan so abruptly. These feelings were clearly not meant to be expressed outwardly. However, Lin Yuan's loyal determination and the way he was even willing to risk his life had given it new hope. Moreover, he had done everything in his power to help it during its transformation. This favor had transcended the level of being able to be repaid. Ever since it became Lin Yuan's path protector, it had lost count of the number of times Lin Yuan had helped it. In fact, Lin Yuan had changed its life twice already. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan did not find anything strange about the mother of Bloodbath's hug, as he chalked it up to the mother of Bloodbath being too excited about awakening its heavenly family Fey bloodline. Since the mother of Bloodbath had released him before he could congratulate it, he decided to try and properly congratulate it again. At that moment, Lu Jie, the kill food sky butterfly, and Shadow crowded around the mother of Bloodbath to share in its joy. The mother of Bloodbath was terrified that Lin Yuan would mention the hug. If he did, it would not be able to offer an explanation. Thus, before Lin Yuan could even get a single word out, the mother of Bloodbath jumped in and said, "Lin Yuan, while I was unlocking my bloodline, I absorbed the blood energy in the crimson tentacle algae to adjust my bloodline. Now that I've awakened the sky sundial jade spider bloodline, I can't use blood energy to increase my power anymore. I will have to absorb light energy from the sun to increase my power from now on." At this point, the mother of Bloodbath felt slightly regretful. If the sky sundial jade spider bloodline did not prevent it from absorbing blood energy to increase its power, it could have already evolved to creation breed. However, it was fine even if it had not evolved to creation breed. With its abilities and exclusive skills, it was confident that it would be able to evolve to Immortal soon. Only by evolving to Immortal would it be able to call itself Lin Yuan's path protector. It looked at the blood brew grapevine that Lin Yuan had tossed to the ground, but that it had not absorbed, and said, "Lin Yuan, the blood brew grapevine has reached Diamond X/Legend. It requires too many resources to nurture heaven and earth phase. Yet they don't have much combat ability. Even high-class creation masters find it difficult to sustain the nurturing of heaven and earth fae. The blood brew grapevine would never be able to reach Diamond X/Legend in the wild. If it had not had the luck to be picked up by a person, its leaves would have been immediately consumed by other fays when it reached gold grade. There is still a significant amount of the crimson tentacle algae's body left. A small amount of it will be able to transform the blood brew grapevine." Lin Yuan had wanted to congratulate the mother of Bloodbath. But now that the mother of Bloodbath had changed the topic and brought up a suggestion, he did not try to congratulate it again. He looked at the Pinnacle 6 Stars crimson tentacle algae that was currently being torn apart by the sawtooth devour ants and said with a smile, "I got the blood brew grapevine for you in the first place. Now that you no longer need to absorb blood energy, it no longer has any use. but it shall have a chance to transform since you spoke up for it. Why don't you keep it so that it will follow you after it has been nurtured? The mother of Bloodbath picked up the blood brew grapevine from the ground. Although the blood brew grapevine was a plant and could not speak, it could still sense danger and kindness. Previously, it had regarded Lin Yuan as the nicest person in the world because he had been the one who evolved it to its current level. But ever since Lin Yuan took it out of the Fey storage box and it sensed Lin Yuan's intention to sacrifice it, the blood brew grapevine had not stopped trembling. Now that the mother of Bloodbath had kindly pleaded for mercy on its behalf, the blood brew grapevine immediately clung to it. It tentatively wrapped its vine around the mother of Bloodbath's hand and offered up a ripe branch of blood brew grapes. The mother of Bloodbath smiled when it saw this. It gently stroked the blood brew grapevine and plucked one of the blood brew grapes. The blood brew grapes produced by the Diamond X/Legend blood brew grapevine were considered treasured amongst blood-type Fays. The blood energy in blood brew grapes also had healing properties for non-blood-type Fays. As much as the mother of Bloodbath liked the taste of blood brew grapes, it would not eat any more now that it could no longer use it to increase its power. After the mother of Bloodbath stored away the blood brew grapes, it also stored the blood brew grapevine in the red crystal cluster diamond Fey storage box hanging on its ear. Lin Yuan walked over to the crimson tentacle algae. Lu Jie ordered the insect queen to call the sawtooth devourer ant back. Lin Yuan looked at the thickest red tentacle on the crimson tentacle algae's body and slammed the sacred sword down on it, cleanly cleaving it off. This tentacle was the crimson tentacle algae's ortet. It could be turned into a precious instrument. Lin Yuan was not a true Class 5 creation master and could not forge precious instruments. If he wanted to do so, he would either have to ask the Moon Empress or wait for genius to reach Class 5. The sawtooth devourer ants had broken up the rest of the crimson tentacle algae's body into pieces, and Lin Yuan told the mother of Bloodbath to store them to feed to the blood brew grapevine. After gathering his spoils, Lin Yuan ignored the smiling silver umber black. The mother of Bloodbath had almost died because of Shark On. Although this was not Silver Umber Black's fault, it was still Silver Umber Black who had attracted Shark On. Given that he had almost lost his friend, Lin Yuan found it difficult not to place blame on Silver Umber Black. As Lin Yuan listened to the whale calls, he decided to go and collect the whale fall. This whale fall could be the key to the floating island whale's early hatching. A few months had passed since Lin Yuan obtained the floating island whale. Every second that the floating island whale was in the spirit lock spatial zone, it absorbed a gargantuan amount of pure spirit chi and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. It used up the most resources than any other living creature in the spirit lock spatial zone. If the floating island whale was not in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan would be able to produce even more spirit-mouthed peonies and cultivate more elemental shellfish. However, Lin Yuan could not relax even after the floating island whale hatched. Given that it was a special heaven and earth Fey that was different from other Feys, it could not absorb the willpower rune given to it by its contractor. It could only naturally comprehend a willpower rune from the environment when it evolved to Diamond X/Legend. Luckily, it would be easy for it to comprehend a willpower rune from nature once it reached Diamond/Legend. If the floating island whale was given spiritual ingredients that could aid in a Fey's comprehension of willpower runes, it would easily be able to evolve to Fantasy Breed. It would only live up to its name once it reached Fantasy Breed, as its body would expand by 10,000 times and become a truly enormous creature. It would only continue to expand as its power increased. Rumor had it that the floating island whale's back was about as large as the island that Lin Yuan was standing on. Once the floating island whale reached creation breed, it would become as large as the Xia region. Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the floating island whale to fantasy breed as soon as possible after it hatched. As such, he would need even more resources. Additionally, Lin Yuan wanted to build a true sky city atop the floating island whale's back. However, he could not think that far into the future. Now, he needed to find a way to hatch the floating island whale as soon as possible. And he led Sun Jiang and Zhang Cheng over to Lin Yuan's side. He looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and said, "Lin Yuan, I'm not as powerful as you, so I have nothing to say about my loss to you. I will work hard in the future, and we will spar again during the Radiance Envoy selection in 2 years. Lin Yuan looked at An He in surprise. He had not expected An He to admit his weakness after he saw Lin Yuan use the attack of the sea-leaping whale. Proud people usually found it difficult to admit their weaknesses in front of another person. Yet An He had done it. This meant that he had an innocent heart. Lin Yuan said to An He with a smile, "Sure. Let's fight again during the Radiance Envoy selection in 2 years." This was the first time Lin Yuan openly admitted his intention to participate in the Radiance Envoy selection. He had decided long ago that his goal was to become a Radiance Envoy. It was his destined path. Lin Yuan thought about how An He had helped the mother of Bloodbath twice and said to him after a pause, "An He, you said that you want the whale fall in order to help the sudden hibernating wetland dragon to evolve its quality." Before Lin Yuan could finish, and he interrupted him and said, "I lost, and that's it. I admit defeat. I don't want you to share the whale fall with me just because I did some trivial favors for you. I didn't help you because I was looking for some benefits. I'm leaving now. See you." And he turned and climbed into his fey carriage. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head awkwardly as An He had misunderstood his intention. He had no plans on sharing the whale fall with An He. He had a large pile of water and earth type over the rail coral pearls that had equal purity of water element as the large whale fall. With the water and earth type over the rail coral pearls, the sudden hibernating wetland dragon would not need to depend on the large whale fall. It would be able to evolve naturally once it absorbed 100 of the water and earth type over the rail coral pearls. Since An He had not understood what he meant and had already entered his fey carriage, Lin Yuan did not try to explain to An He. Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang shared a look of frustration. Although they had not spent as much time by An He's side as Guan had, they still understood An He to a certain extent. They had never heard of him asking anyone for help. Yet, he had acknowledged Lin Yuan and expressed his admiration for Lin Yuan. He was trying to become friends with Lin Yuan. An He's ears had gone red, and he failed to mention becoming friends. Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang wondered when An He would be able to find a true friend with such a personality. Luckily, Lin Yuan was good-natured. Any other disciple of a member of royalty would not only have skipped thanking him for his help but might even start to dislike him. Zhang Chang and Sun Jiang bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Lords, we shall take our leave too." They climbed onto An He's fey carriage together. The thousands of fireflies in the cages in front of the fey carriage lit up, and the fey carriage took to the sky to fly off toward Raging Wave City. Now only Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, Shadow, Silver Umber Black, and the 2 Sea King experts were left on the island. Lin Yuan said amidst the whale cries, "Big Brother Lu, mother of Bloodbath, let's go and collect the whale fall together. White Speak must have traveled far while chasing away the sea beasts. Kill Food Sky Butterfly, you stay here and wait with White Speak on the island when it returns." Although White Speak's faith in Lin Yuan had increased significantly, he still had to take precautions. It was not appropriate for him to take White Speak along with him to collect the whale fall. Silver Umber Black became anxious by Lin Yuan's cold shoulder. Although Lin Yuan did not plan on blaming Silver Umber Black for what Sharkon had done, Lin Yuan was still displeased with it. Silver Umber Black had slapped An He was dying to kill it. Moreover, this incident that Sharkon started had only just begun. Once the royalty in the Radiance Federation found out about this, Silver Umber Black would not only be asked to testify for the Radiance Federation, but they would also use the agreement to pursue the matter with the Sea Clans. Given that it was a Sea Emperor, testifying on behalf of the Radiance Federation would essentially mean it was colluding with the Radiance Federation to slap the Sea Clans across their faces. Since there was no more future for Silver Umber Black amongst the Sea Clans, it could only cling to the Radiance Federation in hopes of having a bright future. The only person it could cling to here was Lin Yuan. Silver Umber Black hoped that it could become the reigning Sea Emperor. In order to fulfill this hope, it could not depend on itself. When Lin Yuan ordered his pinnacle immortal combatant to kill Sharkon, he said he would make the first Emperor Shark clan pay the price. Given that he was the Moon Empress disciple and controlled pinnacle immortal combat power, Lin Yuan had the right to make good on his word. If he carried out what he said, the factions would truly clash with the Sea clans. Silver Umber Black had to do whatever it could to grab on to this person that had the capability to wreak havoc on the Sea clans. Silver Umber Black steeled itself and decided to toss away its pride as an expert. To the shock of the two Sea King experts, Silver Umber Black kneeled before Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, I have something to say." Lin Yuan halted when he saw the kneeling Silver Umber Black with anxiousness and hurt written all over its face, but he did not respond. Silver Umber Black was happy when Lin Yuan stopped walking, as it meant that he was willing to hear it out. However, it was at this moment that it saw Lin Yuan turn to the spider species Fae and say, "Mother of Bloodbath, what do you plan to do with this Sea Emperor?" Silver Umber Black's heart panged, and the two Sea King experts immediately went into their combat stances. Lin Yuan was not an unreasonable person, but when he was faced with the situation where his friend had almost died, he felt there was no need for him to be reasonable. It was true that Silver Umber Black could benefit Sky City significantly. By working with a Sea Emperor, Lin Yuan would have the chance to expand into the sea. This was because Sea Emperors were the true rulers of the sea. But Lin Yuan cared more about the Mother of Bloodbath's feelings and opinions. The Mother of Bloodbath's heart warmed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Given that it was a petty spider species Fae, the Mother of Bloodbath preferred to kill Silver Umber Black. Although its almost death had no direct link to Silver Umber Black, Silver Umber Black was still involved. After a moment of silence, the Mother of Bloodbath shook its head. It was not that it had become merciful, but that it knew how beneficial it would be for Sky City to work with Silver Umber Black. Thus, the Mother of Bloodbath would prefer to safeguard Sky City's benefits first. When the Mother of Bloodbath did not respond verbally, Silver Umber Black burst out, "Lord, I did have a spat with an he, but I did not clash with you in any way when you arrived. Rather, I proposed to work together. Shark On had come to kill me. I'm a victim too. I'm sure you know this. If you're willing to forgive me, I am willing to become your subordinate. I can give you information about the inner workings of the first Emperor Shark clan that will make it easier for you to make life hard for them." Lin Yuan replied calmly, "You have no right to decide the first Emperor Shark clan's fate. If I want them to pay, they will definitely do so." His tone was composed, but it still startled Silver Umber Black. At the same time, however, it was secretly glad. Silver Umber Black was shocked because this clearly humble man had said something so outrageous. Regardless, he had the right to say such a thing. Silver Umber Black could also discern his resolution to stand against the first Emperor Shark clan. His hostility toward them would be a form of revenge for the first Emperor Shark clan. It seemed that Shark On truly brought doom onto the first Emperor Shark clan. However, Silver Umber Black was afraid that its fate would be decided by one word from the Heavenly Family Fae. Just as Silver Umber Black was at a loss and was about to plead for mercy again, the girl with strange eyes and who resembled a sun goddess said softly, "Lin Yuan, take her in. She will be helpful toward the expansion of our faction. Since you killed Shark On, you've already sought revenge for me. If I had not used the bodies of Shark On and her sacred source lifeform, I might not have had enough blood energy to unlock my Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline." Silver Umber Black had found the Mother of Bloodbath's awakening of its bloodline to be familiar. However, it had changed its mind when it sensed its blood energy. But when it heard the name Sky Sundial Jade Spider, it looked at the Mother of Bloodbath in a completely different light. It had initially thought that the Mother of Bloodbath was just a new Heavenly Family Fae, and that Heavenly Family Cottage would soon come after it. But it turned out that the Mother of Bloodbath had the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline in its body. The Fae that possessed the Sky Sundial Jade Spider was the second-ranked Fae in Heavenly Family Cottage. This meant that this blood and light-type Heavenly Family Fae was the offspring of that Fae from Heavenly Family Cottage. It was a true blue princess. With its status, it would be on the same level as the envoys from the three federations. In fact, it would be a level higher. Even if the Moon Empress disciple did not go after the first Emperor Shark clan, the Heavenly Family Cottage would definitely pursue the matter. The Heavenly Family Faes in the Heavenly Family Cottage that could control water energy and command the seas were much stronger than the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. It seemed that the sea was going to be in turmoil soon. It was rumored that the first Emperor Shark clan had moved to the Freedom Federation's seas 8 years ago. It seemed that the first Emperor Shark clan and the Freedom Federation had formed a collaboration. If the Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage worked together to cause trouble with the first Emperor Shark clan, the Freedom Federation would be dragged into the matter. Thus, it seemed that the land was also going to be in a mess soon. After the mother of Bloodbath spoke, Lin Yuan turned to Silver Umber Black and said, "We will discuss your matter after meeting with the royalty members." Lin Yuan led Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath as they dove into the sea. Just as he was about to take out the green oxygen sea anemone, he realized that he could breathe freely in the sea. The submerged sea blue whale's world crystal provided Lin Yuan with resistance to both water and ice. The resistance to water would not allow Lin Yuan to become intimate with water, so this ability to breathe underwater was likely linked to dark blue. As Lin Yuan dove deeper underwater, the light dimmed. The whale cries sounded further away and more mysterious. He took out a Sunlight King Lotus, and the area in a 50-meter radius around him lit up. The mother of Bloodbath pointed at the sun. An array of light shot down into the sea. It illuminated the sea to a depth of 1,000 meters, and Lin Yuan was now able to see the seabed. The combined light from the ray of light and the Sunlight King Lotus lit the entire sea with a faint amber color. When Lin Yuan looked toward the bottom of the sea, he was immediately stunned by the banquet he saw. The amber light flooding the sea was so breathtakingly beautiful that it would mesmerize any creature that laid eyes on it. Lin Yuan looked out into the sea and saw hundreds of giant whales sleeping peacefully at the bottom of the sea. 3 of the whales were especially large. By Lin Yuan's estimation, they were at least 10,000 meters long. Moreover, they each had an island on their back. These were the island whales that were almost at the end of their natural lives. It turned out that there were island whales in the whale fall. It was no wonder that Silver Umber Black had still decided to fight for the whale fall after finding out that he was the disciple of a member of royalty. It made sense now why Shark-On had wanted to kill Silver Umber Black and the rest of the people on the island, even at the risk of breaking the agreement. The sight of the 3 abnormally large island whales shook Lin Yuan to his core, and he once again marveled at how incredible and beautiful nature was. At its prime, the island whale was even longer than 10,000 meters. Its size reached a peak when it reached the mature stage. But afterward, they would start to shrink as they grew older. Once it reached 10,000 meters, it would mean that the island whale had reached its elderly stage. At the elderly stage, the island whale would swim around to search for an area of a sea where it would rest eternally and bless all creatures in the surrounding sea. Judging from their size, Lin Yuan knew that these 3 island whales were dying of natural causes. The island whale's skin had started to decompose, revealing the fat underneath. Bones peeked out of areas where the fat was thinner. Although the island whales were already decomposing and were 1,000 meters below the surface of the sea, the aquatic plants on the island whales' backs were still thriving. This was because they had started to absorb the vitality released by the decomposing island whales. Once the island whales were reduced to bone and the whale fall was fully formed, the plants would decay and provide the whale fall's final nutrients. The 3 island whales stupefied and rendered Lin Yuan speechless. Although the other giant whales were technically large creatures as well, they did not leave as large of an impact on Lin Yuan. These other giant whales ranged from lengths of a few hundred meters to 1,000 meters. As the giant whales continued to decompose, a light green layer formed around them. This green layer consisted of the floating aquatic plants and lifeforms that had formed during the island whale's child stage. Given that Lin Yuan had asked Lu Jie to use the quiet floating hat insect and grounding louse to protect the creatures in the sea, they had captured the weaker lifeforms and taken them away from the area. As for the stronger lifeforms, White Speak had chased them away while the mother of Bloodbath was transforming into a heavenly family fae. As such, there were no lifeforms left that could consume the floating aquatic plants and lifeforms that came from the giant whale's decomposition. This meant that none of the benefits provided by the whale fall had been moved. No light reached the deep depths of the sea. The Sunlight King Lotus and Ray of Sunlight allowed light to reach where it had never reached before. This not only caused the quantity of floating aquatic plants and life forms to multiply in a short period, but also increased the rate at which the giant whales decomposed. The green layer around the whales billowed out and permeated the rest of the sea, adding a green hue to the amber sea. Lin Yuan was spellbound by this gentle way of benefiting the sea. He once again gained a new perspective on life forms. Tens of crystal eggs were greedily absorbing the spirit chi and elemental energy released by the decomposing island whales. The blue eggs slowly grew brighter as they continued to absorb spirit chi and elemental energy. These were the island whale embryos. These island whale embryos were already formed and only needed spirit chi of a certain purity and a continuous influx of elemental energy to hatch. Thus, if the island whale embryos were placed under Lin Yuan's care, they would be able to hatch even without the nurturing of the whale fall. Lin Yuan was in no rush to gather the tens of island whale embryos. Instead, he summoned Red Thorn. Given that Lin Yuan had been busy on the rare occasion that he did enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he did so to travel to the marsh world through Klein Hub. As such, he barely had time to spend with Red Thorn, and Red Thorn missed him badly. Once Red Thorn was summoned, it flew to his face and kissed him before gently nuzzling him. Eventually, Lin Yuan became itchy, and Red Thorn flew over to perch on his ear. Red Thorn's appearance astonished Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath. They did not immediately recognize Red Thorn. Although they had seen Red Thorn before, they would never draw a line between that terrifyingly sinister and strange plant and this fairy source-type life form. Additionally, this fairy source-type life form had 6 wings, and Lu Jie knew what this meant. Lu Jie's insect queen had 4 wings. After its mutation, its fairy source-type life form Bloodlike had reached the pinnacle. He had wanted to use the insect queen's evolution to myth breed to enable it to become a 6-winged fairy. Lu Jie had already been secretly stunned when Lin Yuan summoned Silver Corona in the Divine Wood Federation. Its appearance had completely changed Lu Jie's idea of fairy source-type life forms. However, Lu Jie never expected Lin Yuan to have another 6-winged fairy source-type life form. Judging from its aura, Lu Jie could tell that this 6-winged fairy source-type life form with vines for hair and a long red dress had a slightly more elite bloodline than the 6-winged fairy source-type life form that Lin Yuan had summoned in the Divine Wood Federation. Lu Jie already felt pressure by being by Lin Yuan's side. It was only when he gained control of more insect species carcinoma phase that the pressure started to lessen. But now, he realized that no matter how many insect species carcinoma phase he gained control of, there was still a gap between him and Lin Yuan. If he battled against Lin Yuan, the latter could send out any of the 6-winged fairy source-type life forms, and the pressure of their bloodline would impact the insect queen greatly as bloodline mattered more than power to fairy source-type life forms. Regardless of their actual power, fairy source-type life forms with many wings would always be able to suppress fairy source-type life forms with less wings. Lu Jie was not jealous that Lin Yuan had 2 6-winged fairies. Rather, he was afraid that a day would come when he would fall so far behind Lin Yuan that he could not even see Lin Yuan anymore. As Lin Yuan's retainer, this thought gripped his heart with apprehension. Red Thorn had reached Silver 2/Fantasy V. Some time had passed since Red Thorn consumed the strange seed. During this time, Red Thorn had evolved by a small grade. Lin Yuan no longer needed to agonize over ways to evolve Red Thorn's quality. However, the problem of its slow increase in power had not changed. Ever since Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish consumed the 2 strange seeds and evolved its consumption and digestive abilities, it could essentially consume anything in the world. The 3 mouths of Relinquish would even be able to completely digest metal and strengthen the brutal vine ramets. Thus, this whale fall could not only function as a banquet for the creatures living in the sea but Red Thorn as well. If Red Thorn consumed the giant whales, Lin Yuan could not imagine what grade it would evolve to. As he watched the quickly decomposing giant whales and the floating aquatic plants and life forms that were spreading through the sea, he hastily instructed the coquettish Red Thorn, after consuming the bodies of so many water-world dimensional life forms, you must be able to breathe underwater very well now. Try to see if you can take root 1,000 meters below the sea's surface. If it's possible, produce as many brutal vine ramets as possible to wrap around the whale fall. Lin Yuan prepared to release Red Thorn's true body from within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. But before he could do so, Red Thorn waved its hand, and its true body started to quickly wither in the spirit-lock spatial zone. As the flesh energy pulsed around Red Thorn, its withered true body in the spirit-lock spatial zone was reproduced. Red Thorn's face lit up with delight. Since it had been nurtured by Lin Yuan ever since it was young, its only love besides Lin Yuan was eating. When Red Thorn first appeared, it had noticed the whale fall while cuddling up to Lin Yuan. However, it had become smarter than even some spirit chi professionals and was able to control its urges. As such, it no longer whined uncontrollably over every small piece of flesh. However, this did not mean that Red Thorn did not hunger for the whale fall. Since Lin Yuan had asked it to surround the whale fall, it proved its place in Lin Yuan's heart. This thought filled Red Thorn with elation. When Red Thorn summoned its true body, the mother of Bloodbath and Lu Jie finally recognized Red Thorn. Previously, Lu Jie had only been shocked by Red Thorn's 6 wings. But now, the mother of Bloodbath's jaw dropped, and it could only blink in astoundment. The mother of Bloodbath had seen Lin Yuan summon Red Thorn in Millstone Town. At that time, Red Thorn was a source-type plant that had only just evolved to bronze grade. But now, Red Thorn had transformed to the point that the mother of Bloodbath no longer recognized it. Putting aside the question of how a source-type plant had transformed into a 6-winged lifeform, the mother of Bloodbath could not figure out how the Silver 2 Red Thorn had reached Fantasy V. After getting over its shock, it could not help but gasp to itself. It's such a blessing to be one of Lin Yuan's phase. After Red Thorn was summoned, it led the 3 mouths of Relinquish to the bottom of the sea. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee fly out of one of the mouths of Relinquish. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was an avian-type insect and was not equipped to move through water. Red Thorn was completely ignoring the possible death of its devoted fan. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee desperately tried to float up toward the surface of the sea. When Lin Yuan saw this, he waved his hand towards the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and sent it to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Currently, Red Thorn had reached the center of the whale fall. When Red Thorn landed on the bottom of the sea, the impact kicked up the sand on the seabed and caused the seawater to swirl around. The eyes of Relinquish on Red Thorn's 3 mouths of Relinquish blinked wildly. Then Red Thorn digested the eyes of Relinquish one by one. The spore cavities in the 3 mouths of Relinquish spat out a large number of spores. These spores were trapped in the mud and sand and were carried away. When the spores reached the ground, Red Thorn ordered them to take root rapidly. After taking root, the spores did not immediately grow the brutal vine ramets. Instead, they became more small spore cavities. It was evident that Red Thorn had specially treated these spores. This was the first step that Red Thorn was taking in order to enjoy the banquet. The spore cavities grew rapidly and spewed spores once they matured. This depleted the energy in the spore cavities, and they started to wither. The tens of thousands of spores stained the bottom of the sea a blood red. As the spore cavities were able to spew the spores a great distance away, Lin Yuan looked down and saw that the red spores had completely covered the whale fall. The spores took root and brutal vine ramets sprouted from the bottom of the sea. The brutal vine ramets wrapped around the corpses of the giant whales like tentacles and ripped away the thick layers of flesh and rotting flesh. After the brutal vine ramets consumed and digested the fat and skin, the vitality that was released enabled the brutal vine ramets to grow swiftly. Soon, the brutal vine ramets grew from a few meters long to tens of meters long. The length of the brutal vine ramets caused Lin Yuan to be increasingly appalled by Red Thorn's ability to fight underwater. With sufficient vitality, Red Thorn would be able to grow brutal vine ramets that grew from the bottom to the surface of the sea. These brutal vine ramets were extremely agile, and they soon found the weakest parts of the giant whale corpses. As the brutal vine ramets slithered through the cracks in the giant whale's bones, they started to dig into their feast. Consuming these whales not only increased Red Thorn's rate of consumption, but the brutal vine ramets were also able to gain a large amount of vitality in a short amount of time. But still, Red Thorn did not stop using the eyes of Relinquish. Lin Yuan was happy when he saw the brutal vine ramets that had taken over the bottom of the sea in a matter of minutes. He was proud of Red Thorn, which he had nurtured ever since it was a source seed. Every time Red Thorn evolved, Lin Yuan was full of excitement and hope. When he felt the explosive vitality coming from Red Thorn and its increasing grade, Lin Yuan broke out into a bright grin. Although he was slightly upset by the floating aquatic lifeforms and plants that were scattering, it would be difficult for the brutal vine ramets to reach the aquatic lifeforms and plants that were floating away. While Lin Yuan was sighing to himself, the dark red spores that had not found a place to take root hatched. The hatched spores looked completely different from the brutal vine ramets and depended on the energy from Red Thorn to produce pretty fist-sized red flowers. When Lin Yuan saw the thousands of blooming red flowers, he was taken aback. It was clear that this was another form of the brutal vine ramets. When the red flowers grew to the size of a palm, they floated out into the sea as though they had minds of their own and caught the floating aquatic lifeforms and plants. Slowly, the red flowers grew larger and more beautiful. The flowers also grew layer upon layer of gill-shaped petals. These gill-shaped petals propelled the flowers to seek out even more floating aquatic lifeforms and plants. When Lin Yuan saw these gill-shaped flower petals, he was certain that the brutal vine ramet's new form was linked to Red Thorn's consumption of many water-world dimensional lifeforms. Back when Red Thorn only had one mouth of relinquish, it had 12 large gill-shaped petals. Now that Red Thorn had 3 mouths of relinquish, the gill-shaped petals had fallen off during the transformation. But it seemed that there was more to what had happened. Red Thorn could now use the previously decorative gill-shaped petals to fight underwater. Given that there were much too many floating aquatic lifeforms and plants, the red gill-shaped petals could almost take solid bites. The large amount of floating aquatic plants and lifeforms enabled Red Thorn's petals to grow again. The half-meter-long petals slowly grew to 3 meters. The gill-shaped petals grew more slender until they became 6-meter-long fins. Now, the red flowers looked like a strangely beautiful jellyfish. Every gill-shaped fin was like a net that could easily trap the floating aquatic plants and lifeforms. When Lin Yuan saw the 1,500 gill-shaped flowers, he thought, "I was worried for nothing. Red Thorn isn't letting any of the floating aquatic lifeforms and plants go to waste." Red Thorn reached Silver 9, but it had only just started digging into the whale fall. The brutal vine ramets inside the giant whales grew longer with more of the giant whale's organs they consumed. The brutal vine ramets finished consuming the giant whale's skin and reached the fat. The whale's flesh was where the blood energy was the most concentrated. At that moment, Red Thorn waved 5 of the gill-shaped petals at Lin Yuan as though it was sending him something. When Lin Yuan looked at Red Thorn, the latter pointed at the 5 red petals as though it was presenting him with treasure. Lin Yuan saw gold items of varying sizes on the gill-shaped petals. The gold color was even purer than actual gold, and they seemed partially transparent. When Lin Yuan saw the gold items, he picked up a strange yet sweet scent. He immediately knew that these gold items were the dragon saliva whale fragrance that could cure soul injuries and increase the ability to comprehend a natural willpower rune. The dragon saliva whale fragrance formed within whales. The older the whale, the more effective the dragon saliva whale fragrance within them would be. Lin Yuan knew that he had stumbled on a treasure. Even top factions with sea resources as their role would find it difficult to produce so much dragon saliva whale fragrance. Even if they did possess such an amount, they would not make it known. Instead, they would save it for their descendants' use. The dragon saliva whale fragrance would help with the comprehension of willpower rune, and this would increase a spirit chi professional's potential. Money would not be enough to exchange for such an ability. It was clear that this amount of dragon saliva whale fragrance was all that the red flower could carry. The other 4 red flowers delivered 4 more dragon saliva whale fragrances. The 4 dragon saliva whale fragrances were all of different quality and had different colors. Evidently, they came from 4 different giant whales. Regardless, they had the same usage. The only difference would be the scent they released when they were being burned. As Lin Yuan looked at the dragon saliva whale fragrance, he suddenly thought about the island whale brain oil he ate in the Radiant Moon Palace. Thus, he hurriedly said, "Red Thorn, keep the island whale's brain oil for me." After he spoke, he felt that the red thorn would not be able to retain enough of the island whale brain oil. Red Thorn consumed the giant whale's blood energy, which was the most concentrated in the island whale's flesh. It would not do Red Thorn as much good to consume the island whale's brain oil. Just because Red Thorn was able to recognize the dragon saliva whale fragrance did not mean that it would be able to pick up on the other useful spiritual ingredients from the giant whales' bodies. Red Thorn knew that Lin Yuan was conflicted over something through the link in their spirit and bloodline. Red Thorn went over to the Mother of Bloodbath, placed its small white hand on the Mother of Bloodbath's index finger, and said softly, "Sister Blood, let's go to the bottom of the ocean together, so you can tell me what items will be useful to Yuan." Ever since Red Thorn gained intelligence, it knew that the Mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. As such, it felt the utmost respect for the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath was slightly stunned by how Red Thorn addressed it. In the past, the Mother of Bloodbath would have felt that it was strange as it was Lin Yuan's path protector, and calling it sister was inappropriate. But since the Mother of Bloodbath understood sentimentality, it really liked being addressed in such a way. Being addressed in such a way placed the Mother of Bloodbath on the same level of respect as Lin Yuan. What else would make the Mother of Bloodbath happier? The Mother of Bloodbath moved Red Thorn's hand onto its shoulder to protect Red Thorn with its hair as it said, "When we get down there, I'll tell you what to keep and what you can eat. I'll make sure that you understand clearly." The Mother of Bloodbath took Red Thorn to the bottom of the sea and solved Lin Yuan's problem. All he had to do now was sit back and wait to collect a large harvest of spiritual ingredients from the whale fall. When the Mother of Bloodbath and Red Thorn dove underwater, Lin Yuan noticed that Red Thorn had evolved to gold grade. Almost immediately, Red Thorn reached out to Lin Yuan to ask which direction it should evolve in. As Lin Yuan looked at the sea of flowers that Red Thorn had produced, he realized that Red Thorn still needed to depend on the Eyes of Relinquish to trigger the explosive effects despite being able to lay down the sea of flowers quickly. This led to the Sea of Flowers being clumsy and lacking in damage power. Hence, Lin Yuan decided that Red Thorn should strengthen the explosive power of the Sea of Flowers. After Red Thorn received Lin Yuan's instruction, the three mouths of Relinquish seemed to turn into roaring lava. Soon, several threads that resembled blood vessels bulged from the top of the mouths of Relinquish, while many fine threads of air grew from the bottom of the mouths of Relinquish. The thin and soft threads of air linked every brutal vine rammet together. Soon, the swelling blood vessels on the mouths of Relinquish started to move downward. The brutal vine rammets and the rapidly moving red petals clashed together violently. They moved even faster than during combat. This meant that Red Thorn would have to use the Eyes of Relinquish at a quicker rate as well. Moreover, Red Thorn could not continue to evolve its grade by absorbing the energy from the whale fall. Instead, it would have to use the energy to temper its body. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and used true data to check on Red Thorn. Fey name: Red Thorn, six-winged fairy. Thousand Eyes Relinquish, comma. Fey species: Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade: Gold, 1/10. Fey type: Source/wood. Fey quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Mouth of Relinquish secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of Relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of Relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contained digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of Relinquish. Eyes are formed using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of Eyes of Relinquish on every mouth of Relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of Eyes of Relinquish is above 60, those Eyes of Relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flower state transition. By quickly using up the stored energy, the Sea of Flowers child rammet's attacking power and mobility can be improved by several times. The child ramet's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Exclusive skill. Spore growth. Spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by red thorn, out of its spore cavity to quickly grow ramets and child ramets that are controlled by the Urtet. Wither glory. Red thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the sea of flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered sea of flowers will reach its prime state. Lin Yuan saw that red thorn's new ability was called Sea of Flower State Transition. He widened his eyes at the description of Sea of Flower State Transition, as it would increase the Sea of Flower's original power by several times. Several times was only how it was written. But when every child ramet's attacking power and mobility increased by several times, the tens of thousands of child ramets would eventually amount to more than several times of increase in power. This was why elite carcinoma phase were classified as Class C disasters by the Spirit Guards, while bronze carcinoma phase were classified as Class A disasters. During a Class C disaster, King-class experts were dispatched while Thearch-class experts were dispatched during a Class A disaster. An increase in combined power versus individual power made a world of difference in terms of danger level. Moreover, with red thorn's increase in power, it could also produce far more child ramets now. Lin Yuan also realized that the toothed bottom parts of the brutal vine ramets were growing longer. Translucent red web-like membranes grew from within the jellyfish-like flowers. These membranes increased the speed at which the red flowers could move and allowed the gill-shaped flowers to increase the efficiency at which they could take in food when they were clustered together. These had to be the weapons that the child ramets morphed into that increased their original ability as a weapon and their practicality. The more Lin Yuan looked at the gold-red thorn, the more satisfied he felt. As red thorn's grade increased, the power of the entire sea of flowers would be raised. Red thorn was consuming the bodies of the giant whales at an increasing rate. However, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head as red thorn had already reduced some of the smaller whales to the bone. Yet, red thorn had only reached gold 2. Red thorn seemed to use too much of the whale's flesh to evolve. Lin Yuan thought, is it possible that this large whale fall is insufficient for red thorn to evolve to platinum? If so, red thorn requires way too many resources. When will it be able to evolve to myth breed? Soon, Lin Yuan realized he had jinxed himself. After consuming the bodies of every whale beside the 3 largest island whales, red thorn's grade had only reached gold 4. This was also because red thorn was using the blood energy in the whale's flesh to grow more red flowers and brutal vine ramets. However, this would not work if red thorn did not produce as many red flowers and brutal vine ramets as possible. As Lin Yuan could not allow red thorn to finish absorbing the entire whale fall slowly. Otherwise, red thorn would have to remain at the bottom of the sea for months. On the other hand, from the beginning of the formation of the island whale embryos, 80% of the energy in the island whale flesh had already been used up. Otherwise, there would not have been 30 island whale embryos that were formed. A small whale fall might not even be able to form island whale embryos. Even if it could, it would not exceed 2 embryos. The mother of Bloodbath had already stored 13 of the island whale embryos into a Fey storage box to prevent them from fighting for nutrients with red thorn. It also told red thorn about how it could extract the island whale brain oil through the island whale's eyes. At that moment, a clear yet far-off whale cry was released from the 3 island whale bodies covered with brutal vine ramets. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed because he realized that he heard the whale's cries through his soul instead of his ears. The 13 island whale embryos that the mother of Bloodbath had stored inside the Fey storage box were unable to produce any whale cries. The 3 island whales were also dead and half-eaten by red thorn. As such, they could not let out any noise. If Lin Yuan could hear a whale cry, it must mean that there was another whale species Fey nearby. Additionally, it was very likely that this whale species Fey was soul-type. This made Lin Yuan recall a legend he had recently read in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan was extremely interested in this legend. Hence, he had intentionally brought it up with the Moon Empress. This Moon Empress had said that this legend came from the sea clans. Legend had it that only the elemental mermaids from the deep sea could sense the sorrow within a whale fall and see the Fey formed from the souls of the whales called Remembrance Soul Whale. At that time, The Moon Empress had expressed that there was no way to verify the legend as the elemental mermaid itself was a legend. It would be ridiculous to use a legend to verify a legend. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath's faces had not changed in the slightest. This meant that neither of them had heard the whale cry. As Lin Yuan thought about the legend, he suddenly noticed an issue. According to the legend, elemental mermaids could sense the sorrow coming from a whale fall and see the remembrance soul whale. After Lin Yuan fused with dark blue, his body would become flowing water. He looked no different from an elemental mermaid. Did this mean that he could hear the whale cry while Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath could not because of dark blue? If so, this matter just became interesting. Please reading on MYBOX no VL. Calm dark blue was a fae formed by the Moon Empress from the dead moving source water. It was not an elemental mermaid. Before the moving source water became a sacred source life form, it had been an apostle from the water world with below-average faith power. This meant that the legend about the elemental mermaids should come from the water world, and they were likely dimensional life forms that had escaped through a water world dimensional rift. If this were true, it was no wonder that elemental mermaids had disappeared into history. The main world only had spirit chi and no source-type power. Dimensional life forms were unable to absorb spirit chi from the main world and could not receive enough source-type power to increase their power. If they were unable to increase their power, their lifespans would not grow. No matter how long their lifespans were, they would eventually die. Lin Yuan had used blood to form a contract and link with dark blue. If dark blue truly was a sacred source life form formed from an elemental mermaid apostle, by combining with dark blue's body, he would have become the personification of the legend. In order to confirm this, Lin Yuan used faith application to combine with dark blue right there in the ocean. He assumed that combining with dark blue this time would turn him into a mermaid just like he did on land. However, the transformation was completely different from what Lin Yuan thought. When he used faith application, Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath both felt the still water start to move. As the cold water started to move, it resulted in refreshing fluctuations. The floating aquatic plants and life forms that the red flowers had not consumed were gathered together again. A blue ripple that could not be defined by worldly time flowed outward with Lin Yuan at the center. This blue soul that flowed like water swirled around until a vortex was formed. Lin Yuan's body became transparent under the blue backdrop. A fishtail many times longer than what it would be on land swept up thousands of tides in the water and pushed the water further. Lin Yuan's black eyes changed to light blue, and it was as though he could see the bonds of water themselves. As Lin Yuan's blue eyes shone, they resembled the Milky Way in the sky. Lin Yuan's long hair turned into tides that weaved together a blue palace. At that same moment, the entire sea broke out into tens of thousands of songs. The deep blue currents were like the wind in the sky that gently and affectionately enveloped Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the delight in all the water elements around him. At the same moment that Lin Yuan transformed, Lu Jie, the Mother of Bloodbath, and Red Thorn immediately turned their attention to Lin Yuan. One look was enough to ensnare the fae, human, and fairy. At that moment, everything beautiful was defined by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was also stupefied. He never knew that the faith application he had been using had been incomplete. It would only be in its true form when it was used in water. He felt that he looked like the spitting image of the elemental mermaid from the legend. Just as he was about to seek out the source of the whale cry, he heard it again with his soul. Soon, a small silvery white whale with a soul-slender horn materialized from the bottom of the ocean. This whale did not have a corporeal body and was completely formed from soul energy. The small whale made a beeline for Lin Yuan and released a chain of whale cries. When it saw Lin Yuan, it was as though it was looking at a member of its family. Lu Jie, the Mother of Bloodbath, and Red Thorn's faces fell when they saw the small whale charging toward Lin Yuan, and they readied themselves to attack it. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't touch it. It won't hurt me." Lu Jie, the Mother of Bloodbath, and Red Thorn relaxed. However, the Mother of Bloodbath and Red Thorn abandoned the whale fall and moved over to Lin Yuan to form a barrier between him and the small whale. The small whale was slightly scared when it saw that it was being blocked. But this did not stop it from coming closer to Lin Yuan. Suddenly, the small whale's body dissolved into bubbles that solidified behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned and ended up face to face with the small whale. The small whale let out happy cries that Lin Yuan heard through his soul. If the legend was true, this was the soul-type whale species Fey Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Remembrance Soul Whale. Fey name: Remembrance Soul Whale, Fey species. Soul Whale / Single-Horned Whale, Fey grade. Elite, 6/10. Fey type, Soul, Fey quality. Elite, abilities. Soul knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale fantasy. When faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can resolidify into its original form. Lin Yuan saw that this small whale was truly called the Remembrance Soul Whale, and that it had been formed from the souls of several hundred giant whales that had died. Its quality was Elite 6. Lin Yuan could not help but suck in a sharp breath when he saw the Remembrance Soul Whale's abilities. It truly lived up to its background, as its normal ability was amazing. Ever since the beginning of time, any creature that had reached the end of its lifespan or killed would have to die. It was nature's cardinal rule that no living being could be brought back to life. However, Soul Knot would allow the Remembrance Soul Whale to extract the soul from within dead phase. If it collected enough of the soul, it would even be able to access the soul's memories. Essentially, Soul Knot allowed the dead and the living to have a chance to speak. This would enable the living to have a way to hang on to their loved ones. By accessing the memories in the soul, the living could even communicate with the dead through the soul. This would change the relationship of a lifetime to an eternal bond. When Lin Yuan saw Soul Knot, he decided that he would have to keep the Remembrance Soul Whale no matter what. Coincidentally, the Remembrance Soul Whale was considered a support-type Fey. Given Lin Yuan's talent, he would be able to form a contract with the Remembrance Soul Whale. The Remembrance Soul Whale had used whale fantasy to dissolve into bubbles and resolidify behind Lin Yuan. Whale fantasy provided the Remembrance Soul Whale with an impressive dodging ability and allowed it to escape by attaching itself to other objects before changing back into its original form when it was out of danger. Since Lin Yuan could form a contract with the Remembrance Soul Whale, he started to think. Should he use spiritual energy to form a contract with the Remembrance Soul Whale, or use the Spirit Lock spatial zone to Spirit Lock it? If he used his spiritual energy to form a contract with the Silver 6/Elite Remembrance Soul Whale, he would have to deplete his remaining spiritual energy. Then, he would be unable to contract any other Fey he encountered in the future. If he used the Spirit Lock spatial zone to Spirit Lock the Remembrance Soul Whale, the rules of the Spirit Lock spatial zone stated that Morbius could only Spirit Lock Phays that were of a lower grade than it was. This meant that Morbius could only Spirit Lock Phays that were Silver X and below. The Remembrance Soul Whale fell right within the range. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuan decided that he would Spirit Lock the Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan cared about Soul Knot, but not so much about whale fantasy. If he Spirit Locked the Remembrance Soul Whale, Lin Yuan would gain the ability Soul Knot. This would not affect Lin Yuan's expectations of the Remembrance Soul Whale. It would also give him a chance to decide if he wanted to contract other Fays in the future. Lin Yuan reached out and put his hand on the Remembrance Soul Whale's horn to communicate with it using his soul. "Little fella, I can tell that you like me. How would you like to stick with me?" Given that the Remembrance Soul Whale was formed from the souls of giant whales, it was exceedingly intelligent. Lin Yuan asked the Remembrance Soul Whale for its opinion before he formed a contract with it as a show of respect for the Remembrance Soul Whale. Soul Knot was important to him, and he would still have formed a contract with the Remembrance Soul Whale even if it was unwilling. The difference would be that he would use another method. He had just experienced a scare where the mother of Bloodbath almost died. He was now familiar with the sorrow and despair that came with the death of a loved one. With the remembrance soul whale, even if Lin Yuan's loved ones did die, he would still be able to use soul not to keep them by his side. When the remembrance soul whale heard what Lin Yuan said, it immediately happily waved its tail and rushed toward Lin Yuan. The remembrance soul whale was afraid that its horn would hurt Lin Yuan, so it raised its head and knocked him with its body. This was its sign of saying that it wanted to be with him no matter where he went. Lin Yuan activated Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and used Spirit Lock on the remembrance soul whale. It did not take long for the Spirit Lock to be successful. Now the remembrance soul whale was the fourth Fae that Lin Yuan had spirit locked. While forming a spirit lock with the remembrance soul whale, Lin Yuan knew it needed pure spirit chi and soul-type spiritual ingredients to increase its soul power and evolve. Pure spirit chi was nothing to Lin Yuan. However, he did not have many soul-type spiritual ingredients. He only had the cold snow resin that was used to treat soul injuries. Although Lin Yuan now had Jifeng and could use the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to heal the injured souls at any time, it would not hurt to have a store of the cold snow resin. After all, Jifeng would not always be by his side. The island whale brain oil was an exceptional soul-type spiritual ingredient. Once Redthorn dug all the brain oil out of the 3 island whales, the island whale brain oil would be more than suitable to be used to evolve the remembrance soul whale. The mother of Bloodbath, Lu Jie, and Redthorn were set at ease when they saw that the small whale was not hostile toward Lin Yuan, and that he had even accepted it as one of his fays. The mother of Bloodbath led Redthorn back to the bottom of the sea to continue pointing out the island whale brain oil to be collected by the brutal vine rammets. The mother of Bloodbath took out a diamond fay storage box and stored the whale bones that the brutal vine rammets could not consume. Lin Yuan wanted to collect the whale fall to increase the rate at which the island whale hatched, and the island whale bones were key to achieving this. In a large whale fall, the gathering of the souls of the giant whales could result in the birth of this extraordinary life form. At least 80% of the energy in the giant whale's flesh would turn into the island whale embryos. Although Red Thorn seemed to be producing an enormous spectacle, it was only absorbing less than 20% of the blood energy from the giant whale's flesh. As for the giant whale's spirit chi and pure elemental energy, those were stored in the giant whale's bones and marrow. The giant whale's marrow needed decades to decompose. This was why, although the island whale embryos started forming from the beginning of the whale fall, they only hatched at the end of the whale fall. It was not a 100% guarantee that the island whale embryos formed in a large whale fall would hatch. In fact, it would be lucky if just 2 island whale embryos hatched from the whale fall with 3 island whales. Even if an island whale embryo did form from middle-sized whale falls, it would not hatch even when the whale fall ended. This was because the island whale embryos needed too much pure spirit chi and water elemental energy in order to hatch. Thus, every island whale embryo would start a fierce fight with the other island whale embryos from the moment they were formed in order to have the best chance of hatching. From the moment the island whale embryos were formed, they started to train their consumption ability. Every island whale embryo vied to suppress the other island whale embryos to reach the last stage of the whale fall where the whale bones broke open so it would be able to absorb the pure spirit chi and pure water elemental energy that flowed out. However, the island whale embryos that did not manage to hatch would not be left without a future. There was a high amount of concentrated spirit chi and water elemental energy at the bottom of the sea. As time passed, the unhatched island whale embryos would eventually be able to absorb enough water elemental energy and spirit chi. Every life form in the sea would be focused on protecting the island whales. It was just like how Sea King experts and the sea emperors would do anything to ensure that the island whale embryos hatched. Nonetheless, many undiscovered island whale embryos were at the bottom of the sea. There were also many examples where a particular area of the sea had especially tough rocks that slowed down the permeation of spirit chi and resulted in the island whale embryos failing to hatch even when they reached the end of their lifespans. Please reading on MYB Oxen OVL. Hence, the most critical thing to Lin Yuan was the marrow within the giant whale's bones. Besides the bone marrow within the whale bones themselves were also precious. They were equally as valuable as jade-textured wood. Furniture and other items made out of large pieces of whale bones were rarities and could be auctioned off for high prices. Top factions liked to buy furniture and other items made from whale bones. From a certain angle, It could be said that whale bones were even better at displaying one's status than jade-textured wood. After Red Thorn dug out the first island whale's brain oil, it called over 3 of the morphed flowers and watched as they used their gill-shaped petals to carry the whale oil over to Lin Yuan carefully. Lin Yuan gently stroked Red Thorn's hair with his finger. He broke off a fingernail-sized piece of the whale oil and handed it to the Remembrance Soul Whale. The Remembrance Soul Whale used its mouth to touch the whale oil gently before happily swallowing it. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan placed his hand on the Remembrance Soul Whale's head. He circulated his spiritual power to transfer pure spirit chi to the Remembrance Soul Whale. Under the influence of both the island whale brain oil and the pure spirit chi, the Elite 6 Remembrance Soul Whale's power and quality shot up. It did not take long for it to reach Elite X. But instead of allowing the Remembrance Soul Whale to reach bronze grade, the Remembrance Soul Whale's quality evolved to epic quality. Only after this did he allow the Remembrance Soul Whale to break through its grade. This was because phase that had been spirit-locked by Morbius could only raise their grade without gaining new abilities. As such, they would only be able to use their normal abilities. Hence, spirit-locked phase needed to rely on their exclusive skills to improve their normal abilities. After the Remembrance Soul Whale reached bronze grade, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan now needed to choose the one that would be best matched to Soul Knot. The first exclusive skill was Soul Ability Check. Soul Ability Check raised the Remembrance Soul Whale's range of surveillance and increased the rate at which souls are collected. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this exclusive skill, as it would enable the Remembrance Soul Whale to gather souls more easily. With this, the Remembrance Soul Whale would be able to have more confidence to awaken the memories in the souls. On the other hand, Lin Yuan found the ability to increase the speed of gathering of souls to be necessary as it would not take much time to collect souls, and increasing the speed would make an insignificant difference. Regardless, Soul Ability Check was suitable for Soul Knot. Even if the other 2 exclusive skills were lacking, Lin Yuan still had an option he would be satisfied with. When Lin Yuan used to evolve phase, he always evolved all of them to Elite X/Epic. When he evolved them to bronze grade, there were many times when all 3 exclusive skills had been useful. Since the first exclusive skill could already allow Lin Yuan to set his mind at ease, he went on to see the Remembrance Soul Whale's second potential exclusive skill. Collect Soul Storage. Collect souls and digest them to turn them into nutrients that can increase power and grade. During combat, the collected souls can be spat out and cause damage according to the strength of the souls. Lin Yuan frowned when he saw this exclusive skill. Although Collect Soul Storage could greatly increase the rate at which the Remembrance Soul Whale could raise its power without using soul-type spiritual ingredients and could also be matched with Soul Knot, this compatibility ran opposite to Lin Yuan's goal. Lin Yuan could not allow the Remembrance Soul Whale to use the people he cared about as fodder to raise its power or weapons to be used against enemies. He immediately abandoned Collect Soul Storage and moved on to the third exclusive skill. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw the third exclusive skill and let out an uncontrollable howl of laughter. His laughter quickened the rate at which the blue currents flowed. When paired with the shining amber light coming from below the surface of the water, the sea gave the impression of being boundless and majestic. The tides produced melodious harmonies as the entire sea rejoiced for Lin Yuan's sake. Burning Soul New Life was the third exclusive skill that brought Lin Yuan so much joy. Burning Soul New Life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Compared to Burning Soul New Life, Soul Ability Check, which Lin Yuan had been so impressed by, seemed like garbage. Burning Soul New Life could use the soul energy in soul-type spiritual ingredients to heal damaged souls. With enough soul-type spiritual ingredients, the souls could even be returned to whole. When used in conjunction with Soul Knot, the memories in the souls could be fully activated, and Lin Yuan would be able to communicate with his loved ones through their souls. Communicating with a soul with memories was better than talking to a cold body with no thoughts of its own. Once a person died, their soul would dissipate rapidly, leaving behind a limited portion of their soul in their body. If a soul could be easily preserved in the body, the Remembrance Soul Whale would not appear in accompaniment to a whale fall. After a spirit chi professional died, preserving a sufficient portion of their soul would be impossible. On the other hand, high-quality phase souls were much easier to collect. Even long after their bodies were destroyed, their souls could be collected as long as their law crystal, world crystal, or immortal body still existed. Burning soul new life allowed soul not to achieve perfection. Soul not could now truly tie the dead and the living together for eternity. As strong as burning soul new life was, it was not without its limitations. In order to use it, one had to have enough soul-type spiritual ingredients. Soul-type spiritual ingredients were the most expensive type of spiritual ingredients, and even ordinary ones were eligible to be auctioned off at private auctions. Without soul-type spiritual ingredients, burning soul new life would be useless. Please reading on MYB Calm nonetheless. This issue that would cause ordinary people to falter did not deter Lin Yuan in the slightest, as he had the island whale brain oil. The older the brain from which the island whale brain oil came, the higher the quality of the brain oil would be. Could be said that the best quality of island whale brain oil came from whale falls. On that note, Lin Yuan had just received a watermelon-sized amount of island whale brain oil and would be receiving 2 more like it soon. Hence, he had no lack of soul-type spiritual ingredients. Additionally, since he had formed a contract with the Remembrance Soul Whale, Lin Yuan was going to start collecting as many soul-type spiritual ingredients as possible just in case. Hence, his store of soul-type spiritual ingredients would only grow. Thus, Lin Yuan immediately chose burning soul new life. Still, he did not stop there and continued to evolve the Remembrance Soul Whale. While Red Thorn was using the brutal vine ramets to clean out the whale fall, Lin Yuan continued to evolve the Remembrance Soul Whale until it reached Bronze X/Legend. Lin Yuan always sought perfection when he nurtured phase. This was why there was a gap between his phase powers and his own powers. He was playing the long game. Once he became an A-rank spirit chi professional, his phase would sweep everyone off their feet when they reached fantasy breed. Hence, Lin Yuan stopped the Remembrance Soul Whale at Bronze X/Legend just like he had done with Chimey, Genius, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow. He would only allow it to evolve to Bronze X/Fantasy I, and eventually Silver Grade when he found a suitable willpower rune for it. This was the only way he could utilize the Remembrance Soul Whale's potential to the greatest extent as well as enable Morbius to evolve as soon as possible. Morbius was currently at Silver Grade, and Lin Yuan checked on it. Fey name: Morbius. Fey species: unknown. Fey grade: Silver, 10/10. Fey type: Spatial/Mystery. Fey quality: Fantasy I, ability. Exclusive skill: Silver grade Spirit Lock: Remembrance Soul Whale. Bronze X/Legend abilities. Soul Knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Exclusive skill: Burning Soul New Life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Morbius had already been asleep for a long time. Lin Yuan could not do much about his slumbering first friend. Once the Remembrance Soul Whale reached Fantasy Breed and evolved to Gold Grade, Morbius could also evolve to Gold Grade. It was even possible that Morbius would awaken then. Lin Yuan missed Morbius. However, when would he be able to find a willpower rune suitable for the Remembrance Soul Whale? He scratched the back of his head. He had a fair number of willpower runes in his possession. He had given the Twilight willpower rune that he found at Millstone Town to Chimey. The willpower rune he had comprehended while gazing at the burning wild plants had gone to the Jasmine Lily, while the vast sea willpower rune he comprehended while looking at the sea outside of Indigo Azure City had been given to Blackie. The knowledge willpower rune from realizing that knowledge was power now belonged to Genius. After immediately comprehending a willpower rune from the broken silver stamen gold luster Kasha, he gave it to Red Thorn. The willpower rune he had comprehended while sensing the wind currents went to Shiny. He had comprehended the butterfly-shaped willpower rune while watching Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky butterfly dancing in the air together under sunlight. This one had gone to Purple Afterglow. Moreover, Silver Corona had transformed into a fairy source-type fae using the fairy's heart, and it acknowledged Lin Yuan as its master because it had been the first person it had laid its eyes on. Hence, their relationship only ran one way, where Silver Corona worshipped him as its master. As such, Lin Yuan could not give the Kill Carnage Willpower rune to Silver Corona, even though it was very suitable for Silver Corona. In total, Lin Yuan had comprehended 10 willpower runes. If he told anyone this, they would be frozen with shock. It was unheard of for such an elite young person to own 10 fantasy breed fays. Yet, Lin Yuan still felt that he did not have enough to go around. Besides the one he had already used, Lin Yuan only had the Kill Carnage Willpower rune he had comprehended in the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. After being stuck on the Knowledge Willpower rune for so long, Lin Yuan knew the torture of yearning for a willpower rune but being unable to obtain one. He also knew how difficult it was to comprehend a willpower rune intentionally. If it were easy to comprehend a willpower rune intentionally, there would be countless spirit chi professionals who burnt holes in their wallets to hire creation masters to create a custom willpower rune for their phase. The dragon saliva whale fragrance that Red Thorn found could increase a phase ability to comprehend willpower runes from nature. The jade-textured agarwood could calm a person down and give them clarity to focus. It was Lin Yuan's favorite incense fragrance. Lin Yuan decided that when he returned, he would choose his favorite scent out of the 4 dragon saliva whale fragrances. Then, he would be able to muddle the jade-textured agarwood and his favorite dragon saliva whale fragrance together for his daily use. This might help him to comprehend a willpower rune that was suitable for the Remembrance Soul Whale as soon as possible. If he could not find the best willpower rune, a perfectionist like Lin Yuan would not dare to contract any new phase. If any other elite member of the young generation knew what he was thinking, scathing thoughts would immediately fill their heads. How are you still not satisfied after comprehending 10 willpower runes? It would be the happiest day of our lives if we managed to comprehend one. What do you take willpower runes for? Do you think they're vegetables sold at the market or toilet paper that is always readily available? Also, you're way too heavy-handed. The dragon saliva whale fragrance is so precious that anyone who obtains even a small piece of it will carefully turn it into an accessory they wear wherever they go to increase their ability to comprehend willpower runes from nature. Yet, you choose not to only immediately burn it up but also insist on picking the best scent out of the 4? How infuriating! Nonetheless, these young elites would never have the opportunity to know that Lin Yuan held such a treasure in his hands, as he was not the type to show off. He always kept his treasures and fortunes a secret. By now, Red Thorn's brutal child Ramets had finished consuming all the flesh from the 3 island whales, reducing them to bones. The mother of Bloodbath carefully stored the island whale bones in a diamond face storage box. Just like the island whale brain oil, the bones became more valuable with age. These 3 sets of old island whale bones shone like pieces of jade at the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan immediately decided what he would use the island whale bones for. He did not plan on opening them up to gain access to their marrow, even though that would enable the floating island whale to hatch sooner. This was because he still had the bones of hundreds of giant whales that could be used to enable the floating island whale to hatch sooner. Lin Yuan was a patient person, but there would be no guarantee that waiting would allow him to gain another 3 sets of island whale bones, much less mature island whale bones. Lin Yuan was also unwilling to kill high-quality whales to obtain their bones. He planned on using the 3 sets of island whale bones as pillars that would hold up the true sky city that he was going to build on the floating island whale's back. After Lin Yuan extracted the island whale's brain oil, they would lose their jade sheen and turn ivory. The furniture and items made from whale bones that appeared at auctions were all made from bones that had their marrow extracted. If the marrow were kept sealed within the bones, the whale bones would be sturdier and start to glow under the nourishment of the marrow. By using the island whale bones to build Sky City, the water elements and spirit chi released would nourish the floating island whale skin and prevent its skin from drying out while flying in the sky. This would also allow any plant-type phase that Lin Yuan planted on the floating island whale's back to grow without needing to be watered, as the water vapor released from within the island whale bones would be enough. The island whale bones were extremely strong. When combined with other strong spiritual ingredients, Sky City would be saved from damage when the floating island whale knocked into other targets. Hu Quan would be beside himself with excitement if he found out that Lin Yuan wanted to use the 3 sets of island whale bones to build Sky City. Currently, Red Thorn had reached Gold 9/Fantasy V and was 1 step away from Platinum grade. Lin Yuan returned Red Thorn and the Remembrance Soul Whale to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and stopped using Faith Application. The Mother of Bloodbath came over to Lin Yuan, presented him with the 10 diamond Fae storage boxes full of brain oil, and said, "Here are all the resources that can be collected from the large whale fall. Besides the whale bones, I also asked Red Thorn to save over 100 gallbladders. The giant whale's gallbladders are strong antidotes for poison, even the rarest ones. They might be useful to you one day." Lin Yuan smiled and received the Fae storage boxes as he replied, "You've worked hard, Mother of Bloodbath. If not for you, a person without experience like me would have been left at a loss about how to teach Red Thorn what to and what not to eat." The Mother of Bloodbath shook its head. Its contributions were minuscule compared to what Lin Yuan had done for it. It did not deserve Lin Yuan's gratitude. Instead, it should be the one expressing its gratitude. Given all the times that Lin Yuan had saved it, thanking him 1,000 times would still be insufficient. The Mother of Bloodbath softly said, "Lin Yuan, you didn't want me to stand on ceremony with you? So why are you acting like this with me? Also, one of the Fae storage boxes I gave you contains 7 law crystals. 6 of them are Myth I, while 2 are Myth II. These giant whales might be large in size, but they aren't strong. It's actually a shame only 1 out of the 3 island whales reached creation breed. The law crystal from that island whale is at least 10 times more valuable than the law crystals from the other giant whales." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, but he did not immediately look inside the Fae storage boxes. All of the law crystals would become the sacred sword-wielding queen's food and be absorbed by its skirt. There was no rush to check on them now, and he could do it when he returned to the mansion. Now that the bottom of the sea had been cleared out, Lin Yuan prepared to return to the island with Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath to start the important task of enabling the floating island whale to hatch sooner. It would be too inconvenient to extract the marrow from the hundreds of giant whale bones while they were in the sea. A giant whale spent most of its time in the deep sea and only came to the surface occasionally for air. Hence, the pressure in their marrow was extremely high. Once the bones were opened by even a crack, all the marrow would be pushed out, and the pure water elements and spirit chi would spill out and dissipate into the sea. In order to ensure that the floating island whale could absorb all of the marrow, the option would be to extract it on the island. Besides the benefits that Lin Yuan was expecting, the whale fall had also brought the legendary Remembrance Soul Whale to him. This was the pleasant surprise of his trip to Raging Wave City. When he returned to the island and was about to extract the giant whale's bone marrow, he was instantly stunned by the island's state. What the hell? What's going on? Why has Silver Umber Black reverted to its original body? Why are all the Sea King experts almost dead? White Speak was in human form as it stood atop Silver Umber Black and carved its back with a piece of white bone. The scene was enough to make one bristle with anger. Although Lin Yuan had not explicitly shown that he had forgiven Silver Umber Black, reading between the lines of what he had said was enough to discern his attitude toward it. Since the Mother of Bloodbath had forgiven Silver Umber Black, he would not pursue the matter either. Thus, why was White Speak attacking Silver Umber Black? Lin Yuan immediately yelled, "White Speak! What's going on?" He trusted White Speak more than he did Silver Umber Black. Regardless of whether White Speak believed that he was a dictator, the glowing dots of faith in the shrine provided by White Speak were real. White Speak provided the largest glowing dots, and this meant that White Speak's faith in Lin Yuan ran deep. Since the glowing dots provided by White Speak had not diminished, White Speak would not go against his wishes. There had to be a reason for all of this. Silver Umber Black shivered in terror as it watched White Speak carve the scales off its back. When it recalled the things that White Speak had done to it, all the hair on its back stood up. When Silver Umber Black saw Lin Yuan had returned to the island, it screamed wildly, "Lin Yuan, save me! I'll do anything if you'll save me. I'll tell you all of the first Emperor Shark clan secrets that I know of." At that moment, Silver Umber Black was like a rabbit that had been backed into a corner by a tiger and had suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope. Whitespeak spun around and jumped down from Silver Umber Black's back. It placed the silvery blue paste he had carved out of Silver Umber Black's back into a crystal bottle and said, "Lord, you specifically said that no one from the island was allowed to enter the sea. But I found this smelly fish eyeing the sea suspiciously. Since this smelly fish did not listen to your instruction, I decided to teach it a lesson. This smelly fish needs to learn its place. Servants should stick to doing what servants do. Since it wants to be your servant, how can it ignore your order?" Lin Yuan was slightly surprised when he heard what Whitespeak said. Whitespeak sure knew how to protect him. Besides people close to him like the mother of Bloodbath and Lu Jie, Lin Yuan did not want nor would he allow anyone to know that he had obtained the Remembrance Soul Whale. He looked at Silver Umber Black, who had transformed back into human form. Silver Umber Black was in a pathetic state, and its shiny horn appeared dimmer. There was also blood oozing out of its mouth. Clearly, Whitespeak had not held back. When Lin Yuan seemed to have no intention of blaming Whitespeak, it knew that it had succeeded in currying favor. In Whitespeak's eyes, Silver Umber Black's action was punishable by death. It was just a puny, smelly fish. Yet, it dared to ignore Lord Dictator. Since Whitespeak lived in the marsh world, life rank was above all else. Any dimensional life form that dared to defy its apostle would be punished harshly in the dimensional world. After experiencing the dimensional world's merciless ways, Whitespeak repeated it on Silver Umber Black. The Kill Food Sky butterfly first looked at Whitespeak with fright before it walked over to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, things happened just as Whitespeak said. Although Whitespeak's methods are extreme, I don't think Whitespeak's in the wrong." The Kill Food Sky butterfly shot a scathing look at Silver Umber Black. If only the Kill Food Sky butterfly were as capable at flattery as Whitespeak, it would have also stopped Silver Umber Black from peeking into the sea. Given that Silver Umber Black was a sea emperor that had reached immortal breed, using its spiritual energy to sense beneath the water was no different from seeing with its eyes. Lin Yuan walked over to Silver Umber Black and cocked his head as he asked the humiliated Silver Umber Black, "It looks everything you said before I went to collect the whale fall was a lie." For some reason, Silver Umber Black felt a chill overwhelm its heart, and it hurriedly pleaded, "Lord, I have never been anyone's subordinate before, so it's understandable that I don't understand the rules. Please give me a chance. I know a lot of information about the first Emperor Shark Clan, and I'll tell you all of it. I can also tell you anything and everything that you want to know about the first Emperor Cutlass Clan." Lin Yuan did not forgive Silver Umber Black immediately. Although it should be telling the truth, as it would not be reduced to being any other Sea Clan subordinate even if the first Emperor Cutlass Clan had waned in power, it was not good for it to be unaware of the rules. This was especially so because he had decided to make the first Emperor Shark Clan pay a price, and he would definitely be starting a war with the Sea Clans. Leaving a Sea Emperor that was unaware of the rules by his side would only cause him trouble. Rules could not be picked up in a day, and Lin Yuan did not have the time to educate Silver Umber Black. Thus, fear became the best solution. As long as Silver Umber Black's heart was pumped full of fear, it would think about the consequences before it acted and be careful about breaking the rules. Lin Yuan turned and asked Whitespeak, "Whitespeak, what is that thing you carved out?" Whitespeak fished a large bottle full of silver blue paste out of his sleeve. It handed the bottle to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, when I attacked the smelly fish, I noticed that its scales were extremely smooth, so I decided to collect some. From now on, when I'm under the sun in my original form, I can spread the scales on my back. It should be very comfortable." Whitespeak presented the bottle like a treasure and added, "Lord, I collected over 30 bottles full of scales. If you like them, I can give them to you." Lin Yuan almost exploded. Given that Silver Umber Black was a Sea Emperor from the first Emperor Cutlass Clan, its scales were definitely expensive high-quality water-type spiritual ingredients. It was no wonder that Silver Umber Black was in a sorry state since Whitespeak had collected so many of its scales. Lin Yuan would be able to understand if Whitespeak wanted to use the scales to increase its power or give them to White Pavilion. However, Whitespeak wanted to use the scales as skincare or give them to Lin Yuan. What use would he have for the scales? Was he supposed to use them as an exfoliant when he showered? Lin Yuan's lips twitched, and he returned the bottle to Whitespeak as he said, "Since you're so interested in these scales, you should keep them." He took out the jeweled cave golden toad and said, "It seems that you're on good terms with Silver Umber Black. After taking so many of its scales, you should comfort it. Stay here for a while." Whitespeak was slightly shocked by what Lin Yuan said, but it smiled when it picked up on what he meant. When Silver Umber Black heard what Lin Yuan said, it suddenly felt that Lin Yuan seemed even more terrifying than Whitespeak. This petrifying image of Lin Yuan was burned into Silver Umber Black's mind. It was so terror-stricken that it almost burst into tears. But when it saw Lin Yuan's cold expression, it dared not plead for mercy as it was afraid that it would cause him to change his mind and choose an even more barbaric method. Silver Umber Black cowered in fear as it entered the jeweled cave golden toad of its own accord. As for the two Sea King experts, Lin Yuan tossed them to Whitespeak so that it could teach them a lesson. The mother of Bloodbath and Lu Jie grinned when they saw how Lin Yuan treated Silver Umber Black. Reading on MYBO Snow Velcom. Please. Lin Yuan was always gracious and rarely lost his temper. Although this was a virtue, it could also be mistaken for spinelessness. The way that Lin Yuan talked to Silver Umber Black proved that he had constantly been maturing. He had grown from a bright youth to a dignified young man of the upper echelon. Lin Yuan had already given Silver Umber Black a chance, but it had ignored his order. Since Silver Umber Black did not know how to appreciate the opportunity it had been given, it deserved to be taught a brutal lesson. If Lin Yuan gave Silver Umber Black multiple chances, Silver Umber Black would only disregard the rules, cross the line, and eventually lose its loyalty to Lin Yuan. Only the mother of Bloodbath, Lu Jie, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Shadow were left on the island. They were all dear to Lin Yuan, and he did not feel the need to hide anything from them. Thus, he summoned the island whale embryo out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Other than Lu Jie, who understood the island whales, the mother of Bloodbath and Kill Food Sky Butterfly were not sea phase and knew very little about the island whales. As a dimensional life form, Shadow was completely in the dark. Lu Jie had noticed that the island whale embryo that Lin Yuan took out was very different from regular island whale embryos. Usually, the island whale embryos were blue, but the one Lin Yuan took out was a mix of green and blue, and it had both wind and water-type aura. This was the first time that Lu Jie had come across such an island whale embryo. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the floating island whale embryo. After Lin Yuan had fed the floating island whale so many times, it had become accustomed to his aura. The floating island whale within the egg immediately swam over to where Lin Yuan's hand was placed on the shell. Lin Yuan could also feel the tremors coming from inside the egg. When Lin Yuan saw the confused expressions of those around him, he said, "When I first established a private faction, I did not decide to name it Sky City by chance. From the beginning, I aimed to build a faction in the sky. This is a mutated island whale embryo called the floating island whale. It can swim in the sky just like how the island whales swim in the sea." Shadow did not think much of what Lin Yuan said as it did not come from the main world. However, Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly froze. Naturally, the three of them did not question the truth of what Lin Yuan had said. However, what he had said was just too shocking. An island whale that flew in the sky was completely different from one that swam in the sea. The island whale from the sea would not be able to infringe on land, but the floating island whale from the sky could. Hence, they had completely different strategic significances. By building a camp on the floating island whale's back, the faction would be able to land on any part of the world and would not have to be constrained by domains. Lu Jie suddenly realized that he had never truly understood Lin Yuan, much less aimed for the same ambitions. He could not even begin to imagine Lin Yuan's ambitions. From the beginning, Lin Yuan had set his sights on not just the Radiance Federation but the entire main world. He had been constantly working hard toward this aspiration. Now that Lu Jie had become Night-Leaning Moon's disciple, all the resources he used to increase his power came from her. However, Lu Jie had no doubt that even if he did not have a master, Lin Yuan would do all he could to provide him with carcinoma phase that the insect queen could control. Lu Jie had always wanted to be the one to shelter Lin Yuan. Yet, from every angle it was plain to see that Lin Yuan was the one protecting every member of Sky City. Eventually, Lu Jie did not say anything as there was no need to. In order to catch up to Lin Yuan and become Lin Yuan's retainer for the rest of his life, all he could do was work harder and harder. Lu Jie composed himself and pulled up his sleeve as he said, "Lin Yuan, there are hundreds of whale bones. Let's split up to extract the marrow." Lin Yuan took out the diamond face storage boxes that the mother of Bloodbath had given him and summoned all the giant whale bones other than those of the 3 island whales. He had not thought much of it when he was at the bottom of the ocean. But now that the hundreds or even thousands of meters long giant whale bones were laid out on the island, they took up more than half the space on the island. The sight of the landscape was startling. Lu Jie instructed the insect queen to produce many of the shield ladybugs. The giant whale bones were very heavy. Although the mother of Bloodbath, Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Shadow could lift the bones easily, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were unable to. Every one of the diamond shield ladybugs possessed Herculean strength, and 10 of them were enough to lift the giant whale bones. As sturdy as the whale bones were, finding a way to extract the marrow was not difficult. The whale bones were connected by the spine running from their heads to their tails. There were also many support bones below their heads. The space at the center of the whale's skull was the weakest part of the whale bones, and a glue-like membrane covered the whole. This membrane would not rot in the whale fall. All one had to do was gently use a sharp object to break the membrane, and the marrow would spill out naturally. Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Shadow used this method to extract the marrow from each set of bones to preserve the whale bone's completeness. Lin Yuan opened the Spirit Lock spatial zone and took out all the wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Out of all the types of elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan had the least wind-type elemental shellfish. However, given that only the floating island whale utilized the wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, Shiny had not had the chance to utilize them. As such, he had the highest number of wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. In front of the astonished Lu Jie, Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan produced box after box of wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and placed them around the floating island whale embryo. Next, he plastered himself on the floating island whale's egg. He slit his palms and used his blood to form a link with the floating island whale. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not need to inject any more spirit chi into the floating island whale embryo as there was sufficient spirit chi in the giant whale's bone marrow for the floating island whale's needs. Lin Yuan only needed to provide it with Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. However, it was clear that there was more pure water elemental energy than spirit chi in the giant whale's bone marrow. In order to allow the floating island whale embryo to absorb pure water elemental energy and water elemental energy, Lin Yuan planned on cutting off the spirit chi for the rest of the phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, while the floating island whale was absorbing the bone marrow. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom. Please. When Gray was absorbing large amounts of pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan had been worried that the floating island whale embryo would be affected. Now that the floating island whale had taken on the main role, he no longer had anything to be afraid of. The twin red pagoda, intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, and various elemental shellfish would not be greatly affected. The worst-case scenario would be that the elemental shellfish would be temporarily unable to produce elemental pearls. The mother of Bloodbath, Lu Jie, Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and Shadow quickly poured the whale marrow all over the floating island whale embryo. A storm of wind elements with the floating island whale at the center swirled on the island. If he had not changed the terrain of the island and driven away all other lifeforms, the other lifeforms would be in trouble if they witnessed this scene. Once whale marrow from 80 giant whales was poured on the floating island whale egg, Lin Yuan could sense the floating island whale banging against the shell. This showed that the floating island whale was so eager to meet him that it was anxiously thrashing around. Lin Yuan let out a sigh when he felt the floating island whale's affection toward him. Although 2/3 of the giant whale marrow had already been used up, the floating island whale embryo still had not let out a single whale cry. It seemed that there was no hope of the floating island whale hatching today. This was unsurprising as the floating island whale embryo needed pure wind elemental energy to grow, and there had been none at the bottom of the ocean. The Gao family had been nurturing the floating island whale ever since they received it, but never provided it with any pure wind elemental energy. This meant that the floating island whale embryo had only started to be nurtured when it landed in Lin Yuan's hands, entered the spirit lock spatial zone, and received its first influx of pure spirit chi, water elemental energy, and wind elemental energy. If the floating island whale embryo were still able to hatch after only absorbing the giant whale's bone marrow without initially absorbing pure spirit chi, water elemental energy, and wind elemental energy, the floating island whale would not be as valuable as it was. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was adamant about not touching the 3 island whales' bone marrow. After absorbing the bone marrow of so many giant whales, it would take the floating island whale a month at the most to hatch. Thus, Lin Yuan would be able to see the floating island whale hatch before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to the floating island whale hatching for a long time. Ever since he received the floating island whale embryo, a day did not go by that he did not wish for the floating island whale to hatch as soon as possible. Without this large whale fall, it could take 6 months for the floating island whale to hatch using just the resources available in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. But now, Lin Yuan only had to wait for another month. The wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls stacked below the floating island whale embryo were being used up at a visible rate. After consuming so many precious spiritual ingredients and the Earth Center fine milk, Lin Yuan's body had also improved. Even if there were no healing-type phase around to heal the wound on his palm, he would be able to use his spirit to control the cells to accelerate healing. Lin Yuan was in no rush to heal his wounds. Instead, he continued to supply blood in order to deepen his connection with the floating island whale. Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, and the rest continued to extract the whale marrow as they stared in shock at the wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls being used up. With every breath that the floating island whale took, at least 10 wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and the marrow from 1 giant whale would be used up. This meant that the floating island whale used up hundreds of millions of radiance dollars with every breath it took. The floating island whale took 5 breaths every minute. In 20 minutes, Lin Yuan had used up close to 10 billion radiance dollars on the floating island whale. This speed of consumption was terrifying as even top factions in the Radiance Federation would not be able to afford it. However, Lin Yuan's gains and losses would balance out. Besides the hatching speed issue, it was clear from its quality that Lin Yuan's floating island whale would be stronger and larger than the island whales hatched by other factions. The wild island whales hatched in the sea could easily reach close to a length of 50,000 meters. Meanwhile, those hatched by top factions would only be able to reach a length of 30,000 meters at best. This was because the water elemental energy and concentration of spirit chi provided by those top factions could not compare to that of the whale fall. Factions did not regard the island whale as an ordinary fae but as a strategic resource. Some of the factions with sea or trading roles, like whale ocean commerce, nurtured the island whales in order to transport goods by sea. By using the island whales, they would not be attacked by sea faes and would be able to trade with the various federations. Hence, there was no need for whale ocean commerce to nurture the island whale embryos to the best of their ability. The number of creation masters would not be able to affect the purity of spirit chi and water elements. Instead, the class of the creation masters was what mattered. High-class creation masters were able to produce spirit chi and water elements of much higher concentration than low-class creation masters. Every faction's creation master resources were tight, and they tried to save as much as possible. Thus, it was no wonder that whale ocean commerce aimed to hatch the island whales at the lowest cost possible to save creation master resources and nurture more island whales. Lin Yuan used wind-type elemental pearls that all had outer layers. He had also taken out multiple water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers and placed them around the floating island whale egg. This meant that Lin Yuan's manual nurturing of the floating island whale was no different from the island whales nurtured by a whale fall. In fact, the floating island whale he nurtured would be better. A large whale fall could not compare to the purity of elemental energy in an over-the-rail coral elemental pearl. After using the bone marrow from over 90 giant whales and 1,000 wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, Lin Yuan finally sensed tremors coming from the floating island whale embryo. The floating island whale embryo's wail cries also became louder. Lin Yuan smiled. He only had to wait for the little one inside the egg to grow strong enough to break through the shell, and the floating island whale would be hatched. After the bone marrow from the final giant whale was used up and the floating island whale drew another breath, the island fell silent. Before the floating island whale hatched, it could not be without pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan hurriedly returned it to the spirit lock spatial zone before collecting the unused wind and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lu Jie helped Lin Yuan to collect the whale bones as he said, "Lin Yuan, it looks like the floating island whale will be able to hatch within the month. It will be a large undertaking to start building atop the floating island whale once it hatches." Reading on Meibo.com. Please. Hu Quan only has 350 spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion, and the underground palace needs Hu Quan for the time being. The base in the marsh world also needs spirit craftsmen. I think that there are too few spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. We should tell Hu Quan to hire more spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan did not nod immediately. Instead, he frowned. There would be construction ongoing simultaneously on the floating island whale's back, the Divine Wood Federation's underground palace, and the base in the marsh world. The Heavenly Craft Pavilion's spirit craftsmen would definitely be insufficient. It might not even be enough to meet his rate of expansion if 500 spirit craftsmen were sent to the marsh world to build the base. There was no person on Earth that did not hope that their base would be built as soon as possible. Hence, there would never be enough spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. However, hiring spirit craftsmen in earnest for the Heavenly Craft Pavilion would not only require a large number of resources, but Hu Quan would also be unable to teach all of them. Lin Yuan had discussed this with Hu Quan before, and Hu Quan had said that bringing 500 spirit craftsmen at a time was already his limit. The more people were hired, the more potential trouble would follow, as it was statistically more possible for there to be a spy amongst them that would leak Sky City's secrets. Lin Yuan encountered subterranean dimensional lifeforms like the Land Imp for the first time at the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. The Land Imp would be a much better candidate to build the underground palace than spirit craftsmen. 3 Class 5 Land Imps would be as good as a team of Class 4 spirit craftsmen. Additionally, the Land Imps were good with their hands. Despite their shaggy and unappealing appearance, all of them were competent builders. Some spirit chi professionals would not immediately kill the Land Imps they encountered in Class 2 subterranean dimensional rifts. Instead, they would follow the Land Imps to their nest before killing them and stealing the weapons in the nest. The weapons created by the Land Imps were always welcome in the luxury market. It was for this reason that many factions with creation master roles had put up job offers at guild clubs for adventurers to catch living Land Imps that the factions then bought from them. Next, the factions used spirit fluid to try to train the Land Imps. It was then that they discovered it was difficult for humans to subjugate the Land Imps. Even if the Land Imps were eventually successfully trained after prolonged efforts, they would still not be fully loyal and lazy to boot. They would seize the chance to escape whenever it was available. After so much labor and creation master resources invested, those factions had only received pitiful returns. One of the factions that had been worst hit was Coiling Dragon's Valley. During a conversation with Long Tao, the latter had even complained about Coiling Dragon's Valley's failure to train the Land Imps to Lin Yuan. As much as Lin Yuan pitied Long Tao, there was no guarantee that he would also be unable to succeed where Coiling Dragon's Valley failed. Creation masters could not gain the Land Imps' loyalty because they were unable to harness source-type power. They were only able to use spirit chi and had no concept of faith power. Spirit chi was tempting to every fae but completely unappealing to dimensional lifeforms. However, Lin Yuan could use the sacred sword-wielding queen and dark blue to wield both source-type power and faith power. Additionally, he had gained the Vain Land Imp in the Divine Wood Federation and transformed it into an apostle. With the Vain Land Imp, Lin Yuan could use it to teach other Land Imps in the future. The Vain Land Imp would pick the best Land Imps to become its believers or use its totem to change them into favored believers. This would increase not only the power of the Vaneland Imp's faith power but also create a fully faithful team for Lin Yuan's sake. If Lin Yuan used the same resources on these land imps that he was currently using on the spirit craftsman, he would be able to accomplish his goal sooner. Once the Class 6-dimensional rift in the Radiance Federation was opened to the public, the Radiance Federation would undergo a radical change. Since this was the beginning of this century's transformation, Lin Yuan would follow the trend and make use of dimensional lifeforms to their greatest extent. Lin Yuan shook his head and said to Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, do you remember the Vaneland Imp?" Lu Jie was momentarily stunned when he heard what Lin Yuan said. When he thought about the amazing way that Lin Yuan had subjugated the Vaneland Imp, he immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Lu Jie's eyes lit up as he said, "I'll go to the guild clubs immediately when we return to put up a job offer to catch land imps. The Dimensional Rift's active period has only just ended, and the price of dimensional lifeforms is at an all-time low. Not long ago, I saw that the snail-clawed snail, which used to cost 800,000 radiance dollars, now goes for only 200,000 radiance dollars. Even those high-quality ones only cost 350,000. Lin Yuan stretched and replied, "I will have to trouble you for this matter. Big brother Lu, let's go. We will head to Raging Wave City first to see if our collecting of the large whale fall affected them. Then we'll return to the royal capital." The Kill Food Sky Butterfly returned to its original form when it heard what Lin Yuan said. At that moment, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly suddenly thought about what Whitespeak had done to Silver Umber Black. Some time had passed since Silver Umber Black had entered the jeweled cave Golden Toad. If Lin Yuan did not let Silver Umber Black out soon, Silver Umber Black would be scared to death by Whitespeak even if Whitespeak did not hurt it. Silver Umber Black was useful to Lin Yuan, and it would do no good to allow it to be scared to death by Whitespeak. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly decided to remind Lin Yuan, who scratched his head awkwardly. Lin Yuan had been so focused on Sky City's expansion that he had completely forgotten about Silver Umber Black. If the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had not reminded him, he would have brought it to the royal capital. Thus, Lin Yuan opened the jeweled cave Golden Toad and let Whitespeak, Silver Umber Black, and the two Sea King experts out. Whitespeak bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, I have offered suitable compensation and apologized. In order to prevent this smelly fish from insulting you, I gave it a friendly lesson on how to speak and act in front of you." Whitespeak narrowed its eyes at Silver Umber Black, and the latter immediately fell to its knees in front of Lin Yuan with terror as it greeted him non-stop. Lin Yuan walked over to Silver Umber Black and said softly, "Everything is fine now that Whitespeak apologized to you. I wanted you and Whitespeak to communicate in order to build your friendship. It's best if you're not constantly on guard with each other when you're working under me. I will ask you again. Are you sure that you want to become my servant?" Silver Umber Black became even more terrified by Lin Yuan's cold tone. It dared not to rebuke him. Reading on Maibo Snowvelcom, "Please." It had been impressed by Lin Yuan's countenance when it first laid eyes on him. Everything about Lin Yuan, from his features to his aura, was adored by Silver Umber Black. But now, Silver Umber Black was terror-stricken by Lin Yuan's affection. Whitespeak was Silver Umber Black's nightmare, and Whitespeak worked for Lin Yuan. A master collected servants that had the same character as them. Lin Yuan appeared to be an innocuous bright young man, but he was definitely scarier than Whitespeak. Nonetheless, Whitespeak had conditioned Silver Umber Black to the point that Silver Umber Black knew not to say anything against him. Silver Umber Black hurriedly said, "Lord, I, Silver Umber Black, will start serving you from today and listen to your every command. I no longer live for the sea of the first Emperor Cutlass clan. I belong to only you." Lin Yuan did not know what Silver Umber Black was speaking, nor did he know that Whitespeak had caused him to take on such a huge burden. But he would not mind even if he knew. "If this is the case, I want you to swear on your immortal body. Once you're done, return to the sea and organize all of your and Shark On's resources. Shark On is dead, and its territory is the closest to yours. Try to gather all the resources before the members of royalty from the Radiance Federation come to find you. Once they come to see you, come see me in the royal capital. Silver Umber Black's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that I won't have to be with White Speak again for a long time? This is great. Silver Umber Black used its most sincere posture to pledge on its immortal body to become Lin Yuan's servant. From now on, Lin Yuan could control Silver Umber Black's life with one word. Before the joy could sink in, what Lin Yuan said next caused Silver Umber Black to plunge back into despair. According to the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of sea experts, you need to testify on behalf of the Radiance Federation with regards to the crime of shark on barging into the Radiance Federation's territory to steal resources. You can't stay in the sea anymore, and the 8 clans of sea emperors will definitely want to make you pay. So, you have to do your best to collect everything valuable in the sea after the Radiance Federation's royalty comes to see you. From now on, you just have to do your best to work for me. If you perform well, I can leave you in charge of all the sea resources I take control of in the future. If your performance is unsatisfactory, it will be because you're incompetent. If so, you don't have to work for me. I'll leave you with White Speak. Silver Umber Black struggled to nod as it trembled in fear. Lin Yuan was going to reward it handsomely as it did hope that it would be able to take control of all the sea emperors. But at the same time, the punishment was cruel. It would choose death over staying by White Speak's side. In order to make Lin Yuan happy, Silver Umber Black was ready to give its all. It would return to the sea and go to Shark On's territory to kill all of Shark On's subordinates that could potentially threaten it. It would take control of those that were willing to submit to it. Even if it had to work hard, it would gather all of its own and Shark On's resources within 3 days. Silver Umber Black kept kneeling respectfully even after Lin Yuan and the rest rode away on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The 2 Sea King experts that had been practically invisible since Lin Yuan let them out of the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad helped Silver Umber Black up. They knew that Silver Umber Black's choice would cause them to never be able to return to the Sea Clans. They would have no choice but to work for this person named Lin Yuan for the rest of their lives. While riding on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, Lin Yuan spotted many Spirit Chi professionals dressed in uniform outside Raging Wave City. They wore striking standard masks, which indicated that they were spirit guards. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he saw the spirit guards and the undamaged Raging Wave City. During the fight with Shark On, Lin Yuan had been confident that he would be able to kill Shark On but not that he would be able to control the repercussions. But now, it seemed that the fight had not affected Raging Wave City at all. Otherwise, he would have become a criminal in the eyes of Raging Wave City. On their way back, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the Mother of Bloodbath had put on Sky City's standard mask while Shadow entered Lin Yuan's shadow. The change in Lin Yuan, the Mother of Bloodbath, and Lu Jie's attire made it seem like the Moon Empress disciple had never stepped foot on the island. There was an unspoken rule amongst the disciples of the members of royalty that they could share information with each other. This was exemplified by how Gu Lang and Zhongzhe had told Lin Yuan about, and he and Gu Lang had not hesitated to tell Lin Yuan and Zhongzhe about his fight with Zhongzhe. However, information about the members of royalty could not seep past this group. As Long Lamplight's disciple, it was impossible that and he was not aware of this. Hence, he would not reveal Lin Yuan's identity. In fact, Lin Yuan felt that given in his personality, he would not give Wang Su the chance to speak even if they met, since it would not be exposed that the Moon Empress disciple had gone to the island. Lin Yuan did not plan on telling Wang Su about his identity. Otherwise, it would be easy for Wang Su to become suspicious and form a link between the Moon Empress disciple and Sky City's City Lord. Lin Yuan might eventually reveal that Sky City's City Lord and the Moon Empress disciple were the same person, but now was not the right time. The deal between Lin Yuan and Wang Su was equivalent to a deal between Sky City and Raging Wave City. As such, it was a deal between 2 factions. Lin Yuan did not want his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to be dragged in. If Wang Su found out that he was the Moon Empress disciple, he would definitely report this piece of information to the City Lord of Raging Wave City. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom. Please. If this happened, Raging Wave City could try to gain his favor, and the collaboration would change from one between factions on equal standing to them trying to gain access to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan did not like involving the Moon Empress when conducting business. Two teams were guarding Raging Wave City. One team was made up of spirit guards led by two guard envoys, while the other team was made up of the Raging Waves guards led by Wang Su. Since the Raging Waves guards were from Raging Wave City, there were many more of them than there were spirit guards. However, the Raging Waves guards were also much busier than the spirit guards. The spirit guards were only present in Raging Wave City to help the Raging Waves guards during the active period of the dimensional rift. They only stepped in to help protect Raging Wave City during special circumstances. Now that the dimensional rift's active period had ended, the spirit guards had not had much to do recently and were preparing to return to the royal capital. But before they could rest, Wang Su sent them back to their original positions. During the standoff between Wang Su and Gu En, and he had appeared. At first, Wang Su had been grumbling about Lin Yuan as this huge incident that Lin Yuan caused could cause Wang Su to lose his position as the captain of the Raging Waves Guard. Although the collaboration between Sky City and the Raging Waves Guard could bring significant benefits to the Raging Waves Guard, Wang Su had already thought about adding Sky City to Raging Wave City's blacklist more than once. However, Wang Su heard and he say, "My friend is still on the island. None of the Raging Waves guards are allowed to head to the island before he returns." Wang Su caught the word, friend. The Raging Waves guard had always badly needed high-quality bronze phase. In the deal between Wang Su and Lin Yuan, he had only asked Lin Yuan to nurture a batch of 200 steel spike iron oysters. This was because he did not trust Lin Yuan. After all, Wang Su had only heard about the deal between Sky City and the Indigo Azure Guard captain from Fengdong. He had not seen it for himself. As such, he dared not pump out a large number of resources in one go in case he ended up being cheated by Sky City. If that happened and Raging Wave City's city lord bore down on the matter, Wang Su would not be able to use the deal as an excuse or a reason. But now, and he had personally called Sky City's city lord his friend. There was no question that the friends of the disciples of royalty were trustable, and he had essentially become Lin Yuan's guarantor. As many complaints as Wang Su had about Lin Yuan, he continued to beam cheerily. With a disciple of royalty as his guarantor, there were no longer any risks. Thus, Wang Su would be able to request a large order from Sky City. Raging Wave City had to pay with money when they worked with other creation masters or factions with creation master roles. But they only had to pay with law source crystals when they worked with Sky City. Law source crystals were not valuable to Raging Wave City. Since deep seas bordered Raging Wave City, it was more likely for high-class waterworld dimensional rifts to open there than Indigo Azure City. Hence, Raging Wave City would be able to offer much more law source crystals than Indigo Azure City could. Moreover, Raging Wave City had no use for the law source crystals and had collected a sizable pile over the last century. Since he had personally admitted that Sky City's city lord was his friend, Wang Su could not cause trouble for his friend. Most of the disciples of royalty were older than 30 years old, and many had crossed 40 years old as well. Although 30 to 40-year-old spirit chi professionals were considered young when compared to the average age of spirit chi professionals, they could not be considered part of the younger generation. There were only a handful of young disciples of royalty in the Radiance Federation. Bamboo Monarch's disciple Gu Lang was one, Chef Supreme's disciple Zhong Zhe was another, and Long Lamplight's disciple and he was one too. When the Moon Empress, Cicada Song, and Chief Guard Ye's disciples who had debuted at the Guard Yi banquet were added, there were only 6 disciples of royalty who were part of the younger generation. Besides the newer disciples, who were still relatively unknown, Wang Su had heard about the personalities and characteristics of the other 3 disciples. Gu Lang was gentle and well-mannered. Zhong Zhe liked to fight and was standoffish yet reasonable. And he had a strange temperament. He was respectful to those close to him but refused to give the time of day to others. Apparently, he was also very arrogant. And he was the most difficult to handle among the 3 of them. If he had called the person on the island his friend and Wang Su went ahead to cause trouble for that person, it was possible that he would seek Wang Su out to teach him a lesson. Wang Su would not do anything to blatantly offend a disciple of royalty. If the situation blew up, he could not expect Cicada Song to clean up the mess. When Wang Su saw the beautiful baby blue butterfly land on the harbor in front of the city, he prepared to walk up to it to greet Lin Yuan. But before he could, Sky City's city lord had already walked over to Wang Su and said, "I'm sorry that my actions on the island caused some trouble. Did the giant waves affect Raging Wave City in any way?" Wang Su was stunned, but he narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's eyes. One glance was all it took for him to realize that Lin Yuan's eyes were only full of honest sincerity. This caused him to immediately change his opinion of Lin Yuan. Previously, he had not wanted to bring this matter up with Lin Yuan because he was afraid it would displease he. The citizens of Raging Wave City did not know about the giant waves, and they had not caused any impact. Wang Su had wanted to shoulder the matter before deepening his working relationship with Sky City to trade for many high-quality bronze phase with law source crystals. This was his way of making up for the incident. Yet, it turned out that there had been no point in him thinking about this. Lin Yuan had taken responsibility for everything without a single thought of shirking the responsibility. Wang Su looked at the bright eyes behind the mask with majestic Sky City patterns, and could not help but feel a wave of respect rise within him. He could not help but associate positive feelings with Sky City. This young man was the responsible leader of a faction. Under his leadership, Sky City had to also be a responsible faction. Wang Su changed his mind about not mentioning the matter. Since Lin Yuan had asked, Wang Su felt that there was no reason to hide the truth from Lin Yuan. If he did, he would be doing a disservice to Lin Yuan's gesture of responsibility. "Brother, your actions on the island shore were violent to cause such large waves 800 leagues away. The waves rose from the sea one after another. At first, they were only about 20 meters. But eventually, the waves grew to 100 meters and above. The tallest waves reached 300 meters. Thanks to your preemption and the spirit guards who gathered to use their phase to defend against the waves, no serious losses occurred." Wang Su chuckled before continuing. "Brother, come have a seat at my place. I'll brew you another cup of Sea Valley tea. We can have a good chat." Lu Jie went straight to the team of spirit guards when he jumped down from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back. When the two guard envoys saw Lu Jie, they hurriedly rushed up to greet him, but Lu Jie stopped them. The guard envoys immediately realized that Lu Jie did not want to expose his identity and discreetly nodded at him before returning to the team. When the two guard envoys heard what Wang Su said to Lin Yuan, they exclaimed internally, "Brother, who are you calling brother? You're calling the Moon Empress disciple your brother? Wang Su, after so many years, why didn't I realize how fearless you are?" The two guard envoys looked at Wang Su with strange gazes. They had been sent to Raging Wave City to carry out missions for years and knew Wang Su well by now. They both knew that Wang Su was miserly to the point of stinginess. As the captain of a city's guards, Wang Su held a high rank in Raging Wave City. Yet, his only hobby was to drink Raging Wave City's specialty Sea Valley tea. Neither of the guard envoys knew what was so delicious about the Sea Valley tea, which tasted no different from seaweed soup. Wang Su's frugal personality was why the resources Raging Wave City supplied to the Raging Waves Guard were only spent on essentials. Part of the Raging Waves Guard was stronger than other seaside cities was that Raging Wave City was a trading city. Another reason was Wang Su's naturally economical personality. Wang Su addressed Lin Yuan as brother despite not knowing that he was the Moon Empress disciple. He even invited Lin Yuan back to his house to drink Sea Valley tea. This meant that Wang Su regarded Lin Yuan as a close acquaintance. When only Lin Yuan's identity as Sky City's city lord was considered, it shocked the entire star web that a new faction like Sky City's martial power had already climbed higher than Connected Beast Park. Many star web reporters in the Radiance Federation were already equating Sky City to the cage of Brahma insects, Rhine lifeform, and whale ocean commerce. Regarding creation master resources, Sky City could produce a bronze/epic Fey daily. This rate indicated that Sky City had at least 2 Class 4 creation masters. Many factions were trying to butter up Sky City now. However, Wang Su did not need to at all as the Raging Waves Guard captain was under Cicada Song's jurisdiction just like the city lord was. Even if it was to protect his pride, Wang Su only needed to stay out of Lin Yuan's way. He did not need to bootlick Lin Yuan at all. Did Sky City and Wang Su have an ongoing deal? If so, The two guard envoys wanted to congratulate him as this meant that he had formed a connection with the Moon Empress disciple. Raging Wave City only needed to provide resources, and they would never have to worry about high-quality bronze phase anymore. The captain of a city's guard had the authority to utilize the city's wealth. Moreover, a Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift had opened, and the members of royalty planned on allowing the major cities to build representative cities in the abyssal world to construct a third version of the Radiance Federation. Once this plan was put into action, all the 32 cities would face a shortage of creation master resources and a lack of phase. Now that Wang Su had formed a relationship with Lin Yuan before this happened, it put Raging Wave City a step ahead of the other cities. He was so lucky that the other guard captains should be envious of him. From what Wang Su said, Lin Yuan confirmed that Raging Wave City had not been damaged by his actions. Lin Yuan had not rested ever since he returned from the Divine Wood Federation, and he still had many matters to attend to. When he returned to the royal capital, he not only had to use his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to interfere in the blood-packed ultimate fight between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. He also needed to wait for Sun Ningxiang to bring her grandmother to the mansion. Now that Lin Yuan had shiny, it needed dragon liver, phoenix blood, and pure wind elements to nurture it. Lin Yuan had the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the Celestine elemental shellfish for the pure wind elements. However, he was still at a loss with regards to the dragon liver and phoenix blood. Hence, he decided to call Long Tao and Li Xian when he returned to ask them about this issue. Lin Yuan had come to Raging Wave City to see if it had been damaged, and he had no intention of staying there. He smiled and shook his head as he said, "I am very busy. Since you addressed me as your brother, I shall call you Big Brother Wang. I'm sorry my actions caused you to worry. Our previous deal only involves me nurturing 200 of the steel spike iron oysters. In order to show how sorry I am, I will also give you 50 various types of superior bronze/epic phase." Wang Su was delighted when he heard what Lin Yuan said, as the 50 various types of bronze/epic phase would enable 50 of the best Raging Waves guards to greatly increase their power. Before Wang Su could become lost in his joy, he realized Lin Yuan had said he was giving the 50 bronze/epic phase for free to express his apology. This was 50 bronze/epic phase he was talking about. One ordinary bronze/epic phase would sell for about at least 3 million radiance dollars, while a superior bronze/epic phase would sell for upwards of 5 to 10 million radiance dollars. This meant that Sky City's City Lord was providing Raging Wave City with 2 billion radiance dollars worth of resources as an apology. This amounted to a month of the Raging Waves Guard's expenses during the Dimensional Rift's active period. Wang Su also thought about how Lin Yuan would lead Cicada Song's disciple Gao Feng to Raging Wave City to take over the Sea Bliss clan's resources. This would allow Wang Su to strike up a relationship with Gao Feng. All the unhappiness that Wang Su felt toward Lin Yuan because of the giant waves evaporated. "Brother, the Raging Waves Guard appreciates your gesture. The citizens of Raging Wave City will thank you when they find out." Wang Su grinned when he suddenly felt the pricks of awkwardness. When Lin Yuan saw this, he thought about Wang Su's expression when they had been discussing their collaboration. Lin Yuan asked tentatively, "Big Brother Wang, would you like me to nurture more steel spike iron oysters?" Wang Su had been in a dilemma over how he should broach the topic with Lin Yuan, as the order of 200 steel spike iron oysters was already large enough in his eyes. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would take his repeated suggestion to work together as him trying to take advantage of Lin Yuan. From Wang Su's perspective, Spirit Chi professionals were asking favors from creation masters when they asked for help to nurture phase, even when sufficient compensation was paid. He felt that this mindset applied to everyone. Now that Lin Yuan had taken the initiative, Wang Su felt less awkward. "You're right. 200 steel spike iron oysters isn't enough to meet the Raging Waves Guard's needs. I told you about how Raging Wave City will be entering the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to build a city there. Soon, the Raging Waves Guard will need to expand, and 200 steel spike iron oysters will definitely be insufficient. Please take it as a favor to me, and I will pay you 6 law source crystals for every Fey you nurture instead of the 5 we originally agreed on." Wang Su's urgent tone allowed Lin Yuan to understand how not only were the factions excited to expand into the abyssal world and begin harvesting the profits, But even the guard captains of the major cities felt extreme pressure. It was likely that the major cities were racking their brains to come up with a way to obtain high-quality bronze phase. The collaboration between Lin Yuan and Wang Su was not a one-time deal. There were many benefits to working with the major cities, as it would allow Lin Yuan to collect law source crystals rapidly. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on working with Wang Su for as long as possible. Big Brother Wang, Sky City has a large store of spirit fluids, and I will never refuse to do my part for Raging Wave City. Calculate how many steel spike iron oysters you need. If the number isn't too high, Sky City will help. As for the price, we can stick with the original 5 law source crystals for every fei. Now, Wang Su felt that Lin Yuan was truly his brother. He would like to share his blood with Lin Yuan to become true blood brothers. However, this was just a fantasy, as he was still the captain of the Raging Waves Guard, and it would not be appropriate for him to be overly close with the leader of a faction. When Lin Yuan said that he would not hesitate to do his part for Raging Wave City, Wang Su felt a rush of warmth. Wang Su took Lin Yuan's attitude toward Raging Wave City to mind. Since Lin Yuan had put it so clearly, there was no need for Wang Su to waste time on unnecessary politeness. Wang Su quickly calculated the number of the steel spike iron oysters that Raging Wave City needed and said, Raging Wave City needs at least 5,000 more steel spike iron oysters, as every newly employed Raging Waves Guard will need the steel spike iron oyster. Moreover, the steel spike iron oyster is easy to maintain, and I would like to stock up on some for future prizes. He did not expect Lin Yuan to agree to this number, as 5,000 steel spike iron oysters was too large of an order. Yet, Lin Yuan happily agreed. 5,000 steel spike iron oysters isn't a problem. However, the nurturing time will take slightly longer. I will send someone to deliver batches of 200 steel spike iron oysters to you every 10 days. What do you think? Wang Su was frozen with shock from the moment Lin Yuan agreed. Now that Lin Yuan said that he could deliver 200 steel spike iron oysters to Raging Wave Cities every 10 days, Wang Su was overcome with elation. It would take more than a few days to expand the Raging Waves Guard, as every applicant needed to be strictly screened. The process took at least 6 months and could last up to a year. But in these 6 months to a year, Sky City would send 600 steel spike iron oysters to Raging Wave City every month. This would be long enough to fulfill the order. Wang Su could not be happier about this. It only took Lin Yuan a few minutes to nurture a bronze/epic fei in the steel spike iron oyster, and it would only take a month for him to produce 5,000 steel spike iron oysters if he worked hard. But he was not going to deliver them all at once a month later, because he needed to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train, and could not spend the entire month cooped up in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone nurturing phase like he used to. Additionally, it would be hard for people to stomach the fact that he could nurture 5,000 phase in a month, even if he used the excuse that he prepared potions. 8 months was the perfect amount of time to fulfill this order. But at the same time, collaborating with Raging Wave City would also bring Lin Yuan 25,000 law source crystals. When added to the law source crystals he already had, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about the sacred sword-wielding queen going hungry for a long time. Lu Jie was no longer surprised by the way Lin Yuan conducted business. However, the same could not be said about the 2 guard envoys behind him. Their eyes widened to the point that they almost fell out of their sockets. In order to become a guard envoy, one had to be a Thearch-class expert at least. Additionally, guard envoys spent a lot of time in the Outlands on assignment, and most of the spirit guards were well versed in the ways of the world, much less the guard envoys. However, the way Lin Yuan conducted business still astonished them. They had never seen someone seal such a large deal so casually. Could this be what the disciple of a Class 5 creation master was capable of? After confirming the deal, Lin Yuan no longer had any business in Raging Wave City. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the Mother of Bloodbath rode off to the royal capital on board the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He had spent about 3 days handling the matters in Raging Wave City. As the events over the course of 3 days unfolded, Star Web exploded. As more people learned about the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, Connected Beast Park gained an increasing number of haters. Those who were less polite outright insulted Connected Beast Park and mocked them. Those who were more polite praised the Sea Bliss clan for being able to defeat a top faction. The less intelligent ones assumed that the Sea Bliss clan had been secretly garnering power to the point that they were on the same level as top factions. They had just kept their power under wraps all this time. Those who were smarter internally complimented Sky City and became fans of Sky City. The relatively new yet consistently impressive Sky City attained the same title as top factions from this battle. Additionally, the Star Web Reporter's articles were plastered with discourse equating Sky City to the cage of Brahma insects, whale ocean commerce, and Rhine lifeform. These endless articles allowed the less intelligent Star Web users to see the truth. They stopped praising the Sea Bliss clan and became dedicated to being Sky City's fans. The buzz of activity on Star Web was skewed in favor of Sky City. Every negative comment was directed at Connected Beast Park. Under normal circumstances, a faction would usually come under attack for interfering in the blood-packed ultimate fight between two factions. If Connected Beast Park had not helped the Zheng family, Sky City helping the Sea Bliss clan would not have had such an effect on the forums. It could be said that this circumstance was brought upon Connected Beast Park by themselves. From the moment Sky City entered the scene, they had taken up a permanent spot on StarWeb's territory lists. Thus, it was hard for them to escape notice from the other factions. These were the same factions that were constantly hanging outside Sky City to wait for the right moment they could take a bite out of Sky City. The way Sky City retaliated caused all the factions and people on StarWeb to be shocked at how solid they were. It also allowed them to realize that this new faction could not be crossed, and all thoughts of doing so vanished from their minds. The Miao family was a top faction with a creation master role. In the decades that Miao Zhinshan had led the Miao family, he was respected and showered with attentiveness wherever he went. Miao Zhinshan was used to being placed on a pedestal and cared deeply about how others felt about him. He could not stand for a single negative opinion. He had spent the last 2 days hooked on StarWeb and reading the comments. He had almost died of fury. Just how much money has Sky City spent hiring people to drag down Connected Beast Park? Miao Zhinshan had spent 3 hours straight reading through StarWeb, but he had been unable to find a single positive comment about Connected Beast Park. He felt utterly humiliated. In the past 2 days, he had smashed numerous precious items in his study room. He thought about how the once lofty Connected Beast Park had fallen so far down the slippery slope. Everything seemed to have started with Miao Zhua and Miao Qi being chased out from the Guard Yi banquet. From that point onward, most of the top factions had given up their long-standing collaborations with Connected Beast Park. By breaking their collaborations, Connected Beast Park was not the only one who would suffer losses, and these top factions would also need to seek Creation Master resources from elsewhere. Decisions made by top factions were always made after a meeting between the main factions. This meant that these factions had decided to draw a line between them and Connected Beast Park. Connected Beast Park fell from grace so quickly that it could not be singularly attributed to Miao Zhua and Miao Qi insulting Lin Yuan and Wang Fuxiang. Connected Beast Park and Sky City had crossed paths because of Condensed Fairy Orchard. Connected Beast Park had been targeting Condensed Fairy Orchard for a long time. However, Sky City had swooped in to work with Condensed Fairy Orchard, thereby saving them. During that meeting, Connected Beast Park had decided to do something to counter Sky City and keep them at bay. They had tried to do this by using their influence to request that spiritual ingredient suppliers stop supplying to Sky City. Spiritual ingredients were the most fundamental factor in Evolving Phase. Without spiritual ingredients, Sky City would not be able to concoct potions even if they had creation masters. Yet, Sky City had been completely unaffected and continued to issue daily fate letters and offer custom bronze/epic phase. At that time, Connected Beast Park had only tried to suppress Sky City through business means, which was not considered egregious. Connected Beast Park had issued a blood-packed ultimate fight challenge to Sky City because Zheng Kaiyuan had wanted it. Han Tianhe and Lu Yenshan would not have died if he had not pushed for the blood-packed ultimate fight. With this thought, Miao Zhinshan longed to desecrate all of the Zheng family's ancestral graves. However, the Zheng family's ancestral graves were located at the mountain behind the old manor in Indigo Azure City, and Sky City had already acquired that area. As such, Miao Zhinshan would not be able to touch them no matter how badly he wanted to do so. Recently, the Sea Bliss clan and Sky City had been completely silent. Miao Zhinshan felt utterly indignant toward the Sea Bliss clan. If Sky City had not helped the Seabliss clan, the Seabliss clan could only have stood there and waited to be crushed by Connected Beast Park. They absolutely did not have the capabilities to take Connected Beast Park's resources. Miao Jinshan could not shake the feeling of unease that came from Sky City's silence. Miao Jinshan was certain that Sky City was brewing something. 3 days ago, Miao Zhua had called Lin Yuan, who told him that he would help the Miao family after he was done with his own business. This proved that Lin Yuan did not care about Connected Beast Park at all and considered their plea unimportant. Miao Jinshan was extremely displeased by this. When Miao Jinshan saw the negative comments on Star Web, he could not help but think that Connected Beast Park would not have to face such awkward consequences if Lin Yuan had just stepped in earlier to help. By using their connection to Lin Yuan, Connected Beast Park might not be able to regain the favor of the masses, but the top factions would still have tried their best to maintain their collaborations with Connected Beast Park. Previously, Connected Beast Park had depended on the Purple Bamboo Forest, but because of Miao Qi and Wang Fuxiang, this option was no longer available. But forming a relationship with Lin Yuan would be akin to having the support of the Radiant Moon Palace. Miao Jinshan was aiming for this. However, he did not expect to still be busy 3 days later. If this dragged on for any longer, Connected Beast Park would be well and truly done in society. When one's reputation fell to a certain point, not even the support of a god would be able to save them from the sneers and derision of others. The more Miao Jinshan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he smashed the ceramic persimmon he was holding. The shattered ceramic glinted with white light and framed Miao Jinshan with even more menace that was already radiating off of him. Miao Zhua and Miao He, who were standing next to Miao Jinshan, were so petrified that they started to tremble. They exchanged a look and saw the terror in each other's eyes. 3 days ago, Miao Zhua and Miao He still saw hope. But now, after spending 3 days by Miao Jinshan's side, they dared not let out a peep each time Miao Jinshan lost control. It would be a blessing for them if their quietness and passiveness could allow them to stay on his good side. Miao Zhua blinked at Miao He and pushed out his lips to signal to Miao He to comfort Miao Jinshan. Miao He rolled his eyes at Miao Zhua and nervously picked at his nails. When Miao Zhua continued to throw looks at Miao He, the latter gestured at the phone in Miao Zhua's pocket as though he was saying, "You were fighting to be the one to contact Lin Yuan. Yet, he hasn't shown up after saying he would. Don't think that I'm unaware that this is what's bothering grandfather. Since you made the call, you should be the one to put out the fire." Miao He sucked in a deep breath. At first, when Lin Yuan had acted as though he had forgiven Miao Zhua for offending him during the Guardi banquet, Miao Jinshan had clearly started to improve his attitude toward Miao Zhua and started to shower more affection on him than he did Miao He. Miao Jinshan had brought up Miao Zhua to become the Miao family's young leader. He had spent decades by Miao Jinshan's side and knew what kind of person he was. Miao Jinshan liked smart people. He had been smarter than Miao He ever since they were children. He had always been certain that even if his talent failed him one day, Miao Jinshan's affection for him would still exceed that of Miao He. But during the meeting between the key members of the Miao family, someone had pointed out that the Miao family's downfall had started at the Guardi banquet. At that moment, Miao Zhua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he feared, Miao Jinshan started to give him the cold shoulder immediately afterward. He only relaxed when he noticed that Miao Jinshan's attitude toward Miao He had also not become any warmer. If someone needed to step up now, Miao Zhua had to be the one to do it if Miao He refused to. Miao Zhua glanced at the broken ceramic on the ground before saying, "Grandfather, let me call Lin Yuan to rush him." Miao Jinshan whipped his body around and said, "Zhua, call Lin Yuan now to try and figure out his intentions. We have already tried to be friendly, yet he hasn't done a thing for us. Does he want us to pay up some resources first? If so, tell him we'll start preparing immediately." Miao Zhua instantly knew that Miao Jinshan was desperate now. Miao Jinshan had always been careful about agreeing to call Lin Yuan. There were some things that could be asked in an indirect manner but not explicitly laid out. If they rushed Lin Yuan to help the Miao family would be fully dependent on begging for others' goodwill. However, Miao Zhua dared not voice this opinion to Miao Jinshan now and replied, "Yes, grandfather. I'll call him right now." Miao Zhua picked up his phone and dialed Lin Yuan's number. Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath heard the devastatingly good-looking Lin Yuan's phone ring. When Lin Yuan took out his phone and saw that the call was coming from Miaozhua, he thought, "It looks like Connected Beast Park is getting anxious. However, I'm in no rush at all." The incident had only taken place 3 days ago. Although the rate that the faith power increased had slowed, it had never stopped. This meant that the incident was still at the forefront of the public's mind, and there was no need to stoke the fire. Thus, in order to enable his faith power to increase to the greatest extent, Lin Yuan would not help Connected Beast Park until the time was right. He picked up the call and said in an annoyed tone, "What?" Miaozhua had been trying to come up with a way to ask Lin Yuan. But when he heard Lin Yuan's irked tone, he was frightened into silence. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Miao Jinshan's distressed eyes and mustered his courage to ask, "Lord Lin Yuan, you promised to help Connected Beast Park. We felt that we needed to prepare gifts for you to thank you for doing us this favor." Lin Yuan's tone became even more impatient as he snapped, "What's wrong? Has Sky City caused trouble for you?" Miaozhua's chest tightened. What does he mean? Did he already make Sky City's city lord agree not to come after Connected Beast Park? If so, that would be bad. Miao Jinshan did not only care about whether the Miao family could survive. Rather, he cared about Connected Beast Park's future reputation. If Lin Yuan had already rescued Connected Beast Park and Sky City had been deterred, the barrage of negative comments would never end. "Miao," he said carefully, "Lord Lin Yuan, have you seen all the people trying to smear the Miao family's name on StarWeb? Is it possible for you to make a statement to shut up the supporters that Sky City bought off?" Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. "Sky City bought supporters? As the city lord of Sky City, why didn't I hear of this? It seems that Connected Beast Park wants to use my name to stir the pot. I can't allow this. It looks like it's time to give them a piece of my mind." Miaozhua broke out in cold sweat when he heard Lin Yuan scoff, and it pervaded his silk innerwear. Before he could try to figure out what he said had angered Lin Yuan, the latter growled, "Connected Beast Park sure is daring. How dare you try to cause trouble using my name? Do you think I'm at your mercy, or that the Radiant Moon Palace will allow you to do as you please? At first, I wanted to do you a small favor, but I did not expect Connected Beast Park to be so scheming. If aiming for the top is all that it takes to reach there, all the factions in the Radiance Federation can stop operations and stop fighting amongst each other." Miaozhua was stuck between a rock and a hard place as he listened to Lin Yuan and saw his grandfather's anxious gaze. Just as he was considering turning on the speaker function to let Miao Jinshan listen in as well, Lin Yuan said, "It's not that I can't step in, but Connected Beast Park should show your sincerity. Don't pin your hopes on using my name to cause trouble. Otherwise, I will make sure to teach you a lesson before Sky City gets to you." Lin Yuan hung up the call. Lu Jie and the mother of Bloodbath had heard everything Lin Yuan said. After Lin Yuan hung up, Lu Jie said with a smile, "Lin Yuan, has the fish taken the bait?" Lin Yuan nodded. He had not only given Miaozhua a piece of his mind but also offered Connected Beast Park a glimmer of hope. Connected Beast Park was such a big faction that they should have picked up on the right thing to do. Miao Jinshan had been waiting for Miaozhua's response. After the call ended, Miaozhua felt his legs turn to jelly out of anxiousness and fear. At this point, the success or failure no longer depended on him. Miao Jinshan took a deep breath and candidly told Miao Jinshan about everything that Lin Yuan had said so that Miao Jinshan could decide what should be done next. Miao Jinshan had been beside himself with impatience. But when he heard the exchange between Miaozhua and Lin Yuan, he became so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat. "I have been looking at this through rose-colored glasses. If I use Lin Yuan's name for our own purposes, the Radiance Moon Palace will definitely come after me, even if Lin Yuan himself doesn't. Rather than face the Moon Empress' merciless methods, it would be better to allow Sky City to end Connected Beast Park." Miao Jinshan immediately fell into deep thought. "Scrolling through all the negative comments on StarWeb these past few days has caused me to lose my mind. How could I have thought about using Lin Yuan's status?" Now, Miao Jinshan dared not allow himself to be anxious. It was clear from what Miaozhua said about the call with Lin Yuan that Lin Yuan was angry. He would need some time to cool down. So Miao Zhinshan decided to wait 2 days before he called Lin Yuan himself. As for the sincerity that Lin Yuan spoke of, the faction was about to be gone, so they were in no position to negotiate. If Lin Yuan wanted all of it, they would give it to him. Becoming subservient was the only way that they would be able to cling to him. After Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, he realized that Wen Yu was absent. He immediately called her and found out that Mystic Moon had called her to the Radiant Moon Palace. When Wen Yu heard that Lin Yuan had returned to the mansion, she said softly, "Young master, I came to the Radiant Moon Palace this morning. Master said that he'll be helping me increase my power over the next few days. Once we're done, I will return to the mansion." These few days, the comments on Star Web have blown up. In order to add fuel to the fire, I asked Tian Ningning to contact some Star Web reporters. I paid these Star Web reporters to write articles about the blood-packed ultimate fight between the Seabliss clan and Connected Beast Park and post them on Star Web. This should allow the event to reach more people because a few of the Star Web reporters cost 20,000 Radiance dollars per article. In total, I spent over 500,000 Radiance dollars. When you paused for a moment before continuing, "Young master, I didn't tell the Star Web reporters how to approach the articles. Nor did I mention which faction we're from. I just told them to run with it. Many of them accurately found out about Shadow." Lin Yuan could not help but slap his leg. Why didn't I think about using Star Web reporters to cause more commotion surrounding the event? Although the veteran and top factions had found out that Sky City had helped the Seabliss clan win the blood-packed ultimate fight, they would not leak the information. The Star Web reporters' investigation was what had enabled the event to appear before the Star Web users so quickly. Even if they had spent 50 million Radiance dollars instead of 500,000 Radiance dollars, it would be worth it in Lin Yuan's eyes. The strengthening of faith power would enable one of the powers that Lin Yuan had harnessed to grow, and Lin Yuan was willing to spend any amount of money to increase his power. Moreover, when Yu had said that she had not revealed her identity to the Star Web reporters so that their articles would not be biased. Every article was written based on integrity and what would best attract the attention of intellectuals. Wen Yu's method was brilliant. Before Lin Yuan could praise Wen Yu, Mystic Moon's voice drifted into the phone. It was clear that Mystic Moon had taken over the phone from Wen Yu. "Young lord, I wanted to call you, but when you beat me to it, I would like to tell you that the Moon Empress has shut herself off to train. I just finished. I know that the Moon Empress Purple Moon was summoned from the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight Tablet. Are you in trouble?" Lin Yuan told Mystic Moon about everything that had happened on the island outside Raging Waves City. As independent as Lin Yuan was, he would never hide such matters from the Moon Empress. And he would also tell Long Lamplight about it when he returned. By trying to kill disciples of royalty in the Radiance Federation's sea territory, Shark On had essentially trampled all over the Radiance Federation's authority and publicly broken the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. A federation's pride was priceless to them, and any tarnishing warranted a storm of bloody wind and rain. Lin Yuan was going to carry the grudge between him and the first Emperor Shark clan himself. As a member of the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan would bring down his full force as he pursued the consequences of the enmity between the Radiance Federation and the Sea Clans. He had also played a key role in the matter. Mystic Moon's eyes darkened when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He glanced at the Moon Empress' locked bedroom and felt a sense of balance. Normally, he should tell the Moon Empress about something like this immediately, even if she was in seclusion. However, this seclusion of hers was way too important. Before the seclusion, the Moon Empress had hidden the matter of her hidden injuries in order to bring her power to a new level. After the seclusion, the Moon Empress would become completely different, and her power would reach a peak. If the Moon Empress was interrupted at such a moment, her distraction could aggravate her hidden injuries. Mystic Moon balled up his fists, and every strand of silver hair on his head started to glow. It was as though they had all become druze-shaped silver horns. Mystic Moon's power had finally reached that point. Hence, he now had what it took to undergo the test to become a member of royalty. Once he passed the test, he would become the 14th member of royalty in the Radiance Federation. However, according to the rules in the Radiance Federation, It was not allowed for one member of royalty to be subordinate to another member of royalty. Mystic Moon preferred to be the Moon Empress Moon Envoy over becoming the 14th member of royalty in the Radiance Federation. Given Mystic Moon's power, he had the right to call for an imperial meeting even if he did not have the title of a member of royalty. Since the Moon Empress was still locked away, Mystic Moon would have to take charge of Lin Yuan's matters. Moreover, the battle had involved pinnacle immortal combat power, which made it serious. Young Lord, leave the matter of the Sea clans to me. Once the Moon Empress is out, I will tell her about this matter. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, Uncle Mystic, sorry to trouble you. Let me know when you need me to appear personally. Lin Yuan hung up the call. Mystic Moon did not inform the other 13 members of royalty immediately and called Night Leaning Moon. This matter involved Long Lamplight's disciple and he and Night Leaning Moon's disciple Lu Jie. The thought of Long Lamplight disgusted Mystic Moon. He had never seen a person so skilled at bootlicking. Contacting Long Lamplight was no different from eating canned herring. As for Night Leaning Moon, their grudge ran even deeper. They had stopped seeing eye to eye decades ago. However, for the sake of Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon decided to contact Night Leaning Moon before calling for an imperial meeting. Mystic Moon immediately called the number he had saved but never called. He wanted to ask Night Leaning Moon's opinion about the Sea clans but had no clue that Night Leaning Moon had already gone into hysterics in the royal capital. Night Leaning Moon's sorrow and murderous rage erupted from her and filled the imperial court with frigidity. An elderly man seated on the chair looked at Night Leaning Moon with a pained expression and said, Leaning Moon, only Cicada Song and I know about Sia. Not even Iron Prison knows about it. The Moon Empress doesn't want us to reveal it, so we dared not tell you. Night Leaning Moon could not stop trembling when she heard what the elderly man said and started to chuckle bitterly. The bitter chuckle reverberated throughout the imperial court and filled it with a macabre air. It's fine that Sia hid it from me, but all of you hid it from me too despite knowing what she means to me. Sia only has less than 3 years left. Less than 3 years. Night Leaning Moon's voice turned hoarse at the last part. She could not imagine how someone who was so headstrong and capable of standing at the top of the world felt now that she could suddenly see the end of her life. It must be such a helpless feeling. Although Night Leaning Moon had started guessing before she arrived, guesses were still guesses. When the truth was placed right before her eyes, she could not find it in herself to accept or believe it. Night Leaning Moon's chest panched. Night Leaning Moon and Cicada Song were not from the same generation of Radiance envoys. However, Cicada Song had been a judge that assessed Night Leaning Moon during her Radiance envoy selection. From that moment, Cicada Song knew that Night Leaning Moon was a very righteous person with a strong sense of justice. These were the qualities that Cicada Song admired about her. But as Night Leaning Moon climbed the path from Radiance Envoy to becoming a member of royalty, the spirit guards had to carry out assignments all over the 32 major cities to handle dangerous events like dimensional rifts and sudden disasters alongside city guards. As such, Cicada Song and Night Leaning Moon had formed the deepest of relationships out of all the members of royalty. After spending decades together, Cicada Song knew that a strong belief lay at the root of Night Leaning Moon's righteousness and sense of justice. This strong belief came from the Moon Empress. Every person had two sides to them, and members of royalty were no exception. Cicada Song could not imagine what would happen when the extreme righteousness and sense of justice that came from that strong belief exploded. Leaning Moon, for the sake of the Moon Empress lifespan, the old man even gave up the Earth Center fine milk. I personally delivered it to the Moon Empress. She is competing against her birth horoscope, and the Earth Center fine milk will be able to extend her lifespan by a year. Night Leaning Moon narrowed her eyes. A glimmer of light appeared in her obsidian eyes that seemed to devour starry skies. However, she did not respond to Cicada Song. Night Leaning Moon waved her hand, and a black gem appeared in her hand. The entire imperial court was enveloped in opaque darkness. It was as though numerous malicious facades were hidden in the darkness. Cicada Song sighed, and he knew that he would not be able to lie to Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon had summoned the dark sky Prajna because she wanted him to summon the alleviating wind. But if he summoned the alleviating wind, Everything would be exposed as he had used the alleviating wind's errant winds on the Moon Empress. Night-leaning Moon would be able to tell this with one look. But since Night-leaning Moon's stance was so clear, Cicada Song could not do anything but summon the alleviating wind. Cicada Song took a deep breath, and a breeze swirled around him. The wind diluted the darkness. Yet, the darkness aura of deadly despair intensified. Night-leaning Moon waved her hand, and the black gem disappeared. Her expressionless face was as pale as a sheet, and she looked no different from a walking corpse. This was a side of Night-leaning Moon that Cicada Song had never seen before. Since Night-leaning Moon had received her answer, she turned and left the imperial court. The elderly man leaning on the chair said, "Leaning Moon, you have accepted a disciple and need to take him into consideration. Since you now know about this matter, let's ask the Moon Empress for her opinion a few days later. We might as well hold an imperial meeting if she's willing." A conflicted softness appeared on Night-leaning Moon's expressionless face. A large reason behind why she had accepted Lu Jie as her disciple was that the Moon Empress had accepted Lin Yuan as her disciple. Night-leaning Moon had been shocked to the core when she saw the Moon Empress cradling the heavily injured Lin Yuan. She could not believe that someone with the Moon Empress personality had reached out to hug another person. At that moment, Night-leaning Moon had decided to accept a disciple of her own. Coincidentally, Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had beat death together, and he was also a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. The half an hour outside of Indigo Azure City had been enough to prove Lu Jie's character. Thus, Night-leaning Moon had decided to accept Lu Jie as her disciple. Night-leaning Moon could see herself and the Moon Empress in Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. She did not have many feelings for Lu Jie before he became her disciple. But as they spent more time together, she could not deny that he was the closest person to her in the world besides the Moon Empress. Night-leaning Moon knew that the Moon Empress would never allow the other members of royalty to find out that she only had 4 years left in her lifespan. Moreover, after 1 ate a type of spiritual ingredient that could prolong lifespans, they would have to eat only that fruit from then on to prolong their lifespan. Now the Earth Center fine milk had been used, and there was no other spiritual ingredient more precious or of better quality that could prolong lifespans. Night-leaning Moon's phone started to ring. She picked up her phone and immediately frowned when she saw the number. She anxiously picked it up. Given that Mystic Moon was a Moon envoy, he had to know about the truth of the Moon Empress situation. Although Night-leaning Moon did not know why Mystic Moon would do something so out of character as calling her, she was bursting with questions for him. When she picked up the call, before Mystic Moon could make a sound, Night-leaning Moon said, "Mystic Moon, tell me the truth. Are there only 4 years left in the Moon Empress lifespan?" Mystic Moon had already been uncomfortable about calling Night-leaning Moon. However, this matter concerned Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's safety, as well as the Radiance Federation's pride. Hence, he decided that it would be best to call Night-leaning Moon first. However, Night-leaning Moon's sharp question completely caught him off guard. How did Night-leaning Moon know? It was impossible that she found out from the Moon Empress because she would not need to ask Mystic Moon if that was the case. Given Mystic Moon's understanding of Lin Yuan, the leak definitely could not have come from him either. Night-leaning Moon had said that the Moon Empress had 4 years and not 3 years left in her lifespan. This meant that she had included the lifespan provided by the Earth Center fine milk. Apparently, Night-leaning Moon had heard about this matter from that elderly man and Cicada Song. If not for Lin Yuan's lifespan mouse, Mystic Moon dared not think of how he would feel when he discovered that the Moon Empress only had 3 years left in her lifespan. Lin Yuan had given the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon, Cold Moon, and even the entire Radiant Moon Palace a new lease of life. This matter was extremely important, and Mystic Moon dared not reveal it to anyone else. Even if it was Night-leaning Moon who was asking him. Only Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress, the 2 masters of the Radiant Moon Palace, had the right to discuss the matter. Mystic Moon had also heard about the Moon Empress limited lifespan from Cicada Song. Since Night-leaning Moon had also heard about it from Cicada Song, it was no longer important if Mystic Moon admitted it. Mystic Moon paused before making a soft noise of acknowledgement. Uncontrollable sorrow spread across Night-leaning Moon's face. In spite of her expression of grief, She asked Mystic Moon coldly, "Why are you calling me?" Night Leaning Moon's tone ticked off Mystic Moon, but he still told her about everything that Lin Yuan had told him. At first, he had wanted to ask for Night Leaning Moon's opinion. However, she promptly hung up on him. Night Leaning Moon's eyes changed into the same shade of darkness as the deep night. She waved her hand again and summoned the black gem once again. But this time, it was not the Radiance Federation's imperial court that had been plunged into darkness but the entire main world. The sky had started out bright, clear, and completely devoid of clouds. The Radiance Federation had a standard working duration of 6 hours. Every person only needed to work for 6 hours before they could leave work and kick back to enjoy life. Meanwhile, Spirit Chi professionals needed to work day and night to increase their power. The truth of the world was that those with more power had to put in more work. When these normal people looked up into the cloudless sky, they sighed to themselves that there would not be a beautiful fiery sunset today. At this moment, the sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Before anyone had time to react, the sky had already turned pure obsidian that stretched endlessly. More and more darkness piled on top of the ebony blanket the sky had turned into. Besides the Moon Empress, who was locked away, the other members of royalty in the Radiance Federation looked up to the sky simultaneously and wondered what had happened to Night Leaning Moon. Night Leaning Moon was a reserved person. Why was she publicly unleashing the might of her sacred source lifeform that could affect the entire world? This did not seem like something she would do at all. Mystic Moon was speechless at how Night Leaning Moon had hung up the call on him. He had called to talk with her and ask for her opinion. Yet, she had hung up on him before he could even get a single word out. What is she trying to pull? Even if she has something against me, this isn't the time to act on it. Before Mystic Moon could lament over this, he spotted the darkened sky. Mystic Moon narrowed his eyes. Night Leaning Moon's sacred source lifeform had reached pinnacle 10 stars. When sacred source lifeforms reached 10 stars, they would gain the power to impact the entire world. If the dark sky prajna unleashed its full force, it could bring a full-blown calamity down on the world, could plunge the sky into eternal darkness. 1 week without the nourishment of sunlight and the weaker plant type phase would wither. These plants were the foundation of the environment. This meant that the dark sky prajna had the power to cripple the entire environment. Was Night Leaning Moon enraged about how Lu Jie had almost been killed on the island outside of Raging Wave City? Impossible. It was conceivable that someone with the Night Leaning Moon's personality would do something like this for the sake of her disciple. But given Mystic Moon's understanding of Night Leaning Moon, she would never do something like this. It did not take long for Mystic Moon to come up with a possibility. When taking into consideration the fact that Night Leaning Moon had heard about the Moon Empress circumstance from Cicada Song, this possibility would explain everything. It was clear from the fact that Night Leaning Moon had summoned the Dark Sky Prajna that it did not plan on settling the issue of the first Emperor Shark clan publicly breaking the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors peacefully. She planned on employing martial force instead. The darkness in the sky was still accumulating, and the immense night power swallowed the sky in every part of the entire main world. The people from the various federations around the world summoned their fays that could produce light or spiritual ingredients that could glow as they looked up nervously at the sky. They assumed that the end of the world was upon them. In the Azure Federation, the experts from the 10 major families levitated in the air. They released azure light that was manipulated using spirit chi into various magnificent fays. They looked up at the sky with stormy expressions, and it was clear that they were deep in thought. The azure light from an elderly man turned into an elegant leopard, and he thought, Lin Lin and the other Radiance envoys must be more than halfway through their journey to the Radiance Federation. Why has the Radiance Federation suddenly turned the sky dark? Are they starting something big? A worried expression came over the elderly man's face. He could be worried about what could be stirring in the Radiance Federation or worried for Yinlin's safety. Inside an ancient castle with a tiled roof sat an open-air temple made of ivory stone. There was a large courtyard outside of this temple that was covered with large pieces of sunstones that shrouded the temple with a celestial smattering of light. Each of the 16 white pillars in the temple was covered with a different gold etching. These patterns had a special meaning, and anyone who looked at them would find themselves entranced. It was as though each of the etchings was an ascending road. However, the roads seemed to have been obstructed and could not stretch out smoothly. The stone pillars reflected light off each other, indicating that they were completing each other. Every stone pillar had a red statue behind it. However, one of the red statues had been completely crushed. The crushed statue contrasted heavily with the completely spotless temple and white stone pillars. There were 16 seats and 48 worship pads neatly arranged inside the temple. Each of the 48 worship pads was occupied by a white-robed elderly man. The 48 white-robed elderly men were looking up at the dark sky. 14 of the 16 seats were occupied by striking figures. These 14 figures wore long red robes with gold patterns embroidered. All of them were looking up at the sky thoughtfully. One of the 14 figures played with strands of her hair while stroking the gems embedded on the chair's armrest as she drawled, "Wow," causing a celestial phenomenon. I wonder if it's caused by that phoenix in Heavenly Fae Pavilion or that cold night empress in the Radiance Federation. A steady voice said, "There is a strange aura hidden in this celestial phenomenon. It's clear that it's the work of the Night Empress from the Radiance Federation. Nah, your eyesight is slipping. Every time your disaster world, faceless beast reincarnates, your brain becomes blurry." The woman rolled her eyes at the golden-haired middle-aged man sitting nearby and said with amusement, "You wouldn't have dared to say this to me before my disaster world faceless beast reincarnated. Chien, you always use your courage in the best ways." The golden-haired middle-aged man scoffed and replied, Nah. This isn't the first time you're experiencing my courage." Nah started to grip the armrest with more force, and the scratching of her red nails on the gems let out an ear-piercing screech. The woman started to giggle but did not respond to Chien even when she was done. It was clear that the two of them did not have an amicable relationship. A chubby man rubbed his protruding belly and said, "The night power is gathering southwest of the Freedom Federation. If I'm right, that is the place that Du Miao gave to the first Emperor Shark clan from the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. It looks like the first Emperor Shark clan offended the Radiance Federation's Night Empress in some way." The man grinned and chuckled as his eyes shined with scheming intelligence. Nana looked at one of the empty chairs and said, "Du Miao worked out a deal with the first Emperor Shark clan and would rather stay with the first Emperor Shark clan than return to the Freedom Mystic Temple even once a month to pay his respects. If the Night Empress is only targeting the 8 clans of Sea Emperors, I don't think there's any need for us to interfere. The 8 clans of Sea Emperors are working with Du Miao, and we didn't get any share of the benefits. So, it's natural that he must deal with some consequences himself." She slowly pulled a jewel-encrusted hairpin out of her red robe and affixed it to the hair covering half of her face. Next, she closed her eyes and continued paying her respects as though the strange celestial phenomenon was not occurring at all. When the other 13 figures heard what Nana said, some of them looked amused while others looked deep in thought. All of them had their own opinions, but eventually, all of them followed in Nana's lead and closed their eyes to start paying respects. At that moment, faint figures appeared in the dark sky, and they turned into a mask above the sea southwest of the Freedom Federation. A black snake curled around the mask and slithered through the holes in the mask. Suddenly, the mask turned a deep purple, and the snake melded into the mask, with 2 of the holes on the mask turning into the snake's large eyes. Soon, it was as though a door had opened in the mask, and shadows flowed out and cascaded down to the sea, staining the water black. All the life brimming in the sea was snuffed out, and the sea turned into a prison woven from darkness. Any life form trapped within the prison would immediately wither. At that moment, a giant wave 10,000 meters tall rose out of the Black Sea. A red shark let out a devastating howl from within the enormous wave. The shark's howl was accompanied by a dark red color spreading from within the Black Sea. Before the giant wave crashed, thousands of red waves shot out toward the sky and pierced the black dome. The thousands of red waves crashing into the dark purple mask caused cracks to appear in the mask. However, the cracks caused the door to become larger, and even more shadows flowed out and plunged down to the sea. The giant shark had turned into a tall, well-built man wearing red armor. In his eyes, one could see a mighty aura that seemed capable of controlling the seas. But currently, that mightiness was mixed with fierce hatred. The sea below him was completely devoid of life. From the surface of the sea to 1,000 meters above the water, there was not even a breath of air available for one to inhale. Moreover, the night power was still laying waste to the sea. The man opened his mouth, and his mouthful of sharp, bulb-shaped teeth made him appear especially threatening. The man spat out thousands of red sharks toward the purple mask in the sky. When the thousands of sharks crashed against the purple mask, the number of cracks increased until the mask turned into a mere shadow. Once the mask in the sky disappeared, the door disappeared as well. However, the dark sky did not lighten in the slightest. After the red sharks crashed into the purple mask, they dove back into the sea and spun around as violently as possible to produce red waterspouts. The red waterspouts absorbed the night power from the sea, causing the inky color to fade. 4 or 5 large sharks jumped out of the sea and transformed into men next to the stocky man. One of the young men with red and short hair spat furiously. "Second Master, everything that we've been preparing in the sea has been destroyed except for those at the bottom of the sea. After being contaminated by night power, this area of the sea won't be able to recover within a short period." The first Emperor Shark clan was a clan of fays from the sea. Their members all had big appetites, and they consumed many sea fays per meal. Now that the life forms in this area of the sea had been affected by the contamination of night power, the first Emperor Shark clan would have to starve if they remained here. The man in red armor ignored the red-haired young man and asked an older man next to him, "Number 5, are there any deaths in the clan?" The man addressed as Number 5 replied, "Besides the team that received ranks that hasn't returned, most of the first Emperor Shark clan members were at the palace at the bottom of the sea. So, there shouldn't have been many injured or dead." Number 5 looked up at the dark sky and went on to say, "Second Master, the Night Empress from the Radiance Federation used her fully grown sacred source life form to change the celestial phenomenon and target our first Emperor Shark clan. She publicly broke the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. The Radiance Federation must give us an explanation. Second Master, how about we call a meeting with the other 7 sea clans and flood the Radiance Federation?" The man in red armor glared at Number 5 and snapped, "Nonsense! If we want to flood the Radiance Federation, our first Emperor Shark clan can do it on its own. But what's the point of drowning the 32 cities if we can't kill all of the Radiance Federation's experts?" The man in red armor looked increasingly malicious. But at the same time, fear took up a clear portion of his gaze. The sea was twice as large as the land. This meant that at least 70% of the precious items in the world came from the sea. There was also no chance of the land lifeforms competing with the sea lifeforms. Alas, there were exceptions to everything. One of the exceptions was that it was easier for humans to become creation masters and easier for sacred source lifeforms to increase their stars. This quality that humans enjoyed was the envy of every group of fays. Heavenly family fays were not included in this comparison as they became the apple of the eye of nature and were able to manipulate celestial phenomena from the moment they unlocked their bloodlines. They could live off what nature gave them. This was an advantage that humans and normal fays could not hope to compare to, and why Heavenly Family Cottage had always been set apart from all the other factions. The 8 clans of Sea Emperors had created the agreement with the Radiance Federation because there were sacred source lifeforms there that had reached 10 stars and above. The fully grown sacred source lifeforms could change and attack using celestial phenomena. Such attacks were extremely perilous. Any federation or large faction that had an expert with a fully grown sacred source lifeform would be able to gain the respect of the other federations. The 8 clans of Sea Emperors also had similar methods. But since they were fays, their ability to manipulate celestial phenomena was equal to the Radiance Federation's ability to manipulate celestial phenomena back when the agreement was signed. If the Radiance Federation was flooded, the royalty in the Radiance Federation could order their fully grown sacred source lifeforms to manipulate celestial phenomena and attack the first Emperor Shark clan. Unless the 8 clans of Sea Emperors worked together, no one would be able to survive besides the red-haired man's oldest brother. When the onslaught of red sharks defeated the mask, Night-Leaning Moon's expression turned even colder, and she sighed. A beautiful ghostly face appeared on her left cheek. There was a small black-scaled snake shining with purple light slithering on the ghostly face. Under her veil, Night-Leaning Moon's aura became flirty. When she fixed her black eyes on the black snake, her eyes turned purple, and she said softly, "Dark sky Prajna. Extreme dark night and 100 ghosts walking in the night. Open." The sky above the sea southwest of the Freedom Federation suddenly started to ripple with purple light. This made the dark night appear even more dangerous. As the purple light spread, the man with red armor noticed that the purple masks now covered the sky like stars. He immediately squatted on the sea's surface, and countless red sharks shot out of his palm. The sharks covered the surface of the sea like a shield. At the same time, he said anxiously to the red-haired young man, "Go to the palace and tell First Master about this situation. This area of the sea still belongs to the Freedom Federation. There's no way that Du Miao, who has been a guest in the palace these few days, will refuse to help." The red-haired young man turned back to his original body and dove back into the sea. The man in red armor went into a defensive stance. However, the purple masks did not split open and release shadows like last time. Suddenly, the purple masks shattered. The purple fragments were strangely beautiful. The purple fragments spread out in the sky before gathering together to form a small purple pagoda with 9 levels. Every level of the pagoda had numerous purple Prajna masks, and a small black snake was slithering on each of the masks. Purple ripples billowed out from the purple pagoda. Not long after, the first, second, and third levels lit up, and the small snakes on the 3 levels slithered into the masks. The holes in the masks turned into the snakes' eyes. Soon, the sound of something ripping filled the sky, and the sky turned even darker. Numerous black forms emerged from the ripped 3 layers of the pagoda. These black forms let out strange sounds of laughter. When the man in red armor heard the laughter, he felt a crippling fear that came with being plunged into endless darkness. The man in red armor hurriedly composed himself. Just as he was about to strike, the sea turned red and started to swirl until it eventually formed a gigantic blood-red vortex that extended further than the eye could see. A millstone slowly emerged from the vortex. As the vortex spun, a low grinding noise could be heard. A blood-red screen rose from the sea's surface and received the black forms descending from the purple pagoda. When the black forms made contact with the shield around the blood-red millstone, they were sucked in by an unknown spatial force. The grinding noise grew louder, and it was as though the millstone was grinding up the black forms. Now, the red millstone and the purple pagoda in the sky were at a stalemate. A man even stockier than the man in red armor appeared atop the blood-red millstone. There was also an attractive man with long tangerine-colored hair dressed in a red robe behind the stocky man. The man with long tangerine-colored hair looked up at the 3 levels of the purple pagoda in the sky and started to silently play with a golden red fruit in his hand. The burly man turned and said to the man with long tangerine-colored hair, "Du Miao, I agreed to your terms, so we should be considered allies now. The Freedom Federation and the Radiance Federation have always been at odds, and your grudge runs deeper than the one between the First Emperor Shark Clan and the First Emperor Ray Clan. My Blood Sea Millstone affects the sea and cannot impact the sky much. I'm not afraid of facing the Night Empress head-on, but I'll need your help to rip open this lasting night." Du Miao smiled warmly, yet he did not agree to the burly man's request. "Shark pride, I never help for free. This applies to my apples as well. You agreed to my request because I also agreed to yours. Ours is a business relationship where both parties benefit. It won't be difficult to rip apart this lasting night. If I help you, what can you give me?" Shark Pride was not bothered by Du Miao's response. The First Emperor Shark Clan had worked with the Freedom Federation. This was displayed by how they had moved into the Freedom Federation's sea territory. In order to work with the royalty in the Freedom Federation, one had to offer them benefits. Everything would become agreeable if enough benefits were provided to satisfy them. This was where the Freedom Federation differed from the Radiance Federation. In order to work with the royalty in the Radiance Federation, the collaboration had to benefit the Radiance Federation itself. If one tried to negotiate a deal that would result in the Radiance Federation being negatively affected, it was likely that it would lead to war. Generally speaking, the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation held similar power. However, the 8 clans of Sea Emperors envied the Radiance Federation much more than the Freedom Federation. This was the fundamental difference between a set of chopsticks placed apart and a set placed together. Shark Pride had worked with Du Miao before and knew his expectations for the benefits he wanted to receive, and Shark On suggested an acceptable offer. I can give you 10% of all the floating island whales our first Emperor Shark clan possesses. However, you have to convince the floating island whales yourself to agree to transport goods for you. Du Miao's lip curled to 45 degrees, and he replied, "Your first Emperor Shark clan sure lives up to their name. You're even using the floating island whales as stakes for your deals. I work with you because I like this about you." A long whip alight with tangerine fire appeared in Du Miao's hand, and the air around the whip was immediately ignited. Instead of whipping toward the pagoda in the sky, Du Miao aimed at the dark sky a distance away from the pagoda and said, "Rip it, lava abyss screen whip." The cracking of the whip sent flames shooting toward the dark sky, and the dark sky was immediately set alight. As the dark sky burned, a hole suddenly opened, and the remnants of light from the setting sun lit up the dark sky. The sunlight caused the flames to burn with even more fervor, and even more of the dark sky burned up. Inside the Radiance Federation's imperial court, a bloodthirsty aura rose from Night-Leaning Moon as she looked at the burning sky. "Du Miao, you're the one who prevented me from being by Xie's side and fighting alongside her a decade ago. If I burned up my lifespan instead, Xie wouldn't have had to." Night-Leaning Moon used her spiritual power to activate the black crystal and suddenly split into 2. This caused the purple pagoda to duplicate as well. One of the purple pagodas charged toward the flames. The black forms tangled with the flames and prevented the flames from burning up with night power. However, the splitting of the pagoda also reduced the pressure on the Blood Sea Millstone, and Shark Pride ordered the Blood Sea Millstone to attack the pagoda. Since the strange celestial phenomenon began, Lin Yuan started studying it closely. He found out from Lu Jie that this was part of the power of Night-Leaning Moon's sacred source lifeform. This was not the first time Lin Yuan witnessed the ability to change celestial phenomena. Although Lin Yuan did not know why Night-Leaning Moon wanted to change the celestial phenomenon, there was no question that he would stand with her. When he sensed the pressure that the sunlight was exerting on the dark sky, Lin Yuan turned to ask the Mother of Bloodbath. "Mother of Bloodbath, you can communicate with the sun now that you've unlocked your Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Can you lower the sun's impact on the night power?" The Mother of Bloodbath did not answer immediately. If it was Night-Leaning Moon who was fighting, it was not a level that the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to influence in any way. But if Lin Yuan was only asking it to lower the sun's impact on the night power, the Mother of Bloodbath felt that it was doable. The Mother of Bloodbath tried to communicate with the sun for a moment and said, "Lin Yuan, the sun and I will form a ribbon of sunlight. As long as no one snaps this ribbon, I can prevent the sunlight from shining." The Moon Empress cold moon in the sky and double moons in the sky were both natural phenomena. But in terms of large-scale effect, turning the daytime sky dark was much more impactful than the cold moon or double moons in the sky. The Mother of Bloodbath was confident it could prevent the sunlight from shining because it had inherited the power of the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline to control sunlight. Although the Mother of Bloodbath was only Myth 3, it could control sunlight just as well as a fully grown sacred source lifeform. However, the ribbon of sunlight could not be broken by other experts. Once it was broken, the Mother of Bloodbath would lose its link to the sun. Once the Mother of Bloodbath's power reached a certain level, its connection to the sun would become stronger, and it would be able to rely on its own power to protect its link with the sun. Lin Yuan did not immediately tell the Mother of Bloodbath to contact the sun. Instead, he asked, "Will your safety be compromised if the ribbon of sunlight is broken?" The Mother of Bloodbath was touched that Lin Yuan cared about its safety. It smiled and said, "If the link is broken, I won't be able to communicate with the sun, But I won't be in any danger unless the expert that produced the fire manipulates celestial phenomenon to attack me directly. We're in the Radiance Federation's royal capital. The members of royalty would never allow anyone to try to touch the sky above us. The mother of Bloodbath's hair started to glow faintly, and its cold demeanor became more feminine. Soon, the faint light's brightness reached a peak and gathered at the top of the mother of Bloodbath's head like a crown. As the evening sky started to take over, it illuminated the dark sky slightly, but the cage of darkness still ruled. The mother of Bloodbath was like another sun with its crown of sunlight. With Lin Yuan's mansion at the center, the light from the mother of Bloodbath's crown lit up half of the royal capital and the imperial court. When the mother of Bloodbath circulated its spiritual power, the setting sun seemed to have sensed something and started to light up with blinding brilliance. It was as though it was noon instead of the evening. A ribbon of sunlight descended from the sun and onto the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath was awash in sunlight and resembled a sun goddess. Those who were watching the celestial phenomenon assumed that the sun was going to help the tangerine-colored flames chase away the dark sky. Suddenly, the sunlight retracted. Du Miao did not use the lava abyss scream whip to attack the purple pagoda, because he hoped to rip a hole to expose the sun that would accelerate the flames. The sunlight would also combat the night power, reducing the strength of the night power. But now that the sunlight had retracted and was no longer helping to diminish the night power, Du Miao's hopes had fallen flat. Now, the only way he would be able to end the lasting night would be to fly up and combat the two pagodas. However, Du Miao focused on the sunlight ribbon rather than the purple pagodas. Du Miao did not have to think much about this. There were few fully grown sacred source lifeforms in the world, and the top experts had all crossed swords with each other before as they were all from different camps. There was one member of royalty in the Radiance Federation that could use her sacred source lifeform to produce celestial phenomena related to the sun. Still, it was clear that that member of royalty did not cause this situation because this ribbon of sunlight was too thin. Clearly, the person who had brought upon this ribbon of sunlight was not very strong. The person was not worthy of owning a 9 stars sacred source lifeform. Hence, the cause of this ribbon of sunlight could only be a heavenly family fae. A few hours ago, the sun had released numerous sunlight ribbons down on the Radiance Federation. Du Miao had also noticed the sun's odd activity, and he knew that there was a heavenly family fae in the Radiance Federation that was awakening its bloodline. Everything was too coincidental. That heavenly family fae most likely caused this ribbon of sunlight. If that were the case, the situation would be bad. Everything seemed to be happening due to a grudge between the Radiance Federation and the First Emperor Shark Clan. Du Miao had the right to interfere because the event was happening in the Freedom Federation's sea territory. But if the matter involved a heavenly family fae, he could make an enemy out of Heavenly Family Cottage if he participated. Heavenly Family Cottage was very protective of their own. There used to be a mid-sized federation that wanted to entrap a Heavenly Family fae that had not reached diamond grade. That Heavenly Family fae had been unwilling to be captured and set its bloodline alight to manipulate a celestial phenomenon. It did not take long for Heavenly Family Cottage to appear, and they forced the Federation to give up the Heavenly Family fae. Moreover, one of the members of Heavenly Family Cottage had caused the Federation to lose its food supply for 3 years as punishment. This shocking news had spread far and wide, allowing Heavenly Family Cottage to gain notoriety. Although Heavenly Family Cottage usually kept to themselves, none of its members were to be trifled with when push came to pull. To Du Miao, benefits were above everything else. As long as there was a prize waiting for him, Du Miao would do anything. There was a Heavenly Family fae in Heavenly Family Cottage that could use the sun's power. However, 5th page truth from Tower Cannon should have killed this Heavenly Family fae many years ago. The smaller federations were unaware of this, but the Freedom Federation was one of the 3 major factions and was well aware of this. Could it be that 5th page truth had not killed the Sky Sundial Jade Spider from Heavenly Family Cottage? Could not be. The news could not be wrong, right? However, there was something odd about this ribbon of sunlight. That member of Heavenly Family Cottage could not produce it. Everything was strange. Could another Sun-type Heavenly Family Fae have appeared in the world after the death of that member of Heavenly Family Cottage? When Du Miao did not continue attacking but fell deep into thought instead, Shark Pride asked, Du Miao, we have already agreed on the terms. After you help me to solve this Dark Night celestial phenomenon, I will give you 10% of First Emperor Shark Clan's floating island whales. You can't go back on the confirmed deal. Du Miao raised an eyebrow and replied, Our deal was based on the premise that I would be dealing with the Night Empress from the Radiance Federation. There was nothing said about involving Heavenly Family Cottage. If a Heavenly Family Fae has joined in, the price you offered is way too low. Shark Pride was enraged by what Du Miao said. It could not decide if it was angrier at Du Miao for breaking the agreement or at the ribbon of sunlight. Du Miao did not care about Shark Pride's attitude at all. But Shark Pride could not wait any longer. The Night Empress power was swelling, and she would not be stopping anytime soon. If Shark Pride had to fight the Night Empress, the offshoots from the fight could put the other members of the First Emperor Shark Clan in danger. Shark Pride was the First Emperor Shark Clan's general and could not watch its members die before his eyes. He gnashed its teeth and said, 30%. I will give you 30%. If Heavenly Family Cottage starts trouble, our First Emperor Shark Clan will shoulder the consequences. Shark Pride's blood energy seeped out from its body and gathered on the Blood Sea Millstone. The millstone shot out a dark red substance at the sky. It seemed that the dark red substance was the leftover of what the millstone had ground up. This substance blocked the sun and broke the sunlight ribbon connecting the sun and the mother of bloodbath. Shark Pride chose to do this after careful consideration. Nothing was more important to Du Miao than benefits, and he would never voluntarily offend Heavenly Family Cottage. Hence, Du Miao would only step in after his concern about revenge from Heavenly Family Cottage had been solved by the First Emperor Shark Clan. Shark Pride had blocked the link between the Heavenly Family Fae in the Radiance Federation and the Sun, but the Heavenly Family Fae had not been injured. Hence, there should be no reason for Heavenly Family Cottage to feel the need to step in. After Du Miao heard what Shark Pride said and saw that the First Emperor Shark Clan had indeed shouldered the possible repercussions from Heavenly Family Cottage, he decided to participate. Du Miao waved the whip in his hand, and it turned into a giant flaming snake. It was brown and thousands of meters long. Its body was covered with a flowing lava-like moving mantle. He leaped onto the lava abyss screen snake's back. He pointed at the sky with his right hand, and the sea beneath him thrashed violently. An erupting volcano rose from the bottom of the sea. The volcano spat a large amount of lava into the sky and started engaging the night power in a fierce battle. The lava turned into flying snakes that sailed toward the purple pagodas. Du Miao and Night Leaning Moon started to fight using the celestial phenomena caused by their sacred source lifeforms. Shark Pride relaxed when it saw Du Miao go all out. Shark Pride joined the fray by raising the Blood Sea Millstone with one hand and throwing it toward the dark sky. When Night Leaning Moon sensed the Blood Sea Millstone crashing against the dark sky, she gripped the black crystal so hard that it pierced her palm and drew fresh blood. The black crystal changed again. But instead of splitting, an unidentifiable figure appeared in the middle of the two black crystals. At that moment, the fourth level of the pagodas lit up, and a monster flew out of each of the levels. The two monsters took on the two snakes that flew out of the volcano. The two pagodas smashed down on the Blood Sea Millstone, and it seemed that the Blood Sea Millstone was going to be smashed into pieces. As Night Leaning Moon took on two enemies herself, a red-eyed man was soaring above the sea. He completely ignored the fact that the sky had been overtaken by darkness. A blue-haired girl and man dressed in fishnets flanked the red-eyed man. The man dressed in fishnets breathed in happily. It was as though he was at ease under the dark sky. Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon. The Radiance Federation's night power tastes so good. It's exactly the taste I like. I have to see the Night Empress when we reach the Radiance Federation. Do you think it'll be easy to hook her? Will she like my night power? Blood New Moon was wholeheartedly set on finding his daughter and completely ignored White Phoenix. Blue Lotus smirked when she heard what White Phoenix said. He was utterly sleazy, and even the night power flowing from him started stalling. The Night Empress from the Radiance Federation was the cream of the crop. If she had any normal standard of beauty and did not have any unusual inclinations, she would never be interested in White Phoenix. Blue Lotus felt that she would be furious if a man dressed in fishnets and had painted nails started courting her. She would start fighting with him if the man was so self-absorbed that he forced himself on her. The three of them were going to the Radiance Federation with 3 goals. The first would be to find blood love, the second would be to find the heavenly family fae that could absorb various weather phenomena, and the third would be to thank the Moon Empress. If White Phoenix tried to make a move on the Night Empress, he would not only fail but also end up in a fight. Before Blue Lotus could remind White Phoenix, the 3 saw the ribbon descending from the sun. Blood New Moon started to tremble when he saw the ribbon, as it proved that his daughter had truly survived thanks to the Moon Empress' protection. This thin ribbon of sunlight calmed Blood New Moon's nerves. He did not know his daughter's exact situation, but he knew that his daughter had to be activating the sun to help the Night Empress. Otherwise, the sun would not have narrowed the sunlight instead of spreading it outward. Before Blood New Moon could properly take in the ribbon of sunlight, he saw a red substance snap it. This caused Blood New Moon to become unable to sense his daughter through the ribbon of sunlight. He saw red, and the robe of light from the sunset covered his body. Now I can't sense my daughter anymore. How dare he break my daughter's ribbon of sunlight? How dare you? Blood New Moon looked up at the sun. It was not shining as bright as it could. Rather, it turned into a round black ball as though an eclipse was taking place. An exceptionally thick ribbon of sunlight descended from the sun and toward Blood New Moon. This ribbon of sunlight immediately burned up the red substance shot out by the Blood Sea Millstone. This allowed the Mother of Bloodbath's ribbon of sunlight to descend again. The 2 ribbons of sunlight were extremely far from each other but were echoes of each other. The Mother of Bloodbath felt an uncontrollable pulse in the return from faraway mansion. Through communicating with the sun, the Mother of Bloodbath could sense that the other ribbon of sunlight came from the same source as its own. This meant that the other heavenly family fae that had called down this sunlight ribbon was likely to be its family. The Mother of Bloodbath pursed its lips tightly as it looked at the thick ribbon of sunlight in the distance. For as long as the Mother of Bloodbath could remember, it had fought for survival on its own in the forest. It knew what it was like to be weak and struggle to fight for food. It never knew what having a family was like. When it eventually found out that fays came from parents, the Mother of Bloodbath started to wonder why its parents were not by its side. The lack of parents was one of the major reasons the Mother of Bloodbath's personality had grown so cold and introverted. It was only when it encountered Lin Yuan that he turned into the source of warmth in the Mother of Bloodbath's heart. This warmth enabled the Mother of Bloodbath to slowly assimilate into the Return from Faraway Mansions group. As Mother of Bloodbath spent more time with Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and the rest, it experienced even more warmth. It always assumed this was what familial kinship felt like. But looking at the thick belt of sunlight, the Mother of Bloodbath knew that the warmth it had been feeling was different from familial kinship. Family could not be replaced even if they had never met. The feeling of a shared bloodline was enough for the Mother of Bloodbath to feel a type of warmth and closeness, unlike anything it had ever felt before. However, these feelings caused the Mother of Bloodbath to ball its fists tightly. If its father was a powerless fae that had been killed by other fays before the Mother of Bloodbath was old enough to be aware, it would not blame him. Yet, one of its parents turned out to be a heavenly family fae. Since they were so strong, why did they abandon the Mother of Bloodbath? Lin Yuan's chest panged when he saw the Mother of Bloodbath's balled fists. Since Lin Yuan came from another world, it was not difficult for him to guess what the Mother of Bloodbath was thinking. He placed his hand over the Mother of Bloodbath's fist, and the warmth from his palm caused the Mother of Bloodbath's fist to shake. It was as though the heat from his palm had traveled straight to its heart. Mother of Bloodbath, do you remember the secret text saying that the Sky Sundial Jade Spider needed to pay a huge price when it became pregnant? If your parents didn't love you, they wouldn't have given birth to you, said Lin Yuan. If you want to read more chapters, please visit LibreAd.com to experience faster update speed. Lin Yuan's words came abruptly and hit the Mother of Bloodbath's Achilles heel. Nonetheless, they were still effective. The mother of Bloodbath grabbed Lin Yuan's hand as though it could gain strength from the heat coming from his palm. Soon, the crown on the mother of Bloodbath's head started to shine with sunlight. The ribbon of sunlight linking the mother of Bloodbath and the sun started to twirl and twist as though it was greeting the thick ribbon of sunlight. The mother of Bloodbath was not one for subtlety. Since the ribbon of sunlight might have been connected to one of its parents, it had to ask the reason for its abandonment and finally gain closure. Blood New Moon was ready to teach the Blood Sea Millstone that had snapped his child's ribbon of sunlight a lesson. But when he saw the thin ribbon of sunlight twisting, he felt tears brimming in his eyes. As much as he looked forward to finding his and Jade Sundial's child, he was just as terrified that the child would resent him. Blood New Moon had become a Heavenly Family Fae and a member of Heavenly Family Cottage. There were very few things in the world that he could not achieve. However, all the power in the world would be useless against his child's emotional damage. He was afraid that he would not have the courage to meet the child's rage-filled eyes when they met. Love could cause a loving father to become fearful. But now that his child had taken the initiative, Blood New Moon could not help but increase his speed. Blood New Moon's eyes shone brightly, and his robe of sunset light spread out 50 leagues across the sea. The ribbon of sunlight between Blood New Moon and the sun started to twist quickly. One moment the ribbon was twisting, and it became a ball of strands in the next. It was as though the ribbon of sunlight was being playful, and everyone looking at this celestial phenomenon was gawking with their jaws dropped. Many experts watching the sunlight ribbon assumed that Blood New Moon had gone insane. However, this did not include Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, or the other members of Heavenly Family Cottage. No one knew better how much of a loving father Blood New Moon was than the members of Heavenly Family Cottage. He longed to see his child so badly that he would even willingly give up his life to do so. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix patted Blood New Moon's shoulders and said to him with congratulations and delight in their eyes. This would be the motivation for the rest of Blood New Moon's life. Now that he had ties to consider, he would not center his life around getting revenge for Jade Sundial. Sister Jade Sundial's child was found, and the child placed as much importance on relationships as Sister Jade Sundial did. It chose to take the initiative to greet Blood New Moon. This was great. If only Sister Jade Sundial was still alive, their family of 3 would be complete. Unfortunately, the dead could not be brought back to life, and this was the iron law of the world. This was also applicable to Heavenly Family Faes, who were favored by nature. The mother of Bloodbath's heart skipped a beat when it saw the thick ribbon of sunlight responding immediately. This response was the warmest jet stream of water that melted the ice around the mother of Bloodbath's heart. From the reaction of the thick ribbon of sunlight, the mother of Bloodbath knew that its parents cared for it. After all, the feelings it sensed from the sun could not be a lie. The mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon reunited despite being 5,000 meters apart. Shark Pride's expression was extremely sour. What is Heavenly Family Cottage's intention? Have they already formed an alliance with the Radiance Federation and want to join forces to attack our first Emperor Shark clan together? This shouldn't be. There's no reason for the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage to attack us. We are one of the top 3 sea clans of the 8 clans of sea emperors and have the right to represent all the sea clans. Heavenly Family Cottage would not gain any benefits by attacking the first Emperor Shark clan. However, the seemingly eclipsed sky was the glaring truth. If Shark Pride did not step in quickly to receive Heavenly Family Cottage's revenge, Du Miao might stop acting soon. Hence, Shark Pride had no choice but to release its true power. Shark Pride smiled evilly as he watched the Blood Sea Millstone and the 2 purple pagodas locked in a stalemate. Night-leaning Moon thinks too much of herself if she thinks using her sacred source lifeform to fight with its celestial phenomenon is sufficient. If she were here fighting me personally, I would be afraid. Both of us are pinnacle experts. She's daydreaming if she thinks that she can kill me from so far away. Shark Pride walked on the surface of the sea. The sea beneath it turned red with every step that it took. It turned into its main body and flew toward the Blood Sea Millstone. When the 2 made contact, they fused, and a shark with a rope around it appeared in front of the Blood Sea Millstone. The sea of blood gathered under the millstone. The shark wagged its tail, and an immense amount of night energy was sucked into the millstone and immediately ground up. The red residue left over from the ground-up night power turned into giant thorn-covered hands that lunged toward the purple pagodas. One of the purple pagodas failed to dodge and was trapped in the dark red giant hand's grip. The giant hands tried to drag the pagoda into the millstone. The black forms that had emerged from the first 3 layers of the pagodas flew to the giant hands, and both sides started to engage in an aggressive tug-of-war. Inside the imperial court of the Radiance Federation, Night-leaning Moon sat expressionlessly as she held onto the dark sky prajna. Her grip was so tight that the veins in her hand turned white. Just as she was about to activate the dark sky prajna again, she sensed a pure wave of night energy shooting into the sky. This night power was enough to aid the dark sky prajna. Night-leaning Moon allowed the dark sky prajna to receive and use the night power. With the help of the night power, the purple pagoda had enough power to wrench free of the dark red hands. Another unidentifiable black demon flew out of the 4th level of the pagoda. Shark Pride widened his eyes as he was confused by Night-leaning Moon's sudden eruption of power. At that moment, Blood New Moon was standing beside White Phoenix in his true form. Thick night power rose from White Phoenix's feathers and rose up to the night sky. Blue Lotus expression shifted slightly when she saw White Phoenix injecting night power into the sky. As much as Du Miao did not want to cross Heavenly Family Cottage, the latter did not want to make an enemy of the Freedom Federation either. Blood New Moon had activated the sun and called down the ribbon of sunlight because the Blood Sea Millstone had snapped his child's ribbon of sunlight. Hence, his action was justifiable. However, White Phoenix's actions plainly displayed support for the Radiance Federation's Night Empress. The Freedom Federation prioritized benefits, but they were not weak. If their benefits were threatened, their royalty would go mad. Nonetheless, Blue Lotus did not say a word to White Phoenix as the Moon Empress had done Heavenly Family Cottage a massive favor by helping Bloodlove to survive the awakening of her Heavenly Family Fae bloodline. Hence, no matter White Phoenix's illogical actions, she did not stop him. When White Phoenix saw Blue Lotus expression, he said seriously, "The Night Empress night power has completely blanketed the night sky. Only she will be able to sense the night power I'm sending to the sky. As long as she doesn't mention anything, no one from the Sea Clans or the Freedom Federation will find out." The Night Empress helped Sister Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon in the past. If not for her, Little Love would probably have been killed by 5th Page Truth, and Blood New Moon would have been killed. One of the reasons for our visit to the Radiance Federation is to find that Heavenly Family Fae that can absorb weather. We have no idea what the situation is. We might need help from the royalty to make it easier for us to find that Heavenly Family Fae in the Radiance Federation. Blue Lotus nodded and had a feeling that the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage were going to become close soon. Du Miao squinted at the purple pagodas and the night sky. He could not tell what was different, but his 6th sense told him that this abrupt skyrocket in power was not normal. He had already secured benefits through working with the First Emperor Shark Clan. Besides the possibility of being dragged into the matter, he also would not be able to receive his benefits if the First Emperor Shark Clan was destroyed. The First Emperor Ray Clan would definitely target the First Emperor Shark Clan. If that happened, he would no longer be able to gain resources from the First Emperor Shark Clan. Since the First Emperor Shark Clan had shouldered the resentment from Heavenly Family Cottage, Du Miao would take it upon himself to handle the Night Empress. Since the Night Empress dared to cause such a large commotion in the sea near the Freedom Federation's territory, no one could blame Du Miao for releasing roiling lava onto the Radiance Federation. Du Miao's tangerine-colored hair danced in the wind like a burning flame. It was as though there was lava flowing in his hair. "Bloom, gold leaf boiling balloon flower," shouted Du Miao. Suddenly, tens of thousands of stars appeared in the dark sky. But how could these stars be appearing in a sky so dark that it even blocked out the sunlight? It did not take long for the things in the sky that people in the main world assumed were stars to expand until they became flower seeds rapidly. However, instead of sprouting, the seeds bloomed into gorgeous 5-petal flowers. The edges of the petals were light yellow, and the color became increasingly brighter as they approached the center of the flower. The center of the flower was a fiery tangerine color. These flowers did not have buds and seemed to be brewing something. Soon, the flower cores turned into enormous volcanoes that decorated the sky. The volcanoes were boiling and releasing large amounts of tangerine red lava. These petals appeared above the Radiance Federation, and the lava started raining down. Previously, Night-Leaning Moon had not unleashed the Dark Sky Prajna's full power as she attacked the first Emperor Shark clan. Now, Du Miao's gold leaf boiling balloon flower was releasing a shower of lava in retaliation. The lava was like a disaster that arrived so swiftly that the people in the Radiance Federation did not have time to react. Even Emperor-class experts felt that they were insignificant in the face of such power. At that moment, the elderly man sitting in the Radiance Federation's imperial court jumped to his feet. He grabbed the cane next to the chair and gently wrapped it on the ground. One small, delicate branch sprouted from the chair and tunneled out of the imperial court. The roots planted themselves in the soil in the imperial court, and the branch continued to grow longer and longer. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and 100,000 meters. Eventually, the tree became as thick as a dragon's torso and grew lush golden leaves like phoenix feathers. This tree covered the entire Radiance Federation. It turned into a sturdy and protective umbrella that sheltered the Radiance Federation from the rain of lava. The tree stretched millions of meters, shone with golden light, and received the lava falling from the sky. The tens of thousands of branches stretching from the tree and its golden leaves resembled bolts of lightning that cupped balloon flowers of lava. It did not take long for the golden leaves to be crushed by the lava. A look of terror came over Du Miao's face when he saw the enormous golden tree growing out of the Radiance Federation. While Du Miao was considering whether he should continue, a raspy elderly voice boomed from the ancient golden tree. The first Emperor Shark clan had the gall to attack someone from the Radiance Federation over the ownership of a whale fall right outside of Raging Wave City. First, the Emperor Shark clan publicly broke the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and trampled all over it like it was no different than trash. Within a month, the first Emperor Shark clan must send someone to the Radiance Federation to settle this matter. The gold leaf boiling balloon flower has reached pinnacle 10 stars and has the strong ability to manipulate a celestial phenomenon. However, it should not be used against the Radiance Federation. I implanted the Radiant Source imprint in the gold leaf boiling balloon flower. Can be removed in a year. If it's removed forcefully, you can face the consequences yourself. Now, every living creature in the main world, from all factions and federations large and small, knew why this fight was happening. Du Miao had noticed a change in the gold leaf boiling balloon flower even before the raspy elderly voice spoke, but he had not had the chance to investigate the golden imprint. When he heard the elderly man say that this was the Radiant Source imprint, he looked extremely upset. Another elderly voice spoke from the Freedom Federation's Freedom Mystic Temple. However, this voice sounded much more sly than the kind voice that had come from the ancient golden tree. The Radiance Federation started it. Although the first Emperor Shark clan residing in the Freedom Federation has a grudge with the Radiance Federation, that does not justify the Radiance Federation taking action in our sea territory. But since Du Miao has also retaliated against you, we can consider this matter equalized. We can talk again during the major Federation meeting. It had indeed been inappropriate for Night-Leaning Moon to attack the first Emperor Shark clan in the Freedom Federation's territory. However, it had been to settle a grudge. It was different from how the gold leaf boiling balloon flower had unleashed lava on the 32 cities in the Radiance Federation. The elderly man from the Freedom Mystic Temple was clearly distorting the facts. He also had not mentioned the Radiant Source imprint, which made it clear that he did not care about Du Miao's benefits at all. However, the elderly man had voiced an important point. The enmity between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation had been ongoing for some time. One of the Freedom Federation's royalty had died in the Moon Empress' hands, and she in turn had paid the horrible price of having her lifespan shortened to only 3 more years 10 years ago. The bad blood between them ran too deep to be resolved. If they truly started a clash to death, the entire main world would be destroyed in the process. Hence, in order for one of them to emerge victorious, The best plan would be for each federation to send out a team to fight against each other at the major federation meeting. The elderly voice from the giant golden tree calmly agreed. At this point, Night Leaning Moon and Shark Pride had halted their attacks. The voice from the Freedom Federation said, "Since we're going to fight it out at the major federation meeting, we should make it more exciting. If the Radiance Federation loses, I want you to set up Star Web in the Freedom Federation." The voice from the ancient golden tree calmly replied, "If the Freedom Federation loses, you will give up one complete Class 5 Creation Master Path legacy to the Radiance Federation." The elderly voice from the Freedom Federation agreed without hesitation. It was as though he had set up countless schemes which led him to utter the words of agreement. It seemed that the Freedom Federation had absolute confidence that they were going to win the fight. This fight between the top experts of the world who had used their fully grown sacred source lifeforms shocked every lifeform in the world and the factions that lacked fully grown sacred source lifeforms. These factions now knew how important fully grown sacred source lifeforms were. However, the shock they felt about the fight could not compare to the overwhelming excitement they felt when they heard the stakes of the battle. Star Web was the Radiance Federation's specialty and completely unique to them. Star Web was a coincidental creation that came from 3 sacred source lifeforms. One of them had been a fully grown sacred source lifeform. If the Freedom Federation wanted the Radiance Federation to bet Star Web, it would be the equivalent of asking the Radiance Federation to give up the second world that they prided themselves on. Any federation that possessed Star Web would be able to expand rapidly. However, the Freedom Federation's stake was equally astonishing. The Memory Stone was one of the Freedom Federation's secure Federation treasures. Could copy all of an expert's legacy on that expert's deathbed. The complete legacy of one Class 5 Creation Master was stored in the Memory Stone. If this legacy was released, the Memory Stone would lose access to it forever. This stake was the equivalent of the Freedom Federation giving up one Class 5 Creation Master. It was difficult to say whether a Class 5 Creation Master or Star Web was more precious. One of them benefited all the people in a federation while the other benefited the federation's experts. Regardless, these stakes were world-shattering. 2 years later, it seemed that the fight at the major federation meeting would be at the peak of fierce intensity because neither federation could afford to lose its stake. Everything reverted to peace. The night power faded away to reveal the setting sun, and the spring breeze was still warm. However, Shark Pride and the first Emperor Shark clan members beside it were exceptionally stern. At that moment, Shark Pride was utterly befuddled. It was clear that the Radiance Federation's Night Empress had attacked the first Emperor Shark clan first. So how had it become the first Emperor Shark clan who had broken the agreement first? Shark Pride asked the man in red armor, who bore some similar features to Shark Pride, and asked, "Second brother, who did we assign our territory that's closest to the Radiance Federation to?" The man in red armor was momentarily speechless. As one of the top 3 clans in the 8 clans of Sea Emperors, the first Emperor Shark clan had an abundance of sea resources. There was no need for their members to take up territory near the federations. The man in red armor was in charge of the members' assignment of territories, and he did not remember assigning any territory that was near to the Radiance Federation. Moreover, the first Emperor Shark clan had moved to the Freedom Federation's territory, and many members had been recalled. There were very few of them left outside of the territory. Suddenly, the man in red armor thought about his third younger sister, Shark On. Shark On had grown up spoiled by their oldest brother. When it voiced its unwillingness to return, their oldest brother had permitted it. Shark On had not been assigned any territory because, as the oldest princess of the first Empress Shark clan, Shark On was free to go to any part of the first Emperor Shark clan's territory. Could it have gone to the sea near the Radiance Federation, tried to kill someone from the Radiance Federation for some reason, and was found out? Given Shark Dominate's understanding of Shark On, it was possible that it would go as far as to break the agreement for the sake of sufficient benefits. Shark Pride noticed Shark Dominate's look of contemplation and could not help but ask, "Second brother, don't hold back your thoughts and speak them out. If the Radiance Federation is trying to frame us, we must teach them a lesson." Shark Dominate shook its head. If the Radiance Federation was truly trying to frame the first Emperor Shark clan, The other sea clans would be sure to set their differences with the first Emperor Shark clan aside to band together for the sake of securing the overall might and benefits of all sea clans. However, if the first Emperor Shark clan was at fault, they would be doomed if they allowed the Radiance Federation to seek leverage. Additionally, the other sea clans were not reliable. The first Emperor Ray clan would definitely seize the opportunity to deal the first Emperor Shark clan a blow. Eventually, Shark Dominate told Shark Pride about his guess. Shark Pride's expression changed when he heard what Shark Dominate said. It knew that this was probably the truth, but it seemed too ludicrous. It only involved the lives of a few normal people. Why did it warrant such serious repercussions? It seemed that this trip to the Radiance Federation would be slightly sticky. Just as Shark Pride was wondering if it should go to the Radiance Federation personally, Shark Dominate said, "Big brother, we still need to move the clan." It glanced at the austere-faced Du Miao and continued, "You have to be here for the collaboration with the Freedom Federation. I shall be the one to go to the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation is one of the 3 major factions and must be appropriately gracious. Their royalty can't detain me." Shark Pride nodded. Although it did not want to send Shark Dominate into danger, it was undoubtedly more suitable for Shark Dominate to go. Shark Pride pointed at the young man with short red hair and said, "East, go with your second uncle and remember to listen to what he says." The young man with short red hair hurriedly said, "Don't worry, father. I will follow second uncle's words to a T." Shark Pride nodded in satisfaction, but Shark Dominate's brows were furrowed. By sending Shark East on this journey, Shark Pride was trying to strengthen Shark East's authority in the first Emperor Shark clan. Shark Pride's trying to set up Shark East to become the next leader. It seems that he has no clue what kind of person his son is. Shark East might be docile and obedient when you're around, but he becomes extremely pompous once he's out of your eye line. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble on this trip to the Radiance Federation. Whenever Shark East encountered members from the other 7 clans of Sea Emperors, it could throw the first Emperor Shark clan status in their faces. However, this behavior would not fly in the Radiance Federation. However, since Shark Pride had instructed Shark East to go, there was nothing that Shark Dominate could do. It knew that it would have to give Shark East pointers and advise it to exercise self-restraint. The Radiance Federation's threatening command was directed not just at the first Emperor Shark clan but also the other 7 clans of Sea Emperors. Currently, the other 7 clans all had their own ideas about how they should address the matter of the agreement when they went to the Radiance Federation. At that moment, every person in the Radiance Federation had their head craned toward the sky as they watched the giant golden tree shrink until it finally disappeared. Lin Yuan's thoughts were in a jumble. On the one hand, this fight between royalty had shown him how weak he was. They would deeply impact only those affected by celestial phenomena. Unless he had a fully grown sacred source lifeform, he would always fall short of pinnacle experts. The sacred sword-wielding queen was only 3 stars, and it would be some time before it could evolve to 4 stars. Lin Yuan had no clue when it would finally be able to evolve into a fully grown sacred source lifeform. Luckily, he had amassed so many law source crystals that he did not have to worry for now. However, his stock would eventually be used up and he would need to search for more. From a certain angle, this incident deepened Lin Yuan's yearning to leave the marsh world and work with the major cities. On the other hand, the voice from the giant tree deepened the sense of belonging that Lin Yuan felt toward the Radiance Federation. Shark On had targeted Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and an he. However, the voice that had settled the matter did not mention that they were the disciples of royalty. This meant that the person was quietly protecting every person in the Radiance Federation, normal or otherwise. This was the graciousness of the Radiance Federation and the graciousness of royalty. This sense of responsibility could not be held up by shoulders. It was a promise to every single person in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan felt that it was worth protecting a federation like this. The mother of Bloodbath saw the thick and moving ribbon of sunlight and snapped its own link to the sun. Since they were already acquainted, the mother of Bloodbath only had to wait to reunite with its family. Lin Yuan fell asleep in the mansion after eating the delicious food Lu Jie had prepared. When he woke up, he noticed that the faith power in his shrine had stopped increasing. Lin Yuan found this to be strange. He logged onto Star Web and checked the forums and posts. This allowed him to understand. There were three main topics being discussed on Star Web. First was the strange celestial phenomena that had taken place yesterday. The second was the scuffle between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. The third was the startling stakes for the major faction meeting that would take place 2 years later. These three topics were so overwhelmingly popular that they squashed all other possible topics. Lin Yuan knew that even if he used his status as the Moon Empress disciple now to convince Sky City's City Lord to give up on targeting Connected Beast Park, it would not help in the slightest. He would only be able to snatch back the popularity stolen by these three events after he waited for the buzz surrounding them to calm down. However, this matter could not be dragged on for too long, or else the original fires of interest would be extinguished forever. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on waiting for a few days until he was just about to leave for the Divine Wood Federation, during which he would handle the tasks in the Radiance Federation before helping Connected Beast Park. However, he had no clue that Connected Beast Park no longer wanted his help. At first, Miao Jinshan had been increasingly frantic. The prideful Connected Beast Park acted like he was possessed, as he continued to check the forums on Star Web despite knowing that they were filled with insults for him. When Miao Jinshan woke up this morning, he logged into Star Web as per usual and was promptly stunned. What was going on? Miao Jinshan wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. Miao Jinshan clicked through a few pages and noticed that none of the content mentioned Connected Beast Park. He quickly understood that it was because the events of last night had completely taken over. It would take some time for the matter to die down, and Connected Beast Park would not be mentioned again for the foreseeable future. Before Miao Jinshan could fill up with joy, he remembered Lin Yuan had promised to help. If Lin Yuan helped now, the hate comments would return. Miao Jinshan wanted nothing more than to call Lin Yuan to tell him not to help. However, he dared not voice this thought as it would be the equivalent of teasing the Moon Empress disciple. If the Moon Empress disciple became angry and decided to target Connected Beast Park, Connected Beast Park would reach an even lower point. Lin Yuan looked through his groups on Star Web and saw that Gu Lang and Zhongzhe had mentioned Lu Jie to ask him about yesterday's events. Night-leaning Moon had thrown the first stick yesterday. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang's master had gone to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court to attend a meeting at the crack of dawn. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch were also confused about what had happened yesterday. If Zhongzhe and Gu Lang wanted to learn what had happened, the best option would be to ask Lu Jie. Before Lin Yuan could speak up in the group, he saw that Lu Jie had responded. Lu Jie. This matter was started because a member of the first Emperor Shark clan attacked first in the sea near Raging Wave City. Lin Yuan and I were right outside Raging Wave City. However, I had no time to tell Master about this matter at all, so I'm unclear on the details too. Long Tao, Li Xian, Sun Ningxiang, and the rest popped out of the woodwork. All of the members of the group had formed a faction together because of their links to Lin Yuan. They had all become friends when they met at Zhongzhe's home. Zhongzhe and Gu Lang did not try to hide anything from Long Tao, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang while they spoke in the group. Long Tao, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang knew to pull away when the topics included disciples of royalty. However, this matter included Lu Jie and Lin Yuan's safety, and the three of them could not hold back. Lin Yuan smiled at his friend's concern. Lin Yuan, thank you for all your concern. We're both fine. By the way, where's Gao Feng? Gao Feng was the most personable in the group and usually the most active in the group. However, he had basically been radio silent over the last 2 weeks. When he did appear, it was usually at night. Lin Yuan mentioned Gao Feng but received no reply even after some time had passed. At this moment, Sun Ningxiang wrote, Lin Yuan, Grandma and I will reach the royal capital tomorrow. She has been thanking you throughout the entire journey. Will you be free tomorrow? There are some things I would like to say to you. Lin Yuan hurriedly messaged back. Lin Yuan, since you brought your grandmother over, I'll definitely have time. I'll send you my address and you can come right over. Didn't you say that Lu Jie is a great cook? Let him know whatever you feel like eating. Lin Yuan had not prepared much for Sun Ningxiang's arrival. They had known each other for such a long time that he did not need to bring out the fine china for a private meal with her. Sun Ningxiang smiled as brightly as the summer sun when she saw Lin Yuan's response. Lu Yuan signed when she saw Sun Ningxiang's expression. Lin Yuan needed to speak to Li Xian and Long Tao about a slightly complicated matter. It would not be suitable to speak about it in the group. He was about to call them when Gao Feng suddenly appeared. Gao Feng. Friends, the first Emperor Shark clan is too wicked. My master said that Lin Yuan Lu Jie, and he almost died at the hands of a female expert from the first Emperor Shark clan. I'm so glad both of you are fine. What are the rest of us supposed to do if anything happens to the two of you? By the way, I've been learning from Master, and I'm only allowed to rest at night. I'm taking a break today because Master attended a meeting at the royal capital. If any of you need to speak with me, just call me. I might not always be able to see your messages in the group even if you mention me. Lin Yuan decided to privately message Gao Feng since Gao Feng had appeared. He told Gao Feng to take over the Sea Bliss clan's territory in Raging Wave City as well as the island outside of Raging Wave City. Lin Yuan had formed a rising faction with Gao Feng, and they held equal ownership and were considered co-bosses. It would be more suitable for Lin Yuan to give the Sea Bliss clan to Gao Feng instead of taking over and managing the Sea Bliss clan himself. When Gao Feng saw Lin Yuan's message, he immediately guessed that Lin Yuan was Sky City's city lord. Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding from Gao Feng. He had been friends with Gao Feng much longer than he had been friends with Li Xian and Long Tao. Although Lin Yuan and Long Tao had exchanged numbers long ago, they had not interacted much. Gao Feng had helped Lin Yuan many times. Without Gao Feng, Lin Yuan would never have been able to obtain the young elemental shellfish and start amassing resources. These initial resources enabled Lin Yuan to continue to snowball resources. Lin Yuan was able to obtain the floating island whale because of Gao Feng. At the Guard Yi banquet, Gao Feng had stood with Lin Yuan against Miao Zhua without hesitation despite not knowing about Lin Yuan's status. The Gao and Miao families were top factions, but there was a significant gap between them. Connected Beast Park was one of the top-ranked top factions, while the Gao family could be considered a bottom feeder. Gao Feng risked causing problems for the Gao family by siding with Lin Yuan. A person's reaction in times of difficulty revealed their true selves. From that moment, Lin Yuan opened his heart to Gao Feng as his friend. Gao Feng was shocked when he discovered that Lin Yuan was Sky City's city lord, but at the same time he felt it was to be expected. After all, he had witnessed too many miracles from Lin Yuan. There was no question that Gao Feng would not reveal this information. He had always been grateful to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, he would never have been able to become the disciple of a member of royalty. Lin Yuan called Long Tao after ending the call with Gao Feng. Long Tao picked up after the call rang 3 times. Long Tao was surprised that Lin Yuan was calling him because everyone was still chatting in the group. Did Lin Yuan want to ask about the Emperor Armored Martial God insect? Recently, many alien insects that were as strong as Myth Breed Phase had flown out of the Class 4 alien insect dimensional rifts under Coiling Dragon's Valley's control. However, none of them had been the Emperor Armored Martial God insect, and there was nothing that Long Tao could do about the situation. Big Brother Long, Coiling Dragon's Valley, has been nurturing dragon species phase. Do you know which dragon species phase are easy to maintain and have large livers? Asked Lin Yuan. Long Tao was stunned. It was true that Coiling Dragon's Valley nurtured dragon species phase. However, they rarely bought and sold dragon species spiritual ingredients. Even if they did sell some dragon species spiritual ingredients, it was because the dragon species Fae was too far gone for creation masters to save it, and there was no other choice but to extract spiritual ingredients from it. From Lin Yuan's question, Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan probably needed dragon species Fae's livers. Instead of replying to Lin Yuan, Long Tao asked, "Brother, do you have any requirements for the dragon species Fae that provides the liver?" Lin Yuan thought about Shiny's current power and replied, "I don't have high expectations for the bloodline as long as they're pure flood dragon species and terrifying dragon species." Long Tao choked. This wasn't considered high expectations? King-class experts were able to increase the purity of their dragon species phase to pure flood dragon species or terrifying dragon species. Suppose Lin Yuan wanted to breed flood dragon species and pure terrifying dragon species phase with the intention of harvesting their livers. In that case, Long Tao could not imagine the immense amount of resources that would have to go into this endeavor. Besides the food costs, an enormous amount of creation master resources would have to go into increasing the purity of a dragon species phase bloodline. Moreover, he wanted to nurture the dragon species phase not to sell them but to harvest their livers. Once a dragon species phase liver was removed, the dragon species phase would definitely die, and their body would only be useful if it was separated into spiritual ingredients and sold off. No matter how expensive spiritual ingredients that came from a dragon species phase were, Lin Yuan would not be able to break even. Lin Yuan did know which pure flood dragon species and terrifying dragon species phase were easier to breed. The dragon species phase he had in mind was large, and its liver had to be of proportional size. Brother, there is a fae called the hooked teeth giant beast dragon. It's very easy to breed, but it grows in size very quickly. As long as it consumes faes with large amounts of flesh, it will reach full size once its power evolves to gold grade. At full size, the hooked teeth giant beast dragon is almost 20 meters long, 9 meters long, and its liver weighs almost 100 kilograms. It has the ancient explosive dragon bloodline and is considered one of the more violent pure terrifying dragon species phase. Its liver is in charge of its emotions, and it has strong medicinal properties. Its liver is considered valuable in the spiritual ingredient market. If you want to harvest a pure terrifying species phase liver, the hooked teeth giant beast dragon is the best choice. Coiling Dragons Valley is currently nurturing hooked teeth giant beast dragons. One of the breeder hooked teeth giant beast dragons died recently, leaving 6 of its eggs. The 6 eggs all have the potential to become breeders, said Long Tao. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Flood dragon species phase did not like to interact, while terrifying dragon species phase were always passionate and left behind many descendants. However, the eggs produced by a terrifying species fae about to die produced offspring with the best genes. Given that Coiling Dragons Valley was a top faction, the breeder dragon they chose was definitely of good quality. Hence, the genes of the 6 hooked teeth giant beast dragons had to be outstanding. Lin Yuan decided to feed the hooked teeth giant beast dragon's liver to Shiny. Big Brother Long, you mentioned that you wanted to start a rising faction. Why don't you work with me to nurture the hooked teeth giant beast dragons? Said Lin Yuan. Long Tao's eyes lit up. He never expected Lin Yuan to invite him when it came to such matters. This was his chance. He immediately agreed and said, "It will be good if I can start a rising faction on my own, but even better if I can start one with you. I have limited creation master resources on hand. I'll only be able to supply 1 class 4 creation master and 5 class 3 creation masters to nurture the hooked teeth giant beast dragon. After the hooked teeth giant beast dragon's liver is harvested, the rest of its body can be carefully separated and sold as spiritual ingredients. I have experience in managing, breeding, extracting, separating, and selling dragon species phase, so leave it all to me." Long Tao's voice was clear as he listed all the contributions he could provide to the faction. Lin Yuan felt relaxed working with Long Tao and said, "Big Brother Long, let me provide the creation master resources. I will have to trouble you for the other tasks." Long Tao was taken aback by Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude toward creation master resources. He only had to provide labor. He could not take advantage of Lin Yuan during their collaboration, so he said, "If that's the case, you can have 70% ownership of the rising faction while I'll just take 30%. Long Tao was sincere, but Lin Yuan said, "Big Brother Long, since we're starting a faction together, we should each have 50% ownership. My need for the quality of the dragon liver will only increase in the future, and there'll be no lack of work for you." However, Long Tao still insisted on only taking 30%. Eventually, Lin Yuan said, "Why don't we do this, Big Brother Long? I'll take whatever dragon species spiritual ingredients I need from the faction in the future. I will probably need a large amount of dragon species spiritual ingredients in the future. If we each take 50% ownership, I'll actually be the one taking advantage of you." Long Tao gave in. When they hung up the call, he rushed off to handle the affairs related to setting up a faction. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan acted the same way he did when he started a faction with Gao Feng and leaned back to relax. Now that he had settled the issue of dragon liver, only the phoenix blood was left. It would not be as easy to solve the issue of the phoenix blood because he only wanted to use the blood from main phoenix species phase. But now that Lin Yuan was going to nurture main dragon species phase livers, he could not afford to do so. Given his current situation, he had no choice but to lower his standard. Unlike essence blood, extracting phoenix blood would not put the main phoenix species Fae in danger. At the very most, the main phoenix species Fae would be weak for some time if too much blood was drawn from it. As for the avenue through which he would obtain the main phoenix Fae blood, only Dark Cloud's bird shrine came to his mind. Previously, Lin Yuan and Dark Cloud's bird shrine had traded for golden lotus brocade pearls, and he had formed a friendly relationship with them. This trade was the reason Li Xian had been chosen to become the young leader out of all the young members of Dark Cloud's bird shrine. Lin Yuan would not approach Dark Cloud's bird shrine directly with regards to the phoenix blood. He would ask Li Xian to be a middleman who would discuss with the elders on Lin Yuan's behalf. Lin Yuan immediately called Li Xian. When the call went through, Lin Yuan immediately said, "Big brother Li, I need your help." Li Xian replied cheerily, "Brother Lin, let me know whatever you need help with. I'll get on it right now if it's within my means. If it's too much for me, I'll try to come up with a way to help you get it done." Li Xian had always been thankful to Lin Yuan. If not for Lin Yuan, Li Xian would have lost the position of young leader to his younger siblings. Ever since Li Xian's younger siblings reached 15 or 16 years old, they had been trying to steal from Li Xian. Li Xian was very aware of this, but he always hesitated about doing something about it. Just when he reached his limit and was about to defend his position in the family, Lin Yuan appeared and convinced the elders to make a decision. From then on, Li Xian no longer had to worry about his siblings. He always felt that Lin Yuan had not only helped him raise his position in the family but also saved his virtue. Given Lin Yuan's status, Li Xian did not know what he could do to repay him. But now that Lin Yuan had come to him for help, he finally had his chance. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Big brother Li, is it true that Dark Cloud's bird shrine has many main phoenix species phase?" Li Xian did not know why Lin Yuan had asked this question, but he still replied, "In Dark Cloud's bird shrine, the fundamental condition for joining the elders is to own a main phoenix species Fae. There are about 40 elders, and they have at least 50 main phoenix species Faes." Lin Yuan was delighted. With 50 main phoenix species Faes providing Shiny with blood, it would be enough for Shiny to reach myth breed. If Lin Yuan could work with Dark Cloud's bird shrine, he would not have to worry about sourcing for main phoenix species Faes blood for a long time. "Big brother Li, I would really like your help in obtaining large amounts of blood from the elders in Dark Cloud's bird shrine." Li Xian gulped and was momentarily speechless. Lin Yuan's request had frightened him. He could not imagine the expression on the elders' faces when he asked them to give blood from their main phoenix species phase. It was even possible that they would strip him of his position as young leader. However, he had promised Lin Yuan that he would do whatever he could to help him. Now he was in an awkward position. Lin Yuan did not let Li Xian stay awkward for too long. "Big brother Li, Dark Cloud's bird shrine probably needs spiritual ingredients like the Nirvana Phoenix flower to feed to the main Phoenix species phase, right? What if I say that I can provide one Nirvana Phoenix flower every time I take blood from the main Phoenix species phase? Will this offer make it easier for you to talk to the elders?" Li Xian let out a breath of relief. The spiritual ingredient that Dark Cloud's bird shrine's elders fought over the most was the Nirvana Phoenix flower. The Nirvana Phoenix flower was a plant-type Fae that could activate main Phoenix species Fae's bloodlines. They were as useful to main Phoenix species Faes as the dragon's mouth orchid was to dragon species Faes. However, it was much more difficult to nurture the Nirvana Phoenix flower. Just like the dragon's mouth orchid, the Nirvana Phoenix flower needed pure spirit chi once it reached a certain quality. However, the Nirvana Phoenix flower needed fire elemental energy as well. As such, the Nirvana Phoenix flower was 5 times more expensive than the dragon's mouth orchid. If Lin Yuan could produce the Nirvana Phoenix flower, The elders in Dark Cloud's bird shrine would be willing to work with him in order to help their main dragon species phase bloodline to improve. Before Li Xian could agree, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Big Brother Li, if epic quality Nirvana Phoenix flowers aren't enough, I can also offer various heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." Li Xian hurriedly replied, "Brother Lin, the Nirvana Phoenix flowers will be enough. I am confident that this will be enough for me to convince the elders. I'll be able to give you a response soon." Lin Yuan nodded. He did not have Nirvana Phoenix flowers at the moment. Just like Dragon's Mouth Orchid, the Nirvana Phoenix flower rarely appeared on the market. Lin Yuan was certain that he could produce many Nirvana Phoenix flowers to trade for main Phoenix species phase blood with the elders of Dark Cloud's bird shrine because he had seen 10 Nirvana Phoenix flowers at Connected Beast Park's vault when he was there. Although most of these Nirvana Phoenix flowers had not reached epic quality, Lin Yuan did not mind. As long as he could obtain the Nirvana Phoenix flowers after he helped them, he would easily be able to evolve them to epic quality. He might even be able to evolve some of the better ones to legend quality. When the Nirvana Phoenix flower was planted in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it would be able to produce new flowers after it was plucked as long as its roots were not damaged. After hanging up the call, Li Xian used his title as young leader for the first time to call for a meeting with the elders. He had been chosen to become the young leader because the elders valued his link to Lin Yuan. Previously, the elders had all supported different young members according to their respective motives. Even though Li Xian had officially become the young leader, he still had not been acknowledged by every elder. He intended to use this chance to cement a collaborative relationship with the elders. Ever since he started a faction with Lin Yuan, Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, and the rest, his position in the family had only grown more secure. With this matter on top of it, Li Xian felt that he would become the most reputable person in Dark Cloud's bird shrine. Although Lin Yuan was the one who had asked for his help, he knew that he owed Lin Yuan far more. If Lin Yuan only needed the blood from main Phoenix species phase, he could announce his offering of the Nirvana Phoenix flower on StarWeb's trade message, and the experts with main Phoenix species phase would happily take him up on his offer. As Lin Yuan continued to supply the Nirvana Phoenix flowers to Dark Cloud's bird shrine, he would help Dark Cloud's bird shrine to increase its power and strengthen its foundation. Li Xian planned on telling all the elders about this during the meeting, so they would also feel indebted to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spent the day organizing his gains from Raging Wave City. As a pinnacle Immortal Sea Emperor, the dead shark On could not be controlled by Red Thorn using the Tongue of Relinquish even though the Mother of Bloodbath had already absorbed its blood energy. Hence, it could only be turned into various spiritual ingredients. Shark On's skin could be used when used to be turned into clothes. The skin was soft and light yet possessed very strong defensive capabilities. Additionally, its scales were resistant to wind and could be used to attack enemies. After Shark On died, Lin Yuan also retrieved something else from its body. He knew that it could be the immortal body that the Moon Empress had spoken of. The immortal body was formed from willpower runes. Willpower runes, law crystals, world crystals, and the immortal body were things that phase gained as they evolved from fantasy breed to immortal breed. When Lin Yuan first touched the immortal body, he felt the sacred sword-wielding queen pulse in his soul, as though it had just sensed some sort of treasure. However, the sacred sword-wielding queen was not as desperate for the immortal body as it had been for the world crystal. Through communicating with the sacred sword-wielding queen, he found out that it could not absorb immortal bodies before its adolescent stage, which was the period between 7 stars and 9 stars. It seemed that there was no use for Shark On's immortal body as of now, and Lin Yuan would need to store it for some time. Shark On's immortal body contained parts of its soul. Lin Yuan would be able to use the Remembrance Soul Whale to solidify Shark On's soul. However, he would not do so. Ever since the Remembrance Soul Whale fell into his hands, Lin Yuan thought about reviving his parents. However, they were humans. Not only were their souls too weak, but souls also dissipated quickly after death. Lin Yuan knew that his parents were buried in an alien insect dimensional rift, and it was likely that their bodies had already been torn apart by insect tides long ago. He had 2 spirit guard crests and the letter written in blood left to him by his parents. They meant for him to think of them whenever they saw these items, so it was as though they were always by his side. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by fear for the first time and did not have the courage to allow the remembrance soul whale to check on the two crests and the letter. Although he already knew the truth in his heart, sometimes, lying to himself to keep the hope alive was preferable. After carefully considering it and trying to muster the courage countless times, Lin Yuan decided to go for it. He nervously summoned the remembrance soul whale and placed the crests and letter in front of it. In the end, the answer turned out to be just as cold and heartbreaking as he had expected. The voice from the giant golden tree had allowed Lin Yuan to understand what the Radiance Federation meant to him. As he gazed at the two spirit guard crests now, it dawned on him why his parents had left him and Chu Ci at home to fight for the Radiance Federation despite knowing the dangers that would be involved. He had been confused when he first received the two spirit guard crests. But now it was clear to him. Both he and the Moon Empress had chosen to take the same path his parents had. Lin Yuan held the crests to his chest and looked at the blood letter as he missed and longed for his parents. This lasted the entire night. At that moment, he seemed more like a fresh 18-year-old young man than he ever had. The morning light floated through the window and shimmered on Lin Yuan's body. As he looked at the light of dawn, he stored away the two crests and blood letter like they were the most precious treasures in the world. He opened the door of his room and went downstairs to find Lu Jie preparing dumpling soup. With one sniff, Lin Yuan immediately knew that Lu Jie was making pork and leek dumplings, which were Lin Yuan's favorite. Lu Jie knew that Sun Ningxiang and her grandmother would be arriving at the mansion soon and had asked Sun Ningxiang in the group what she wanted to eat. After washing the dishes, Lu Jie dove straight into preparing lunch. As Lin Yuan sat on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and looked at the red sandalwood longevity fish tank, he realized that the red sandalwood longevity fish tank seemed slightly small. It could also be said that the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps and 99 5 Fortune Ranches had grown larger. Coincidentally, submerged flood dragon lake's construction was done. For the sake of Blackie's exclusive skill, Lin Yuan had nurtured the telescope spirit siphon goldfish, and they had all been released into submerged flood dragon lake. The angelfish of bliss were very gentle and would not attack the spirit siphon goldfish. Lin Yuan felt that it would be a good idea to release the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps and 5 Fortune Ranches into submerged flood dragon lake as well. The spirit chi released by the 99 5 Fortune Ranches would enable the flowers in the pavilions atop the Sunlight King Lotus to bloom even more brilliantly. The red sandalwood longevity fish tank would also not be left there to collect dust, as he could fill it with any fortuitous aquatic fae that could be nurtured indoors in the future. The Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had grown to 3 meters long, and there was almost no space for them to move in the 9.9-meter wide red sandalwood longevity fish tank. When the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were released into submerged flood dragon lake, Lin Yuan noticed something was happening to their bloodlines. Apparently, the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were about to evolve. Lin Yuan had raised the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps ever since they were young. Fish species fays did not have high intelligence, but they felt a lot of affection for Lin Yuan. After spending some time with Lin Yuan by the edge of submerged flood dragon lake, the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps swished their tails and swam out into submerged flood dragon lake. The Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had the exclusive skill place of life. When they swam into submerged flood dragon lake, the angelfish of bliss and precious plants in the pavilions spread out their leaves with delight. When Lin Yuan saw the beautiful scenery he had created, he breathed out a breath that he had not known he had been holding. Suddenly, he entered a mystical state. Creation could bring people happiness. A willpower rune of creation appeared in Lin Yuan's spirit. Naturally, Lin Yuan was elated to comprehend another willpower rune. However, it was not suitable for the remembrance soul whale. At that moment, he heard a clear bird chirp from the mansion's entrance. He looked out and saw that Sun Ningxiang had arrived. There was a short woman who shared Sun Ningxiang's eyes next to Sun Ningxiang. Lin Yuan knew that Sun Ningxiang's parents had passed, so this woman had to be Sun Ningxiang's grandmother, the Thearch class expert Lu Yuan. He rushed up to them to usher them into the house. Before Sun Ningxiang could speak, Lu Yuan knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "My name is Lu Yuan. Thank you for saving my life with the Moon Dew Revival Pill." Lin Yuan anxiously helped Lu Yuan up. He was friends with Sun Ningxiang and could not handle her grandmother thanking him in such a manner. He had not thought about the Moon Dew revival pill's value when he saved Lu Yuan. Even when he thought back on it, he did not regret using the Moon Dew revival pill to save Lu Yuan's life. He could not stand and watch his friend's family die when he had the ability to save them. Sun Ningxiang saw that her grandmother was about to thank Lin Yuan again, and was afraid that Lin Yuan would be put on the spot. She gently held Lu Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang had not known each other for a long time, and he had been wearing a mask the last time they met. Hence, she had not noticed the changes in him. But now, as she looked at Lin Yuan's exquisite features and growing aura of eliteness, she could not help but be stupefied. Lu Yuan gently tugged Sun Ningxiang's arm when she saw her granddaughter spacing out. When Sun Ningxiang regained her senses, her face flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Lin Yuan had not noticed the change in Sun Ningxiang's expression. He was too busy praying that Lu Yuan would not get down on her knees again. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yuan, he led her and Sun Ningxiang into the mansion. When Sun Ningxiang sat down on the sofa, she decided to tell Lin Yuan what needed to be said. Lin Yuan poured out cups of 3 treasures tea for Sun Ningxiang and Lu Yuan. Before he could finish filling Sun Ningxiang's cup, she said, "Lin Yuan, Condensed Fairy Orchard would like to be attached to Sky City from now on and become one of your branches, just like the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is." Instead of looking happy, Lin Yuan frowned. He felt that a large part of this decision was motivated by gratitude toward him for saving Lu Yuan. If Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang were not friends, he would be more than willing to take her up on her offer. However, he considered her his good friend, and this decision made him feel like she regarded their relationship as transactional. Thus, he asked her seriously, "Did you decide to attach Condensed Fairy Orchard to Sky City as a way of thanking me? So there is no need. If you would really like to repay the debt of the Moon Dew Revival Pill, you can repay me with resources once Condensed Fairy Orchard has expanded sufficiently." Sun Ningxiang shook her head gently. It was true that she had made the decision to express her gratitude. However, she was the decision-maker of a top faction and had to look past the surface of matters. She had also made this decision after taking the entire Condensed Fairy Orchard into consideration. By attaching Condensed Fairy Orchard to Sky City, Condensed Fairy Orchard's future expansion would be secured. Even if Lu Yuan had regained her health, Condensed Fairy Orchard would still only be left with 1 Thearch-class expert. They had no Creation Master resources or martial force. Hence, it would be difficult for Condensed Fairy Orchard to forge a better future for itself. Sun Ningxiang sorted out her emotions before saying, "Condensed Fairy Orchard is fully reliant on Sky City for Creation Master resources. Without Sky City, our plant-type Fey role will crumble in an instant. By attaching ourselves to Sky City, Condensed Fairy Orchard will have a light waiting for us at the end of the tunnel. Lin Yuan, if you are satisfied with us, please take us in. From today onward, Grandma and I will focus on expanding Condensed Fairy Orchard, and we won't have to worry about being targeted by other factions. It is us who would like to take shelter under the tree that is Sky City." Lu Yuan felt her heart ache when she heard Sun Ningxiang say such things. She felt that her granddaughter was speaking in an excessively inferior manner. It was clear that her decision came from a place of gratitude. Yet she made Condensed Fairy Orchard sound even lousier in case Lin Yuan was unwilling to accept them. Lu Yuan did not understand this side of her granddaughter. But from the moment Lu Yuan looked into Lin Yuan's clean and clear eyes, she knew that he had no unsavory intentions. This was not surprising. The Moon Empress disciple was going to fight to become a Radiance envoy 2 years later, and he would not allow himself to be blinded by his emotions. Lin Yuan fell silent when he heard what Sun Ningxiang said. Amid his silence, Sun Ningxiang said, "Lin Yuan, if Sky City will not accept Condensed Fairy Orchard, I might as well demote Condensed Fairy Orchard into a veteran faction and sell off our breeding bases to Sky City. We are old friends. Considering our friendship, I'm sure you won't reject our spirit plant breeding bases that supply 20% of plant-type phase to the market." Lin Yuan shook his head in frustration. "Since you've brought this matter up, Condensed Fairy Orchard shall become the second faction under Sky City. I will not question Condensed Fairy Orchard's expansion. You just need to send general reports to when you just like the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce does. Lin Yuan said after a moment of silence. As a welcome gift to Condensed Fairy Orchard for joining Sky City, I will provide Condensed Fairy Orchard with 2,000 various types of Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, 300 Bronze/Epic Phase, 10 Bronze/Legend Phase, 500 pieces of mid-grade marsh soil, and 50 pieces of high-grade marsh soil this year. In spite of Lin Yuan's calm tone, Lu Yuan and Sun Ningxiang were floored. The same thought popped into their heads. Are we joining Sky City to repay our debt of gratitude or to gain a brighter future? Lin Yuan is putting too many resources into Condensed Fairy Orchard. When Lin Yuan previously worked with Condensed Fairy Orchard, he had provided them with Bronze/Epic Phase. The Bronze/Epic Phase were what allowed Condensed Fairy Orchard to increase their influence in the plant-type Fey market by 300% despite not having any Class 4 Creation Masters and only being left with their most fundamental members. Condensed Fairy Orchard and Sky City had worked together for so long, but they had not gained 300 Bronze/Epic Phase yet. If all the Bronze/Epic Phase that Lin Yuan provided Condensed Fairy Orchard were plant-type Phase, they could be nurtured as ramets, and Condensed Fairy Orchard would gain even more control over the plant-type Fey market. However, Lin Yuan had promised them more than 300 Bronze/Epic Phase. There were also 10 Bronze/Legend Phase. In order to save Lu Yuan, Sun Ningxiang had frantically sought out the Bronze/Legend Muscle Growth Camellia but turned up empty-handed. Clearly, Bronze/Legend Phase were invaluable. Condensed Fairy Orchard had accumulated less than 20 Bronze/Legend Phase in the past century. Lin Yuan's provision of Bronze/Legend Phase would allow Condensed Fairy Orchard to increase their control over the plant-type Fey market by January 3rd. Sun Ningxiang and Lu Yuan could never have imagined such a situation. Moreover, these were not all the precious resources that Lin Yuan was going to provide Condensed Fairy Orchard. 2,000 Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were more valuable than 300 Bronze/Epic and Bronze/Legend Phase combined. Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were the specialty of Class 4 Creation Masters. Condensed Fairy Orchard would never not need various elements when they nurtured plant-type Phase. After the incident that caused all of Condensed Fairy Orchard's Creation Masters to leave, it became difficult for Sun Ningxiang to obtain elemental pearls. Sun Ningxiang and Lu Yuan were utterly dumbfounded by Lin Yuan's gift of 2,000 Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. They felt as though they were dreaming. The soil was the most basic condition in order to nurture plant-type Phase. Condensed Fairy Orchard had high expectations for the soil they used when they nurtured plant-type Phase. Hence, the plant-type Phase that Condensed Fairy Orchard put out into the market were always of higher quality than those from other factions with the same role. The secret of Condensed Fairy Orchard's superior soil was that they were not stingy about using marsh soil. Marsh soil was the reason Condensed Fairy Orchard had gained such a good reputation over the years. After the incident happened, Sun Ningxiang no longer had the resources to inject marsh soil into the soil in the breeding bases. As a result, the plant-type Phase put out by Condensed Fairy Orchard over the last few months had received complaints from consumers that the quality had dropped, and they were in danger of being excluded by consumers. Now that Lin Yuan was going to provide them with so much mid-grade and high-grade marsh soil, Condensed Fairy Orchard would be able to put out plant-type Phase of better quality, and they would not have to receive any more complaints. If Lin Yuan truly pumped so many resources into Condensed Fairy Orchard, Sun Ningxiang was confident that Condensed Fairy Orchard would be able to control 50% of the plant-type Fey market soon. Once this happened, Condensed Fairy Orchard would truly dominate the Radiance Federation's plant-type Fey market. No other faction with plant-type Phase as their role would be able to threaten Condensed Fairy Orchard's position. In order to continue expanding, they would have no choice but to work with Condensed Fairy Orchard. Condensed Fairy Orchard would then be able to integrate the resources in the market and start taking control of even more of the plant-type Fey market. It could be said that Lin Yuan's one statement allowed Sun Ningxiang to see a beautiful future. She felt more and more that Lin Yuan's shoulder was like a warm harbor where she could not help but want to take shelter. However, Lin Yuan had already used a Moon Dew revival pill to save her grandmother and had rescued Condensed Fairy Orchard from sticky situations many times. Sun Ningxiang had come to express her gratitude. But now, how was she supposed to repay her debts if Lin Yuan was going to give Condensed Fairy Orchard such an enormous amount of resources? Setting aside kinship and only considering a business standpoint, Condensed Fairy Orchard had only just joined Sky City and had yet to make any contributions. She could not receive benefits before putting in any work, much less when the benefits were such an immense amount of resources. Lu Yuan looked between Sun Ningxiang and Lin Yuan. When she first saw Lin Yuan, she assumed that Sun Ningxiang had become smitten with his appearance and aura. A young man with such looks and aura was too attractive for any female. But now it was clear that those were not the only reasons. Lin Yuan was obscenely wealthy, decisive, and capable of great things. If any woman did not feel touched by the offering of such resources, she would be as good as heartless. When Sun Ningxiang did not nod in agreement immediately and Lin Yuan saw her conflicted expression, he smiled and said, "I won't be giving Condensed Fairy Orchard these resources for free. I have a request for you. Once you obtain the resources, I hope that Condensed Fairy Orchard will be able to expand your breeding bases and try your best to supply all the types of plant type phase that the market needs. Also, in case of emergency, I want you to stock up on plant type phase that are necessary in large quantities for daily needs." When Sun Ningxiang heard Lin Yuan mention that he had a request, she assumed that he would want to take control of as much of the market as possible. However, his actual request took her by surprise. Condensed Fairy Orchard had over 2,000 main plant breeding bases, and they were situated at locations in the Radiance Federation that had the best soil. Sun Ningxiang's grandfather had invested in Condensed Fairy Orchard when he was still around. Each of the 2,000 breeding bases had tens of smaller breeding bases attached to them. These breeding bases were the reason Condensed Fairy Orchard was able to dominate the plant-type Fey market. However, in spite of the high number of breeding bases, they were still insufficient to meet Lin Yuan's request. Lin Yuan's request did not seem like a business investment to Sun Ningxiang. It seemed that he wanted to use Condensed Fairy Orchard to prepare for something. Sun Ningxiang thought about the fight between Chief Guard Yi, the First Emperor Shark Clan, and the Freedom Federation yesterday. Her heart skipped a beat when a guess entered her mind. "Lin Yuan, are you asking Condensed Fairy Orchard to prepare various plant-type Fey resources in anticipation of war?" Lin Yuan nodded. This was exactly what he had in mind. Yesterday, the lava that fell from the sky had allowed him to understand the devastation that war could cause a city. If any expert used celestial phenomena to attack and destroy a city, many of the current infrastructures would collapse. When that happened, the city would need a sufficient stock of resources to handle the crisis. This was exactly the preparation that Lin Yuan wanted to carry out. "You're right. While Condensed Fairy Orchard is stocking up on resources, your ranking as a top faction will not increase significantly. In fact, I hope that Condensed Fairy Orchard will remain as under the radar as possible and invest all your effort into accumulating plant-type Fey-related resources. A large number of resources will be used up in this process, but I will supply Condensed Fairy Orchard with these resources." Previously, Lin Yuan wanted to rely on nurturing the soldier ration radish to provide food for a large group of people. Once the soldier ration radish was separated to a certain extent, it was even possible that he would be able to provide food for the entire Radiance Federation. However, yesterday's events made Lin Yuan aware that he had thought of everything too simply. Food was a necessity. But besides food, people also needed many more things in order to survive. If these things were not prepared, any abnormal situation would bring about disaster. Plant-type phase supported the entire ecosystem. By stocking up on plant-type Fey-related resources, Lin Yuan would be able to handle anything that came his way in the future. The Radiance Federation actually had special stocks. The department that handled this was Cultivated Garden, which Lin Yuan had traded with Revival Soil for Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Just like the Spirit Guards, Cultivated Garden was managed by a member of royalty, Tianfeng. It was not that Lin Yuan did not believe in Cultivated Garden stock, but that he was the type to prepare to the greatest extent. Moreover, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was a storeroom that did not require much investment but could still maintain a high influx of resources. Lin Yuan could afford to use up resources with the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone around. Sun Ningxiang immediately knew what she could do for Lin Yuan and felt a wave of motivation swell up within her. Lin Yuan, I never hoped for Condensed Fairy Orchard's ranking to increase after we joined Sky City. Tomorrow, my grandmother and I will publicly announce that Condensed Fairy Orchard shall be staying out of the public eye. Condensed Fairy Orchard will start focusing on gathering plant-type fair-related resources. From now on, I will let you know of any resources I need without holding back so that I'll be able to stock up on resources as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, other factions have bought most of the places with good quality soil that is suitable to build breeding bases. The other places will need to be renovated to some extent. Lin Yuan had a solution. Places with soil that was suitable for planting were rare in the Radiance Federation. However, they were in abundance in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had taken over the Dark Scorpion's territory, which was as large as a major city in Radiant City. Although most of the territory was a marsh, Lin Yuan had the ability to change the marsh world as he needed. White Speak protected the entire territory, so there was no question of safety. Lin Yuan could set aside a wide area within the territory on which he would create a plant-type Fey breeding base. However, this area would need people to willingly leave their current lives to tend to. Lin Yuan said, Sun Ningxiang, I have a place with soil that's suitable for constructing a breeding base. However, the people who work there will have to leave their current lives. As compensation, I will give them 10 times the pay they would receive for doing the same work anywhere else. The workers' parents can also move to stay at this place. How many of such people do you think Condensed Fairy Orchard has? Sun Ningxiang did not immediately agree. These people exist in droves in Condensed Fairy Orchard. Most of the people working in a breeding base are ordinary people or experts that do not have much combat power. They work in 4 shifts of 6 hours every day and are given a salary of about 4,000 Radiance dollars every month. If they're given 10 times the normal pay, it's unlikely that any of them will say no. Sun Ningxiang had more things to say to Lin Yuan but did not know how to voice them. In Sun Ningxiang's eyes, Lin Yuan was the disciple of royalty and Sky City's city lord. He possessed an untold amount of resources. As such, he could not understand the hardships that a regular person had to struggle with. As a direct descendant of a top faction, Sun Ningxiang also should not be aware of it. She only came to learn about them because she had spent time training under her grandfather at Condense Healing. During that time, she came to understand the ins and outs of an ordinary person's life. Lin Yuan nodded. Sun Ningxiang did not know Lin Yuan's life had been even harder than those ordinary people working at breeding bases. At that time, he would drag his ailing body around as he managed a spirit lifeform store. Even with Auntie Zhang's care, he only earned 2,000 Federation dollars each month. He had used 300 Federation dollars on food and 200 Federation dollars to occasionally switch up genius and Chinese food. Lin Yuan carefully saved up the remaining 1,500 Federation dollars for the sake of Qi Si's education. No one else knew better than Lin Yuan how unbearable life could be. Lin Yuan emphasized, please help me pick out some people. You need to emphasize that they will need to retreat from society for the rest of their lives. Sun Ningxiang was slightly stunned. Retreating from society for up to a decade was one thing, but never being able to return to their original lives again was too extreme. Lin Yuan had his own considerations. He could not verify the loyalty of the people working at the breeding base. Hence, the best way to prevent the circumstance of the marsh world from being leaked was to keep them in the marsh world forever. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would not mistreat these people. He could promise the spirit craftsmen working in the marsh world high-quality bronze phase and bright futures, but the same prize would not be appealing to ordinary people who could not become spirit chi professionals. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to raise these people's standard of living. Just as Sun Ningxiang was about to ask Lin Yuan about any other conditions he had for these people, Lin Yuan said, each of these people will gain 10 boxes of various fruits that will be able to improve their health and 7.5 kilograms of various meats. There will be spirit craftsmen there who will be able to build 200 square meter houses equipped with household phase like the jasmine lily. There will also be healing-type spirit chi professionals there to provide free healing services. Sun Ningxiang felt that such a life would be a paradise for ordinary people. The people working in breeding bases were from a small community. They mostly stuck with their family any time that they were not working. All they wanted was a stable and comfortable life. Besides the 10 times higher wages that Lin Yuan was going to provide, the standard of living that he was offering would be attractive to any of them. These people usually worked hard their entire lives in the Radiance Federation and still would not be able to buy a 200 square meter house. Lin Yuan, I will get this done as soon as possible. How many people do you have in mind? Lin Yuan pondered for some time before saying, I'm planning on setting aside 200 square kilometers. You can estimate the number of people who will be able to run a breeding base of such size and hire that number. Sun Ningxiang was astonished by the area that Lin Yuan declared. It was as large as a district in a major city. Such a large area would indeed require many people. At least 100,000 people were required. Both Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang were decisive people, and they settled the matter with a few statements. As Lu Yuan listened to Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang's conversation, she blinked a few times when they were done. She had often represented Condensed Fairy Orchard in discussions with other factions during her youth. Each time, the discussions had involved both sides fighting for a larger share of the benefits. Neither side would compromise or try to scheme. However, Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang seemed to have a sort of compatibility. It could also be said that Lin Yuan did not care about the number of investments he would have to provide if it meant that he could accomplish his goal. Lu Yuan had wanted Sun Ningxiang to fight for a chance to become a Radiance Knight. But now that Sun Ningxiang's eyes were full of fiery passion over how she could fulfill the task that Lin Yuan gave her, there was no way she still had any space in her mind to think about increasing her power and becoming a Radiance Knight. Now that Sun Ningxiang was closer to Lin Yuan, she might be able to become even better friends with Lin Yuan. However, if they continued along this trajectory, it would be even more unlikely for any romance to blossom between the two of them. Lu Yuan had experience and saw everything clearly. Yet, she did not know how to talk about it with Sun Ningxiang. Lu Yuan sighed. Forget it. Grandchildren have their own way of living life. I shouldn't worry. Since this involves the Moon Empress disciple, I don't have the right to worry either. At this time, Lu Jie had already laid out the food. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath saw that ribbon of sunlight, its emotions had been a tangled mess. In order to distract the mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan sent the mother of Bloodbath off with its foodie friends to visit restaurants that were popular online. Hence, it was currently not in the mansion. As such, only Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Sun Ningxiang, and Lu Yuan were present for this meal. Lu Jie had prepared food that Sun Ningxiang had listed, which were all suited to Lu Yuan's tastes. Lu Yuan and Sun Ningxiang almost swallowed their tongues while scarfing down the food. After the meal, Lu Yuan and Sun Ningxiang left quickly to prepare administrative affairs. After Condensed Fairy Orchard became a part of Sky City, Sun Ningxiang would have to start on the task that Lin Yuan gave her. Sun Ningxiang and Lu Yuan would be kept busy for a long time. While Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were discussing the expansion into the Divinewood Federation, Mystic Moon was stuck between a rock and a hard place in the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court. This was the first time that Mystic Moon was attending a meeting in the Imperial Court. Given his endless achievements, Mystic Moon had the right to become a member of royalty. Although he could not take the test to become a member of royalty since he was the Moon Empress Moon Envoy, he could speak with the other members of royalty as an equal. However, Mystic Moon felt wholly awkward because he knew that the Moon Empress was no longer doomed now that she had formed a contract with the Lifespan Mouse. As long as no one killed the Lifespan Mouse, she would be able to live even longer than the other members of royalty. Mystic Moon had guessed that Night Leaning Moon had attacked the first Emperor Shark clan because of Lu Jie, and more, so the fact that she found out that the Moon Empress only had 3 years left in her lifespan. Evidently, his guess was right. Ever since the Imperial meeting started, besides that old man, Cicada Song, and Ji Chongdeng, the other members of royalty had all asked Night Leaning Moon about what had happened. Night Leaning Moon had not clearly explained herself, but it was impossible to keep the matter under wraps now that the matter had progressed to such an extent. Under the other 7 members of royalty's questioning gazes, Cicada Song had no choice but to explain the situation frustratedly. It would have been better not to explain the situation. But now that the situation had been exposed, the entire Imperial Court exploded. The bamboo monarch, who owed the Moon Empress a favor, wanted to immediately ride out to search for spiritual ingredients that could extend lifespans. This made Mystic Moon so touched as he knew that the bamboo monarch truly felt deep gratitude toward the Moon Empress and wanted to do anything to repay her. However, as a Moon envoy, Mystic Moon could not reveal the truth about her lifespan being restored without her permission. Chef Supreme, who had been silent all this time, said, "I am on good terms with the Azure Wing Tiger family, which is one of the 12 Class 5 families in the Azure Federation. While the bamboo monarch is searching for spiritual ingredients to prolong lifespans, I will head to the Azure Federation. The Azure Wing Tiger family definitely has essence blood from the Azure Wing Tiger, and it can evolve lifespans. The Moon Empress just has to use 1 drop of essence blood every day for a year, and she will be able to gain another 3 months of lifespan. But after a year, the essence blood will not work anymore, and we'll have to come up with another solution." Mystic Moon was at his breaking point now. The Moon Empress had said she would only emerge during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In the time up till then, he could not sit by and watch as the members of royalty drove themselves into a frenzy. The Moon Empress would end up owing all of the members of royalty favors for their efforts. It was not easy to repay favors to the royalty, just as Mystic Moon was trying to come up with a way to calm down the members of royalty without revealing the Moon Empress circumstance. Iron Prison stood up and said, "In another month, the Radiance 100 sequence selection will take place. In less than a month, the team of envoys from the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation would arrive at the Radiance Federation. Hence, it won't be appropriate for any of you to leave. The matter of the Sea Clans has not been settled. The first Emperor Shark Clan publicly broke the agreement between the Radiance Federation and the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. By doing so, they've stepped on the Radiance Federation's pride. I would like to propose that we wipe out the first Emperor Shark Clan." Mystic Moon never liked Iron Prison, but Iron Prison's words were music to Mystic Moon's ears. If the rest of the members of royalty listened to Iron Prison and stayed in the Radiance Federation until the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the Moon Empress would be able to fix the situation herself when she came out of her secluded training. Once Iron Prison finished speaking, Cicada Song massaged his temples and thought, "The principal is right, but you can't put it in such a manner. Iron Prison, you're so bullheaded. You literally set yourself up as a criminal. The tension in the room is so high. You've literally turned yourself into their punching bag by saying such a thing. Thank goodness Ji Chongdang isn't here. If he was, he would probably immediately start fighting with Iron Prison." The moment Iron Prison finished speaking, Night Leaning Moon slammed her hand forcefully down on the table and said, "Why do all the members of royalty need to be present for the Radiance 100 sequence selection and the arrival of the 2 teams of envoys? I've left all the Spirit Guards affairs to my managers, and I will be staying at the Radiant Moon Palace long-term starting tomorrow. Once Sierra is out, I will ask her about the exact situation and drag her out with me to search for a miracle." Mystic Moon was irritated when he heard what Night Leaning Moon said. "The Moon Empress is locked away in training. Who permitted you to stay in the Radiant Moon Palace long-term?" But at the same time, Mystic Moon let out a breath of relief. If Night Leaning Moon could stay at Radiant Moon Palace until the Moon Empress came out, the most difficult one to handle out of all the members of royalty would be settled. But before Mystic Moon could exhale fully, the Bamboo Monarch said, "The new leaves of the Golden the Arch Bamboo have the ability to extend lifespans. I can use them and the heart of the bamboo to concoct spirit fluids and give them to Mystic Moon before I leave. The Moon Empress will only start to see effects after she drinks the spirit fluids 6 times. In total, this should add at least 3 months to the Moon Empress lifespan. In addition to the Azure Wing Tiger essence blood, the Moon Empress should be able to live for another 4.5 years without any issue." The Bamboo Monarch's words caused Tian Feng to furrow his brow. "Fu Wenju, your Class 5 creation master skill is based on the Golden the Arch Bamboo. It's one thing if you pluck the Golden the Arch Bamboo's leaves. But if you cut off the heart of the bamboo, the Golden the Arch Bamboo's roots will be damaged. At that point, won't your creation master class drop to Pinnacle Class 4? The Bamboo Monarch replied resolutely, "The favor I owe the Moon Empress can't even be repaid with my life. By saving Xiangxiang, she saved me." Tian Feng did not know what he should say. The Bamboo Monarch was a member of royalty and knew the significance of Class 5 creation masters to the Radiance Federation. Yet, he was choosing personal feelings over the big picture. This was just like how he had chosen Wang Fuxiang in the past. The standing iron prison completely ignored Cicada Song, who was tugging on his sleeve and sneered. "Bamboo Monarch, you disappoint me. Both this time and the last, you besmirch the title of a member of royalty. Forget it. My fae with the Baron bloodline, the Judge Gate Turtle, recently gained the exclusive skill Turtle Life Judgment. Turtle Life Judgment will allow me to convert and transfer my lifespan to others. I will use my lifespan to exchange for all of your presences in the Radiance Federation and the Bamboo Monarch's Class 5 Creation Master status. After my lifespan is converted, the Moon Empress will be able to live for at least another century. As long as I live, the Moon Empress will too." With all eyes on him, Iron Prison sat back down on his chair and turned to look at Cicada Song. Iron Prison's thicker-than-average eyebrow twitched as though he was demanding to know why Cicada Song had been grabbing him. Night Leaning Moon, Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, Tian Feng, and the rest all looked at Iron Prison with respect. Unlike Ji Chongdeng, Iron Prison did not love the Moon Empress deeply. Rather, he was always butting heads with her. On the other hand, he had butted heads with every member of royalty at the Guard Yi banquet. Iron Prison only did things his way and was extremely stubborn. Hence, he had ticked off many members of royalty. He was the least affable of all the members of royalty. But at that moment, the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Night Leaning Moon, Tian Feng, and the rest all understood where Iron Prison was coming from. Iron Prison had said that the Bamboo Monarch was a disappointment. It was likely that he used himself as the standard. It was true that compared to Iron Prison, the rest of them were not as dutiful. Mystic Moon stared at Iron Prison, and all the displeasure he felt toward him melted away. In its place, warm feelings bubbled up. If Lin Yuan's lifespan mouse had not saved the Moon Empress, Iron Prison might have ended up as the Moon Empress savior instead. Iron Prison's Judge Gate Turtle had reached Eternal. Not even Class 5 creation masters could see the exclusive skills of an eternal breed fae. If Iron Prison did not bring it up, no one would find out about the secret he had just revealed. But the fact that he did and was willing to use his lifespan to exchange for the Moon Empress lifespan made him seem noble in Mystic Moon's eyes. This nobleness was not tied to power but the shining radiance that Mystic Moon could see shining forth from Iron Prison. While the rest of the people were deep in thought, Iron Prison stood up again and said to Night Leaning Moon, "I just solved the problem of the Moon Empress lifespan. Now, I want to talk about Night Leaning Moon attacking the first Emperor Shark clan. In my opinion, Night Leaning Moon was too impulsive. I'm not against attacking the first Emperor Shark clan. But you should have discussed it with us at an Imperial meeting before you acted. If 3 of us acted together and directed celestial phenomena at the first Emperor Shark clan, the result would have been completely different. We would have been able to heavily injure the first Emperor Shark clan and wipe out most of their members. At that point, the first Emperor Shark clan would no longer be able to bring any benefits to the Freedom Federation. Du Miao also would not have interfered and summoned the gold leaf boiling balloon flower. Cicada Song could not help but shake his head at Iron Prison's radical mindset. Iron Prison had done something that left Night Leaning Moon with a positive impression and even stern respect for him. But now he was causing trouble again. By targeting her now, he was asking for an argument. Moreover, the matter was more complicated than Iron Prison thought it was. Just as Cicada Song was about to change the topic to give Iron Prison and Night Leaning Moon a chance to back down, Night Leaning Moon stood up and bowed to Iron Prison as she said, "Iron Prison, I owe you a favor. If there's anything you would like me to do, just say the word." Night Leaning Moon's tone immediately changed, and she slammed her hand ferociously down on the table again as she said, "Do you think I'm incapable of killing the first Emperor Shark clan's members while Shark Pride is protecting them? The Dark Sky Prajna is the first sacred source lifeform I formed a contract with. However, my second sacred source lifeform, the Equinoctial Week Pagoda Flower, has the strongest celestial phenomenon. You know the power that is unleashed when the Dark Sky Prajna and Equinoctial Week Pagoda tree work together. I didn't use the equinoctial weak pagoda tree to kill the members of the first Emperor Shark clan on purpose. I want to wait for the 8 clans of Sea Emperors to gather in the Radiance Federation to settle the matter of the agreement. Iron Prison, I'm sure you know that if I had killed most of the members of the first Emperor Shark clan, we wouldn't have much righteous ground to stand on during the trial. It could even have triggered the Sea clans to work together against a common enemy. Iron Prison, as a member of royalty who has been in charge of the spirit guards for decades, I also have a sense of duty. The throbbing headache that had been pounding in Mystic Moon's head from the beginning of the Imperial meeting ended. Mystic Moon let out a light breath. He had told the other members of royalty about the situation as he had heard from Lin Yuan. He also managed to calm the members of royalty down and keep them waiting until the Moon Empress came out. He performed both tasks successfully. But during the Imperial meeting, Mystic Moon had decided that he would never attend another Imperial meeting. It was just too stressful. For the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had reverted to his endless cycle of hard work. He had spent almost the entire time nurturing the steel spike iron oysters. Since he had formed a collaboration with Raging Wave City, he would have to prepare the steel spike iron oysters for Wang Su in advance. After 2 days of continuous hard work, Lin Yuan did not feel as exhausted as he used to feel. Ever since he consumed the Earth Center fine milk and his body was transformed, he realized that working himself extra hard did not tire him out like it used to. He only had to take a nap, and his vitality would be refilled to the brim. Sun Ningxiang sent a diamond face storage box to Lin Yuan yesterday that was filled with many law source crystals. Lin Yuan counted that there were at least 4,000 law source crystal inside. He had called Sun Ningxiang after he received the face storage box. He knew that Sun Ningxiang had prepared this for him prior but had forgotten to give it to him before she left. When Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang traded for high-quality bronze phase, he had earned several hundred law source crystals. When added to these 4,000 law source crystals, he had earned less than 5,000 law source crystals from Condensed Fairy Orchard. This was far from the amount that Coiling Dragon's Valley could offer. Coiling Dragon's Valley could produce over 10,000 law source crystals without the blink of an eye. Apparently, even top factions could differ greatly when it came to their stock of resources. At this point, 5,000 law source crystals were nothing to Lin Yuan. However, he understood her gesture and knew she was always thinking about his needs. Long Tao had called Lin Yuan during these 2 days, and they decided to start the faction with the name Dragon Hill. Dragon Hill's role would be the sale of spiritual ingredients that came from dragon species phase bodies. As the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley, it would be easy for Long Tao to obtain the hooked teeth giant beast dragon's eggs. The leaders of Coiling Dragon's Valley were beside themselves with happiness when they found out that Long Tao was going to start a faction with Lin Yuan. Given that the hooked teeth giant beast dragon's eggs were related to the early stages of their faction, Lin Yuan told Long Tao to deliver the eggs to him. Lin Yuan did not want these eggs to see what they looked like but to hatch and nurture them. Lin Yuan took half a day to inject a large amount of spirit qi into the 6 eggs and speed up their hatching. Once they broke out of their shells, Lin Yuan evolved the 3 male and 3 female baby dragons to Bronze X/Legend. Then, he sent the 6 baby dragons back to Long Tao. He had already set up a good foundation for the 6 hooked teeth giant beast dragons, and Long Tao would only have to breed them with each other to produce offspring. Long Tao did not think that anything was strange when he received the 6 hooked teeth giant beast dragons, but it did not take long for him to realize that they were Bronze X/Legend. This left Long Tao stunned for some time. This was not the first time that Long Tao had been amazed by how great it was to work with Lin Yuan. Given that he was able to nurture 6 Bronze/Legend phase within such a short time, he instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan had sought help from the Moon Empress. Long Tao was filled with motivation as he looked at the 6 Bronze/Legend hooked teeth giant beast dragons. The hooked teeth giant beast dragons had such impressive foundations that their descendants would not fall too far from the tree. If the childbirth was sped up using spirit fluid, Lin Yuan would be provided with the first batch of dragon kidneys within 1 or 2 months, and Dragon Hill would officially be able to open for business. Meanwhile, Li Xian easily convinced the elders in his family. After all, the elders all knew how their faction had gained traction. Li Xian had been in that circle at the Guard Yi banquet, chatting with the other 4 disciples of royalty. Thus, many top factions had started working with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Even the major cities that had never worked with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine in the past also started ordering avian typeface. This allowed the elders of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to be able to walk with their heads held high wherever they went. Even if Lin Yuan wanted the main phoenix species phase without offering anything in return, the elders would agree as well, much less now that he was going to give them the Nirvana Phoenix flowers. The elders of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine were not ranked according to power. However, the stronger elders were usually the ones who were able to occupy the top seats. If one elder opposed working with Lin Yuan, while the other elders agreed, the other elder would be able to gain many of the Nirvana Phoenix flowers, and the bloodlines of their main phoenix species phase would continually improve. As a result, their power would also increase, and these elders would be able to fight for spots at the top. The elders understood this, so none of them were going to say no and let their rank fall. Now, Lin Yuan would be able to trade for main phoenix species Fey blood as long as he had the Nirvana Phoenix flowers. However, he was in no rush to obtain the phoenix blood, as Shiny would need to consume both the dragon liver and phoenix blood together in order to increase its power. It would be useless if it only had the phoenix blood. Lin Yuan had looked through Star Web the past 2 days. He realized that the posts surrounding the celestial phenomena, the first Emperor Shark clan breaking the agreement with the Radiance Federation, and the earth-shattering bet between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation were no longer trending with as much popularity as they used to. There were also some people who had mentioned how the follow-up matters of the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan had not been carried out. Lin Yuan knew it was time for him to step in as the Moon Empress disciple. The clash between the Radiance Federation, the first Emperor Shark clan, and the Freedom Federation was not considered gossip-worthy, and there was nothing to pick apart. The most that could be talked about was how scary the celestial phenomena had been. Hence, the incident had fallen out of popularity quickly. Everyone had seen the celestial phenomena that evening. Many people who usually did not log into Star Web did, so that day to understand what was going on. Hence, Star Web was experiencing its highest traffic. If Lin Yuan now stepped in as the Moon Empress disciple to settle the dispute between Sky City and Connected Beast Park, he still would be unable to overcome the popularity of these 3 events. However, this was also the time to allow more people to understand the conflict between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. Additionally, if Lin Yuan used his identity as the Moon Empress disciple now to interfere in the dispute between Connected Beast Park and Sky City, it would be considered very interesting gossip. Given that Lin Yuan was both the Moon Empress disciple and the City Lord of Sky City, he did not have to do anything to allow the matter to stew. All he had to do was hire a Star Web reporter to write an article. Star Web's public news allowed the Star Web reporters to add their own opinions to their articles. But the news being reported still had to be truthful. Hence, the news put out by exclusive reporters always became popular. As for which Star Web reporter he would choose, he picked Tian Ningning without hesitation. Tian Ningning was Black's exclusive reporter, and it would not be appropriate for her to report on this news. Due to her relationship with Miao He, Tian Ningning built an extensive Star Web reporters network. When you had asked Tian Ningning to find Star Web reporters to put out articles last time too, Lin Yuan planned on asking Tian Ningning to find a suitable Star Web reporter. This exclusive news that was sure to skyrocket to popularity would turn any fresh Star Web reporter into a big shot in the industry. Since Tian Ningning was not suitable, she could give the chance away to someone else as a favor. This would allow her to become friends with a big shot in the industry. This Star Web reporter could also be of service to Sky City through Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan immediately called Tian Ningning and told her about this matter. Tian Ningning made her way over to the return from faraway mansion without hesitation. When she arrived, she rushed over to Lin Yuan and thrust information on 3 Star Web reporters into his hands so he could pick one of them. As Lin Yuan carefully looked through the information, he saw that one of them was called Yufeng, and she was a new Star Web reporter. She was a fresh graduate, a plain canvas without any experience. Tian Ningning introduced Yufeng while Lin Yuan was reading through her information. She was currently interning under Tian Ningning. If Lin Yuan chose Yufeng, Tian Ningning planned on starting a star web reporter office and signing Yufeng as one of the reporters before giving her this opportunity. This would ensure that Yufeng would not jump ship once she received this precious chance. The second star web reporter candidate was called Wang Rue. When Lin Yuan saw Wang Rue's photo, he could safely say that Wang Rue was at least 50 years old. At that age, anyone with skill would have made a name for themselves and become a star web editor or chief editor. Those who had not reached such heights were pariahs who only wrote what they liked and had offended many people. In Tian Ningning's introduction of Wang Rue, she confirmed that he was this exact person. She had chosen Wang Rue because he had offended the chief editor and was ostracized by the star web community to the point that he was on the brink of becoming unemployed. Tian Ningning was confident that she would be able to convince Wang Rue to join her office. Lin Yuan immediately disregarded Wang Rue. He was only looking for a mouthpiece that transferred information. A rebellious old man would not be able to perform this function at all. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow the moment he read through the third set of information. The girl in this set of information was in her 20s or 30s. She had long curly hair that fell to her waist, but not a strand of hair was out of place. It was clear that she was a capable woman. She had deep-set and charming eyes. Her resume was also stellar, and she had interviewed members of the Radiance 100 sequence. However, she had once reported on a team from a guild club and had been shut down by them. This guild club was Savage Snake Guild Club, with which Lin Yuan had previously crossed swords. Her name was Zhou Man, and she had to have known that the leader of Savage Snake Guild Club was vicious, scheming, and would retaliate against the slightest attack. Yet, the fact that she had still gone ahead with what she did proved that she had an extremely strong sense of justice and morals. This indicated that she did not care about being put in danger. While looking through Zhou Man's information, Lin Yuan realized that Tian Ningning had looked into Zhou Man with the most detail, and her verbal introduction of Zhou Man was the longest. She also intentionally brought up how Zhou Man had researched public relations. Lin Yuan had asked Tian Ningning to become Dome Guild Club's team reporter. It was too much work for Tian Ningning to be the only team reporter for a guild club. Since Zhou Man was capable, Lin Yuan felt that it would be good for her to become Tian Ningning's assistant. Lin Yuan found Zhou Man being shut down by Savage Snake Guild Club to be a joke. Tian Ningning had made more than one suggestive inclination toward Zhou Man during her introduction. As Lin Yuan looked at Tian Ningning's hopeful expression, he handed Zhou Man's information to Tian Ningning and said, "Tian Ningning, do you think you'll be able to get Zhou Man?" Tian Ningning nodded with delight and said, "I will. Sister Man is practically my mentor." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched, and he replied, "Then go and do it. After you're done, tell Zhou Man to come up with a draft for the Star Web article on the matter I just told you about and send it to me." Tian Ningning excitedly left the return from faraway mansion. Before she came to understand Lin Yuan, Tian Ningning would never have shown him Zhou Man's information. But now that she knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, the Savage Snake Guild Club's shutdown of Zhou Man seemed insignificant. In less than 4 hours, Tian Ningning sent the soft copy of Zhou Man's article to Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan read through the article, he found it to be acceptable. Zhou Man had written clearly and objectively. She only wrote about the result and not the process. It was as though she was writing from a third-party angle. This article would leave room for boundless imagination and guessing when posted on Star Web. With Lin Yuan's approval, Zhou Man nervously logged onto Star Web. She stalled for some time and checked the article numerous times before posting it. She knew that her life would be forever changed once this article was posted. She would gain a new lease of life and could start posting articles on Star Web again. Zhou Man was full of gratitude for Tian Ningning and the young man who Tian Ningning had said was the Moon Empress disciple. Zhou Man's article immediately made a huge splash on Star Web. No one on Star Web had mentioned the conflict between Sky City and Connected Beast Park for the past 2 days. But that was not because Star Web's users had forgotten about the conflict, but because the most recent events had been too shocking, and there had not been any new news on the conflict. As such, the public could only speculate what was happening under the table. But now, the disciple of a member of royalty was involved, and he put a stop to the conflict between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. It was no wonder that Sky City and Connected Beast Park had been so quiet. Zhou-Man's article mentioned the Moon Empress disciple to squash any possible issues that could arise due to fighting between factions before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Moon Empress disciple's action caused Sky City to gain a new wave of fans on Star Web. They had remained popular in the few months since Sky City had been established. Their mystique and wealth only helped them to gain a swarm of loyal fans who were unhappy that the Moon Empress disciple was interfering in this matter and caused Sky City to be unable to destroy Connected Beast Park as revenge. Thus, two camps emerged on Star Web. One side represented Sky City while the other side represented the Moon Empress disciple, and they engaged in a clash of opinions. At the same time, Lin Yuan's faith power climbed rapidly. He knew that this increase in faith power would sustain him for some time. However, no event could remain popular forever, and this event was no exception. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was not worried because Black would be stealing all the thunder at the Radiance 100 sequence selection a month later. At that time, the influx of faith power would return. After Zhou-Man published the article, many Star Web reporters started to follow this event. Although many of them were secretly jealous of Zhou-Man, a Star Web reporter who was supposed to have been shut down by Savage Snake Guild Club, but had now gotten her hands on such juicy news, it was not prohibited for such public relations articles to be posted on Star Web. After the Star Web reporters picked up on this news, they immediately rushed in to write articles based on their own opinion. As long as they jumped on the bandwagon fast enough, they would be able to spread this trending and profitable piece of news. This matter had only been released for half a day. But before Lin Yuan could contact Connected Beast Park, Miao Zhinshan had called Lin Yuan with his teeth gnashed. Lin Yuan did not bother with courtesy during the call with Miao Zhinshan and asked for the Nirvana Phoenix flowers in Connected Beast Park's vault. Expectedly, Miao Zhinshan would not dare to say no. Lin Yuan did not say much else to Miao Zhinshan, but the latter tried to gain Lin Yuan's favor multiple times by acting submissive. Lin Yuan had decided not to destroy Connected Beast Park to gain faith power but also to try and use the relationship between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean Commerce to try and find the strange seed with Immortal aura. Thus, he subtly mentioned the collaboration between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean Commerce while putting up an oppressive front. Miao Zhinshan was struggling to find something to talk to Lin Yuan about. He was afraid of saying something wrong and offending Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan had expressed interest in the collaboration between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean Commerce, Miao Zhinshan instantly told Lin Yuan the information that Di Wanqing had stressed to keep secret. Lord Lin Yuan, our collaboration with Whale Ocean Commerce hasn't started. Di Wanqing said they decided to work with us in order to strengthen a seed. This seed has not been sent to us, so I'm not clear on it. Now that you've rescued Connected Beast Park, there is nothing left for Whale Ocean Commerce to worry about, and they should be sending us the seed very soon to press forward with the collaboration. A flame of fury ignited within Miao Zhinshan. He thought about how he had been rejected when he asked Whale Ocean Commerce for help. After the rejection, he had thought about ending the collaboration with Whale Ocean Commerce more than once. However, Di Wanqing had threatened him, and he could not ignore Whale Ocean Commerce's wrath. To put it bluntly, Miao Zhinshan had submitted to Whale Ocean Commerce and allowed himself to be threatened into working with Whale Ocean Commerce. Thus, Miao Zhinshan felt good telling Lin Yuan about the information he had promised Whale Ocean Commerce that he would not reveal. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Miao Zhinshan said. Seed? Could the seed that Whale Ocean Commerce wants Connected Beast Park to nurture be the same type of seed that Red Thorn has consumed? Although Lin Yuan was not sure if Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish would be able to evolve again after consuming another strange seed that had Immortal aura, the last strange seed it had consumed had enabled it to evolve its bloodline to Pinnacle 6 wings. Thus, it was possible that absorbing another one would enable Red Thorn's bloodline to break through to 8 wings and start a new record for fairy-type phased. Lin Yuan said emotionlessly. Oh? I see. 3 of Connected Beast Park's Thearch-class experts died during the blood-packed ultimate fight against the Seabliss clan. There should still be 4 Thearch-class experts left out of the 7 I provided you with. I'll visit you when I have time and use more law crystals to enable you to replenish the 3 Thearch-class experts that you lost. I'll also see what this seed is that whale ocean commerce needs another faction to nurture for them. The first half of what Lin Yuan said hooked Miao Jinshan. Although the 3 dead new Thearch-class experts had been slightly unbearable, the 3 of them had still added to Connected Beast Park's Thearch-class power, and Miao Jinshan was sad to have lost them. Now that Lin Yuan said that he could replenish the lost Thearch-class combat power, Miao Jinshan was so happy that he started pacing around his study. He had been so delighted that he had not heard the second half of what Lin Yuan said and agreed instantly. It was only when Miao Jinshan's joy faded away that he realized what the second half of what Lin Yuan said meant. If whale ocean commerce had helped Connected Beast Park, even if the matter had not been completely solved, Miao Jinshan would still have kept his promise and kept the seed from Lin Yuan. But now that Miao Jinshan was clinging to Lin Yuan and wanted the Radiant Moon Palace's support, he was no longer afraid of whale ocean commerce. Miao Jinshan knew that following Lin Yuan would only bring about benefits. If Lin Yuan wanted to see whale ocean commerce's seed, he could. As for the last part of what Lin Yuan said, it was the exact suspicion that Miao Jinshan had been having. Whale ocean commerce was a faction formed from 3 top factions. Before they combined, Sea Sky Nurture's creation master resources were even stronger than that of Connected Beast Park. After they combined, whale ocean commerce started to greedily consume resources. Sea Sky Nurture's creation master resources would have improved significantly with all these resources. So, why did whale ocean commerce still want to work with Connected Beast Park? Why couldn't they do something as small as evolving a seed on their own? As he thought about whale ocean commerce's recent uncharacteristic behavior and how Sea Sky Nurture had not been seen in public for years, Miao Jinshan instinctively felt something was wrong. Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters had always liked to show their faces in public, and Miao Jinshan had been close with several of Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters. They had invited Miao Jinshan to creation master gatherings many times. Yet, the last time Miao Jinshan had seen them was over a decade ago. Even if they had become recluses, 10 years seemed too long. Given the personalities of Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters, they should not have been able to stay away from society for a decade. Miao Jinshan mulled over this issue for a long time. But in order to get on Lin Yuan's good side, Miao Jinshan decided to say as a business tidbit, "Lord Lin Yuan, the creation masters from Sea Sky Nurture have not been seen in over a decade. I can't help but feel that whale ocean commerce is planning something. Otherwise, there's no other reason for Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters to work for 10 years straight without showing their face in public." Lin Yuan thought. It looks like whale ocean commerce hid the Sea Sky Nurture incident well. Even Connected Beast Park, who works so closely with them, has zero clue. However, Lin Yuan had saved Jifeng and discovered that every Sea Sky Nurture member had been killed by 10,000 flags trading a decade ago. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not tell Miao Jinshan about this in case he stopped working with whale ocean commerce. After putting down the phone, Lin Yuan soon received the Nirvana Phoenix flowers from Miao Zhua. He brought the 31 Nirvana Phoenix flowers to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and took out 31 jade pots in which he wanted the Nirvana Phoenix flowers. Then, he positioned the Nirvana Phoenix flowers in a corner of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although the Nirvana Phoenix flower had a similar function to the Dragon's Mouth orchid, it did not only grow new flowers when its old flowers were plucked off. The Nirvana Phoenix flowers would fall naturally when they reached a certain maturity. The fallen Nirvana Phoenix flowers would slowly wither in a place without spirit chi. But in a spirit chi-rich environment, the fallen Nirvana Phoenix flowers would be preserved for a long time. After Lin Yuan planted the Nirvana Phoenix flowers, he evolved them to Bronze/Epic. Next, he instructed the Windspeed Rapid Antelope to bury a Fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade Elemental Pearl in the pot of each Nirvana Phoenix flower every 2 weeks to provide the Nirvana Phoenix flowers with fire elemental energy. The Windspeed Rapid Antelope was now extremely smart and had reached legend quality. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone had reached 160 square meters, there was still insufficient space for the Windspeed Rapid Antelope to move around freely. Recently, whenever Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope would bound toward him even quicker. Evidently, it had eaten its fair share of Wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. its power was also steadily increasing. However, it required an opportunity in order to evolve its bloodline. Lin Yuan left the spirit-lock spatial zone and checked the time. He noticed that 9 days had passed since the last astronomical parliamentary meeting. Since when you had not returned from training with Mystic Moon at the Radiant Moon Palace, they had to miss one of the weekly parliamentary meetings. Lin Yuan understood when you well enough to know that something important had to be keeping her from returning on time. She was likely at an important stage of increasing her power. Lin Yuan decided not to wait for Wen Yu and headed to the Divine Wood Federation. After all, he still had many things to attend to there. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave for the Divine Wood Federation, Luoya was back at Phoebe Jinan City and waiting longingly by her window as she clasped her phone in the hopes that Lin Yuan would contact her. The first thing that Luoya did when she returned to her family was to ask her father for 2 item-storing walnut trees. Luoya had not been disturbed by Lin Yuan's lack of contact over the last 3 days. But when the 4th day came around, she started to get antsy. When the 5th and 6th days arrived, Luoya started to suspect that Lin Yuan had seen through her. She scrutinized her memories of their time together. When Fu Di had suddenly attacked, it was possible that Lin Yuan had realized they were not a normal group but a group of murderous robbers. However, she had only joined the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to find men, and she was not interested in stealing the resources of the Great Lush Federation's merchant groups. Or could it be that Lin Yuan was not interested in her at all? Lu Jie, dressed in silver armor and kneeling before Lin Yuan, had shocked Luoya to the core, and she could not help but wonder about Lin Yuan's identity. Lu Jie had used an insect species carcinoma Fey, and it seemed to have a high grade. To have a powerful protector at such a young age, Lin Yuan was even more imposing than the sons of Class 3 families that Luoya had come across. It was clear from this that he indeed was a disciple of one of the Divine Wood Federation's secret elite families. A disciple from one of the Divine Wood Federation's secret elite families was on the same level as a young master from a Class 4 family in the Divine Wood Federation. No matter how hard Luoya thought about it, the answer did not become clear to her, and it troubled her for days on end. By the time the 9th day rolled around, the promiscuous Luoya started to reminisce about Lin Yuan's face as she looked out the window. As she thought about how she might never come across such a handsome young man again in her life, tears of sorrow slid down her cheeks. She did not even care when her tears made her beloved purple fur cloak wet. She was not the only one who had cried in the past 9 days. Yin Lin, Bei Su, Ta Lei, and Su Iran were even sadder than her. The 4 of them had been looking forward to the weekly astronomical parliamentary meeting. They had excitedly entered a dream state on the 7th day and readied themselves to participate in the mystical meeting. However, it was only when they awoke that they realized they had not entered the meeting at all. Their chests contracted with anxiousness, and they forced themselves to fall asleep again. But even when the 8th day came, they still did not receive the call of the constellations. The entire group of people from the Azure Federation riding on the island whale knew that the 4th Azure envoy was in low spirits. She had even turned Lan Sun away when he went to see her in her room. The 10 young men from the Azure Federation kept their heads low in case they incurred the wrath of the 4th Azure envoy. All of them knew the identity of the 4th Azure envoy. The princess of the Class 4 family Spirit White Lion had awakened both the Azure Cloud Leopard and Spirit White Lion beast patterns. Her status was unimaginable to the 10 young men. The 12 aristocratic families controlled the Azure Federation. If they offended her, they could have their Azure 100 sequence title stripped from them. As she locked herself inside her room, she used the white cloth to cover her eyes for the first time since recovering her sight. The only way she could calm herself was to touch the special book. But even when her hands turned red and started to hurt in a way that they had not hurt in a long time, she still could not find serenity. Her attendant, Cece, anxiously stood by her side. She could not understand what had happened to Yin Lin over the last 2 days. However, she knew that there was no way to coax Yin Lin out of this sudden mood change. At that moment, Yin Lin realized how much she relied on that man who had stood at the center of the constellations, gave her sight, and transformed her life. Even though she had become the Azure Federation's 4th Azure envoy, only he could bring her a sense of safety and stability. But why had he broken their weekly meeting arrangement? The more Lin thought about it, the more panicked she became. Suddenly, she remembered the man mentioning the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce that was in the Radiance Federation. If she could find the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, did that mean that she could find that man? Lin removed the white cloth from her eyes and walked out of her room until she reached the island whale's head. As she stared out at the calm sea, she wished that they would reach the Radiance Federation soon. She felt a pang of worry when she remembered the clash between the Radiance Federation, the Sea Clans, and the Freedom Federation. Could it be that the man had not shown up at their meeting because of that clash? There was supposed to be another meeting in 5 days. Would he show up then? Bei Su lived underground and had not seen the celestial phenomena that took place above ground. However, he had grown significantly in the past week. By using the sharp shadow bat's fang's bloodseed, he had formed his own team. He decided that he would not expand the team for the time being and concentrate on increasing the team's power instead. After overcoming several Class 1 subterranean dimensional rifts, he had found several source-type items for his team. As he watched his team improve, Bei Su felt a sense of accomplishment for the first time in his life. He badly wanted to tell Lin Yuan about his achievement. He did not need Lin Yuan to praise him, but he hoped that he could make him happy. He wanted to prove to Lin Yuan that he had not wasted Lin Yuan's hopes in him and that he had made himself into a useful person. Lin Yuan had saved his life, given him a fei, and helped him to remove his stone insect curse. Bei Su would never be able to repay Lin Yuan for these. Bei Su was always hard-working. When he led his team against a Class 1 subterranean dimensional rift, it was normal for him to stay awake for 3 days straight. But in order to attend the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Bei Su would always sleep for the entire 7th day. He panicked when he did not end up entering the Astronomical Parliament. But unlike Lin, he did not have the means to head to the Radiance Federation, discuss collaborations with Lin Yuan, or see him in real life. Bei Su could not do anything other than gnashing his teeth and silently endure like a helpless animal. In the past few days, Bei Su's team had noticed that he was not as bright and cheerful as he used to be. Instead, he threw himself into clearing out stone bugs and discovering new subterranean dimensional rifts. No matter how exhausted he was, or even if he ended up covered in blood, he continued to push on silently. It was clear that something was weighing on his mind. After some time passed, Bei Su finally collapsed on a rock, completely spent. Under the cover of darkness, tears brimmed in his eyes, and he rubbed his nose. He fervently hoped that he would be able to see that man who had saved him and join the party of stars 5 days later. Ta Lei did not think much when he was unable to enter the Astronomical Parliament because the Horseshoe Tribe had encountered a group of bronze long-eared sand foxes while they were migrating and had been trapped in the wilderness. The long-eared sand fox was a wily wild beast-type fey that liked to move in groups. When they encountered prey, they chose to trap their prey in order to prevent individual injuries. Then, they would charge together to tire out their prey. After their prey was famished and dehydrated to the point that they no longer had any energy, the long-eared sand foxes would then kill them. The strongest person in the Horseshoe Tribe was Ta Lei's grandfather, whose main fey was the silver tunneling mole. Although the pinnacle silver tunneling mole was stronger than the long-eared sand foxes, it would not be able to fight against a group of long-eared sand foxes in the wilderness. Eventually, Ta Lei's grandfather used the Horseshoe Tribe's treasure, the world flower's medicinal properties, to evolve the tunneling mole to gold grade. After the gold tunneling mole killed a few of the long-eared sand foxes, the rest of the long-eared sand foxes realized how strong the tunneling mole was and gave up on trapping the Horseshoe Tribe. Once a long-eared sand fox was injured in the wilderness, they would either be preyed on by stronger beasts or be consumed by the flesh-consuming insect species phase. Hence, even a starving beast in the wilderness would ensure that they did not become injured. Due to the long-eared sand foxes, Ta Lei could not fall asleep for 2 hours, and he assumed that he had missed the meeting. Since he could not participate in the meeting, he could not receive Lin Yuan's advice. Hence, he could only do as Lin Yuan had said and continue to lead the Horseshoe Tribe to the boundary between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. It was not easy to migrate an entire tribe. There were people of all ages in the tribe, and the old and young moved at almost half the speed of the strong men. Moreover, the weaker people also needed up to 20 minutes of rest after every hour of moving. When the tunneling mole was silver grade, the people in the horseshoe tribe had been worried about the migration. But now that the tunneling mole had evolved to gold grade and the horseshoe tribe was moving along the merchant paths, the tunneling mole would be able to handle most of the dangers they might encounter along the way. Ta Lei only hoped that he would not be held back by another Fae during the next meeting. He was not worried that Lin Yuan would be angry at him for missing this meeting. In Ta Lei's eyes, the man wrapped in hundreds of laws and willpowers was as warm as an older brother. Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei all had their own interpretations and disappointment about not attending the weekly meeting. However, not even the combination of all their worries and negative feelings could compare to Su Iren, who was cowering next to a trash can in an alley in Oak City. She was a dark envoy from the 7 states of darkness. Any one of the 7 states of darkness could not compare to the Divine Wood Federation. But when they joined together, their power could match up to that of the Startling Lines Continent, Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation. Su Iren was used to being treated like royalty, and she only came to experience true helplessness and inner darkness when she arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. She could not remember how many times she had been beaten up or crawled away from death's door in the past month. Besides external factors, Su Iren also needed to struggle through 7 or 8 daily bouts of soul pain. Luckily, she had chosen to cover herself in dirt and climb inside a trash can when her soul sent her into anguish. Otherwise, she might have been seen as prey if she had been spotted in the alley. Previously, Su Iren would not have been willing to be controlled by any group regardless of how bad of a situation she was in because that meant that she would have to give up her freedom. This was the reason she had not immediately agreed to join the Astronomical Parliament in the first meeting that she joined. However, now that she had decided to join the Astronomical Parliament and had accepted Lin Yuan's request, not a day went by that she did not hope that Lin Yuan would find her soon. Lin Yuan had given the desperate Su Iren a reason to keep living every day. She did her best to hold on and keep surviving until he found her. But when the meeting did not take place, Su Iren's heart was plunged into cold water. She felt as though her entire world had darkened, and her life had lost all light. Joining the Astronomical Parliament was her sole salvation. She had realized the moment she entered the Astronomical Parliament that the meeting was a sacred source lifeform's ability. It was not easy to obtain sacred source lifeforms, and any faction that was able to obtain a sacred source lifeform had to be strong. Moreover, the conversation between Yin Lin and Lin Yuan during the meeting had led Su Iren to guess that there was more to Yin Lin's identity than what met the eye. Previously, she had not had a hint of sacred source lifeform aura at all. But at the last meeting, the sacred source lifeform aura suddenly appeared around her. This was proof of how important the group of people that the Astronomical Parliament had gathered were. By now, Su Iren saw the Astronomical Parliament and Lin Yuan as her savior. She placed all their hopes in them. At the first moment that she realized that the meeting would not be happening, Su Iren considered death. She lived like a refugee every day. Every time the smell of garbage wafted into her nose, she felt her pride being chipped away. However, she remembered what had Lin Yuan said, "As long as you're alive, there's hope." This sentence had pulled Su Iren out of the darkness and given her a reason to continue pushing on. She clutched the phone she had found and mumbled to herself, "There's still hope. I might be able to last another 7 days." The last 7 days. Su Iren's body started to tremble, and the intense pain from her soul caused her to lose consciousness. At the return from faraway mansion, the mother of Bloodbath, who was in its room dealing with its complicated emotions, immediately indicated that it wanted to go with Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to protect him. But after some consideration, Lin Yuan turned down the mother of Bloodbath. He said seriously, "Mother of Bloodbath, your family will definitely come to the Radiance Federation to find you. If your parents come to the Radiance Federation to see you, but you're with me in the Divine Wood Federation, they'll be anxious. Moreover, Lu Jie will be with me, so I won't be in any danger. If I really end up in any danger, I will summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly immediately." The mother of Bloodbath knew that Lin Yuan was saying such things for its sake, but it did not feel happy. As Lin Yuan's path protector, being unable to be by his side when he went out to train was considered a failure in its duty. Moreover, it thought about how Lin Yuan had used his sacred source lifeform to produce that attack to reduce its temperature. The mother of Bloodbath knew Lin Yuan was just as powerful as it was and could now protect it. This made the mother of Bloodbath feel like it was still far off from Lin Yuan, and this feeling only grew stronger. Fays always had simple feelings, and this also applied to the respect and admiration felt by this female spider. While the mother of Bloodbath was engulfed by its dejection, Lin Yuan placed his hand on its shoulder. Lin Yuan assumed that the mother of Bloodbath's unhappy expression was a result of questioning why its parents had abandoned it. He did not know how to comfort the mother of Bloodbath about this. Its emotional entanglement could only be assuaged when it met its family. Lin Yuan brushed aside the strands of hair on the mother of Bloodbath's shoulder and said, "Given your parents' power, they should arrive at the Radiance Federation this month. If you're bored waiting, why don't you hold an event and ask your friends out for a food fest?" The mother of Bloodbath's heart warmed, and it could see the genuine concern that Lin Yuan had for it in his eyes. His concern was like a light summer breeze that blew away all its problems and caused its heart to tremble. But the more its heart trembled, the more real the feeling was to the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath smiled. A smile spread across its usual icy-cold expression. Its red eyes shined, and lips curled with mesmerizing beauty. It looked like a flower that had just bloomed. "Lin Yuan, it won't be enough if you only have Lu Jie with you at the Divine Wood Federation. Ji Feng has been spending his time at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce because he can't show his face around here. Why don't you take him to the Divine Wood Federation? With Ji Feng there, he can help protect you against danger too. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly guards the marsh world. It would be bad if danger befalls the marsh world during the time you summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly out of the marsh world. I will go to guard the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. It'll also give me a chance to form a marrow contract with the sacred source lifeform you gave me. I'll also use the time to familiarize myself with the changes to my ability that took place after my transformation into a heavenly family fae." Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he had neglected Ji Feng as of late. Ji Feng could not show his face in the Radiance Federation, especially the royal capital. But once he was out of the Radiance Federation and Whale Ocean Commerce's range, he would be able to move about freely. Lin Yuan saw it as great that the mother of Bloodbath could focus on forming a contract with its sacred source lifeform and increasing its power instead of feeling conflicted about its family. "Mother of Bloodbath, I would like to see what your sacred source lifeform is when I get back so I can prepare resources for it to increase its stars." The mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt as though it was looking at the young C-rank spirit chi professional who had just arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace. In half a year, that young man had experienced more than others experienced in a lifetime. Yet he was still the same person. The mother of Bloodbath was suddenly filled with the urge to hug this young man without hesitation. But the mother of Bloodbath was able to control its impulse at the last moment. "I want to charge at you without hesitation, but compared to you I'm not good enough." The mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt pressure weighing down on it. Although it was not a lazy fae, it knew that it needed to work much harder if it wanted to run into his arms. Lin Yuan brought the floating silver that he had taken from the basement and 8 spirit craftsmen that Hu Quan had chosen with him to the Divine Wood Federation. He filled the jeweled cave Golden Toad with the 8 spirit craftsmen and Ji Feng as he crossed through the space tunnel to arrive at the Divine Wood Federation. As soon as he recovered from his dizziness and nausea, Lin Yuan was shocked by what he saw. When he left, the underground palace had only progressed as far as a hole. The walls had not even been staked yet. But now, the enormous underground palace had scaffolding made of steel pieces, and the general area had been cordoned off. Hu Quan drew designs as he directed the spirit craftsmen to rush the spies from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to move ironwood pulp. Hu Tian was directing the Scary Claw Rock Bear to use its heavy rock law to turn the ironwood pulp and sand into pieces of rocks. Hu Quan excitedly ran up to Lin Yuan and asked, "Young Mater, have you found the floating silver?" We only need floating silver now to bury it in the radium metal walls. Then, the rocks produced by Hu Tian will be able to add the rock pieces, and the walls will be ready to be carved. Because of your idea of creating a restricted area, I'm planning on carving the bone lotus flowers produced by that six-winged fairy on the walls of the underground palace. I'll also carve maps of the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation in the middle of the carvings of the bone lotus flowers, so the wall will become a mural. It will look like the flowers are eating up the world. What do you think? Lin Yuan did not have anything to say about Hu Quan's design idea. Hu Quan could do whatever he wanted. Although Lin Yuan did not want to talk about the design, he wanted to give suggestions about its functions. He had spoken with Ta Lei at the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. He planned on asking Ta Lei to send a request to the Iron Hammer Imperial Court to seal off the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation as the Horseshoe Tribe's territory. Then, the Horseshoe Tribe would build a city in that area. Its geographical location would make the city the link between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. This city in the middle of nowhere would attract people. Besides the restricted area that would be shrouded by mist, they needed something else that would attract people. This would be what Startling Lines continent lacked the most: Creation Master resources. Thus, they had to assign some rooms in the underground palace as breeding rooms. I've solved the floating silver issue, and I'll be able to give it to you 2 days later. I have no worries when it comes to your design. However, when you're building the underground palace, I hope that some of the rooms can be dedicated to being Creation Master breeding rooms. Uncle Hu, why don't you embed some jade-textured wood into the mural? We can also add several Sunlight King lotuses and plant-type phase that can release spirit chi to the underground palace to ensure that the underground palace has light. The freshness of the jade-textured wood would also cover up the musky smell of dirt. Hu Quan's eyes lit up. He loved when Lin Yuan had design ideas that combined phase and design. This was the kind of design idea that Hu Quan lacked. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan would never casually think about adding something as precious as plant-type phase that could release spirit chi to his design. Hu Tian, who was directing the Scary Claw rock bear to produce rock pieces, had been trying to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Yuan ever since he saw him. However, he had been talking to Hu Quan from the moment he arrived, and Hu Quan was not left with any gap through which he could squeeze himself into to say something to Lin Yuan. Support RB0NNoVL.com. When Hu Quan started to add the jade-textured wood to his design, Hu Tian took the opportunity to pad up to Lin Yuan and say, "Lord, I haven't dared to rest at all the past 6 days, just so you'll be able to see the changes in the underground palace when you return. Over the past 6 days, I've produced almost all the rock pieces that the underground palace needs." Lin Yuan immediately saw through Hu Tian's intention. He was trying to tell Lin Yuan about his performance. But before Lin Yuan could even say anything, Hu Quan rolled his eyes and snapped at Hu Tian. "What do you mean you produced all the rock pieces that the underground palace needs? Would you have worked so hard if I didn't keep an eye on you? Also, who told you that the underground palace would only have 1 floor? After the first floor is done, we can build a second, a third, or even more floors to increase the functions available in the underground palace as long as young master wants them to be there. You've only worked for 6 days, yet you're so eager to show off. Don't tell me you're trying to hint at some benefits? Sky City has destroyed the Zheng family. As Sky City's servant that came from the Zheng family, isn't it a given that you should be working?" As Hu Quan and Hu Tian had been working together over the past few days, Hu Quan became increasingly displeased with this man who shared the same surname as him. He could sense the reason Hu Tian was working. Directing the Scary Claw rock bear to produce rock pieces was easy work. Yet Hu Tian acted as though he was exhausted. Did he think that his myth breed Fei was a platinum Fei? It was clear that Hu Tian was acting for Hu Quan's benefit, so that Hu Quan would speak highly of his efforts to Lin Yuan. Spirit craftsmanship was a trade of the heart, and Hu Quan detested people who put on a front and always wanted to make sure people knew that they were working. This described Hu Tian to a T. Thus, when Hu Tian told Lin Yuan about what he had done, Hu Quan mercilessly took him down a peg. Hu Quan's words caused the smiling Hu Tian, who was waiting to be rewarded by Lin Yuan, to crumple up with awkwardness. In the Radiance Federation, Class 5 spirit craftsmen were sought after by veteran and top factions. After all, the furniture, decorations, and other items they created could demonstrate a faction's status. Although Class 5 spirit craftsmen were even rarer than Class 4 creation masters, Class 4 creation masters still held a higher rank than Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Hu Tian had intentionally worked hard in front of Hu Quan because Lin Yuan thought highly of Hu Quan. In fact, Hu Tian did not care for Hu Quan. He felt that given his status as a Class 4 creation master, Hu Quan had no reason to offend him. However, Hu Tian's scheme had fallen short. Hu Quan did not care about what Hu Tian thought at all. Nor did he try to save Hu Tian's face because he did not just see himself as a member of Sky City. After spending time with Lin Yuan, the parentless and childless, Hu Quan had come to see Lin Yuan as family. He did not want Lin Yuan to have the wool pulled over his eyes by Hu Tian. Hu Quan knew that Hu Tian would try harder in his schemes if he managed to trick Lin Yuan this time. Lin Yuan's ambiguous smile made Hu Tian think about what Lin Yuan had done in the Zheng family's guest room. Hu Tian could not help but shiver in fear, and he said to Lin Yuan with a quiver in his voice, "Lord, I'm not trying to show off my work. I am your servant, and it's only right that I do whatever you ask of me." Lin Yuan ignored Hu Tian and turned to say to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, keep Hu Tian with you. I only brought 8 spirit craftsmen with me. With Hu Tian's help in making rock pieces, you won't have to fire the ironwood pulp yourself to turn it into rock pieces." Hu Quan sneered at Hu Tian before he nodded and said, "Young master, I won't hold back on Hu Tian. We need to carve a mural for the underground palace. So, we'll need at least 2 layers of rock pieces to make it look like it's coming out from the wall. If you can provide enough floating silver, I suggest adding another layer of floating silver as well to better protect against unwanted surveillance." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, you'll have more than enough floating silver." He looked at the terrified Hu Tian and said sternly, "You can have rewards if you want. I'm never stingy with loyal people. However, I only reward people who put in the effort. If you ever satisfy Uncle Hu while working under him, I will give you 5 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls." Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad and let Lu Jie, Ji Feng, and the 8 spirit craftsmen out. The 8 spirit craftsmen immediately went to work after receiving instructions from Hu Quan. Lu Jie took in the underground palace and was shocked by the progress. He walked over to Hu Quan and gave him a diamond face storage box as he said, "Uncle Hu, here is some food I cooked. They're all dishes that you usually like to eat. I placed them inside lunch boxes made of support spirit wood. I made about 15 days worth of food. This should last you until the next time I'm here." Support spirit wood was a strong wood that could preserve freshness. The spirit food pavilion used lunchboxes made of support spirit wood whenever they delivered food. The lunchboxes that Lu Jie used had been given to him by Zhongzhe when Zhongzhe came to visit. Hu Quan received the diamond face storage box and said with a smile, "Getting to design and build an underground palace already brings me joy. If I can eat your food on top of it, it'll only be piling on the joy."